Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Unreal Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shinso cursed the sound of the alarm clock that shattered his wonderful dream about a certain green-haired boy. He shifted in bed, and somehow, a growl served as a warning that if he wasn't careful, a certain feline would end up biting him. Nothing that really mattered to Hitoshi, who approached the little ball of hatred to bury his face in it and give it an infinity of morning kisses. The cat eventually tolerated him before going back to sleep. "Damn lucky bastard," he muttered. A couple of knuckles rapped on his door before it swung open. "Get up, little listener." Present Mike encouraged him with an energy that should be illegal at 7 in the morning. Hitoshi responded with a growl. 2 minutes later, he was dragging what was left of his will to live into the shower. Elsewhere in the apartment, Present Mike was wrestling with his extra strong hairspray and hair gel for his hero look, just like every morning. Somewhere in the living room, Aizawa was probably sleeping with the rest of the cats in the house. It was weird. Super weird. Today was his first day of high school, and he was nervous. Unlike every previous year, this time Hitoshi had a hot meal for breakfast with freshly brewed coffee to give him energy. For the first time in a long time, someone cared that he had everything he needed for his first day of classes. His uniform was freshly ironed, he had new backpacks and notebooks, and books he didn't have to borrow from school. Well, not a home-cooked meal. The truth was, neither of his foster parents was good in the kitchen. Quite the opposite. They were a disaster that deserved to be banned from the kitchen. No, there was enough money in his wallet for him to get whatever he wanted at the cafeteria. At UA's cafeteria because that's where Hitoshi had been accepted. "Leave some coffee for the mortals," Aizawa's ghostly voice came from the floor. Hitoshi, halfway dressed after his shower, clung to his coffee mug. "For that, you should first be alive, and you don't look like it," the teenager replied before pouring a second cup of coffee and handing it to Aizawa. Mike burst into the room, fully embracing his hero persona. "Are you still like this? Come on, we'll be late." The whirlwind of energy that moved them in the morning. No, Hitoshi had never had such a warm place before. He had only been with them for 3 months, but it felt like much longer. It had been strange. Very strange. Walking into a place knowing that the room had not been built for him but for his best friend, who was still missing. But that was Izuku, Hitoshi told himself. Was he mad at his friend? Yes, because Izuku was being foolish to think that Hitoshi could replace him. No, Hitoshi wasn't there to replace Izuku, and Mike and Shota had made that clear the first week he arrived at their home when they noticed Shinso's hesitation to enter his own room. Because that wasn't his room, it was Izuku's. His now adoptive parents sat him down on the couch in what felt like a strange intervention. In one corner, a cat was vomiting a hairball, and in another, a phone was ringing incessantly. And as important as both of those things might seem, Shota and Hizashi focused solely on Hitoshi. "We know this has to be weird and difficult, coming to live with 2 strangers. But we assure you, we want you here, Hitoshi. We want this house to be your home." Since then, the apartment had slowly been rearranged to accommodate Shinso as one of the family. The new Aunt Nemuri had given him an Xbox on the first visit. Apparently, she wanted to compete hard for the title of favorite aunt, even when she had no competition. Hizashi, as an authoritative figure, was terrible. He was too playful and kind to be taken seriously. Shinso soon discovered that the man loved giving affectionate hugs at the slightest opportunity, as if Shota or Hitoshi were his assigned plush toys. The blonde was a strange mix between a cool dad and a helicopter parent. He became anxious about wanting to do everything right as a father. Maybe it was first-time parent syndrome. He tried to cook and always ended up in a mess, but he tried. He went out of his way to buy anything that seemed to attract Hitoshi. If Hitoshi stared at a cat blanket, Mike got him the blanket without asking. He got him notebooks, clothes. It seemed like he wanted to shower Hitoshi with love and affection. While initially, Hitoshi was less receptive, the blonde had started to break down the teenager's defenses, especially through ice cream. He cared about the school Shinso was attending, helped him study, and even let slip that the entrance exam for UA consisted of robots. That moment had been quite comical, Shinso remembered, sitting on the couch eating pizza for dinner while Aizawa was on patrol. That night, Hisashi had bribed him with energy drinks so that Shota would never find out the truth. Then there was the fact that Hisashi was present mic. And wow, the man had his own studio at home for when he couldn't make it to the radio station on time. He was a teacher at UA and also worked as a pro hero, albeit fewer hours than a full-time hero, but he still pursued it. Mike was that cool dad that one was proud to call their dad, although it might still be too soon to call him dad. On the other hand, there was Shota. Shota was what, at first glance, appeared to be a complete mess. In truth, as a human being, Shinso had never questioned so much whether it was worth existing. Eraser worked longer hours as a pro hero, something Shinso had always known since he was a child and had always admired for it. But he was also a teacher. Well, a teacher without a class. Literally without students. But in the rest of his life, he seemed, how should he put it? Barely passing. Hitoshi had seen him sleep on all sorts of surfaces, subsist on the bare minimum to avoid exertion, and spend hours focused on cases. But when something had to do with Hitoshi, the hero seemed to pay special attention. Do you want to be a hero? I don't recommend it, Aizawa muttered one night. It's a crap job where you can easily die. That hit Hitoshi like a punch. So, you don't think I can be a hero? The pro hero didn't even flinch. I didn't say that. I said the job is crap, he corrected calmly. Anyone can be a hero if they really try. Have you ever trained? And that's how they both started training every evening after Shinso's classes and before Eraser's patrols. Unfortunately, the training hadn't been enough for his entrance exam at UA. Getting in through the general studies route didn't sit well with him. Well, that was a lie, it did bother him. But this time, he had two parents who supported him and assured him that he could switch to the hero course as soon as the sports festival arrived. Aizawa promised to expel as many students as necessary. Mike repeatedly hit him with a pillow for his initiative. The festival was a month away from the start of classes. For now, it was still his first day. Shinso was going to work hard to advance his personal training with Eraser by the time the festival arrived. The family was very excited about the start of the school year, with all the changes. But silently, all three knew that someone was missing. Izuku was missing with his smile, babbling about all sorts of possibilities. Izuku had become a strange taboo subject. What all three were clear about was that one day, Izuku would return. Whether by good terms or bad, he would return. 3 months had passed. 3 months since Izuku had left Musutafu and everyone he knew. Well, except for Dabi. Dabi was an ultra-special case. The same one who should now be returning from work to his new home, a small apartment in the dangerous area of Tokyo. But, you see, the rent was cheaper and well, no one dared to mess with Dabi and his flames. For Izuku, he was untouchable. Literally. That's the good thing about being a ghost, you can choose to be corporeal or not. It had only been 3 months since Izuku had promised Dabi that he would blend into the crowd and not stand out, at least until news of his body was forgotten. 3 months, and Izuku was running like a madman with his hood up while a group of gang members chased him with sticks and bats. The idiots didn't know that Izuku was actually leading them straight into his trap, right in front of one of the heroes patrolling the area and as far away as possible from the poor victim they had almost beaten up. Izuku emerged onto the street, followed by the gang of thugs. By the time the hero turned to see what the commotion was about, Izuku was out of sight. Only the stunned gang members remained, and a hero who started lecturing them. No, Izuku Midoriya was incapable of staying out of danger. There was something in him that made him act without thinking, something that didn't sit well with Dabi. But, as always, it's not like anyone could stop Izuku if he didn't want to be stopped. What a shame. Izuku resumed his routine patrol route. He couldn't help it, he couldn't just stay at home doing nothing. He had thought it would be easy, he lied to himself. But this time, he was trying to be more inconspicuous, always pulling up his hood when he went outside. He spent more time invisible and tried not to interact too much with people. Tried. At the end of his night, Izuku tended to always end up in the same place. Only now, instead of the abandoned beach in Dagobah, it was a posh cemetery in Tokyo. Hey, it's already dawn, he spoke to Tuya Todoroki's grave. Well, to the supposed grave of Tuya Todoroki, because without a doubt, the one buried there was his own corpse. Today, most of the classes start. I wonder if Toshi got into the hero program. I'd love to see him in that uniform with those bags under his eyes. I'm sure he'd be complaining about how big and expensive the facilities are on the inside while internally fangirling. He chuckled at the thought. It must also be Kaken's first day. I'm sure he got into you. The ghost sighed, sitting in front of the grave. I miss them. I miss Eraser, and the detective. Toshi. Izuku couldn't help but break down in tears. He had told himself that this was for the best, that everyone would move on without him. How wrong he could be. Maybe in another universe, on this day, Izuku would also be getting ready to go to UA. But in this one he was crying by himself at Todoroki Tuya's grave. What are you doing? An unexpectedly cold voice interrupted him. Izuku wiped away his tears and looked up to meet a pair of blue and gray heterochromatic eyes, a scar across one eye, half white, half red hair, tall, and wearing a UA uniform. Crying, Izuku replied, annoyed by the disrespectful intrusion. I can see that. I mean, what are you doing crying here? The teenager pointed out. Izuku blinked in confusion. It's a cemetery. People come to cry in cemeteries, duh. The stranger furrowed his brow. Do you have to cry over a stranger's grave, or are you some kind of weird and twisted Endeavors fan? Izuku jumped up indignantly. Hey, I haven't insulted you or disrespected you. Don't accuse me of being a fan of that piece of crap. Something in the familiar's gaze changed. From coldness to, was that intrigue? Curiosity? Approval? Oh shit. Wait a minute. Heterochromatic blue and gray eyes. Blue like Dabi's. White hair like Dabi's when Izuku helped him dye his roots. Roughly around Izuku's age if he hadn't died. And in a UA uniform. Oh shit, you are a Todoroki, Izuku said, entering panic mode. That seemed to amuse the teenager. Yes, I am. And you're at my brother's grave. Izuku brought his hands to his face, trying to hide his embarrassment. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Coming here to talk calms me. I'm sorry. The teenager didn't seem to care much about what the green tadpole had to say. I don't care, Todoroki said, acting cool. I just came to tell my brother that I'll become a hero without using that bastard's power. That said, I'm out. I have a class to attend. Izuku was left speechless as he watched the teenager place an ice flower on the grave before turning and leaving the way he came. In short, Dabi would kill him if he wasn't already dead. A normal first day with just one expulsion to start the year. Not bad for a teacher with the worst reputation like Eraser. The only difference was that this year he had to be very careful about giving explanations for who he decided to expel or not if he didn't want to be accused of making room for his son. And, well, yes, Aizawa wanted to make room in his class for Shinso. But it wasn't his fault that a handful of hormone-driven teenagers with dreams of greatness made it so easy. First day and one expulsion and a warning to Mineta Minoru that he had 1 foot out of the class. After the test he conducted every year for the first years, he had the rest of the afternoon free. In previous years, Aizawa would have stayed behind reading the reports of students he hadn't expelled yet. Each student needed a specific plan to bring out their best potential. But this year was different. This year, while leaving his husband and now also his son at home discussing the latest and greatest podcast by God knows who, Aizawa was heading to the police station. He wasn't going for tea and biscuits with Tsukauchi, to be precise. No, he was going to follow up on any loose ends Izuku might have left. Izuku Midoriya had disappeared again 3 months ago. 90 damn days that had left the detective and the pro-hero with a case with more loose ends than any Jack the Ripper victim. The former broom closet had become a strange hole of theories, clippings, and reports. An old photo of Izuku Midoriya in his Aldra Junior School uniform, the same one that was in the yearbook. An old photo in civilian clothes from when his mother still showed up at the police station. Now, however, the woman seemed to have left the country. Literally. It was impossible to get in touch with her because apparently she had decided to go to the United States. It can't be a coincidence, Aizawa pointed out irritably when Tsukauchi gave him the news. She's leaving on the same day the body found out on the beach? Come on, Naomasa. We've arrested more people for much lesser reasons. The detective couldn't help but agree with the hero. The problem is that the case doesn't hold up without a body. Even less so when we'd have to do an international hunt. Aizawa spent that week in a bad mood for that reason while convincing himself that going to the United States to drag Izuku Midoriya to the interrogation room was not a good idea. If he hadn't done it, it was for no other reason than his family. Mike could understand, yes. He would probably be the first to pack his bags to go with him. But now there were 3 of them. Hitoshi deserved a stable home. Parents who loved him. And yes, both Zashi and Shota loved the kid like crazy. That's why the subject of Izuku Midoriya was taboo in the house. They wanted to protect their new son from the roller coaster that was that strange case. Because every time they seemed to have a clue, they ended up with dead ends or more questions. But Aizawa wasn't going to stop. Neither was Tsukauchi. They've given a deadline for the resolution of the request for the tests performed on the corpse. He informed him as if that were breaking news. And it was. Because whoever had stolen the body from the morgue and deleted the forensic files had overlooked the possibility that tests had already been performed on the corpse. In fact, the body on the beach had been opened up when they took it away. Now some tests were missing in the hospital. Tests that could help uncover part of the truth of the great mystery. The first step was to fight the bureaucracy to get the professionals to search for the evidence. Oh, even if it was slow, Tsukauchi and Aizawa were making progress. When we have it, I'll pay a personal visit to the morgue, Eraser promised with a terrifying smile. The doctor in charge of Izuku's autopsy better prepare himself. Because even though it wasn't his fault to lose the child's body, he had done his best to avoid questions about the case. Apparently, not being able to find the evidence prevented a diagnosis of the cause of death. Oh, Eraser had come so close to strangling him when they first met that Naomasa had to step in between them. All right, please, no witnesses, the detective said before changing the subject as if nothing had happened. I think we're on the verge of being able to confirm the time of death for our beach corpse. We could reconstruct the day to find out what happened. Eraser skimmed over the notes. A normal day like any other. The boy left home normally. He arrived at school. He got involved in an attack on one of his classmates and ended up coming home upset according to his mother, Aizawa summarized with a furrowed brow. Damn it, why aren't there more details? Tsukauchi sighed heavily. At first, another investigator handled the case. It only fell into my hands when he started his nighttime activities. Both remained silent for a while. They were both aware of how Quirk-centric their society was. Izuku Midoriya didn't matter if his name was written above the word Quirkless, but that played both in favor and against the detective and the pro-hero. In favor because emphasizing that it was a boy qualified as Quirkless hadn't attracted media attention. The body found on the beach had been news for a small part of a filler page. This had favored them in terms of being able to investigate without setting off media alarms. But on the other hand, that same card delayed their every procedure. Maybe I have a lead, but I want to make sure I'm really on the right track, Aizawa announced in the same monotone tone as if he had just been asked if he wanted coffee. Tsukauchi took a moment to process what he had just heard, more engrossed in the documents in front of him. Wait, what? Aizawa took a sip from his coffee cup. I've been pulling strings in the underground. I don't want to get my hopes up, but there's a possibility that there's another case related to ours, the pro-hero casually informed. Tsukauchi heavily placed the papers on the table. What case? Tell me more, he demanded, eager for new threads to pull on. Eraser made a wry face. It might be related to the disappearance of another minor in Nagoya. I want to investigate it up close. I'll go in person, though your help would be appreciated. The detective sighed. Of course, that's why he was telling him. In their strange professional relationship, the detective tended to share more than his colleagues did. Fortunately, he had a quirk that made him indispensable. Of course, I'll make time, the detective promised. Dabi hadn't imagined his life like this in a million years. Being a responsible adult taking care of a minor. Well, who was he kidding? That was as much a lie as the fact that Izuku Midoriya could stay out of trouble. The only difference is that when Dabi promised not to get into trouble or illegal stuff, he at least kept that promise, especially the second one. As for the former, he tried. There he was, being a responsible adult or the closest thing to it he had ever been in his life. Having a legal job. Well, technically not, because Dabi didn't have documentation. But at least he wasn't selling drugs again. Apparently, the world of nightlife was claiming him on its brighter and busier side. Dabi was beginning to navigate all the pubs as a beloved guest. Not as someone who sold illegal stuff or ran errands for others. The difference from Musutafu? Old man Matsumoto wasn't there. But that didn't mean that the help from that man didn't come in other ways than with the initial money he had given Dabi. Mr. Matsumoto had managed to put in a good word for him. Although he found that the door guardian dog position was usually already filled, he got another job as a bartender behind the bar. During the first few days, he spent more time learning combinations, washing glasses, and cleaning the floor. Izuku had been by his side, laughing every time he tried to spin the bottles with style. There was a moment when he thought about quitting, and he would have if it weren't for Izuku. Fuck, that kid was softening him, and he was letting himself be softened. But that smile was worth protecting. When he finally started working at night, Dabi discovered that he strangely had a way with people. Something about him attracted customers. Maybe it was his mysterious personality and his air of not giving a shit about anything. Or maybe it was the tenderness that came from a tough guy protecting a baby face. Whatever it was, the pub now had more visitors, and few of them complained when their order was wrong. Dabi liked his job. Well, he knew it was exhausting and the night hours weren't the best in the world. But it wasn't bad to know that there were people waiting to see him at work every day. Colleagues, regular customers. What he didn't expect was for them to set him up. Well, not just anyone. Izuku fucking Midoriya, also known as his adopted little brother or Pipsqueak, smiled at him from the other side of the nightclub as if he were a saint. And that only meant that something was going wrong. Not a minute later, the DJ appeared at the bar in a hurry and approached him desperately. "Man, I need help. I'm about to poop myself." I think something was off. His face contorted in pain as he spoke. "Dud, are you okay?" Dabi started to sweat. That damn angelic smile. It was clear that his little gremlin had something to do with it. "I'll be fine," the DJ promised, completely bent over the bar. "Go to the booth and act like you're playing man. You'd be saving my ass." Dabi didn't show any emotion. Inside, he wanted to strangle a certain person. "I don't know how to play." The DJ blatantly stole a bottle of water from him. "It doesn't matter, no one will notice," he said before leaving. The man left, and there were two paths in front of him to choose from. Maybe he could stay as a flirty and mysterious bartender. Or he could climb up and pretend to be a DJ. Staying would have been the sensible thing to do. But internally, Dabi was a drama king. What if someone offered him the spotlight among a bunch of drunk people and loud music? Well, Dabi was a showman by nature. The fire user climbed up high, checking the program playlist. Did he have to put on a show? Well, Dabi would give them a show. His personal little gremlin raised his thumbs, adding fuel to the fire. And suddenly, there was Dabi dancing around himself while pretending to play here and there. By the time the next song started, Dabi was already grabbing the microphone. "Mummy don't know daddy's getting hot. At the body shop, doing something unholy. Look, if the atmosphere was lively before, it was now heated." Maybe they would fire Dabi for getting on stage, microphone in hand, dancing as if the world were about to end. Singing with his dark and enticing tone just as the song required. By the time the song ended, Dabi had his own personal fan club. By the time the next one started, he was just about to get on the bar. By the time the DJ returned, Dabi had taken over the entire audience. When he returned to the bar, Dabi wasn't aware of all the changes that had happened in just 10 minutes. He was so surrounded by people that he didn't even realize how his personal gremlin disappeared through the wall. Dabi couldn't help but fall into the kid's distraction trap. Suddenly, he was with her boss, being yelled at to keep putting on more of a show if it meant selling more and more alcohol. That night, Dabi went home with more money in his pocket than usual and a half smile on his face. Technically, Izuku wasn't getting into any trouble. Technically, he was just doing a bit of breaking and entering. Well, after all he had done, sneaking into the house of the number 2 hero wasn't that big of a deal. It was nighttime, well, it was almost dawn. He would have arrived earlier if that DJ had drunk his full lactose-filled milk coffee a bit earlier. But it was all right. Izuku could continue with his plan. Because something very interesting had happened since the beginning of the day. He had met Dabi's brother, Shoto Todoroki. And well, he had to admit that the brothers were quite similar, especially in their stubbornness. But no, Izuku wasn't there to stalk Shoto Todoroki. I mean, Izuku was creepy, but not that kind of creepy. No, Izuku had something else in mind. Something much more fun than uncovering Todoroki's secrets. Izuku Midoriya opened the room door of Enji Todoroki's bedroom and closed it with a force that made the door crash loudly. By the time Enji ignited his flames, Izuku was in his invisible ghost mode, laughing heartily without anyone being able to hear him as he watched Enji Todoroki go on guard and yell at thin air. "Who's there? Natsuo, I swear." As soon as Endeavor turned on the room light, Izuku became tangible on the other side of the room and hit the switch, turning off the light. A quick move that the hero couldn't anticipate. The number 2 hero straightened up and walked heavily, making a lot of noise, while he turned the light back on, despite illuminating the room with his own flames. Izuku wasn't afraid of him. He couldn't see him, he couldn't touch him. So the boy went straight to the house's electrical panel and switched off all the automatics. Endeavor yelled, "Do you find this funny? Who dares to enter Endeavor's house? I'll kill," and other things he said. "Ha, kill Izuku? Good luck with that," the boy thought. Another door slammed open. "Can you shut up, old man? Some of us are trying to sleep." Oh well, that must be Natsuo Todoroki. Izuku approached the hallway, curious about the family's role. In his mind it looked like a documentary. The alpha male got agitated because he felt disturbed. The young male seemed annoyed by the old man's loud screams. In the middle of the argument, before it escalated, a petite figure appeared between both males. "Please, calm down. Maybe the circuit breaker tripped, and that's why the power went out. Calm down." The young woman who tried to soothe the situation by placing herself between both males. Oh, Izuku could get some popcorn and admire his masterpiece. But no, he couldn't make himself visible. That wouldn't be fun. What would be fun? Writing "Dad" with his finger on Endeavor's bathroom mirror, so when the hero took his shower, the message would appear. Now that was fun. And as the sun rose, Izuku left the Todoroki state, leaving almost the entire family arguing, while Shoto Todoroki left through the back door just to avoid seeing anyone in his family's face. It seemed like young Todoroki would arrive at UA much earlier than usual. As Izuku left, he danced the dance of chaos. Something that wasn't very pleasant to watch because of how poorly he moved compared to anyone. Izuku Midoriya had the gift of chaos, not dance. Most mornings had both insomniacs contemplating each other with tired eyes. They both normal sported a cat in their lap, a cup of coffee in hand and dark circles stamped permanently under their eyes. No, they didn't resemble each other in any way, they thought. No resemblances here. This morning had started off differently, and Hitoshi had been directed to the kitchen table after stumbling bleary-eyed out of his room. Mike was in the process of getting into his hero costume as he sagged into his chair and owlishly blinked at the table and breakfast in front of him. He admonished Shota with a similar bowl and a pointed look, "No jelly pouches this morning." A grumbled, intelligible reply was Shota's only response around his cup of coffee. Cup of coffee before he wolfed it down. He was out the door not even 10 minutes later. Hitoshi was eating his breakfast slowly. A bowl of cereal, yogurt, and fruits sat in front of him that he kept stirring with the occasional bite. Obviously, this wasn't his idea. Hisashi had made it his mission to ensure the family adopted healthy habits, fearing that Shinso would end up like Shota. The cup of hot coffee that was Hitoshi's normal breakfast was missing from his side, replaced with a cold glass of milk. Hisashi had nearly screeched his ears off in surprise when hearing about the amount of coffee he could drink in a day. The lecture that followed resulted in a restriction to the large amount of caffeine the teenager consumed because Hitoshi was apparently in a growth stage and blah blah blah. So there he was, stirring the cereal bowl with the promise that if he finished it and the bone juice, he would get his cup of coffee. It's worth mentioning that he had been sitting at the table for 20 minutes straight without any progress, lost in his mobile app. "Come on, Hitoshi, you won't have any energy later," Hisashi told him, placing a hand on his shoulder to encourage him to eat. Hisashi was a whirlwind in the morning getting his hero costume on, trying to find different items he kept in the front entryway or in his room. Shota would continuously chastise him for shedding his costume all over the apartment as he wandered in from his shift. The teenager didn't have the mood or the strength to manage any sound beyond a little grumble. "We'll be late." That came from the bathroom as the blonde attacked his hair and the atmosphere with extra strong hairspray. Meanwhile, Hitoshi kept scrolling on his phone like nothing was important in his life. Present Mike sighed and reminded himself that he was dealing with a teenager after all. Something he was used to dealing with as a teacher but not as a parent. Well, until 3 months ago, his only children were stray furballs that Shota snuck into the apartment when Mike wasn't looking. Obviously, Shinso wasn't a cat. Well, Mike hesitated for a moment. When he saw him licking the yogurt off the spoon like a feline testing whether something was edible or not. His eyes were narrowed in serious contemplation and his little nose even twitched. No, that was a semi-adult human with trauma that he had to take care of. "Come on, you can finish breakfast in the car," Mike conceded, approaching the teenager to swipe his mobile suddenly. Hitoshi's shoulders went rigid at his sudden approach, and as Mike reached for the mobile that he had been hunched over, he recoiled away from Mike on instinct. He could see the hero's motion freeze like his heart had skipped a beat. He had feared for a moment that Mike was going to hit him, and to be honest, for a moment Hitoshi did think that would happen. But Hisashi wasn't like the other families he had been with. Shota and Hisashi are nothing like the past families. Which meant many more unknowns in Hitoshi's book. "I'm sorry, Hitoshi. I didn't mean, it wasn't my intention. I won't do it again," the hero promised with a broken heart, seeing how the boy held his breath. The shame and guilt-lined Mick's face, the one hand holding the mobile frozen halfway to a pocket on his costume. Hitoshi watched him for a few more moments, as if trying to analyze the level of threat in front of him. Hisashi chose not to move, afraid of scaring him even more. After a tense breath, he tried to extend the mobile back, but the boy simply moved away. "I need to change," he said softly, avoiding Hisashi's gaze and disappearing into his room. Leaving present Mike feeling guilty in the empty room, mobile still in hand, and an unfinished breakfast going soggy on the table. A familiar tune interrupted his thoughts, and he flipped the mobile over to see a burning man singing and giving it his all. Uraraka had always considered herself a good girl. It had been clear from as far back as she could remember that she wanted to help her parents. She always remembered her small house, lonely from her parents coming and going, always exhausted from work. Her best childhood memories were the days when she could accompany her parents to work. Even if she just sat in a corner with a book, next to the radio playing music on a random FM station. She enjoyed being in the same space while her parents toiled away. Watching them put in so much effort to make ends meet, she had decided early in her life that she wanted to help them with her quirk. It was her childhood dream. Daddy, I can lift it. I can help," she often offered, cheeks puffed with concentration even though she knew she wasn't allowed to use her quirk. Her father always gently stroked her head. He had a delicate touch for someone with calloused hands. Nothing that really mattered to Uraraka. Her mother's hands were the same, and she gave the warmest hugs. "Baby astronaut, you have to dream of the sky," her father always told her. "Because on Earth, we're already here," and he would boop her nose, "Aim higher. Or you can always find a wealthy man," her mother would tease. Then her father would pout, pretending to be angry at those words, arms crossed with fake annoyance. Achiko's mother would end up giving him a kiss and telling him that she loved him even more than any imaginary rich man. Their eyes creased with unspoken laughter at the banter. But that didn't mean their daughter had to marry a wealthy man. The Uraraka family was a happy little trio, living in a small apartment in a small town. From a young age, Achiko wanted to give her parents the world. An island if necessary. A mansion, the best retirement they could wish for. Trips around the world, without a worry for cost or accommodations. But Achiko couldn't marry a rich man. Well, mainly the idea didn't excite her too much because it didn't sit right with her. Over the years, she pieced together clues as to why. Young Achiko, with more cheeks than eyes, knew she wanted to be the rich and powerful one. She wanted to earn it herself. Her parents worked with sweat and tears to put food on the table. Their effort and willpower ran in her veins. Achiko would strive and be her own savior. Wait a minute, that was it. The epiphany struck her one day, waiting for her parents to come home. She could become a hero. Growing up, on the other hand, meant realizing that no matter how many hours her parents worked, food was still scarce. Growing up meant realizing how her mother silently cried at night because the construction company that subcontracted them blamed them for making poor-quality buildings that were affected by villain attacks. Because in the adult world, there were insurance companies, and if there was even a slight chance to avoid paying, they would. And when the blame fell on the construction company with a reputation for subcontracting to make more gross profit, that company passed the buck to the subcontractor. All the paperwork proving all the budget cuts by the big company didn't matter. Or how they forced her parents to use lower quality materials despite their multiple warnings. Money always went away one way or another. And Achiko knew that from a young age. From the beginning, instead of going to pre-K or a kindergarten like the rest of the children, Achiko stayed with an elderly neighbor. Something that continued for years. She knew her textbooks were always borrowed. She knew she didn't live in the best neighborhood. She knew many of her neighbors were in similar conditions. Yes, Achiko Uraraka wanted to be a hero to take care of her parents and become rich. But Achiko Uraraka also wanted to be a hero for all those people who, like her, needed a hero to give them hope. And she was determined to be that hero. All Might just entered her life as a coincidence of fate. As a sign from destiny. It had been purely coincidental when she was coming home from school. A truck barreling out of control nearly sent multiple people to an ice sky when the number one hero appeared out of nowhere to prevent the impact, making the truck fall onto what appeared to be abandoned rubble. But that wasn't rubble, it was old Mr. Misho's home. Uraraka acted without thinking, ignoring everything else. She used her quirk to lift the truck, then the debris blocking his door, frantically searching and calling until she located him. She didn't care about the nausea, and fought against the strain it placed on her quirk as they made their way out of his demolished house. She didn't care if the police would find her. Uraraka only cared about the well-being of the elderly man. Fortunately, the man escaped with just a few scratches and a broken arm. That's when her mentor entered her life, right after apologizing for the inconvenience she would face with the police, but she didn't regret her decision. Mr. Misho was more important than any repercussions. In return, the hero said something that shattered all the young girl's preconceptions. Never be afraid to save someone, that's where a true hero's heart lies. When you act without even thinking. You remind me of a young man I met not long ago. All Might acknowledged, and I would like to train you to become the next number one hero. And well, Uraraka would like to say that she said yes and jumped full of joy, and everything in that moment was perfect. But in reality, that was the moment when her quirk said, "Enough is enough," and she proceeded to vomit onto the shoes of the nation's most influential hero. She had never been more embarrassed in her entire life. Uraraka straightened up with a smile and said yes before the hero could back out. Big hell. Am I letting this opportunity go? All Might, to his credit, didn't flinch. Well, he moved his foot a little and tried to discreetly shake off the vomit chunks, but he did his best to ignore the embarrassing situation. From there on, All Might became Tashinori Yagi, a flesh and blood person. And one for all became Ochako's goal. Nothing comes for free. Be careful. The teenager's words echoed in her head day and night. To date, Uraraka had been following All Might's American Dream plan, and the truth was, she was starting to dislike the United States. Running until you vomit, cleaning heavy appliances like washing machines and refrigerators while thinking about the states of the US? Well, it didn't inspire much. Maybe a tetanus booster was its true goal. But she knew it was necessary to achieve what she wanted, and if Achiko wanted to be a worthy hero, she would train no matter how demanding. It was a dream to think that All Might, out of all the dozens of heroes, would train her for almost half a year to prepare her for the UA entrance exam. It was incredible. She didn't mind waking up early and spending most of her time at the beach. The payoff would be worth it. And there was Tashinori, usually there to encourage her even if he often reminded her of a frail cheerleader. Her beach training was infrequently interrupted with a new character, a kid that could pop up out of nowhere. Must be an invisibility quirk, was the first thing she thought after being started one too many times. The mysterious green-haired boy only appeared when the hero wasn't around. The boy who seemed younger than Achiko but not by much. She noted he was always in the same clothes, a gray hoodie and blue jeans, with scuffed red sneakers. He reminded her of Mr. Misho. He probably didn't have a home, or maybe his home was complicated. Or both. Uraraka wanted to help him even though she didn't know how. Achiko kept waking up in the middle of the night with the memory of the boy's corpse lying on the beach. Don't go there. Don't trust. Be careful. The boy's voice continued to echo in her head. The image of a pale boy, skin dry and clinging to what little muscle remained. A decaying pineapple. She didn't know why, but she couldn't forget the pineapple. It was like a puzzle piece that didn't fit. But that hadn't been a nightmare. It had been real. Achiko Uraraka had seen Izuku Midoriya's ghost, and he had warned her to be careful with All Might. No, with Tashinori Yagi. Because the boy knew Yagi's identity, something that was a state secret. Uraraka Achiko was terrified. Ochako tried to warn the police, and when she was about to do it, when she gained the confidence to speak at the police station, Tashinori Yagi walked in through the door to take her away. Never before had Achiko Uraraka felt so powerless and so afraid at the same time. Her ideal dream had dissipated as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water over her because it was now that she realized how messed up the situation was. For the past few months, Achiko had been lying to her parents, telling them she was going to train, which was true, but without telling them where or with whom. And she didn't tell them because All Might had told her it was better to keep it a secret. 4 months, Achiko had gone every morning to a secluded place that was perfect for hiding a corpse. Because, in fact, that's what had happened. All Might had never planned to clean the entire beach or for Uraraka to clean it up so quickly. Achiko Uraraka was completely convinced that All Might had killed a boy. But she had no evidence, and we're talking about Japan's #1 hero, a beloved international icon. The same hero who had taken her out of police custody without even needing an ID. It was becoming more alarming. But at least she had gained some time. I need a little space to think. And prepare for the exam. I need time, she whispered with all the courage she had that morning, fearing that the hero would Detroit smash her out of existence. Uraraka steadied what strength she had to muster up the courage to buy some time. All Might put his hand on her shoulder. I'm dead. Whatever you need, young Achiko. I'm your mentor. I'll always be here for you, even if you don't see me, he promised her. You'll be the best hero this country has ever known. I truly believe that, right? Come on, I'll walk you home. Oh, damn, right, All Might knew where she lived and her family situation. That day, when she arrived home, her parents couldn't understand why their daughter was lying on the bedroom floor in a ball of anxiety and fear. Her parents could only hug her and be there for her. Sweetie, it's just an exam. I'm sure you'll get in, her mother tried to console her. If not, there are other schools, dear. Achiko cried in silence, feeling trapped and unable to tell her parents what she was afraid of. Not only could she not tell them, she couldn't tell anyone, right? Then came the UA exam, and with all the training, she aced it, but she didn't feel joy. No, Achiko couldn't feel elation at the acceptance letter. She only felt scared. A pit of fear pooling in her gut. Then came the first day of class, meeting new students and a new teacher. The novelty amidst the normal. The innovative part was being in the hero course and having to fight. Right off the bat, is this teacher serious? For her place to stay in the class. Now she sat in a hero school, a fortified building teeming with pros looking after them. Achiko hand felt this safe after months of living in anxiety. Yes, I can do this, she told herself. After class, I'll go talk to Eraser and tell him. She thought for herself. She will do it. Why? Here I am. Entering through the door like a normal person. Achiko paled and felt her stomach drop to the floor as the class erupted into cheers. Dabi was both angry and happy at the same time. Well, annoyed might be the word instead of angry. He was losing hours of sleep again thanks to a certain impertinent brat who wasn't coming home. In fact, when Izuku finally showed up at almost 8 in the morning, he found Dabi standing there with his arms crossed and a frustrated scowl on his scarred face. In any other family, you might expect the teenager to come home a little tipsy riding the high of an elaborate prank. In the Dabi Izuku family, things were a bit different. "Where were you?" Dabi questioned. Izuku immediately put on his poker face in response to the impromptu interrogation. "Out there," Izuku replied, squaring up his shoulders slightly underneath his hoodie. "Doing what?" Dabi pressed. "Things." He made a vague gesture with one hand before tucking it back into his hoodie. "Illegal things?" "Define illegal things," Izuku bravely replied, face impassive. Dabi briefly exploded in blue flames before extinguishing them a moment later. "Izuku, we agreed to keep a low profile for a while. And what you did tonight was anything but low profile," Dabi accused, pointing at him with his fingers still faintly smoking. Izuku pretended to be offended for at least half a minute, a hand coming up to clutch his dead heart dramatically. "Excuse me? Because I could swear the one going all out and not keeping a low profile was most definitely not me." Izuku stared pointedly at Dabi and tapped his jaw thoughtfully, each tap landing on where a staple would be. "Not that I'm complaining. I'm proud of my work. I'm sure it was inconspicuous enough." "Izuku, I told you not to do illegal things. Don't change the subject." Dabi was starting to smoke again, wisps drifting off his hair and hands. "You damn pocket-sized manipulator." Izuku Midoriya opted to do the most adult thing he could think of and stuck his tongue out at Dabi. "You're not my mother." It was a blanket statement, but the cold weight of it pressed into the open air. Dabi became exasperated. There were good days, bad days, mixed days, and days like these when Dabi felt like a single teenage mom. "And I'm not trying to be, I'm also damn proud you're not like me, you little brat. If you had turned out like me, Japan would be doomed," Dabi ranted. A hand came up to massage his forehead and eyes in a quick scrubbing motion. It dispersed the last of his smoke, and he dropped his hand to frown back down at Izuku. The little shit was smiling from ear to ear. "Your praise is enough to warm a corpse." Such a phrase, Dabi decided, should not be said from a kid with such malicious glee. Dabi cursed himself, knowing he had just added fuel to his own personal hellion. The detective and pro-hero were walking down one of the streets in Nagoya early in the morning. They had the whole day ahead of them, especially considering that today All Might would be teaching Class 1A. Both parties agreed to move forward with their new line of investigation, reopening an old case. "Do you think he's still around here?" the detective asked as soon as they arrived at the location, just after getting off the bullet train. The pro-hero grunted in response. He was grumpier than usual that morning because he hadn't received his usual morning dose of affection from his husband. So, now the rest of the universe would have to endure his bad mood. The first victim was Tsukauchi, who, after so many years of knowing each other, decided to make a quick stop at the nearest cafe. If Eraser hadn't said anything during the entire journey, only a coffee with lots of sugar could resurrect him. And, of course, both of them needed to cooperate if they wanted the investigation to proceed. The cafe was moderately busy, and Tsukauchi settled into a secluded booth with Aizawa across from him. The man in question was holding a mug of coffee like it was a lifeline. "I don't know, but at least the family is still here," Aizawa finally spoke after taking a few sips of the hot liquid. The seasoned detective thanked the gods that Eraser's will had returned to his body. "You haven't told me much," Tsukauchi remarked without attacking the pro-hero. "I would appreciate knowing a bit more about the situation before we show up at their doorstep." The hero grumbled again, this time even more reluctantly, as he hated to work without his daily caffeine fix. But he agreed because it made sense that his partner had the information he needed to assist with the interrogation. With the slow pace typical of mornings with a caffeine deficit, Eraser took a folder from his backpack. "This is a closed case already. The disappearance of a teenage girl almost a year ago," Aizawa informed him. "It has the same similarities: bullying at school, a questionable family environment, and a discriminatory quirk." Tsukauchi took the folder in his hands and opened it for the first time. This case had never reached his ears. He was only a detective, not a god. Toga Himiko, Naomasa read out loud. Quirk, transformation. She can transform into anyone by drinking their blood. Oh my god. Do you think this girl is Izuku? Eraser shrugged in his seat. It's a possibility. Think logically. Toga Himiko disappeared a year ago, shortly after Izuku Midoriya. Maybe they crossed paths and she saw an opportunity to become someone else. The detective looked at the hero in abject horror. He couldn't understand how Aizawa could talk so calmly about that possibility, especially considering the affection he harbored for Izuku. Our Izuku wouldn't kill anyone, the policeman defended him. Aizawa glared at him over the cup of coffee before setting it down. Of course, our Izuku wouldn't do something like that, Naomasa. But imagine that he found the body of a boy. Someone who didn't go back home and whom he could replace. That's something our Izuku would do. The detective let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. Izuku could be many things, like a vigilante, a fruit thief or a library arsonist, but not a murderer. We still don't know the cause of death of the body on the beach, Tsukauchi pointed out. Aizawa leaned closer to the detective across the table. Exactly. We don't know if it could have been suicide, negligence, or murder. We don't know because we don't have anything. Yet, the detective emphasized hopefully. Yet, the hero repeated with certainty. The detective left money on the coffee table. Now he had a clearer direction of where they were headed. Both adults got up from the table and walked side by side. Any relevant information about the case? Naomasa asked. It has a very similar pattern to Izuku's. According to the report, Himiko Toga argued with her parents and went to school. She never returned. The last clothes she was seen wearing were a middle school uniform. She's only a year older than Izuku. The hero handed him a picture of a school with a homeroom class group photo in it. Set apart from the main collective of students was a blonde girl with a small smile. Sharp canines poked out of her smile and her hands were folded in front of her, nearly obscured by the baggy cardigan she had on. Tsukauchi took the photograph and studied the girl's features. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything in her that reminded him of Izuku. Eraser? I don't know, I don't think. Think about it. Maybe that's why it was so hard to find Izuku outside his criminal activities. Perhaps because when he wasn't Izuku, she was being herself. No teenager could have such a wide control of her quirk to use it for hours. She may have run away from home because she couldn't bear the lie forever. The detective cursed in a low, dark voice. Logically, it did make sense after all. However, that didn't mean he liked the idea of an unknown girl pretending to be a dead person. Do we know how her quirk works? Eraser shook his head. Oh, there isn't much information on that. Or on anything specific. And that's why we're here, he said, announcing their arrival in front of a house in a residential neighborhood. Now, go and do your thing. The detective blinked in disbelief while looking at Eraser, who was relentlessly pointing at the house's entrance. Just above the mailbox, the sign read, Toga Family. The detective cursed again. Why did you make me come if you could do this on your own? Naomasa accused him. Because if I go in there alone, I might end up being the one who has to hide a body on that filthy beach, Aizawa said matter-of-factly. Fair enough. Naomasa could imagine that happening. The detective took a deep breath and composed himself. He rang the doorbell. Time to get some answers. Bakugo Katsuki walked through the halls of UA with his feet dragging and his hands in his pockets. It was the first few days of the school year, and the students' energy was still evident as they ran enthusiastically around the campus, exploring the place. Katsuki could see how all those extras around him lit up in the presence of the number one hero. Well, almost all of them. Everyone was excited about their new hero costumes because a glimmer of what they would become if they survived the next 3 years. Something that didn't worry Bakugo. You see, Katsuki Bakugo was and had always been a genius. Yes, he had been physically preparing for years to enter the world of heroism. He was determined to be the greatest hero the planet had ever seen. Everyone around him were just extras filling up space. That's what Bakugo really thought. He was someone who had never struggled with getting bad grades. Katsuki was one of those people who understood everything quickly. Well, mathematics, languages, geometry, things with logic and rules. Dealing with people and social integration had never been Katsuki's strong suit. He had always been treated like a future leader, admired as some kind of deity with his quirk. Everyone was certain about Katsuki's future. Everyone knew where he would end up, except for that stupid nerd. Damn, he was thinking about him again. And thinking about him made his nose hurt. It wasn't a physical pain. His nose had been fixed weeks ago, but his brain didn't get the memo. Katsuki cursed. He should be happy to be at UA, but he wasn't. Because every time he got distracted, he ended up thinking about that damn nerd. Because this year was the first time the school year had started, and Izuku wasn't there. And that was causing something in his chest that he didn't understand and that he hated. That damn nerd had been in Bakugo's life since they were toddlers. They had shared every first day of class. And now, for the first time, Izuku Midoriya wasn't in his life, and Bakugo couldn't stop thinking about him. Thinking about that nerd who always sat in class and muttered nonsense. That damn idiot who always seemed to be overexerting himself to try to keep up with others, not realizing he'd never make it. That damn idiot? Bakugo leaned his forehead against the cold metal of the locker. He had reached the changing rooms automatically, following those extras. He held in his hands the hero costume he had always dreamed of, and he couldn't feel anything. In his head, the image of the morgue table with Izuku's consumed body kept repeating. No, he would never have to share a class with the nerd again. And strangely, that made Bakugo nauseous. Hey, dude, are you okay? Someone asked. Bakugo grunted. A fucking course, I'm fucking perfect. Damn extras trying to take advantage of his moments of weakness. The others decided to leave him alone. Bakugo quickly changed before heading to All Might's class. When he arrived at the training ground, the students present were listening to praises from the new teacher about their hero costume designs. Some asked if the class would be different from Aizawa's. A few asked if they would be expelled if they didn't reach a certain score, like the day before. Bakugo just let out one of his characteristic TCH sounds and moved to the back of the class. The idea of expelling students who didn't measure up made it more appealing to him. He was tired of being surrounded by extras. Katsuki had yet to find a worthy rival. We'll have 2-on-2 simulation battles between villains and heroes, All Might announced. Katsuki didn't even smile at the idea of finally being able to beat someone up legally. Among those present, only 3 students remained in the back, observing All Might's explanation. Bakugo only had the strength to beat someone, not to endure their social enthusiasm and the like. He wanted to be a hero already, to prove he was the best, not to make friends. To him, he wasn't surrounded by classmates. They were extras. Extras who stood out more than in previous years, yes, but still extras. Bakugo could already identify that the blonde guy with a lightning bolt on his hair probably had an electricity-related quirk. Or the guy with sticky balls on his elbows. Or the one with multiple arms. Well, seeing them all so enthusiastic over a simplistic task made Katsuki want to explode their heads. Not that he would do it, but the urge was there. Bakugo was good at analyzing his surroundings. In his eyes, only 2 people stood out at that moment. Like him, only 2 people there didn't seem entranced by All Might. Only 2 people apart from him seemed to be on alert, expecting the worst. The candy stick and the round face. Both were silent, separated from the group in different areas. Something in their expressions made Bakugo not want to underestimate them. Not yet. Then we'll start with the hero-villain battle. As heroes, Todoroki Shoto and Toru Hagakure. And for the villains, Bakugo Katsuki and Mineta Minoru. TCH, it didn't matter who his partner was. Bakugo would win against the candy cane and the invisible girl alone. He headed towards the simulation building where the bomb they were supposed to protect was located. This exercise is stupid. If Bakugo were in a real situation where they were going to attack him, he would win because there was no other option. Even if he were pushed to his limits to surrender by a large group of heroes, their actions would still lead to his victory. It would be as easy as waiting for the vast majority of them to enter the building and then detonating the bomb with them inside. Because if Bakugo were to go down, he would be taking them down with him. That's just how he was. He had always been that way and it had always worked for him. Stay with the bomb. I'll take care of everything, barked Bakugo as he began to stretch, eager to finally clear his head. It should have been simple. He would defeat them in a matter of minutes. First, the candy cane, then the invisible one. Incredibly easy. The signal marked the beginning of the exercise. Katsuki would have only shit. Before he could realize it, Bakugo Katsuki had been immobilized in a massive ice glacier. Bakugo, the one who expected to win in a matter of minutes, had been defeated in seconds. The heroes win. Katsuki wanted to scream or cry. In one part of his mind was the reminder of Izuku, broken and trembling after Bakugo broke his nose. "You're not the center of attention, Kaken," furious green eyes judging him. Katsuki was entering an era of realizing that maybe, for the first time, he would have to work hard himself if he wanted to measure up to the rest. It was a horrible feeling that was eating him from the inside. It wasn't just the pain of the cold against his skin, or the stiff muscles. No, his ego was critically damaged. On the other side of the room, a brunette smiled hopefully. Because maybe with a classmate like Shoto Todoroki, they would be better suited to inherit One for All. She just prayed that All Might would change his decision on his own. Maybe Hitoshi was giving present Mike the silent treatment. He wanted to, and at the same time, he didn't. Toshi wanted to tell Hisashi that he needed some time to process all the conflicting feelings in his chest. But at the same time, he kept thinking that he could delayed 5 more minutes. And 5 more minutes were nothing more than that, just 5 more minutes. Which end in a lot of more than just 5 more minutes. Hitoshi ended avoiding all the glances that present Mike threw his way between classes. At lunchtime, he had avoided the hero who seemed to be looking for him again. Even in the hallways, he noticed Aizawa's gaze coming out of his 1A class. When they had returned home, he had locked himself in his room with the pretext of doing homework. Later, he claimed he wasn't hungry, had homework to do, or that the ceiling was something very interesting to look at. By the time evening came, both adults were quietly chatting in his room about something that Hitoshi was unable to hear. Any anger, stress, or intrusive thoughts were quickly pushed aside by the relentless search for more videos of the man dancing to Unholy on the bar. Before he could realize it, the sun was beginning to rise. That's when Hitoshi knew he had messed up. He hadn't managed to sleep at all. And the worst part was that, no matter how much he searched for videos about the fire user, the ones he found weren't very professional. But Hitoshi was content because he had hope. These videos meant that Izuku wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Somewhere out there was Izuku's homeless friend, and if anyone could know about his best friend, maybe it would be him. For now, he'd just have to grab a coffee and go through his 3rd day of class as if everything was normal, pretending that his dark circles weren't any wider than usual. Perhaps he could take a break during lunchtime and get some rest. "Good morning, Hito. Are you okay?" Hisashi immediately worried when he saw his face. Hitoshi tried to distance himself, his expression as if he had just licked a lemon. He didn't know how to express himself well, or rather, he feared that they would discover all his fears about being abandoned. Yeep, Hitoshi was internally panicking. "I'm fine," he hissed before escaping to the bathroom as quickly as he could. Eraser hugged his husband and gave him a tender kiss on the cheek. "We'll fix it. We'll talk about it tonight." His blonde husband nodded. Yes, they just had to be patient. And Hitoshi hated that because he had been in similar situations before. In the end, patience only led to more disappointment and more pain. It was better for the pain to come sooner rather than later. At least, Hitoshi survived the awkward morning, where breakfast awaited him as usual. Also, the weird morning classes. When your foster dad is also your teacher, sometimes the lessons could feel weird. Hopefully, the morning classes ended as usually. Perfect time to go and rest. He could deal with hunger later. Sleep, on the other hand, not so much. Not if he wanted to stay awake in the remaining classes. He leaned against the hallway wall and closed his eyes for a moment. Just a second was all it took to fall into Morpheus's embrace. There would be nothing in this universe capable of waking him up. Nothing that, you can't sleep here. Shinso felt a slight movement on his leg. Nothing he couldn't ignore and continue sleeping. Then the alarms went off. The truth was, even that wouldn't be enough to wake him from his deep slumber. Damn extra. Then something sudden did snap him back to reality, bewildered and confused. Someone had grabbed him by the jacket of his uniform and was dragging him along the hallway. Security Alert Level 3. Students, evacuate, was echoing in the background. Hitoshi looked around in confusion at the blonde guy pulling him along, expecting to be thrown aside or punched any moment. Only seconds later did he realize that behind him, a horde of students were running uncontrollably through the hallway. Hitoshi felt like he was in a scene from The Lion King. Come on, damn extra. Hitoshi managed to react, trying to get to his feet while stumbling. Shit. Come on, extra, run. Damn it. The blonde guy didn't let go of Shinso's jacket for a moment as he continued pulling him. Shinso ended up grabbing the guy's wrist while trying to make sense of where he was going, why, or what was happening. Hitoshi could only follow the blonde guy as they made their way through the doors to UA's outdoor courtyard. Then both of them stepped aside, allowing the rest of the students to start pouring out. Well, at least they tried to. There was a huge bottleneck in the hallway. Hitoshi sighed with relief as he collapsed on the ground, unable to believe it. In contrast, the blonde guy remained standing, panting. Who the hell decides to sleep in the middle of the hallway? Are you crazy or what? Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Relax, speaky boy, I didn't plan to feel like Mufasa during lunch break. Anyway, thanks and all. The blonde guy seemed to get even angrier than he already was, especially with his broad shoulders, hunched back, and how he moved like an angry gorilla. Damn extra. You almost died like a... Nah, I'd need something more to kick the bucket. Thanks though. The blonde guy cursed again before leaving Hitoshi lying there. And maybe it was just the press entering the campus, but Hitoshi didn't care. He turned over on the grass and closed his eyes to continue sleeping as if nothing had happened. What's the worst that could happen? Izuku had a lot of free time since he was a ghost. Nothing new in this story. His daily routine before the D-Day when they found his corpse was to watch the sunrise with his body, hide in the old karaoke place where Dabi lived, go to pick up Shinso from school, come back with Dabi, patrol Musutafu, and start over with the sunrise at the beach. But many things had changed. Well, not really. That would be a complete lie. Now, Izuku started his day in the cemetery where his body was buried, under the name Tuya Todoroki. He continued with his daily routine of walking through Tokyo as a ghost until around noon, which was when Dabi usually woke up. That was when Izuku started annoying the fire user with his presence, accompanying him to the nightclub where, increasingly, Dabi seemed to be flirting with everyone and dancing with his great charisma. Well, it was great to see Dabi having a good time, but the fact was that Izuku had been 14 for over a year and a bit more now. As a somewhat childish 14-year-old boy, he didn't quite enjoy nightclubs as much as the idea of going to beat up really bad people. But he couldn't. He couldn't because he had to keep a low profile. This brings us to Izuku's new hobby, annoying the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Sure, Izuku had his personal reasons. But who cares, he's dead, anything goes. Let's remember that Izuku is still 14 years old, and his hobby had now led him to be in the bathroom of the number 2 hero while adding salt to his aftershave lotion. He wanted to add dye or something to Endeavor's shampoo too, but that meant taking it from the outside and sneaking it into the house. Too much work for a ghost who couldn't touch things in his invisible state. But the time would come. His pranks were now limited to what he could do with what was available in the house, including adding chili to Endeavor's soap. He was grateful that the Todoroki mansion was large enough for each person to have their own private bathrooms. He could only imagine the accidents that could happen if it weren't. And well, he was discovering a new side of Dabi's life. There were nights when he spent part of the early morning in Dabi's old room, hitting the wall with a tennis ball. Every time Endeavor opened the door, he found nothing but emptiness, just a ball lying on the floor. But that didn't seem to be enough. Not when, on one of those nights with the ball against the wall repeatedly, Dabi's sister showed up. Fuyumi, he had learned her name on the first days annoying the family. The girl sat in a corner of the room, her back against the wall. And she cried. She cried uncontrollably in silence. Please, Tuya, if it's you tell me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Is it? Is it because of Shoto? Is it because of Dad? Why now and not before? Izuku felt bad about himself. The idea of his torment wasn't meant to make the rest of the family suffer, only Enji Todoroki. Is it because Shoto got into UA? Please stop. You'll only make Dad angrier and take it out on Shoto. Please, pray for us from the other side. Mom keeps asking about you. She's better, much better. She doesn't think about you being alive as much as before. Now, only on the worst days. Please, take care of us because I don't know how much more I can take, Fuyumi confessed with a broken heart. Izuku approached the woman. She had the same eyes as Dabi, but hers were warm and filled with pain, drowned in tears. Sobbing silently while biting her forearms so no one else in the house could hear her lament. The ghost became tangible and visible for just a second to wipe away her tears. Fuyumi gasped in surprise, but by the time she opened her eyes, there was nothing in front of her. I'm sorry, Fuyumi, Izuku said from his ghostly state, being invisible and incapable of being heard. But I can't stop. I'll save you, I promise. Just wait a little longer. I'll find a way, Izuku promised her. That day, when he got back to the apartment he shared with Dabi, he went straight to hug his older brother. At first, Dabi thought it might be some kind of trap, and that Izuku was just trying to stick something to his back. But in the end, he accepted the hug, strangely comforting his brother. Izuku had a new goal in mind. He would save the Todorokis and make Endeavor bald. Aizawa had just arrived home when he encountered the little disaster in the kitchen. Mike, his beloved and adored husband. His naturally messy blonde hair. Especially messy when he was in the kitchen. Don't get me wrong. Both of them, the married couple, the eraser Mike, the duo of sexy teachers, both were a disaster in the kitchen. The difference was that Shota usually either burned everything he touched, made it taste bland, or just had laziness and ended up eating jelly pouches. But Hisashi was another story. Hisashi was the creative type. The kind who, when he felt like innovating, overdid it. The last time had been with Izuku, and the poor kid ended up being the little chef responsible for making sure that day nobody ended up in the hospital with gastroenteritis. But now, it was just him in the kitchen. Zashi? Are you okay? Did something happen? Aizawa asked. The blonde raised his face, completely covered in chocolate. He had a sad pout that made his eyebrows tremble and his lips quiver. Shota? Yes? Shota? Aizawa responded, trying to be patient. Shota, the blonde threw himself into his husband's arms. Aizawa rolled his eyes while he picked up his husband. I'm right here. Is this about yesterday? He tried to redirect his husband. The blonde buried his face in his husband's neck. Yes. Hitoshi got angry with me, and now he hates me. Aizawa rolled his eyes, not believing a word. It's not that he didn't trust his husband, but he knew him very well, and he often tended to exaggerate. That's how he knew him, and that's how he fell in love. I don't think that's going to happen, Zashi. Tell me what happened. Clear and concise. Aizawa didn't expect to be mediating between his husband and their son so soon. In fact, the bets had always been the other way around. Mike used to be the friendlier of the two. Well, not used to, he still was. Hisashi was the life of the party. He just got stuck with those who were like Shota, the ones who were consumed inside, kept everything to themselves and couldn't open up. It's like I told you, he doesn't talk to me. He avoids eye contact with me in class, Shota. He doesn't want to eat, he isn't sleeping, not at night. Cementos complained that he nodded off in his class. Has Hitoshi talked to you? Because he hasn't to me. What if we're doing it wrong? Shota, what if he thinks we're going to do the same as the other places the poor little listener's been? What if he thinks we don't want him? What if he leaves like Izuku? Stop right there. It's your anxiety talking. Izuku is a special case. I'm working on it. Naomasa and I are investigating it. Hitoshi is Hitoshi, and Izuku is Izuku. Shota, you weren't there seeing that terrified face when I took his phone. Shota, he was terrified. What if he doesn't want to live with us? Like Izuku, but that part went unsaid. It wasn't necessary. Not between them. Specifically, the night before, Aizawa had been updating his husband on the case. They had an unspoken agreement not to talk about Izuku in front of Hitoshi. Their runaway son's case was between the two of them. Hitoshi had enough on his plate already. But in one thing, Shota was right. Hitoshi wasn't Izuku. If something wasn't working, it needed to change. Zashi, breathe. We'll fix it. Like adults. So start by fixing this whole mess. Aizawa pointed to the general chaos in the kitchen before making his husband let go of his embrace. I'm going to talk to Hitoshi. We'll all discuss it as the family we are. If Hizashi thought he had ever loved Shota with all his heart, at this moment, his heart told him plus ultra and shouted at him that he would marry his husband again in this life and the next and all the lives after that. The blonde wiped his tears away with an infinite affection for his husband before obeying him and starting to clean up the chaos at the kitchen. His insomniac husband gave Mick's shoulder one final squeeze before heading to their children's room. Well, the room of one of their sons. Soon it would be plural. He knocked gently on the door before opening it. He didn't expect to find Hitoshi there, nervous, with a phone flying between his trembling hands until it ended up in the pocket of his pants. Aizawa looked at a fixed point on the wall for a moment. No, Shota refused to go through the phase where he found his son looking at inappropriate things on his phone. Nope, he wasn't going to go through that. And from Hitoshi's blush, it seemed like his son didn't want to go through it either. So, Shota cleared his throat, as if nothing had happened, and leaned against the door casually. Can I come in? Hitoshi blinked a couple of times before reacting. Yeah, I mean you're already inside. Shota scratched the back of his neck, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He wasn't the one for words, that was Mick's role. But being in a partnership meant that if one couldn't, the other took over, right? I wanted to talk to you. I know I've been busy lately, and the situation is weird and strange. It must not be easy. But I want you to know that we're here for you, Shota said, slowly approaching where Hitoshi was before sitting next to him on the bed. The room had changed over the 3 months that Hitoshi had been in the house. Now, it had a blanket with constellations. Posters of singers covered the walls, singers that Shota didn't recognize. It wasn't that Hitoshi had a specific and unusual taste, it was just that Shota was a social hermit who didn't care about much. Famous people were included in that list. Hitoshi looked at Shota for a moment before averting his gaze. His father could understand that Hitoshi felt more guilty than angry. That was his son's super emotional response. Shota tried not to laugh. Something that didn't go unnoticed by his son. But how could he not laugh? Hitoshi was too much like his father. So much so that sometimes Shota was strongly tempted to get a paternity test. Are you laughing? No, nope, no, Aizawa denied, biting his lip to stifle his laughter. Then he took a deep breath to try to be more serious about the situation. I want us to talk and stuff. As a family. Because it's weird for everyone. Weird doesn't mean bad, the pro-hero hastened to clarify. Just unfamiliar. I'd like you to feel comfortable talking about whatever you need and how you feel. Eraser didn't want to broach the topic of, I think I just caught you watching a video of a guy dancing. No, he wasn't ready for that conversation yet. And if his son wanted to tell him he was gay, there wouldn't be a problem. For obvious reasons, slay. He would just wait until his son felt ready for it. Okay? Shota glanced sideways at his son, who seemed more uncomfortable than a cat in a bathtub. That's why I would appreciate it if you told us when you're uncomfortable or if we're doing something that upsets you. We want you to find this apartment a home and us a family. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow skeptically. Is this because of the other day? The phone thing? Aizawa proceeded to mimic his teenage son's responses. Yep. Don't say that, the embarrassed teenager complained. You're too old to use that vocabulary. Nope, Aizawa resisted with a sadistic smile popping it. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and playfully shoved his father before grabbing his stuffed cat. The same cat that had been Izuku's idea. Hitoshi squeezed it nervously in his hands. I'm sorry, he said in a whisper. I overreacted. I won't do it again. Hey, no, Toshi. Shota hurried to put his hands on the teenager's shoulders, trying to lift him up. You have every right to explode, to feel overwhelmed. I just mean that you should talk to us so we can change things or understand you. Okay? Okay, the teenager took a little while to respond. Sure. Yes. Sure? Sure. Hitoshi sighed, making a face. Yes. Aizawa felt satisfied. He placed a hand on the boy's back, and before he could react, Hitoshi was leaning his forehead against his shoulder. And there they were, in a strange but comfortable half-hug. Shota's chest squeezed with feelings he could recognize as happiness, approval, and more energy than any double coffee. He hugged his son tightly, squeezing him against his chest. "Now, please," Shota pleaded, "go and make things right with Zashi, or else we'll all end up with severe gastroenteritis in the hospital, and that's not the family bonding plan I had in mind." Hitoshi laughed at that all-too-accurate comment. No, he didn't have 5 more minutes. The silent treatment was over already. Well, they didn't even have 5 more minutes, given that he could hear an indignant blonde from the other side of the house. "Shota! Shit, he heard me," he whispered to his son as if he were his accomplice. "Child, are you all alone here? Where are your parents? Do you want a sweet? I have a lot of candies in my car." Midoriya raised his head from his position. A second ago he was petting a cat on the street, and now there was a tall shadow above him. It should be said that his mother had prepared him many times for that kind of situation. Situations where strangers would offer him drugs, sweets, or anything. The answer was always the same: run away as fast as he could. Well, Izuku Midoriya, instead of screaming and running, smiled like an inoffensive angel and got up from the ground, saying goodbye to the cat with a caress. "Yes, I'm alone," Izuku responded in a more childish tone than usual. "Do you like lollipops?" Izuku nodded in agreement. The man extended his hand, and the 14-year-old preteen, shorter than the average Japanese, accepted it. "Well, you're going to love everything I have. Come, we are very close." Yep, Izuku popped at the end of the word. Izuku followed him, jumping in happiness in the direction that the man was taking him. Today was a wonderful sunny day, perfect for holding hands with a pedophile. Oh, how Dabi was going to be pissed off when or if he told him. No, better not said any word about it. The stranger stood in front of a white regular van with dark windows. Wow, a dark one was more expected. The movies tended to always make them black. What a scam. The man opened the sliding door. "I have the sweets right here." Izuku jumped, showing the joy of a child on Christmas morning. "Great." He proceeded to get into the car without hesitation. There was a slight confusion on the man's face, as if it were too easy. But you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. He closed the door, and he had the child he wanted. Now it didn't matter how much the child kicked or screamed. The boy had already entered the lion's den. Now he couldn't get out. Or rather, the pedophile was digging his own grave. Izuku lay down on the floor of the truck without eating anything at all. Inside there was a ton of chocolates, gummies, everything. Nothing that got his interest anyway. Izuku became intangible but still visible. He stared at the roof of the van the entire way to wherever they were taking him. The ex-vigilant was very calm with the idea that that day he could break a couple of bones of a sexual predator before handing him over to the police. The truck stopped as soon as it entered the basement of a building on the outskirts of the city. "Hey man, where were you?" Izuku heard another voice from his position. Izuku pouted in boredom. He wanted to gossip too. So he became invisible and moved to the front of the van. "You know, getting a little dessert?" the kidnapper said sarcastically. The new man made a disgusted face. "Fuck, how disgusting." Anyway, Zukoka called. He has been told by a friend who knows a friend that they are asking for people for a super easy job. "It's your style," the boy, somewhat younger than the kidnapper, pointed out. "It's to beat up some brats?" The man rolled his eyes. "I want to give them love. A special love. Not just punch them." The man corrected him with a tone. Both Izuku and the new man grimaced in disgust. "Oh yes, boy was I going to enjoy breaking that man's bones. Look, dude, it's an easy job. Easy money. Beating up some kids? Do they really need that many people for that?" The man in the window grimaced uncomfortably with the kidnapper. "Whatever. I'm going. I'll leave in half an hour with or without you," he said before slamming the car door in farewell. The man muttered something about young people being disrespectful before starting the car to finish parking it. Izuku watched as the man parked and put on gloves, all so calmly, as if he had done it so many times before. Opening the glove compartment and pulling out a taser. Oh, Izuku thought to himself. So, that's how he prevents kids from screaming when he transports them from place to place. The man left the taser on the seat for a moment while he looked for some zip ties in the same place he had taken the weapon. "We've arrived at the candy factory, kid. Are you still awake?" Izuku became visible and tangible again, grabbing the taser quickly. "Yes, you son of a bitch, wide awake," he said before pressing the taser against the man's neck. He pressed the button once, twice, 3 times. Well, he kept pressing the button until the man, after convulsing, stopped moving altogether and fell unconscious on the steering wheel. Izuku quickly moved him back to avoid any noise. He grabbed the zip ties and tied the man's wrists tightly until they turned red. Izuku looked disappointed at the man. It had been too easy. He didn't know if the man was inept or if Izuku had just had a lot of practice by now. Either way, Izuku wasn't very satisfied. He took the man's phone and unlocked it with his fingerprint. 911, what's your emergency? Izuku got into character again, using his childlike voice. Hello. I need help. A man put me in the back of his van. Please help. Tell. And he hung up the phone and put it in the man's pocket, patting him on the head. Sleep well, dirty pig, they'll get you soon. If not, I'll come back for you and break every bone in your body. Now, I have to go see what your friend is up to? Well, yes, today Dabi was going to kill him as soon as he found out. Well, maybe if Izuku never told him any of that he wouldn't find out, right? Right? Yes, Izuku was an optimistic type. And with his optimism, he followed the man he had seen earlier. The accomplice. Let's see what they were planning with beating up children. Izuku would have to teach them some manners. And he would be happy to do so. Aizawa had been a teacher at UA for several years already. One of the intensive lessons he liked to give at the beginning of the semester in the first year took place at the USJ. It was a rescue-based training, perfect for bringing down the overconfident kids who were eager to fight and be heroes. No, the first lesson always had to be about evacuation and the various protocols for saving civilians. That's what the USJ field trip was for. What he didn't expect to happen was turbulence in the air that opened a portal. Of course, among all the quirks a villain could have, teleportation was one of the rarest, most unique and dangerous ones. And, of course, a villain had to possess it. Attacks on UA were not common but not impossible either. It had happened before. That's why the school had a high-security system that allowed only those with proper credentials to enter. That's also why, when they ventured off campus, they always went out in groups of 3 heroes for a group of 20 students. Hold on. Those are real villains. But right there were only 2 heroes in a vast and open area to cover. And about 19 inexperienced fledglings who were nothing more than cannon fodder. 13. Protect the students? Aizawa wasn't going to let any of them get hurt. Eraser put on his yellow goggles, and his weapon, the capture scarf, began to glide around him. The large group of villains received the order from their leader to attack. Eraser was not in a good position right now. He was a hero who relied on stealth and catching opponents off guard. But the ones caught off guard were them, the good guys. First rule of the hero world. Things rarely went as planned, but they had to continue anyway. That's what the professional did. Put aside the desire to go home to his husband and son to do his duty and protect the kids. Because those brats, those teenagers, had families to return to. Eraser would give his all to make sure those kids, who played at being heroes in those silly and uncomfortable costumes, made it out safe and sound. Aizawa prepared to fight tooth and nail until help arrived. It could be 5 minutes or 5 hours. He had to hold out. Fighting by hitting anyone who came at him, hitting more than one at a time, moving as if he were dancing, agilely weaving through his opponents while ensnaring them with his capture scarf, pulling them to the ground. Trying to strike at the areas he knew would weaken his opponent easily. And when he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel after so many low-tier villains, reality hit him like a truck. Well, more like in the form of a semi-adult addicted to video games with significant nutritional deficiencies according to his scrawny build and with a severe utopian dermatitis from how he scratched his neck. Probably in need of a shower and a lot of moisturizer. 3, 2, 1. Even though the pain shot up inside his bone to his neck when the villain began disintegrating his elbow, Eraser didn't scream. The next thing happened very quickly. He had gotten his hopes up too quickly with the idea that he could control the area for the necessary time. Hope was a bitch. By the way, hero, I'm not the final boss, warned Shigaraki, pointing to the strange black beast with a beak and an open skull. The same size as All Might. For one endlessly long second, Shota saw that he wouldn't make it to his retirement. Eraser didn't have time to analyze before that monstrous thing tried to grab him. It wasn't in Eraser's skill set to defeat a monstrous creature if he couldn't erase its quirk. And so far, Eraser had never been able to erase a mutation quirk like the strange individual seemed to have. Eraser was willing to die if it meant his students would survive. He was prepared to die fighting. What he wasn't prepared for was to hear a sharp scream of pain cutting through the entire atmosphere of the USJ Plaza. A scream very similar to that of a desperate little girl. Except that there were no kids under 15 there, right? Right? Of course not. Well, technically, yes and no. Because that scream came from the MIDI villain. Tearing in pain because hanging from his back was a figure that Shota Aizawa recognized very well. He recognized him very well. About 5 feet tall. Gray sweatshirt and blue pale jeans. A mane of unruly green hair. And 100% a problem child. Shota was left breathless. After more than 3 months of searching, there he was. His problem child. Hanging on to Shigaraki. Or rather, biting Shigaraki's shoulder with force, making him bleed from the bite. And Aizawa screamed as he saw that monster approaching his child, instinctively activating his quirk. But as always, the boy didn't disappear, and luckily Shigaraki's hands touched Izuku to throw him away or disintegrate him. However, the villain's quirk never got a chance to activate. So, he only managed to get the boy off him and throw him to the ground. Well, Eraser's so cool. But your quirk won't be able to do anything against my Nomu. Nomu kill the kid? Izuku, who had rolled on the ground, stood up before he could even hear how fast the Nomu was approaching. Aizawa's heart stopped for a moment when he saw that the monster charging at his child. Izuku! Aizawa had experienced countless losses in his life, with Oboro being one of the most impactful. It had torn him apart for years. But he never would have imagined that there could be a worse pain than that, until that moment when all he could see was the monster. At that moment, Shota couldn't think about anything else. The rest of the USJ seemed to have gone silent around him. The sounds were completely muted. He couldn't even hear 13 or the other students. Not even Shigaraki's laughter. No, at that moment, blood drained from Shota's face as he imagined Izuku's body lying on the ground, bloodied by the impact. Unconscious and motionless. As pale as a beach corpse. For a moment, Shota swore that his heart had stopped beating. Then, in the next moment, a lively Izuku went through that monster as if it were a wall. Just as he always did. With a cocky smile while he looked at that thing called Nomu. "Oh, I was wondering earlier. Are you sure this is a person?" the boy asked as if it were a class. Then their gazes met. Izuku's green eyes were tinged with embarrassment. "Oh, hi, Eraser. It's been a while, huh? He will kill him." Eraser was going to kill him. Oh yes, as soon as that attack was over. He was going to kill him and then resurrect him and take him home. But for the moment, Shota couldn't help but cry from relief at seeing his child safe. Izuku. But whose kid is this? Shigaraki complained, trying to catch the boy without success. His hands only found nothing. Every time he tried to disintegrate in vain. What kind of trick are you using? Are you one of those random heroes in training? Izuku then turned his attention to the villain. He seemed hurt. "I came with you," the boy falsely complained. "It's not my fault you take in anyone and treat them like stupid pawns. Then don't complain if someone turns their back on you and bites you." Literally was unsaid. The semi-adult got angry and launched as many attacks as he could without even touching anything, getting even more frustrated by each try. By the time Shigaraki got tired of seeing the boy doing nothing with his hands in his pockets, he was already panting. In contrast, the boy, as soon as the villain stopped to catch his breath, delivered a precise punch to Shigaraki's entire nose. Even Aizawa could hear the sound of Shigaraki's nose cracking from a distance. Awaya. The Nomu lunged to protect its master. Unfortunately, just like Shigaraki, it couldn't do anything when the boy disappeared. Kurogiri, he broke my nose. The stupid kid broke my nose, Shigaraki screamed like a little child, even though there was no Kurogiri nearby to assist him. Aizawa was still in shock, unable to react. His child had been there, just a few meters away from him, and now. This, Eraser, Izuku's voice whispered behind him. The boy was curled up behind him as if he was trying to avoid being seen by the villains. Before I came, I already warned the police. Hold on a bit longer, please. Hold on for Zashi and Toshi. And for me. Oh, Eraser was going to strangle him with a loving hug. He was sure of that. The boy disappeared again as the pro-hero nodded. Shigaraki continued to rant and rave. Oh, come on, it's just a nose, Izuku told him, appearing again on the Nomu's shoulders. Hey, can this thing think for itself? The Nomu tried to shake the teenager off in vain. Instead, Izuku patiently waited for the creature to stop trying to attack him, and then he put a finger into its brain. He didn't know what to expect from that gesture, but barely 2 seconds later he was standing to the side, suffering from disgust at having touched something viscous, wet, hot, and soft. If anyone cared about the Nomu, the poor hybrid had regenerated super quickly. Ha! You can't beat my Nomu. It's the perfect creation to defeat All Might. Izuku, still on all fours, feeling nauseous, looked at the villain as if he were stupid. Let me get this straight. The green-haired boy swallowed hard to keep his nausea in check and stood up, regaining his composure. You created a killing machine with extra strength and regeneration? To kill All Might? And you decided to attack a school with low-tier villains? To kill All Might? Are you dumb or? That didn't seem to sit well with the villain. Aizawa got up, sweating and holding his arm against himself. Just a few minutes earlier, Shigaraki had tried to disintegrate him. But now, any pain became insignificant if Izuku was involved. Damn NPC. Who do you think you are? You pretended to be part of my party. Izuku shook his head. He was trying to buy time, and Aizawa had to admit that he was too good at it. Terrifyingly good. Yes, Eraser was used to Izuku's vigilantism activities, but those villains were on a whole different level. Well, no. I snuck in and followed you here. I was curious, the boy admitted with an innocent and childlike voice. The plan was a bit absurd since the first moment. Well, wait. He turned to Eraser as if he suddenly remembered the adult was there, fixing his gaze on him. I snuck into their meeting when I was following a suspect who was friend with a pedophile. But all good, he gave context to the pro-hero, showing that he really cared whether Eraser believed he was part of the villains. And you know, the plan is pathetic, he said, addressing the villain again. You want to attack the #1 hero when there are 2 other heroes on the scene and about 20 students? That's basic math, Shiggy. He took liberties to scold him. A pro-hero can handle more than several good-for-nothings. Not to mention that even the students are beating your minions up. You can't just pick anyone. Besides, paying a hefty sum? I don't know what surprises me more. That nearly 100 people fell for it, or that you weren't afraid they'd turn on you. And that caught the attention of several villains who were lying on the ground. They didn't understand the teenager, but his way of speaking captivated anyone as if he had full confidence. My plan is perfect. Shiggy stomped his foot like a child. What do you mean? One of the villains asked, sitting up among groans. Izuku ignored the man-child and turned to the crowd of semi-conscious villains thanks to Eraserhead. He's going to leave you hanging. He never intended to pay you. Probably his escape plan is to leave you behind and get away with that purple cloud over there. The little gremlin dropped the spoiler pointed to the entrance where the cloud villain was fighting against 13. Shigaraki gasped in surprise. Now you're spoiling my plans? What are you? A hidden mini-boss? Izuku sighed as if he were tired of dealing with the Hands villain. Pikes. I'm 5 feet 3 inches. Not a mini-boss. I'm Izuku. I'm more of a joker, I'd like to say. And oh, suggestion, before involving innocent kids who have nothing to do with your nonsense, I'd try attacking the #1 hero in his home while he sleeps. I don't know, it would be much more effective than at a hero school with, well, heroes and all. Izuku. Eraser scolded him, exasperated. The boy cursed when he saw the man-child raise his gaze, acknowledging Shota's existence once again. The villain's twisted smile didn't please either of them, father and son. Maybe I can't attack you, but I can certainly put an end to that hero you admire so much, can't I, mini NPC? Izuku moved with determination to stand between Shigaraki and Eraser. If you do, nothing will stop me from sticking my finger in your brain like I did with the Nomu, the boy threatened in low voice, his gaze as serious as Eraser had ever seen. I doubt you both share the regeneration quirk. Not when you're still bleeding from the nose, and it's just as crooked. Judging by the contorted expression on Shigaraki's face, Izuku knew he had hit the mark. And that made the boy smile from ear to ear, happy to be recognized for his abilities. Well, let's leave Izuku and his distorted realities aside, while there was a villain having a tantrum in the background. It's not fair. He's cheating. Sensei didn't talk about a mini-boss. Izuku didn't even bother to dodge Shigaraki and his murderous hands. No one could reach him if the vigilante didn't want to be reached. And by the time Shigaraki tried to pass through Izuku to get to Eraser, the boy grabbed him by the hood and threw him far away with all his strength. It was like seeing a kitten held by the neck, but instead was a preteen scolding a semi-adult. Moreover, the Nomu, no matter how hard it tried to defend its master, had the same problem as him. Izuku was unattainable. Literally. It looked more like a scene from a comedy than a serious fight. Eraser, with a bleeding brow, was struggling to control his uncontrollable tic. Shigaraki complained, but his raspy voice faded into the background when a melodic and soft voice sounded. The Beach Boy. Izuku got distracted from his own fight. There was something about those words that made him react as if they were shouting his name. But there she was, a girl dressed entirely in pink in a galactic outfit. Izuku could clearly see 13's influence on the costume choices. Peach girl, Izuku muttered. Izuku, don't get distracted. Eraser yelled, fearing that the boy would end up in the hands of the villain. Shigaraki lunged at Izuku from behind, stumbling. It was a strange sensation for both of them, especially frustrating for the villain, but it presented a golden opportunity to get closer to Eraser head again. Izuku often got distracted in battle, admiring the movements and skills of his opponents. Usually, nothing happened because he was the only one present, Izuku and his unstoppable ghost quirk. But this time was different for obvious reasons. The equation was completely different from what he usually did as a vigilante in the area. So far, Izuku had only intervened when Eraser was in danger. He had wanted to be a silent guest at that party, fighting in secret against villains or being the guardian angel of the teenagers, like a stealthy ninja without anyone seeing him. But Izuku never got what he wanted. And now, he was in the middle of the fight. Not only in front of Eraserhead's eyes but also in front of students. There were students there, living students who could stop being alive very easily. Something Eraser understood better than Izuku, given how quickly he reacted when Shigaraki's pet moved toward his student. Izuku had always been a big fan of Eraserhead since he first met him. But it was in moments like these that Eraser reminded him why he was such a fan. While Izuku was distracted, Eraser turned his body to kick Shigaraki while his capture scarf enveloped the Nomu. Even with all his strength, Eraser couldn't stop that creature, but the pain in Eraser's voice made the monster react quickly, turning to protect its master. Izuku could hardly react. He barely realized what was happening around him, with everything moving so fast. The monster turned swiftly in its path, slamming into Eraser. Zawa! Someone shouted. No, Izuku shouted, but his brain couldn't even process it. There, on the ground, was Eraser, bleeding as if he had just been hit by a truck. Izuku had to get that creature off Eraser before it moved again, before it struck him again. The ghost ran towards Shigaraki and punched him in the jaw, causing the dead hand he held to be thrown aside and throwing the villain to the ground. The monster stood still, awaiting its master's orders. Except that this time, its master was too preoccupied to react. Not when Izuku was on top of him, straddling Shigaraki and continuing to punch him repeatedly. Izuku grabbed the fallen hand and quickly slammed it into the villain's face. Bad boy. You're terrible. You don't deserve anything good. Izuku shouted without thinking as he continued to pummel Shigaraki's face with the dead hand as if he were challenging the villain to a French duel. You don't deserve me to stop. Izuku screamed on top of the villain. Brat. I'll end you. Shigaraki screamed from the top of his lungs. Izuku continued to hit him relentlessly, blind from the anger. Brat? You're hardly older than me. I'll kill you all. At that threat, something snapped in Izuku's head. Without even having time to think, he shoved the dead hand into the villain's mouth, silencing him. Izuku couldn't bear to hear more obscenities coming out of that foul mouth. Death was not something to be taken lightly, and Izuku knew it all too well. Death was a permanent state, something not to be threatened so casually. Not to the ones that's still alive. In one of their struggles, Shigaraki, the villain, managed to push Izuku away from him, sitting on the ground. Izuku quickly got back on his feet, ready to pounce on the villain with relentless energy. But the villain raised his hand, trying to create some space between them. If you attack me again, I'll tell the Nomu to kill the girl or the pro hero. You can't touch me, but you can't split yourself, can you? Izuku spat on the ground, furious like a rabid animal. If you do anything stupid, I swear I'll turn your brain into Gruyere cheese, he reiterated his previous threat. The villain seemed to give a confident smile, even though his opponent was a 14-year-old kid. Shigaraki didn't see him as a child but as a hidden character. For a long moment, they stared at each other in a silent battle, until a loud crash shattered that false stillness. Fear not, for I am here. Oh, there was All Might, and no, he wasn't smiling. Finally you show your face. Nomu, kill him. Both colossal masses collided in the middle of the plaza, creating a gust of wind. Izuku no longer mattered to the villain. Not when the main target just arrived, late as always. And the young vigilante no longer saw the villain as a problem because there was something that terrified him even more. He turned pale. Izuku paled upon seeing the symbol of peace right in front of him. So he did the best thing he knew and vanished as quickly as he could. Izuku disappeared like a coward, leaving Shigaraki and the Nomu at the mercy of the #1 hero. He turned invisible, feeling that everything around him was either moving too fast or too slow, drowning out all sound as both behemoths collided with each other, crashing into each other. Izuku only reacted when his eyes met the motionless body of Aizawa. Aizawa. How could he ever look Hisashi in the face again? How could he when his husband was bleeding out on the ground in the midst of a Titan's battle? No, Izuku needed to do something. He forced himself to put one foot in front of the other until he found himself falling to his knees next to Eraser's motionless body. He became visible and tangible and couldn't hold back his sobs any longer, collapsing while hugging his almost adoptive father. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, you have to hold on. You have to hold on and get home to Zashi and Toshi, the boy begged amidst his tears. He seemed to have lost all his courage in an instant. He cried, sobbed uncontrollably, hugging Eraser with all his strength, drowning in his own tears. He couldn't lose Shota. He couldn't shatter another family because he got distracted. He couldn't do that to Toshi and Zashi. Zashi. Eraser's hand rested on the boy's head. It takes a lot more to kill me, problem child. The hero talked with a rasped voice for the effort of fight for being conscious. Eraser, the boy whimpered, hugging him even tighter despite his protests. If I knew I had to get hit to see you, I would have done it a lot sooner, the teacher admitted with a tone much warmer than any of his students could ever imagine hearing. Zawa, don't say that. Not even as a joke, the boy protested while sniffing. Eraser tenderly and delicately caressed the boy's cheek, as if he feared the boy might disappear completely. Izuku lent himself to the soft touch of the pro hero. I've been searching for you like crazy. How are you? Have you been eating well? You know you can always come back home. We're waiting for you, Izuku. Toshi and Zashi are waiting for you. That completely squeezed Izuku's heart. Just the thought of going back and reuniting with his family. That loud blonde who looks like he sings in the shower. With Toshi hugging Sushi on the sofa, making a blanket fort for the two of them. But that wasn't for Izuku. No, that was for the living. And Izuku wasn't alive. I'm fine, Izuku promised, breaking into even more bitter tears. You have to stop looking for me. Please stop. It's the best for everyone, he pleaded with his heart in his hand. Izuku, Eraser's one good hand interlocked fingers with the boy's disheveled hair, pushing him closer. Everything will be okay, Eraser promised him. Everything will be okay? Izuku sobbed deeply on the hero until a warm hand landed on his back. Beach boy, sensei, we're going to help you, the girl promised. In an instant, Eraser's weight disappeared, floating in front of him. Yet, Izuku refused to let go of the hero as if his life, or lack thereof, depended on it. Hey kid, I know you're scared, Uraraka assured him. But we need to get you out of here. All Might can't fight properly if he's protecting both of you. Izuku, with the battle behind him, cared very little about its outcome. Not when Aizawa was hurt, not when someone he cared about was in danger. But unfortunately, the voice of reason in his head told him that the girl was right, and he reluctantly let go of Eraser, hoping she would take him far away. Far from death and toward life. Eraser held on tightly to his hand. Don't let go of me, problem child. I won't let you go. Izuku smiled sadly and wiped his tears away with the back of his hand. It's not like you ever had a choice, Eraser. And true to his nature, Izuku began to vanish while in the distance. A loud boom followed by a Deku was heard. But by the time the explosive blonde reached his teacher, his childhood friend had dissipated into the air. Moments later, a troop of pro-heroes stormed the facility, securing the area. The villain's plan had failed spectacularly. Hitoshi was in his physics class when he realized that something was amiss. While trying to solve the problem of two trains, one departing from Kyoto at 275 km per hour and the other from Tokyo at 320 km per hour. All the students were immersed in their exercises following the beginning of term review when the alarms sounded throughout the school. To all faculty members, please report to the teacher's lounge immediately. There were no flourishes in the message as the principal usually liked, no introductions regarding his mysterious animal origins. Nothing of that sort. It was a short and concise message that left the teachers bewildered. Not as much as the students, who remained puzzled and continued with their tasks, except for some. Little by little, students began to whisper to each other until a student from the third-year hero course appeared in each class just 10 minutes before all the teachers had left. Supposedly, they were there to ensure that everyone stayed silent and focused on their work. Hitoshi couldn't help but frown and feel suspicious of having Mirio Togata himself seated in the teacher's chair while answering questions like the senpai he was. No, Hitoshi didn't buy it. It was too strange. So instead, he took out his phone and opened the chat with his now adoptive parents. Is everything okay? 1540. Shoda? 1543. Zashi? 1552. There was no response, and a chill ran down his spine freely. Amid the laughter and attempts by his classmates to get the senpai's attention, Hitoshi got up from his seat, trying to blend in with his classmates to reach the door. It was very presumptuous of him to think he could slip past a third-year hero student, especially one of the big three from UA. Get back to your seat. You need to finish the homework, the senpai ordered, with a cheerful smile. I've already finished my assignments, the teenager responded in a monotone voice. Mirio Togata put a hand on his shoulder, guiding him back to his seat. Then take this opportunity to review. It will be good for you, he said, overly optimistic. Obviously, Hitoshi put up resistance. No, he was stubborn. This would be a battle of titans. I need to go to the restroom, the teenager claimed. You can wait, the senpai retorted. Hitoshi began unconsciously tapping his leg. No, I can't. Yes, you can. Go back and sit down, the hero student ordered. Being given orders was something that Hitoshi didn't take well. Is that what you want? Yes. Hitoshi flashed a sly smile as he had one of the most promising students at UA under his thumb. His quirk could take on titans if necessary. He might be a weakling in comparison, but Hitoshi was much smarter. Let me go, and continue doing your job, forgetting about me leaving. Lemillion's grip weakened, and without anyone else noticing, Hitoshi left the classroom while Mirio continued speaking loudly about his experiences at UA. Great adventures since the first year and a lot of anecdotes about him being naked in front of all students. The hallways were empty. In each classroom, one or more final year students stood out among the younger ones. It was clear that they had given orders to the senior students to monitor the classes. Not as senpais but as licensed heroes, the provisional ones. And there was only one reason why all the heroes had disappeared from a school filled with them. Something bad had happened. Toshi made his way to the teacher's lounge. Most first-year students usually ignored where the teacher's lounge was at the beginning of the school year. In fact, that was usually a good sign, a sign not to get into trouble and being reprimanded by them. But that rule did not apply to the children of teachers. Oh, Hitoshi had a mini panic attack when he realized he was now the son of 2 teachers. Oh, how embarrassing it could be if someone found out. Well, he wasn't there to make friends anyway. He already has Izuku. If he ever decides to show up. Hitoshi wasn't standing in front of the teacher's lounge to embarrass himself or turn as red as a tomato just for nothing. Nor was he there to realize that he was still getting used to being someone's child. No, Hitoshi was there because his parents had stopped communicating with him. And even if Hitoshi wasn't sure if his placement was something permanent or rather temporary, just for 4 more years until he came of age, Hitoshi knew that, for the time being, things were going too well. But everything usually had an expiration date. Hitoshi was starting to fear the worst. Something that gained momentum when he opened the door to the teacher's lounge and found it completely empty. Had a serious attack happened in the city? That would explain why they need so many heroes at once. Blue and red lights caught his attention from the window. Police cars were parked at the entrance to UA, blocking the entrance. Hitoshi approached the window, pressing his nose against the glass, and saw Lunch Rush and one of the many robots of the principal talking to some officers. Both appeared to be conversing calmly at the gates, while the press seemed to disperse thanks to the presence of the police. Hitoshi noticed one particular police officer, Cathead. No, Hitoshi didn't remember the name of the police officer. Hitoshi remembered him from when Cathead had taken him home after a detective had pointed a gun at him. He also remembered seeing that same officer when Eraser rescued him from his previous foster home. To all students, a robotic voice began over the PA system. Classes have been cancelled. Please exit the classrooms and return home directly. Thank you. Hitoshi moved quickly, reaction as fast as he could. Something had happened. And if there was anyone there who could answer his questions, it would be the only faculty member. Hitoshi saw himself going down the stairs, trying to get ahead of all the other students. He attempted to advance through the crowd of students until he managed to get to the entrance. As he had suspected, yes, Lunch Rush was already surrounded by curious students. Come on, keep going, straight home, the hero encouraged everyone who stopped. Hitoshi elbowed his way through. But has something happened? A red-haired girl with a ponytail insisted. In my younger days, if the school canceled classes, we'd run home. Come on, get going. Go out, go out. Lunch Rush pushed the group toward the exit again. Hitoshi planted his feet and grabbed the hero's forearm, frantic. Do you know anything about Aizawa or Hizashi? Wait, the hero restrained himself from denying. For a moment, he seemed a bit confused, but Hitoshi could see the light in his face as he connected the dots. He knew the exact moment when the hero put 2 and 2 together. Are you the kid who likes fruit sushi? Never before had Hitoshi turned so red, up to his ears. Well, there were other times, yes, but none that didn't involve a green-haired person. There was no need to answer the question. Lunch Rush took his arm and pulled him aside. Stay here for a moment. Hitoshi nodded and stood to the side as students chatted with each other. They talked about meeting at the arcades, the last history lesson, or excitedly discussed how lucky they were to leave early. It was torture to see them all walk away so carefree. Finally, the seniors from the hero program left. They exited as a team, clearly distinct from the other students heading home. We've checked the classrooms, chirped a girl with long blue hair. No one is left. Although Tamaki had trouble getting a girl out of the lab, added another senior student. The latter in question hit his face against the back of a taller student, the same one who had been in Hitoshi's class. The same student who carried Hitoshi's backpack with his jacket hanging from it. Oh, and I accidentally let a student. Oh, there he is. Hi. I have your things. Hitoshi nodded uncomfortably and approached to retrieve his backpack. He didn't say anything. Not a thank you, not an apology, nothing at all. It was a strange situation between a visibly uncomfortable person and another who smiled as if they were immune to bad weather. Lunch Rush decided to lighten the mood and took Hitoshi under his wing again. "Well, you can all go home. Thanks for your help, guys." The students nodded, and after a brief exchange of words, Hitoshi finally turned to face the retired hero. He needed answers, and he needed them now. "I want to know what's going on and where Aizawa and Yamada are," the student demanded. The hero turned to look at Officer Sansa, not knowing what to expect from the officer. He only twitched an ear, but Hitoshi could see the light go on in his face as he spoke. "I'm Officer Sansa. We've met before," they introduced himself again. "There has been an attack in the faculty. We are investigating it. We will inform you as soon as we have news. For now, it would be best to wait in the immediate vicinity. The other students have already been informed that their parents are waiting for them." Hitoshi furrowed his brow. "So, because I don't have parents waiting for me at home, I'm not supposed to leave?" The silence was enough of an answer for Hitoshi. He was frustrated with the lack of information, as if he didn't have a right to know anything. It felt as if they were saying that Hitoshi wasn't really part of the family, just a facade that would eventually come to an end. "We need to make sure you'll be safe." Hitoshi adjusted his backpack grumpily. "I'll be safe, thank you," he said irritably and started walking. The hero and the police officer tried to stop the teenager from leaving, blocking his path. "You can't go." "Why?" Hitoshi asked, infuriated by the situation. Hitoshi just wanted to be alone with his thoughts. Maybe have a bubble tea. Perhaps cuddle with a cat. Maybe kick a trash can. Perhaps spend time in the library until closing time. Well, if someone hadn't burned it down months ago. Maybe one of those 24-hour cybercafes. Hitoshi wasn't sure if he had money enough, but in worst cases he had been. Because you're the child of pro-heroes. You're a possible target. Besides, we're waiting for news, the feline officer responded very formally. "And Eraser and Mike would kill us if we let you go without protection," added Lunch Rush, with pure sincerity. Never before had a response from a stranger made Hitoshi's chest feel so warm. It was as if he could actually believe the lie the adults were telling him. As if he truly mattered to someone and it wasn't all a falsehood. Hitoshi was forced to sit on a bench while Sansa received a call. Much later, he was getting into one of the patrol cars, heading in an unknown direction. At this point, Hitoshi didn't bother asking. It was better to listen to music on his headphones, drowning out the outside world. It was a surprise when the police car stopped at the emergency room entrance of the hospital. By the time he got out of the car, Hitoshi no longer knew what to think. He couldn't think. Why were they taking him here? Why? What if something had happened to Toshi? Arms surrounded him before Hitoshi could realize what was happening, hugging him tightly to his father's chest, squeezing him as if he truly cared. There was present Mike, no, Zashi, hugging Hitoshi tightly. Repeatedly kissing the top of his head as if he were a small child. It was at that moment that Hitoshi knew it wasn't a facade. No, it wasn't. It couldn't. Zashi. Wait. Hitoshi complained like an embarrassed child receiving sudden attention from a parent, even though he made no resistance to the hug. What happened? Present Mike cupped Hitoshi's face in his hands, as if making sure he was safe and sound. It made no sense to Hitoshi, who had spent his entire day inside UA. There was an attack at the school. Sho is in surgery right now. The news hit the boy deep, as if a knife had been thrust into his stomach. But he's okay. His life isn't in danger, Zashi hastily added. They're fixing his arm. Don't worry. Everyone is fine. 13 is also under observation. At last, Hitoshi felt like he could breathe. Aizawa was okay. Aizawa was fine, and so was Hisashi. Everyone was fine. Hisashi hugged his son again. This time Hitoshi hugged him back. The last time Izuku was in a hospital was to steal a corpse. However, there he was, back in the same hospital but in a completely different section. One near the morgue, yes, but nothing to do with death. This time, it was about life. Next to the operating room area was the recovery room, where every patient who came out of surgery ended up. There, in one of the beds, lay a man with a cast on his right arm and bandages over his face. Nothing that couldn't be cured with a couple of kisses from Recovery Girl or a couple of weeks of actual rest. Rest was for the weak in Shota's mind. He would never be willing to do it, not in a million years. But, to prevent the pro-hero from running out the window as soon as he woke up, his guardian angel was there. Izuku stood at the foot of the bed, watching the man sleep peacefully. Hours ago, Izuku had told himself that he should return to Tokyo. Just like when he turned invisible in the USJ. If he had been smart and practical, Izuku would have gone back with the villains, saving himself the trip to Tokyo. But he didn't. Izuku stayed with Aizawa, watching as Hisashi held his hand while paramedics transferred him to the ambulance. Shota repeated over and over that Izuku had been there. His Izuku. The heart of the former or attempted former vigilante squeezed when he heard the happiness in the pro-hero's voice. Or when Mike, between tears, nodded without knowing whether his husband's words were true or not. Not that he believed his husband would lie, but Hisashi feared that their reunion was the result of a head injury. Izuku might have let them go in peace together. But no, he got into the ambulance. He could have left the hospital when Eraser was in surgery. But no, someone had to stay with Shota when Zashi wasn't there, because the numerous medical professionals were not prepared to deal with an Eraser as a patient. That's what Izuku told himself. It's not as if the middle team of the private wing of heroes hadn't already become accustomed to difficult patients. No, Izuku decided to stay. Zaasachai were the first words Aizawa said when he regained consciousness. Zaashi. The papers. The papers. Well, if you could call that consciousness. A nurse peered in for a moment to check that the pro-hero was still in bed. He raised an eyebrow and then turned without giving it more importance. That made Izuku a bit angry. Zashi. The papers. As soon as Eraser tried to sit up in his bed, ready to pull out the 4 from his arm, Izuku lunged at him to prevent it. Bad Eraser. Eraser needs to rest. He pushed him back onto the mattress. The pro-hero fell silent, looking at the child as if he were considering whether what he saw was a result of the painkillers. Problem child. The latter cursed under his breath. To sleep. Go back to sleep, Izuku ordered like he was command a dog. Well, he tried to order, but all the nervousness seeped through his voice. With Shota's good hand, he caught his child and pushed him onto his aching chest. What were a couple of broken ribs compared to the boy he had been looking for so long? No. Bad Eraser, Izuku muttered, opposing a total of 0%. Don't blame him too much. The warmth of Shota, the affectionate hug, the way he pushed him against his chest, placing his hand on his back and gently caressing between his shoulder blades. Oh no, his father had never done anything like that to Izuku in his life. Oh never. But there was Shota, putting his cracked lips on his forehead. Izuku allowed himself to close his eyes for a moment. Oh, if only time could stop right at that moment. My child, my child. Eraser already had a child, and that wasn't Izuku. He couldn't take Hitoshi's place. Hitoshi was already his son and he was nobody. Izuku was nobody. Not that Izuku was being jealous of Hitoshi. Nothing about that. He was happy for his boy friend. Well, his important person. Hitoshi deserved to being loved and Izuku pray for the same thing, but the little detail of being dead. No, Izuku couldn't. Eraser, I have to go, and you have to sleep and recover. The pro-hero shook his head. No, I refuse. You're my problem child. Izuku rolled his eyes. It had been easy to forget that his paternal figure was drugged to the gills. You have to close your eyes. And sleep. The pro-hero shook his head again. No, I can't, not until Zashi brings me the papers. Eraser rolled his eyes. Of course, a hero, even in his worst condition, would be thinking about paperwork. Damn it, Eraser. It's not a time for work, Eraser. It's time to sleep. No one is going to bring you any paperwork. He tried to pull away from the hero, but there was no way as he once again crushed him against his chest. I want my papers. I need Zashi to bring me the papers. The marriage papers. I'm going to marry Zashi. Izuku wanted to facepalm. He couldn't believe what he was listening. This was a really good blackmail material. You are already married to Zashi. I'm married to Zashi? Asked Shota with an innocent surprise. Yes, you're married to Zashi. It's been a while. Izuku repeated like he was talking to a baby. I'm married to Zashi. Shota said, delight with the new. Izuku finally managed to escape the embrace using his ghostly powers. The atmosphere had quickly become awkward, and he had to bite his cheek to keep from laughing. Izuku wished having a camera so he could prove what Shota was saying. Yes, so you have to sleep until Zashi can come back, okay? For a moment, Shota closed his eyes again with a look of absolute happiness in his face. Then, as if he remembered, he opened them alarmed. The papers. Izuku became desperate. You are already married. No. The adoption papers. I'm going to adopt you. You'll see. That sounded like a threat to Izuku, who, now that he had his hands free, finally managed to facepalm. Eraser? The pro-hero grinned twistedly as if he were enjoying the boy's desperation. I'm going to adopt you. You can run. You can hide. But you'll end up with my last name, kid. I don't care if you're a girl. I don't care about any fears you have. We'll overcome them. Together. As a family. That was when Izuku had had enough of this nonsense. Girl? What the hell did Eraser mean by, if you're a girl? Izuku had never really thought about gender roles. He mostly spent his time thinking about being dead, how time passed, how he made those around him suffer, how he saw people grow while he remained unchanged. People changed a lot. For example, Dabi had one more chest hair now. Something that seemed to excite him judging by how he looked in the mirror when he thought he was alone. It was one of those taboo topics that they had between them, like their heights or the corpse buried in the grave of a not-dead person. Now, no, Izuku had never thought about his gender role or how he felt. He had never really thought about it, which left Izuku in confusion as to why others saw something in him that led them to such conclusions. Now, Izuku had a new confusion that he hadn't had before. Eraser, sleep. Sleep now. But, sleep. Izuku disappeared from Eraser's view. This time, he was ready to return to Tokyo with new confusions to explore and knowing that Eraser would survive pretty well without him. You know those movies where when a teenage guy sneaks out to party at night, they return home to find a parent waiting sitting in the dark, arms crossed, and a murderous look in their eyes? The kind of scene that usually happens on TV and not in real life? Well, it seemed to be more common than Izuku believed. Because there he was, avoiding eye contact with a Dabi, arms crossed, sitting on a stool right in front of the entrance. Perhaps with dark circles under his eyes if it weren't for the burns under Dabi's eyes erasing the evidence. Izuku swallowed nervously. Hi. What time is it? Or rather, what day is it? Izuku audibly swallowed again. It's worth mentioning that more than 24 hours had passed since they had last seen each other. Well, he had spent almost the entire night with Eraser in observation. It wasn't until almost dawn that he could catch the first train back to Tokyo. And, not to mention, the time he spent at the cemetery in front of his non-existent grave before returning home. You know, a ghost occasionally had to connect with his corpse and narrate all his little stories. It should be understood that Izuku was supposed to have returned home the morning of the previous day, but no, the offer from a pedophile had been too tempting. Blame it all on the pedophile, thought Izuku. Tuesday? I got a little mixed up. Just a little? With what, precisely? Izuku scratched his head nervously. Dabi raised an eyebrow, detecting the first sign of weakness in his brat. I got sidetracked for a little while, Izuku confessed with a falsely innocent tone. No, Dabi wouldn't fall for that crude tactic. Perhaps Izuku was used to being an only child when he was alive, but when Dabi had an alive identity, he was the oldest of 4 siblings. And although it was only for 12 years, it gave him an experience that Izuku could never understand. Doing what, Izuku? The kid shrugged and half-heartedly kicked an abandoned sock lying in the middle of the floor. Oh, come on. We just had this same conversation a while ago. Dabi sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. It seems like you didn't quite get it, Dabi accused with a cold and false calm. Don't you won't tell me where you've been? Izuku put his hands in the pockets of his gray hoodie. I was just taking a walk, Izuku chirped. No, he wasn't lying at all. It got out of hand. And I ended up giving manners lessons to a couple of adults. Dabi sharpened his gaze, scanning the boy, and spoke again with an icy coldness. So you've been doing vigilante stuff again? Just, I mean, it wasn't intentional. I swear, Dabs. Izuku pleaded with his best puppy dog eyes. From icy cold, Dabi transitioned to intense fire. God damn it, Izuku, that is still vigilantism, you little shit. Izuku tried not to smile proudly about his exploits. Obviously he failed. His smile was brighter than Dabi's uncontrollable flames. They were about to hurt kids. Low profile. Low profile. You'd think a short stack like you would understand that, but Izuku wasn't sure if Dabi was scolding him or venting aloud to himself. Either way, it was amusing to see the fire user gesturing with his hands constantly. It was especially funny because Dabi had lost control over the flames on his hands and he looked like he was trying not to touch anything in the apartment, unable to put himself out and trying not to burn down their new home. What did I tell you? Don't add to the population, don't subtract from the population, don't end up in the news. And where exactly did you end up? Dabi interrupted him, unable to contain his anger. Izuku looked quickly at the TV talking about the incident at the USJ. In my defense, there was a portal quirk involved. How was I supposed to know they were going to the USJ? Izuku said with a falsely innocent voice, like a child with a face covered in chocolate claiming they didn't eat the chocolate cake. Because I know you, you little shit. You aren't stupid, I know you listened in beforehand. Izuku took Dabi's words as praise and smiled happily. Okay, yeah, you got me. But they were attacking children. Innocent children. Well, almost all of them were innocent. Bakugo, on the other hand, well, he will never mention that part to Dabi. I cannot believe you. Seriously, I have met some of them. They are hellions. Dabi's murderous glare was sharp. Apparently, he didn't find it funny that Izuku was holding his breath not to burst into laughter. If he weren't already dead, he would fear that Dabi would try to kill him or attack him with a shoe. But it was awesome. Izuku couldn't contain himself and quickly jumped onto the couch, excited about the idea of sharing his adventures with Dabi. You had to see. I had never seen so many villains together. I mean, I've seen gangs, but that was something entirely different, Dabs. Villains working together. People who weren't used to working with others. It was amazing. And that quirk? Teletransportation. Do you know how unique is that quirk? Dabi burst into flames even more before eventually extinguishing himself, slumping down resignedly on the couch. Izuku's excitement about recounting his adventure made him seem alive again, and Dabi couldn't resist seeing that light in Izuku's eyes. The older of the two listened carefully to the details escaping from the boy. Waves of anger engulfed him with each detail. At some point in the story, Dabi ended up with his forehead against the pillow, screaming until he ran out of breath. This was the only thing that stopped Izuku from telling Dabi about every quirk he had seen at the USJ. Understandably, Izuku had been talking non-stop about the USJ for 2 hours and 48 minutes. The advantages of being dead included not needing to pause for breath. It's worth noting that Dabi had stopped understanding more than half of what Izuku was saying due to how fast he was talking. Izuku fell silent, looking at Dabi with concern. Maybe he had crossed a line. Dabi seemed completely exhausted on the couch, as if he had just finished a 48-hour work shift. Dabs? Are you angry? I know I didn't do what you told me, but I couldn't help doing something when I heard they were going to hurt kids. And a couple of hours later, I was at the USJ, and everything was happening, and I know it wasn't right. But I can't imagine what would have happened if I hadn't been there. Izuku. Stop, Dabi pleaded. The boy fell silent, trembling like a leaf. He preferred Dabi's anger to the defeated aura he was seeing. Had he crossed the line for Dabi to kick him out of his life? Febs? No. It's my fault for thinking that a hyperactive little shit like you could stay still for so long. This left Izuku speechless, feeling out of place. He pointed to himself, puzzled. Me? Hyperactive? Dabi snorted without moving from the couch. Yes, pipsqueak, hyperactive. You always have to be doing something, or you mess things up one way or another. You're like a puppy that needs someone to play with him all the time, Dabi explained, his voice lacking any real malice. Izuku puffed up his cheeks and jumped onto the couch to sit in front of Dabi. No, the fire user couldn't escape Izuku's intense gaze of disappointment. Yeah, sure. The point is, if you don't have a goal, you become a catastrophic level agent of chaos. Izuku fell silent. As much as he hated to admit it, what Dabi had just said might make sense. Oh. So, I have to think about how I can entertain you so that you don't end up on the front page of the next national newspaper, Dabi said more to himself than to Izuku. The preteen started to sweat at the thought of what might be going through his big brother's mind. Still, I wanted to wait a bit, build a support network, but maybe you're ready to help me in my revenge against Endeavor and kill him after ruining everything he loves in his life, Dabi blurted out with eyes glittering at one of the dumbest ideas Izuku had ever heard. And that's saying something, given that mixing cereal with vodka when there's no milk was one of many dumb ideas. Izuku stood up. No. Dabi. Bad dog. Oh my god. I get distracted and you're turning evil. Your levels are too up. You're going down the wrong path. We're living in an apartment. He pointed out the obvious, proud for once of having a place that seemed somewhat livable for an average person. You have a job you like. Do you really want to throw all of this away for a bitter old man? Yes. Dabi responded without a second thought. Izuku sighed in disappointment. He grabbed a chair and dragged it over to sit in front of Dabi. No, the fire user couldn't escape the intense look of disappointment in Izuku's eyes. Dabi, do you think you're giving someone who doesn't deserve it too much power over your life? Dabi suddenly burst into flames, clearly disgusted by what Izuku had just said. You don't understand, Izuku. That man destroyed my life. Everything he touches turns to rot. He uses everyone, and when they're no longer useful, he throws them away without a second thought. Every word spoken by Dabi was laden with the most intense venom. The boy pouted. He had to be very careful in broaching such a delicate topic with Dabi. I can't say I know absolutely everything you've been through, Dabi, because only you can know that. It's been a horrible experience, and no one will ever deny you that. But Dabs, you deserve to be happy, Izuku assured him, taking Dabi's face in his hands and gently caressing the unburned skin, just as Eraser had done hours earlier. You can't let him win and control your life, with your sole focus being to destroy him. What will you do when he's no longer around? Dabi blinked as if the answer was so obvious that it didn't make sense to respond. But he did anyway. I don't plan to survive my revenge, Zuku. Izuku let his hands drop and clenched his fists in anger. He already knew the answer. In fact, he had always known, but hearing it made it real. No. You can't do that, Dabi. Are you going to let that man dictate your life and even your death? I was born because of him, and I'll die ending him. You can't understand it, Izuku. You can't imagine the horrors he put me through. Izuku held his breath and tears back as he looked at Dabi, and that was worse than any response the boy could have given. Dabi tried to grab Izuku's hands, but his ghostly quirk prevented it. Dabs, don't you think you deserve to be loved? To live? Dabi smiled bitterly. Don't give me that live your life crap when you can't live yours because you're dead, he responded without thinking, and as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them bitterly. But still, he said nothing as he watched Izuku's face contort with pain from those harsh words. Oh, yes too? Don't call me that, Izuku, Dabi threatened in a low voice a little up than a sorrow. Izuku continued anyway. Yes. Live because the truth is that being dead sucks. No matter what I do, I'll remain dead, Izuku replied in a whisper. I won't be able to grow up. I won't be able to love. To form a family. I won't be able to study what I want. I won't even be able to die completely. But at least in my death, I intend to help others because I can now. And that's my decision. Dabi looked away, unable to meet those troubled green eyes. You can't tell me to live for you, Pipsqueak. It's cruel. Izuku made a grimace. It's cruel to see someone very dear to me want to die, wounded Izuku replied sharply. Dabi buried his head between his knees. You don't understand. Dabi, I understand everything I can about you. I hear everything you've told me. I see more than you think. I was in the Todoroki condominium, Izuku confessed, with no intention of wanting to upset Dabi, though clearly he did. Fuyumi has anxiety crises in secret. Natsuo tries not to step into the house. Shut up. Dabi yelled at the top of his lungs. Izuku remained silent. Both of them did, looking at each other for long minutes. Serious faces, hurt expressions, eyes gleaming with tears. Izuku was, as always, the first to speak. Endeavor created you to surpass him. He created all of you. He mistreated you, and he still does with the others. And you know what bothers you the most? It's not what he did to you, it's not what he's still doing to your siblings. It's that bastard still living happily. Up to his dreams. Izuku, shut up, the fire user warned. Izuku ignored him. When someone dies, there's nothing left. Not everyone is like me, Izuku muttered bitterly, knowing he was the only ghost around. Once you're dead, there's no chance to see what happened. Nothing remains. You stop feeling. Living is hard because it makes you face another day with all your mistakes. Izuku, I don't know where you're going with this. I won't change my mind. Izuku shrugged. Technically, he already had a no, so trying was purely his most selfish decision. It bothers you that that bastard is still alive. Well, I think what would hurt him more is if you were alive, living your best life away from everything he represents, Izuku admitted with the purity of his naivety and his experience. I think it would hurt him 1,000 times more to know that you're happy, and it's not because of him. That you don't owe him anything. Neither your sorrows nor your glories. That you've survived in spite of him. That he has no power over you. That he doesn't own your past, your future. Not your nightmares. Not your death. Dabi gave a bitter smile, rising to look at the preteen as if he were a child who couldn't see reality in front of his eyes. Oh, you want me to show up on my private yacht and give him the middle finger? Izuku didn't laugh. He didn't find Dabi's venomous sarcasm amusing. Well, I don't see you on a massive body of water without burning a ship, he admitted with the same dry tone. But I also don't think he'd be too pleased if his dead son appeared from beyond the grave to talk about the abuse he put you all through. I also think he'd die if the world found out his son is gay. Well, everything you are would give him a stroke. But what do I know? I'm just a ghost. Dabi watched closely as the preteen stood up from the chair. He zipped up his hoodie all the way and pulled the hood down to cover his eyes, all under Dabi's icy gaze. I'll be back, Izuku warned, not willing to lose their friendship over an argument. I don't know when, but I'll be back, he added, putting his hands in his pockets to avoid digging his nails into his palms. I need to think. I recommend you do the same. By the time Dabi reacted and found his voice, Izuku had already vanished before his eyes. He sat there, unable to cry for his burned tear ducts but with a heavy heart, feeling that the apartment was too big for one person suddenly. Hours earlier, in one of Tokyo's cemeteries, just after dawn, Shoto Todoroki appeared. He didn't usually visit his brother's grave so often. His brother had died when he was still very young. He could hardly remember him, to be honest. Considering that his brother had been dead longer than he'd been alive since Shoto was born, it wasn't surprising. What was he doing so early in the cemetery alone, just a day after the USJ attack? Looking in the distance at the low figure of a boy who seemed to be narrating the entire USJ attack to his brother's grave. How did Shoto know this, given that he was observing from a distance? Well, that green-haired guy seemed enthusiastic, providing a good representation of how he was slapping an invisible being. Shoto Todoroki was right. The boy from the USJ was the same one he had seen earlier at his brother Tuya's grave. What was the connection? He wasn't sure, but he was determined to get to the bottom of his theory. Meanwhile, in the distance, Izuku pretended to stick a finger into an imaginary head. Let's recap. Izuku was dead. Yes, we've already established that, as well as the fact that he had way too much free time now that he'd shed earthly habits like eating, sleeping, or going to school. Not to mention that Izuku and Dabi had taken a break because they both needed some time to think. And where did Izuku think? Well, it's not like Tuya Todoroki was going to complain about how often he visited his grave if Dabi never found out. That was Izuku's philosophy. There was something about being close to his body that made him feel at peace with himself. Serene. Grounded. When your body is 6 feet underground, everything else changes around you. Being in a place like the cemetery was like stepping into limbo. There usually weren't many people there, no one stopped to talk to. Not with a person in the midst of their grief talking to their lost self. Or in this case, body. At Tuya Todoroki's grave, there were now a couple of pieces of fruit that, no, hadn't been paid for by Izuku. Don't judge him too much. The guy didn't have money and couldn't carry it. Being a vigilante, contrary to what everyone thinks, was a bit financially precarious. The good thing was that he didn't have to worry about medical bills since he was already dead, nor food or other expenses. The bad thing was that Izuku had to clean his conscience of stealing fruit with apology notes and a promise that if they was ever mugged, Izuku would come to help. Izuku's intentions were good. His execution, to anyone who didn't know Izuku, any of those notes seemed more like a threat than the other way around. So, the conclusion? Pay for your fruits unless you're an adorable ghost. Izuku placed a banana in the center. Next to it, a plum. And in the middle, some blackberries. Hitoshi would always be the blackberries. Izuku blushed. Remember the soft lips of blackberries? Izuku, think in blackberries, only blackberries. You all go together so well, he praised as he gently stroked a blackberry with cuteness care. Izuku spent a little while carefully arranging the fruits on the stone. Then from his pocket, he pulled out a large, vibrant orange. Bright full outside, bittersweet on the inside. I knew Kaken would get into UA. It seems to be going well for him. But then again, when has it ever gone badly for Kaken? Now? You, Izuku said, taking out the last piece of fruit, a soft pink peach. Peach girl. You've been a real surprise. I hope you do well. Izuku patted the fruit. Please, have patience with Kaken. It's not a bad guy. Not entirely. Perhaps Izuku had too much free time. Izuku had way too much free time. Yes, we already have established that. In his new and strange routine, Izuku now found himself in the Todoroki state. Well, to be honest, nobody was supposed to be home at that hour. It wasn't even mid-morning, just after his argument with Dabi. At this hour, Endeavor should be doing his duties as the number 2 hero. The mother of the Todorokis probably left to buy milk like Izuku's dad. Tuya was still dead. Fujumi would be teaching at the school as a teacher she was. Natsuo would be pondering for the 11th time why he had chosen medicine if he couldn't deal with stupid people. It seemed that the practical cases were giving him some trouble. Like, for example, explaining a man how to postpone an intervention due a football match would end in a deathless outcome. And lastly, Shoto would be studying at UA. So, Izuku took advantage of it. Izuku played Dabi's new playlist to channel his inner bad boy and began dancing around the house. All for himself. What should I do first? Izuku started by picking up half of each of Endeavor's pairs of socks. It would be a shame if they got lost under mysterious circumstances. Maybe he could hide them throughout the house. Oh, the freezer, that was always a good idea. But Izuku had many more ideas in mind, like moving any frame with a picture of NG by half an inch. Speaking of laundry, Izuku decided to do Endeavor a favor. He had plenty of white shirts to wash, not really, but that didn't stop our gremlin ghost. After collecting all the shirts from Endeavor's room, he stuffed them all into the washing machine. He found a red t-shirt that must have belonged to Natsuo. Or maybe Shoto. It didn't matter. It was red, and that was the important part. Maximum temperature? Oh yeah, just like that, Izuku was enjoying himself. Izuku danced around the house while sprinkling sugar in Endeavor's room. Sugar always attracted ants, didn't it? A clearing of the throat snapped him out of his reverie. What are you doing here? It wasn't an alarmed voice, nor was it angry. But that didn't stop Izuku from screaming at the top of his lungs, dropping the sugar before becoming invisible. The package fell to the ground, spilling the rest of the sugar. On the other side of the hallway, Shoto Todoroki looked at the spilled sugar. No one had told Izuku that classes at UA had been cancelled for 2 days. Sometimes his plans had flaws, and now he was looking at one as he bit his hand. Tall, half-burned and calm. It was Shoto Todoroki himself, the younger brother of Dabi. Oh dear, Izuku was in big trouble if Dabi found out. I won't do anything to you, the teenager promised to the heir. You're the intruder who's been bothering my father lately. It wasn't a question. Izuku swallowed hard. Well, it's not like he could do anything. No one could touch him or see him unless he wanted them to, and, well, he could go wherever he pleased. I've seen you at the cemetery, Todoroki added to the air, unsure if the guy would continue talking or not. Izuku started hitting his head, cursing himself. Dabi, if they didn't fix things after their last argument, was definitely going to kill him now. I won't tell anyone that you've been here, Todoroki promised, starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps talking out loud to nothing made him feel a bit stupid. You did great at the USJ. If that was supposed to be a compliment, Izuku didn't feel it that way. The preteen sighed and sat on the wooden floor at the other end of the corridor outside of Endeavor's room. Was Izuku trying to leave? Could he doing it when someone brought up the USJ altercate? Obviously no. There are times when we have to fight with everything we have. Izuku defended his honor. Fighting was totally accurate. Yeah, thanks to that, the sensei is alive, Todoroki added, clearing the misunderstood. Izuku raised an eyebrow, confused. Nah, I don't think so. Eraser was at a disadvantage, but I assure you he would have managed, said the kid who blew his cover to bite the villains just because he was afraid of losing Eraser. Hypocrite. Shoto moved a little closer to sit on the floor near where Izuku was. Then you had seen the sensei fight before. That makes sense. Izuku pouted. It was a good way to putting it. Not like he was chased by Eraser for sport in a regular basis. Eraser is amazing. But don't tell him I said that. Well, don't tell him we talked at all. Better yet, don't mention anything. Forget everything. Everything is a dream. Shoto didn't even blink, looking directly to the stranger's eyes. No, I'm not asleep. Shoto answered, truthfully convinced of that fact. Yes, you are. Rebaited Izuku desperately. No, I'm not, Shoto insisted seriously. When I sleep, I don't dream. I just wake up at the next day. Izuku couldn't believe how absurd the conversation was, even though he had seen Eraser high as a kite. It was an image he would never forget. I have to go. Izuku stood up. Todoroki quickly moved to get up as a reflex to stop Izuku from moving. Naive to think he could actually stop him from leaving, as Izuku easily passed through him. Literally. It always happened initially with everyone. Wait. Izuku didn't stop. He was already accustomed to it. Todoroki moved to the next phase of his plan. I have Endeavor's credit card. Izuku stopped in his tracks. Don't judge him. He's weak. Are you sure this is what you want to do with Endeavor's credit card? Absolutely, Izuku assured him, clicking on the screen. A message appeared, indicating that NG Todoroki had been successfully enrolled in All Might's special fan subscription. Messages on Prime that would reach Endeavor with everything the #1 hero did. Such as when he stopped to buy a cupcake at the corner cafe or when he arrived at UA for work every day. Even a picture of his behind flying through the sky. Paying, of course, for the annual calendar of the best buddy shots. Half an hour later, Todoroki was pouring a couple of glasses of juice. By the time he returned to Endeavor's office, the mysterious kid was already gone. The Endeavor credit card was still on the table. All under control. It was almost dusk, and Izuku was wandering the city. He missed going out at night to do his vigilante activities. It was much easier to find someone stealing, attempting murder, breaking and entering, and stopping them. There was a satisfaction in breaking the noses, fingers, and knees of people who deserved it. It was much easier than dealing with all the problems that were piling up. Like to avoid the Eraser Mike family. Or Dabi. Now he had to add Shoto to the mix. And Hitoshi. But Hitoshi was such a taboo subject that he didn't even dare to think about it. But the good thing was that they were together and happy. His most recent problem was the Todorokis. But no, Izuku wasn't going to think about how he felt like he was playing both brothers. But no, Izuku wouldn't think about any of that. How would he manage to avoid it? Well, his tactic was foolproof. Get into more trouble. Like picking up a wanderer in the city, getting to the train station, arriving at the League of Villains hideout at night, and shooting the fuses to leave the whole building in darkness. Calling the police would have been the easiest option. Listening to the madman's screams because his game wouldn't save, that was priceless. Is no one going to talk about the mysterious kid? Denki complained in the middle of class. He was feral. They were in their first class, all gathered, waiting for the substitute for Mr. Aizawa. There was no way the man would actually come to class, right? Right? Some of their classmates were still discussing how, despite the fact that classes had been cancelled for 2 days, it would be impossible for their teacher to attend class. Well, he didn't come with us, that's for sure, Ribbit. Zero quickly joined the conversation, standing behind Tsuyu and acting as a barrier between her and Mineta as an instinct. In the short time they had been in class together, the class had already taken on several roles. Momo was the class mom and the class delegate. Denki was the class clown. Zero was the comedian. Tsuyu was the class subdelegate, someone easy to talk to, and, of course, Bakugo was the grumpy guy. But are you sure there was a kid? Very few could have seen him, Mina interjected, sitting on one of the desks across from the great boy, close to Kirishima. Jiro sounded like the voice of reason as she took her notebooks out of her bag for class. She couldn't help but get involved in the conversation. Not when she always heard more than she should thanks to her quirk. No, I heard him perfectly, she explained calmly. The only thing that seems strange to me is how Kaminari can remember anything after what happened in the... She raised her 2 thumbs and started imitating him awkwardly wheeze. Kaminari scoffed. He was proud to be part of the team that had managed to defeat the villain who had kept them incommunicado. But he was also embarrassed by the state he was left in after overusing his electricity, as always he uses his quirk for too long or with a high level of electricity. Hey, I don't do that. I don't do that, right? Right? Kaminari hung on Bakugo's shoulder, who grunted and threw him to the ground. The boy got up and leaned against Bakugo again as if he were a hyperactive puppy who hadn't realized he was too annoying for the others. Or, more accurately, for someone like Katsuki, who bit for any reason. Literally. Kaminari lived oblivious to everything. At the back of the class, Todoroki remained silent, paying attention to the conversation. Since the school year had begun, the boy had tried to remain unnoticed. Well, that was a lie. He had tried to distance himself socially from anyone who breathed. Well, Tsuyu and Uraraka were the ones who got the closest, Kirishima explained, remembering what he had witnessed that day. Although, now that I think about it, Baku bro, didn't you call him something? Oh, Bakugo felt everyone's eyes on him. The angry blonde huffed in annoyance. No, he wasn't going to get into that. He couldn't. So he did what he did best. Oh. He's a nobody. A dead man of no importance, barked in his threatening, "Leave me alone or I'll rip your head off" tone. Jiro didn't say anything about how Bakugo's heart suddenly sped up. No, that was valuable information to be kept to herself for the moment. But that behavior did not go unnoticed. Not by anyone. Not even by the brunette who seemed to be observing the blonde out of the corner of her eye. But did you know him? Denki insisted, not understanding the warning signs not to touch the topic. The class prayed for the boy and his slim chances of survival. Oh. Dumb face, he was just another villain. Bakugo responded in a new level of anger. The mere idea that Izuku was now hanging out with villains, it made his blood boil. Bakugo, I beg you, please don't use foul language to refer to your classmates, interceded the not class president. Shut up, Four Eyes. Let's see, dude, Zero interceded, trying to be the voice of reason. He wasn't with the villains. He saved the teacher, after all, said it as if it were obvious. A good villain? Toru suggested, raising her hand. Perhaps just her index finger to emphasize her point. But they would never know without her gloves on. No, guys, you're not seeing it. Denki had a revelation. That kid was a ghost of one of Aizawa Sensei's former students. He must have died before Sensei could expel him. And now he'll stay by his side forever. Half of the class face-bombed at that notion. Achiko and Bakugo stared at him with trembling hands. No, it wasn't exactly what they believed, but it was pretty close. Oh, what a horrible fate. Is that what's going to happen to us? Toru asked innocently. The great boy of the class gasped. No. I don't want to be the sensei's assistant. I want to live. Mineta squealed in desperation, trying to grab Momo for a hug but getting tied to his chair with Ciro's tape instead. Come on, Mineta. Nobody could love you, Mina said with disgust in her voice. There was obvious resentment. Especially when you leave your classmates behind when villains attack. There were so many villains. It was logical to hide. Mineta defended himself without any pride. Zero placed a piece of tape over his mouth, then admired his masterpiece. At one point, Denki began to draw things on Mineta with a permanent marker. Mineta, you're gross? Yeah, you're gross. Yeah. It was a unanimous conclusion. No one had liked discovering that during the USJ incident, Mineta had pushed Tsuyu into the water with the villains just to make them forget about him. Tsuyu had not stayed silent in the face of such disrespect and an act that was so unheroic. Or unmanly, as Kirishima would say. Hey, what if it's true that there's a ghost protecting us? Mina picked up the topic, unable to let go of a good piece of gossip, like a shark to its prey. That's a tremendous stupidity. He was a guy like us. Achiko? You knew him, right? I think you called him something? Kirishima pointed out that he had been near the central square at the time. Mina loved having Kirishima as her accomplice, even though he didn't realize it. Everyone's eyes were on Uraraka now. The girl ran out of breath for a moment. Bakugo's red eyes were the most piercing and terrifying of all. Beach Boy Uraraka admitted timidly in a whisper. So you knew him, half of the class exclaimed all at once. Achiko shrank at her desk. Since the beginning of the school year, not many had interacted with the girl. She seemed sweet but very reserved. A slight tremor was visible in her hands. Well, just a couple of times before, Achiko muttered, unconsciously clenching her fists around her skirt under the table. See, it can't be a ghost. Jiro stuck her tongue out at Denki, teasing him for his ideas. Achiko knows him. When it seemed like another pseudo-argument would arise between them, with screaming and then Kaminari begging for attention, something unexpected happened. Bakugo stood up from his chair, placed his hands on his desk, and stared intently at the girl. It seemed like he was just a step away from flipping the table aside and charging at her. Round face, is that true? Did you know him before? Bakugo demanded urgently. Achiko opened her mouth to respond but couldn't form any words. What could she tell her classmates? I talked to him a couple of times before I found his body on the beach. Yes, possibly he's a ghost here to protect us from All Might? No, she couldn't say that. Not if Uraraka didn't want to be kicked out of UA as a lunatic. Not without All Might knowing about it, and then Bakugo began to see her like a cheetah heading straight for his prey. Hiyu, everyone back to your seats. Today I'll be substituting for your teacher, Mr. Aizawa. Saved by the bell. Entering through the door was the unmistakable superhero Midnight. She walked in like a movie star with her high platforms and perfect curves. Mineta screamed in his chair, unable to form words with so much tape on him. Is the sensei okay? Momo asked with concern. She had inquired about his health before class, and Present Mike had told her he was perfectly fine. He didn't kick the bucket, did he? That was Denki. Poor him if Aizawa heard him. Midnight sat on the teacher's desk, crossing her legs and watching the chaos. No, Midnight laughed at the young students. For her, it was like seeing the perfect mix of youthful innocence and mischief. It would take much more to finish off your teacher. Eraser is on a mission. He will probably be back after lunch. But in the meantime, I'll be with you. Making you sweetly suffer, she said enthusiastically, waving one of her whips. How could they allow her to bring that to class? They would never understand. Sit down, sit down. The students dispersed, bewildered by the idea of another teacher taking Eraserhead's place. Maybe they were too used to their teacher threatening them with expulsion too easily before taking a nap. The heroine pulled a piece of paper from her boot. She unfolded it and stretched it dramatically to get the attention of all the students gathered there. Then she cleared her throat noticeably 3 times until the murmurs completely subsided. All right, I'm going to read you a note from your homeroom teacher before you get to work on your tasks. Here we go, she began to read. Be on the alert. The sports festival held every year in the first quarter is approaching. How you behave will determine your hero internships, and yada yada, threat here, threat there. In short, either you put in the effort or others will be more than happy to take your place. Now, chicks, sit down and pretend to work quietly. You, the blonde with a lightning bolt. Come here, she banged on the table next to her. Start by telling me all the gossip in the class. Mina raised her hand quickly, bouncing in her chair. Yes, you can also tell me things. Oh yeah, someone go bring me some tea with cookies, the woman sighed and moved to sit in the padded teacher's chair. You, Tensei's brother. Go, you're fast and it won't cool on the way. Extra sugar. Now, where were we? Bakugo never took his eyes off Uraraka for a second the entire morning. They had a lot to talk about. A lot. And Bakugo would make sure to find the right moment. Aizawa was running. He was running as if his life depended on it. It didn't, but it certainly felt that way. To recap the past few hours, they had been chaotic. Aizawa had been attacked with his class at the USJ. He had surgery on his arm. He had slept for 16 hours after Recovery Girl had kissed him. It should be noted that Shota Aizawa was so gay that the thought of the old lady kissing him made him queasy, especially since Chio had a way of making him feel like her grandchild, which he didn't like at all. After that, Shota had endured Zashi's whining and concern. Well, he complained now, but at the time, Aizawa was cradling him to his chest, covering him with kisses, reassuring him that he was fine. It was just an arm and a quickly healing scar on his face. A sexy scar, by the way. What he didn't expect was Hitoshi's constant attention. It was adorable to see him act like a skittish cat who loved his owner but pretended not to. How difficult it was for him to speak to Aizawa, yet he prepared tea just to have a reason to stay close. Tea because Zashi had banned anything with caffeine. When Aizawa rested his eyes, he felt the teenager approach silently and put a blanket over him. Oh, Aizawa had never pretended to be asleep as much as he did now. He wanted to trap his son in a suffocating hug, one that he couldn't escape from. One of those. But it was Zashi who carried them all, and how cuddly he was with his son after the accident. Since classes had been suspended, they hadn't had a chance to talk between them. They couldn't talk about Izuku or some kind of hero work. Or regular teaching work. Or, well, how proud they felt about Hitoshi open up to them. No, the couple could only exchange silent glances filled with meanings, some more than others. It was adorable to see how the skittish boy seemed to have an attack of chronicle daditis. It was heaven on earth. Until, of course, a phone call changed everything. We have a lead. Eraser had left his house in the early hours of the morning, to the disapproving gaze of Hitoshi, the other insomniac of the house, leaving a quick note for Zashi. Work was work, he told Hitoshi, sending him to bed with the cat. An old one-armed man like you couldn't do shit, was the teenager's harsh response. Shota rolled his eyes before kissing the boy's head and leaving with his capture scarf hiding his smile. Would he get mad at a teenager's outburst? Aizawa Shota was happy. Hitoshi was finally opening up and feeling comfortable enough not to be afraid to speak to him. And he found it incredibly adorable how he tried to hide his concern with anger. It was like watching a grumpy cat that refused to move from Shota's side. Aizawa would have stayed, he swore. But he had to go after his stray kid. Hours later, he was running through the streets of Hosu with Ingenium, coordinated by Detective Naomasa. They had recruited a local hero since Eraser still had a cast on his arm from the recent attack. Ingenium was perfect for capturing someone elusive. Hey, they bit me and ran away, was one of Tensei's reports. Aizawa sighed, somewhat embarrassed. Yeah, that sounds like my problem child. What's your location? West, parallel to the main street. Copy. Aizawa moved quickly as if his life depended on it. No, it didn't, but the idea of finding his kid after the attack, oh, he was going to catch him and take him home even if Izuku doesn't want it. It wasn't his choice anymore. Shota didn't know whether to strangle him or pamper him. He'd decide that in the car. They had been investigating the area for hours since someone had spotted a person matching the profile sent by Tsukauchi to all police stations in the country. From the sighting until now, it had been hours. Somewhere at UA, the teachers would be drawing straws to decide who would cover for Eraser. Not that he cares about. Not his problem until he came back. Instead, the hero kept running as if his life depended on it until he almost collided with Tensei, right at the border of West and the main street. Ingenium. Careful. No photos, please. I'm on duty. There was something to understand in a situation like that. Something that not many knew. Tensei, Nimue, Zashi, and Shota had coincided at UA in their youth. They had been friends along with Oboro. Eraser had saved Tensei's but more than once in their youth. Like when Tensei got lost in his own town because he was too nervous in his first internship. You're not Ingenium. That's why, with a quick movement his capture scarf flew out to apprehend the hero. Aizawa jumped on him to avoid Tensei's kick, and when he landed he tightened the scarf, turning the hero into a spring roll. The imposter wasn't as fast as Tensei. With just a look, the speed hero began to melt. Literally to become a blonde teenager. How did you know? Hey, how? Aizawa was disappointed when a feminine figure, blonde with large yellow cat-like eyes, appeared before his eyes. No, that wasn't his Izuku. No. He couldn't see his kid making those expressions. Shota couldn't see him. Eraser took a deep breath and tightened his grip. You didn't recognize me. It's logical, he explained as if it were logical before wrapping part of the fiber around his good arm to start taking off his sweatshirt and passing it to the naked girl. Put this on. Oh, so that's it? No, thanks, here. I've got things to do. A year ago, Eraser would have been alarmed. After months of dealing with Izuku, that threat was now empty. Shota didn't even flinch. Eraser simply took out the anti-quirk handcuffs and placed them on the girl's wrists to nullify her quirk. That was the main difference between Izuku and the girl. She could be arrested, Izuku could do whatever he want. Eraser didn't want to end up with dry eyes too quickly. Although the truth was that a part of him wanted to cry out of frustration upon realizing that it wasn't his Izuku. It was just another child abandoned by society, yes. But it wasn't his Izuku. His Izuku would recognize him. His Izuku was a bad liar who wouldn't try to deceive him and act as if he didn't know him. No, Toga Himiko wasn't his personal problem child. Toga Himiko, right? The hero took the opportunity to send her location to his colleagues. I'm the Pierrot Eraser head. I'm here to help you. That caused the girl to laugh. A good joke. Aizawa didn't even flinch. He knew what it was like to deal with kids who had never had hope in their lives. Shota was doing the master with Izuku. Sure, she answered in disbelief. You've been living alone on the streets for over a year, Eraser summarized. You will be assigned a decent home while the case against your abusive parents is being pursued. That caught the teenager's attention. Huh? Like I'm going to believe that. I'd rather be alone than have you send me to a reformatory or a foster home for problem kids. Aizawa wasn't a fool. He had been to the Toga's house and had seen firsthand how the parents mistreated their daughter and admitted to being negligent. It might not be enough to send them to jail, but it was enough to take custody of the girl away from them. Look, we both know you're a slippery person. As soon as you want, you could escape from any facility. Give it a chance. Give us a chance to make things right. And if you decide it's not for you, we'll respect that. But give us a chance. Give us time, Aizawa begged. He had rehearsed this speech so many times, but he had always imagined it with someone else. Someday, he would catch that little gremlin. The girl hesitated at the hero's words. How could she not when she had never been given the opportunity to believe in herself? Aizawa sighed. It would have to be him who took the first step. Aizawa loosened his capture scarf's grip until it unraveled. The girl tilted her head and stared at the hero with her mouth agape. Am I dreaming? Are you sure it's not a trick? Eraser assured himself that he couldn't take another stray home with him. No, it's not a dream, Eraser told her with a sigh as he adjusted her sweatshirt. You deserve a decent home, and I'll make sure of it. But I'm a monster, I drink blood. Eraser rolled his eyes. You're not a monster. I have a coworker who also drinks blood. And he's only a monster in how old-fashioned he is, but that's a story for another day, he murmured to himself. By the girl's expression, she was not convinced at all. Oh well, now he'd have to talk to Vlad to give her an emotional pep talk. As always, Aizawa thought that for these kinds of jobs, Mike would be much better than him. Eraser? The detective entered the alley in a hurry, greeting him with a smile that disappeared when he saw the hero's expression. No, Eraser didn't have the happy look of having found his lost kid. Naomesa? Toga tensed when she saw the detective in his trench coat. She could already see herself in the reformatory. Or worse, having to see her parents again. No, Toga didn't want that. The hero's hand on her shoulder tried to reassure her. Nothing bad will happen, I promise, Toga. The detective blinked, realizing the situation. Of course, to the girl, they were the enemy. Everything will be fine, Toga, the detective promised with a kind smile. We're going to take you to a safe place. I'll have to ask you some uncomfortable questions that will help us in our case. But only when you feel ready for that. Are you going to send me to the reformatory? No, both the police officer and the hero responded at the same time. We're going to take you to a safe place. Have you ever been to Musutafu? The girl looked at him, lost. No, she had never been there, and it didn't sound familiar at all. Both adults looked at each other for a moment before returning to the conversation. You like it? Come on, let's go. We have a long way to go. Eraser approached to remove the girl's handcuffs. We will protect you. We're sorry it took so long. Himiko Toga never expected to end up at UA. Well, maybe if it was to pursue a crush and drink their blood, yeah, she could see herself doing that. But Toga didn't picture herself in one of the teacher's break rooms. Sitting on a couch, wrapped in a blanket and with, oh, was that a cup of warm blood? Oh, Himiko thought she had died and gone to heaven because this was too good to be true. At some point, while secretly enjoying her cup, secretly because of how she hid the cup between her legs, curled up like a bun, and sipped from the straw under the shelter of her shock-absorbing blanket, it was obvious that someone had prepared that cup with special care. Usually, Himiko didn't drink blood. Not as much as she wanted. Not as much as she could. Not as much as she needs. The era of vampire fans was 60 years ago. Maybe if she had been born earlier, some teenager would have let her drink blood as if begging for Himiko's fangs. But no, Himiko was born in a time far from fictional vampires that sparkled in the sun. Getting blood was a complicated task. To be given a warm cup at the right temperature? Oh Lord, Himiko had to savor it slowly as if it were the last delicacy she would ever taste in her life. Was this the last supper before going to the gallows? Nah, it couldn't be. Not that Himiko had the best track record in the world. To be clear and straightforward, Himiko was a problematic teenager with many cases of theft, robbery, assault, a dead pedophile whose body was never found because he had no one close to him, dog kidnapping, extortion to release said dog. Of course, salt. She needed blood, and blood didn't come from trees. Exquisite blood coming from trees? That's what Himiko was thinking when the door to the teacher's lounge opened. You can't think A gray-haired man with pointed teeth cut himself off as he noticed her. Next to him, Eraserhead had the same dead-inside expression he had every time he had to set foot in UA. Then the unknown adult turned to the insomniac. Fine. I'll take her. She is mine. Himiko then experienced a fear she had never felt before. The fear that someone completely unfamiliar was going to smother her with infinite love and acceptance. Another stray that in the end found a home. Izuku was back on his way to Tokyo on the first morning train. He was grateful to be a ghost and not have to pay for every trip. Ghost perks. Upon arriving in the city, he went straight to his usual spot. The cemetery. He was back in front of Tuya Todoroki's grave as usual. It was his moment when Izuku could talk to himself. It was his safe space. Oh, someone had left him a note. Come back home. D. As soon as he finished reading the note, Izuku started crying. Uraraka ran as soon as the bell rang. She ran for her life as if the class were an Olympic obstacle race. Uraraka leaped over a chair, skillfully avoiding the grumpy guy in the class who tried to catch her. Expertly dodged both Toru and Mina, who were eager to ask more questions. And just as Uraraka reached the classroom door, ready to find her freedom, her hopes were obstructed by a wall of students observing her. You know the Nemo movie? The scene where all the seagulls gather and stare at the fish? Well, Uraraka didn't have fins, but she felt the same. So this is the famous class that faced the villains? You don't seem that impressive. What? I have to go. No matter how much Uraraka tried to make her way through the students, they stuck together like a united front. No, the regulars and not that regular students wouldn't let her escape. Do you think you're so cool? Uraraka felt instantly small with so many pairs of eyes watching her. She tried to respond, but the words got stuck in her throat. Ochako felt so alone and helpless in front of all those teenagers, judging her. For a moment she could hear that voice inside of her head whispering about how all of them would react if they knew what she knew. Like all those eyes were praying to know about the body. About her secret. About one for all and all might. Hey! Get out of my way, barked Bakugo from behind Uraraka, making her jump in surprise. Before Uraraka could react, Bakugo had grabbed her arm and was pulling her into the crowd. He looked like a snowplow, but instead of battling snow, Bakugo was ruthlessly pushing aside students as if they were nothing but obstacles in his way. Which they were, to be honest. Uraraka managed to free herself as they turned down the hallway. Bakugo stopped abruptly, surveying the empty area given her his back. Katsuki put his hands in his pant pockets. That thing you said earlier about the guy from the USJ. Where did you meet him? By the time he turned around, the hallway window was open. Uraraka was floating far from the main building. And all the commotion in front of Class 1A fell silent as Bakugo's death threats echoed from the hall. The smell of pancakes was the first thing Izuku noticed as soon as he entered Dabi's apartment. It wasn't very hard, considering it was a small two-room space. Dabi cooking was something unusual for Izuku in the sense that it didn't happen almost ever. Not that Dabi couldn't cook, because, yes, the fire user was a secret chef. Not as good as Kaken. Damn Kaken and his ways of always being perfect. Maybe Izuku should break his nose again to make sure Kaken at least didn't have a perfect one. Returning to the topic, with no deviations, the house had an uncommon atmosphere. Tidy. There were no empty vodka bottles stacked near the door. Dabi's laundry was done and hanging to dry. Music was playing, and Izuku could hear Dabi singing while he cooked. Izuku felt like crying. Well, when didn't he? The boy ended up sitting in a corner, letting all his tears flow as he watched his stray make blueberry pancakes. From his invisibility, Izuku cried in his invisibility. Of course, Dabi had changed since they had met. But what if the time had come for their paths to diverge? Oh, Izuku bit his arm trying to stifle his sobs. Not that Dabi would really listen to him if he didn't want to, anyways. Maybe Izuku shouldn't have come back as the note said. Perhaps the time had come for Izuku to leave. For better or for worse, Izuku couldn't be someone's constant. He never had been before. Maybe that wasn't for Izuku. Maybe he was born to be alone. He felt like a monster for hating that, in the 2 days Izu had left Dabi, the latter seemed to get his act together. Well, at least in terms of the cleanliness of his apartment. Even food. Dabi eating something that wasn't ready to preheat. Maybe Dabi had reached the point where he no longer needed Izuku. Look, even Dabi had taken a shower. A pity that all that potential was wasted on a bastard-like Endeavor. The mere image of Dabi burning himself to death to kill Endeavor made his blood boil. Maybe Izuku should have taken his time to think these days instead of spending his time bothering others. Maybe if he had, he wouldn't be suffering from an attack of anger, sadness, and helplessness now. Maybe, but no, Izuku had bottled everything up inside, and now it was exploding like an emotional volcano. You can't throw your whole life down the drain for an old abuser who's good for nothing. You're a wonderful person, and you can't die for anyone else. I won't let you kill yourself. I'll kill that bitter old man before I let you do it. Dabi, who had just sat down to eat breakfast, was petrified. Not that he only thought he was alone in the apartment. After so many months with Izuku by his side, he was quite used to the teenager appearing out of nowhere. Now, what he didn't expect to see was an agitated Izuku with red, teary, swollen eyes. Shouting. Proposing to murder someone for him. No, he didn't expect that Izuku at all. He had rather prepared for the disapproving look of the kid. The fire user quickly stood up to catch Izuku in his arms tightly. Hey, pipsqueak, breathe, Dabi asked without thinking because, well, Izuku didn't breathe by himself. Izuku kept sobbing while trying to hit Dabi as if he suddenly were 3 years old. In the sense that he was venting but not really hurting Dabi. In the past few months, he had learned very well how to break noses and other parts of the body. And right now, Izuku was just hitting Dabi's chest while he hugged him against himself. You can't die. You can't die. You can't leave me. Dabi squeezed him even tighter. He kissed Izuku's head, accepting every blow the boy landed without resisting. Shoo. Not going to die. I won't leave you, Dabi promised, intertwining his fingers through Izuku's messy hair. The child broke into tears, hearing what sounded like lies from Dabi. Defeated because he wanted to believe those lies. He really did. His body betrayed him, losing strength and surrendering to Dabi's embrace. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Dabi cradled him against himself, heartbroken to see his little one so hurt by something he had done. It was heartbreaking. Neither of them had realized when they had become so important to each other. I won't leave you, shorty. You are stuck to me for eternity, Dabi assured him with a gentle voice that was anything but normal for him. Don't lie to me. Dabi sighed, but he never let go of Izuku's embrace, not when the pre-adolescent seemed to want to merge with him the way he pressed against his body. No, Dabi had to change the course of the conversation. I did what you told me, Pipsqueak. I've been thinking these days, Dabi began to tell him. I even went through a phase of melancholic songs, which I'll deny ever having heard, that drew a laugh amid Izuku's sobs. Yes, Izuku knew Dabi so well that he could imagine him lying on the couch, having one of his mental breakdowns while listening to Lana Del Rey. And the teenager hesitated. The sobs seemed to slowly calm down. That was a good sign for Dabi. It was going in the right direction. I'm not giving up my revenge, the fire user admitted. Dabi felt Izuku's shoulders drop as if he had just received a cold shower. But I'm not going to die, Dabi hurried to say. The budding adult pulled away to be able to look into Izuku's eyes. Those green, red-rimmed eyes that seemed completely exhausted and devoid of light. I'm not going to die, Dabi repeated with certainty. I won't kill him. I will end his public career, he assured him accurately. No, Dabi was like a hunting dog that would release his prey. Izuku pouted, unconvinced. He preferred the lies from just a few minutes ago. He would prefer Dabi to stay with him. But Izuku was never anyone's priority. Well, he always felt like he wasn't anyone's priority. There's a saying that goes, none so blind as those who don't want to see. And Izuku, for these kinds of things, was incredibly obtuse. Dabi. No, listen to me, Izuku. This time, listen to me, okay? Dabi asked with overwhelming certainty that he wouldn't accept a no for an answer. Izuku looked at him distrustfully but let him speak. Or rather, Izuku didn't have the strength to argue. So far, all the changes I've made have been because you pulled me. You got me the job at the pub with Mr. Matsumoto. You made me gradually change my routine even when I didn't want to. With each word, the boy seemed to deflate more and more. What did Dabi want to tell him with all this? That he was an intruder who did nothing but bother him? Izuku was about to disappear in front of Dabi. There were things that were better left unheard. Dabi, on the other hand, refused to let any of that happen. The fire user clung to that scared kid, accidentally digging his fingers into his arms, fearing that Izuku would disappear, holding him tightly against himself. This time, I want to change my life by my own decision, Izuku. I want to become someone you can be proud of. More stable, but also in my own way, Dabi explained, biting his lip out of nervousness and fear that Izuku would disappear. I still don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. For now, I promise to eat better, shower at least twice a week. That made Izuku laugh. He still remembered how at the beginning of their relationship, Izuku harassed him to take a bath. But I don't want to give up on my revenge either. No, I don't want you to become a murderer for me, Pipsqueak. Minor crimes suit you better. I'm not going to die. I don't know what I'm going to do, Dabi admitted with some nervousness. If not, I can always follow your advice and become a super gay idol who publicly embarrasses Endeavor and tells the world what a shitty person he is. That made Izuku laugh again. It wouldn't be a bad idea, you know? You have talent? Dabi let him go to ruffle his hair in annoyance. That was the kid he wanted to see, the annoying, tiresome, and adorable Izuku. Do you know you're a little piece of shit? Izuku smiled widely, proud of the result of his efforts. Yes, and I wear that title with much honor, he chirped proudly. Dabi gave a half smile. Then he went for a box he had waiting on the couch. Also, I want to change things. There were few things of yours in both here and the other apartment. Izuku tilted his head, not understanding why Dabi said that. Well, it's because dead people don't have things, Dabs. The fire user approached with the box in his hands. A large black box like Dabi's soul. Apparently, the emaciated semi-adult was too weak to accept wrapping a present with a more vivid color. Izuku blinked in incomprehension. The last time someone had given him something had been a pineapple named Paul that he now missed a lot. Izuku usually never received many gifts. Not apart from his mother. His birthdays had always been empty since he was 5 years old. His Christmases had always been tight for a family living on a single income. Aren't you going to open it? Oh yes, but is it for me? Izuku asked incredulously. Is there a confetti inside? Dabi snorted and rolled his eyes. Of course it's for you. Open it. With doubts, Izuku grabbed the box lid that fell to the side as soon as Izuku understood what was inside. This is... Dabi nodded, proud to see the excitement and nervousness in the kid. Yes. It took me a bit to find it, but I think it's perfect. And your size? Izuku started to scream and pulled the fabric out of the box. An intense dark green on one side, a gradient of light greens, and a soft brown ball. It was an enormous, super soft hoodie. Izuku didn't hesitate for a second to put it on, running so nervously that he put it on inside out. Dabi threw the box to the side and ran to rescue his kid, helping him put on the hoodie. I'm an avocado. A cute avocado, Dabi corrected him with a half-smile. Izuku started jumping with the hoodie on. The small vigilante hugged himself, feeling the softness of the fabric. Oh, Izuku could spend hours without taking it off. Then he ran to the bathroom to see himself in the mirror. I'm an avocado. Dabi laughed, shaking his head but secretly enjoying his little one's reaction to the gift. Izuku ran back to him. It has pockets. That drew a laugh from Dabi, who instinctively raised his hand to touch Izuku's hair. Something Dabi often couldn't do because the kid lived in his intangible mode. But not this time. His hands found that unruly hair. Oh sure, if Izuku wanted to wear his hoodie, he had to become tangible. And oh, that was a blank check for Dabi to squeeze him whenever he pleased. Why an avocado? Don't I look more like a horrible broccoli? Dabi shook his head. Nah, you're nutritious, tasty and go with everything. Like an avocado. Izuku's eyes sparkled at such a compliment. Then he started crying before running to hug Dabi, who didn't resist his little avocado's soft hug. At some point in that hug, Izuku remembered everything he had done without Dabi knowing. No, this wasn't the best time to tell Dabi that he had met another Todoroki. Izuku continued to enjoy his hug. Another day, Dabi would get mad at him. But not today. Today, Izuku was a happy avocado. Aizawa slumped into his desk. Then, he proceeded to pull out his famous yellow sleeping bag from the desk drawer. Eraser stretched it out and, without getting up, slid both legs into the sleeping bag. In the eyes of more than a couple of teachers, Shota slipped down into the sleeping bag onto the floor. Turned into a cocoon, he rolled once to get under his own desk without saying a word. It was lunchtime. Present Mike looked at his husband with concern from across the room. The same one who had left the night before and now returned as if nothing had happened. Well, for anyone else, that was the same old Eraserhead. But not for his husband, who could see the depression settling in on Aizawa like mud. Present Mike went straight to sit on the floor next to his husband, leaning his head on his shoulder. Did it go wrong? Aizawa grunted in response. Oh. We found her. It wasn't Izuku. Each word felt terse and dry. Aizawa had returned not long ago from his mission, taking Vlad out of the teacher's lounge without saying anything. Now, Glad was missing, and Present Mike feared having to cover for his husband with a false alibi. Oh, we'll find him, assured the optimistic blonde. Feelings that the underground pro-hero did not share. They both sat in silence until the bell rang, announcing the end of lunch break. The rest of the teachers got up, leaving the couple alone in the teacher's lounge. Shota still had an hour free before his next class. Mike could afford to be a little late for a good cause. Shota wasn't one of those to cry. He was one of those people who, no matter how much they wanted to vent, couldn't shed tears. It was hard for him to make the tears come. He didn't hold them back. Shota wanted to cry. But he couldn't. That inability made him wish to throw himself into his work until there was no emotion left to feel. Fortunately, Shota had Hisashi. That man who sought his hand with his own. Who intertwined his fingers with Shota's to remind him that he wasn't alone. That man who kissed his cheek with infinite affection, reminding him how much Sho mattered. Who let him know that Mike was seen when many others didn't. In many ways, Mike could always see through the waves of Aizawa's depression, no matter how much he tried to hide them. Eraserhead wasn't a cold being who just did the job. Behind the yellow lenses and the gray fiber capture scarf was a man who couldn't stand to see his students die. Who preferred to thwart their dreams and break hearts than attend another funeral of someone too young to die. Zashi, I'm tired, Eraser confessed with a broken voice. I know, baby, Hisashi caressed Shota's face, brushing a strand of hair from in front of his eyes. Tomorrow will be another day, the blonde promised in a tone completely unlike him, low and calm. Hisashi squeezed his husband tightly in a hug. Two adult men under the desk wasn't the most comfortable or spacious place. That was the least of their worries. The back pain that came after 30 couldn't be compared to the chest pain that the disappearance of that child they cared so much about caused. You don't understand, Zashi. I'm exhausted, Eraser admitted. Baby, I think you should let out that storm you have in your chest. Hisashi placed his hand on his husband's chest and moved away to look him in the eyes. Dry eyes, incapable of crying despite all the desire Shota had. You don't understand, Zashi? Make me understand then, Hisashi retorted in a soft tone, knowing how to pull his husband so that he could free himself from the emotional constipation he was in. Zashi, whether it's our Izuku or not, we still have the corpse of a missing minor. A dead minor who was missing in the open air for months, and no one bothered to look for him. An abandoned child, Zashi. A child abandoned that no one cared about? His husband frowned, then moved, forcing himself to get under the desk right in front of Shota. Both knees abruptly collided in the small space, and Mike grabbed his calloused hands. His favorite insomniac. Sho, dear, you're being very cruel to yourself. He gave a squeeze, bringing his husband's hands to his lips and kissing them chastely. You can't change Izuku's past. Or the past of that dead child. Eraser closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the wooden desk. No, Shota couldn't change the past. He hadn't been able to change it with Oboro. He couldn't do it with that corpse from the beach. I know I can't bring the dead back, Zashi. Believe me, I know. I feel powerless. We can't run tests on the corpse because it's gone. We couldn't force the hospital to find the samples they took for the autopsy of the beach kid. It seems that as soon as they find a corpse with red shoes, it stops mattering. And then I wonder if that's how Izuku has been living his life. Or if that's how a child decided to commit suicide on a beach alone, with no one looking for him. Without anyone finding him, Hisashi struggled to find his voice to speak. He knew the burden his husband carried was heavy, but catching a glimpse of it was overwhelming him. Do you think the beach body committed suicide? The blonde asked hesitantly, almost with a slight tremor at the idea. Shota made a grimace of displeasure. Many officers believe that. Red shoes, a secluded place. What else would he be doing in a place like that? Everyone knows the survival statistics for quirkless individuals. Few make it to adulthood. It's not the first time I've found the same red shoe brand at the edge of a rooftop. That was a sad but true fact they had to consider. Both fell silent for a long moment, looking at each other with weariness. It was Mike who broke the silence, trying to be optimistic. Our Izuku wouldn't do that. He's very cheerful and lively. Shota didn't smile. It seemed like a part of him was withering inside. We don't know as much as we thought about our Izuku, Zashi. Izuku may not be Izuku Midoriya. Or maybe he is. We don't know. We also can't ask him because Izuku's disappeared. Our Izuku isn't Toga Himiko. So, who is our problem child? Shota, what do you mean by? Eraser sighed heavily and closed his eyes tightly, feeling the weight of the entire case on his chest. Feeling the dizziness of the vertigo that the case caused him. Izuku disappeared when the beach corpse appeared, Zashi, Eraser began to say slowly, opening his eyes to look at his husband seriously. Fatigue was starting to take over him. A weight that couldn't be compared to all the hours he had been awake. I didn't want to think about it, Eraser confessed, gradually lowering his voice. But now I can't stop thinking about it. Izuku Midoriya has also disappeared. We don't have a body. The samples are lost in the hospital. We have no leads, but for some reason, the problem child keeps showing up to save me. Zashi, I don't know what would have happened to me if Izuku hadn't shown up at the UJ. That thing would have torn me apart. And Izuku jumped in front as if he weren't afraid that something would happen to him. Both remained silent, looking at each other with concern. The same child who had slept on their couch, sweet and smiling. That same child running towards the villains. Fighting tooth and nail. The first part quite literally. That same child. Zashi, they both look so much alike. Our Izuku and the beach corpse. I couldn't stop thinking about it at the USJ, Eraser whispered with a broken voice. Zashi remained silent, wiping away the tears falling silently down his cheeks. Shota wiped them gently, letting his husband cry for. Both of them was a kind of silent agreement between them. I'm overwhelmed by not having any answers, Shota confessed, intertwining his fingers with Zashi's. It was now when the raven-haired man sought to encourage his blonde. Oh Sho, let me help you, Hizashi pleaded desperately. How? Zashi, I don't know what to do anymore. We thought we had it this time. Izuku is not Toga. She's an abandoned teenager, like many others. He didn't end saying it out loud. But not our child. Where is he now? What if he's alone? What if he's suffering? Zashi? He seemed so small and thin, it's like Izuku hasn't eaten anything. Like Zuku hasn't grown at all. What if he's malnourished? Eraser couldn't stop thinking about the small figure in those little jeans and that sweatshirt that was too big for him at the USJ. Sho, I hate to say this, but think logically. His husband interrupted his thoughts. Hizashi regained his confidence, squeezing his husband's hand. Izuku is our Izuku. It doesn't matter who he really is. Izuku is the kid who patrols at night trying to help anyone he can. Zuka's the kid who was immensely happy about a pineapple we accidentally bought by mistake. He's the kid who cared about Toshi and did crazy things to get him out of that shithouse who abuse him. Izuku didn't hesitate to help you at the USJ. You could tell me that Izuku is a murderer, and I wouldn't care, Sho. Izuku is our child. It was quite a declaration from the blonde, who was no longer crying. That made Shota break into one of those rare smiles on him. One that showed tenderness. Yes? So think logically. There's always some clue that escapes us. There's always a thread to pull, Zashi encouraged him, hoping that Eraser's spark would ignite the whole machinery that was the mind of the underground pro-hero. You don't understand, Zashi. Naomasa is now arguing again with the hospital to find the evidence that was taken from the beach corpse. Maybe with that, we could have a mere idea of what might have happened to that child. Hizashi sighed. Sho, I think you're focusing too much on the beach corpse and not so much on our Izuku. Eraser frowned. Mike, you didn't see it. They are identical. Mike shrugged. They may be identical, Sho, but our kid is out there somewhere, he replied as if it were common sense. As if Mike were telling Shota that the sky is blue. Who is being emotional now? Eraser accused him. I've always been emotional. For logic, I married you. What I'm saying, Sho, is that Izuku has to be somewhere right now. He's a restless soul. How did he end up in the USJ? Shota suddenly opened his eyes as if a light had come on above his head. Then he grabbed his husband's face and planted a rough kiss on his lips before crawling out from under the table without caring about legs, limbs, or furniture get in the way. You're a genius. I know, said the proud blonde, very sure of himself. But why exactly? Because Izuku said he ended up in the USJ because he followed the friend of a pedophile. I just have to find the arrest of every pedophile in Japan on that day, and that's how I'll discover where the hell our problem child is. The confidence had returned to the pro-hero who now couldn't stop searching in all the police files. Honestly, one would expect to find a huge list of suspects. But on the day of the USJ attack, there were only 3 arrests of pedophiles in the entire country. Only one case matched the modus operandi of their favorite problem child. That damn kid is in Tokyo? Oh yes, there was always a clue to follow. In some neighborhood on the outskirts of Tokyo, where an ex-pyromaniac and a non-living kid shared an apartment, The day was unusually quiet. Dabi had discovered a new facet of Izuku that he had never seen in all those months. As a ghost, Dabi had never seen Izuku eat. Well, logically, the dead didn't need to eat. Discovering that, indeed, the boy could eat was a great surprise. Especially when the happy avocado looked at him with puppy eyes, begging for a couple of pancakes. How could he say no? Oh no, Dabi could never have any pets. He couldn't resist big, shiny eyes begging for food, not after so many times he had gone hungry. What he also didn't expect was that, after seeing Izuku devour the pancakes to the point of licking the plate, the kid would fall asleep on the sofa. I mean, for any other person, that would be common, right? But Izuku had hardly ever slept in all the months they had shared an apartment. And that had been a year ago. Seeing Izuku sleeping soundly in his avocado sweatshirt on the sofa was extremely strange. The kid used to spend 90% of his day being intangible. And now Dabi could take his hand, lift it, and watch it fall lifeless due to gravity without Izuku waking up. The fuck? Izuku didn't flinch at the noise. He didn't react to anything happening around him. Not a truck passing by, not a barking dog, not even Dabi touching his cheek with a finger to check that he could touch his pipsqueak. Maybe or maybe not, Dabi ended up grabbing a pen and carrying out his revenge by drawing bunnies on the kid's face. It's worth mentioning that drawing was not among the talents of the fire quirk user. No, Izuku continued to let out those sighs in his deep sleep. He didn't even flinch when Dabi's phone rang. "I've called because they want to offer you a proposal," said the voice of one of the owners of a nightclub, who, after all the greetings, finally got to the point of the matter. "There's an alcohol brand that wants to promote its drinks in nightclubs, and they want you." Dabi frowned as he listened to that. Meanwhile, he squeezed Izuku's nose, who was still blissfully asleep. "Promote? How?" "Being who you are. You have something, son, that attracts people. It's going from nightclub to nightclub offering free drinks. It's something casual, a couple of nights here and there. But it pays well." Dabi crossed his arms for a moment and stared at how Izuku slept peacefully. He looked like an angel, completely incapable of breaking a plate. What a trap. But for that kid, he wouldn't mind trying a different path. At least, give it a shot. All right. Besides, getting people drunk? Maybe Dabi could get used to that. Right punch, then the left one, move the leg back. Shift the weight to the front and deliver a side kick. Simple. Well, simple and incredibly boring for Hitoshi, who in recent weeks had been practicing the routines that his father, Shota, had been teaching him since he moved in with them. When his father wasn't around, the training became immensely dull. According to the pro hero, practice makes perfect. Hitoshi needed much more than that. He needed pure stimulation. Hitoshi needed something that would give him the motivation to go out for a run in the mornings when all his body wants is rest. Insomnia is a cruel bitch who never let him sleep but also never rest. Something or someone. Because he did have a short-term goal, the UA Sports Festival. It was something incredible to achieve, but when he feel alone in the cold mornings, even that made him feel empty. Well, if Hitoshi were more sincere with himself, he would discover his heart missing Izuku. But Toshi wasn't honest with himself. No, he put a ton of those in his mind to distract himself. Like how Eraserhead had entered the hero course after winning the festival in his first year. That's what Hitoshi wanted. That's what he needed. Hitoshi had always wanted to prove to the world that he wasn't a villain. So Toshi was determined that he would end up on the podium, no matter what. Like father, like son. That didn't mean he was thrilled at the idea of sweating, being sticky and exhausted. Not to mention, it was incredibly boring being alone mostly. Eraser needed to work and Mike, well, Noon knows how present Mike had that legs and that butt tie if he avoided run so often. Let's remove that kind of thoughts about his dad from a child mind. So there Toshi was, listening to a podcast about strange and paranormal events in Tokyo when he felt a tap on his right shoulder. Of course, his first reaction was to throw a punch at the person. He didn't expect to encounter a teenager his own age with a grumpy expression, who effortlessly dodged the punch with a quick arm movement, and then deflected it as if Hitoshi had no strength at all. "What a shitty punch, eyebags," Bakugo Katsuki remarked. Hitoshi snorted and rolled his eyes. In front of him stood Bakugo Katsuki. Tall, blonde, red smart eyes and annoyed face. How did he know his name? Well, the perks of being the son of the teacher. A daddy boy. What are you doing here? Hitoshi asked. The blonde raised an eyebrow and twisted his face into a disgusted expression. Seeing how badly you practice, what do you think, idiot? It's the school gym. What else am I going to do? Work out. Bring that, Blondie said, almost growling as he grabbed Hitoshi's hands. You have to keep your elbows closer to your body. Look, asshole. He pushed him a bit to demonstrate, then punched the boxing bag bare-fisted with a single, precise blow. Well executed, as if Bakugo were accustomed to delivering such punches. Toshi was perplexed for a moment. These Hero Corps students were made of a different material, that's for sure. Is that what they teach in Hero class? Hitoshi said with a more sarcastic tone than he initially intended. The blonde seemed unfazed. Right now, they're drilling us with rescue and evacuation procedures, the hero student complained, feeling tedious about the exercises. It's getting a bit more interesting with the attack simulations. But classes have to continue. Besides, they can't push us hard until after the sports festival. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow in confusion. That can't be true. The hero student left his backpack on the side and started stretching, just as Aizawa had always instructed Hitoshi. It was evident that the teenager had experience. The first year is to show off the potential they have. A mediocre level, Katsuki explained as he stretched his large biceps. In the second year, they show the change they undergo. It's all marketing. It's UA's way of shouting to the world who the best hero factory is. And the third year is a trailer for the future heroes? Bakugo drew a twisted smile. Pride seemed to show at the corners of his mouth. See, despite your shitty movements, you at least have some brains. Thanks. Toshi didn't know if that was a compliment or the opposite. Bakugo approached him like a curious pet raider. You're training for the sports festival, he stated, not asking. That guy was straightforward, rude and blunt. Everyone is, Hitoshi responded just as rudely and bluntly. Anyone who isn't is just a dumbass taking up space. I'm serious, Toshi warned, making it clear about his intentions. Some seemed about that statement seemed to please the blonde. You suck. I've seen you by chance. We're going to spar. Hitoshi didn't quite understand what was happening. Only that 3 minutes later, he was lying on the floor with Bakugo twisting his arm in a lock he hadn't learned yet. And oh, how much he wanted to learn it for himself. Out of nowhere, Hitoshi had found himself an unexpected training partner. One who wasn't very talkative, just like him. One who would go all out, regardless of whether or not Hitoshi was a novice. No, Bakugo Katsuki wasn't the kind of person to hold back. And Hitoshi wasn't the kind of person who liked to be treated like a defenseless child. No, he could take whatever they threw at him. Izuku was disoriented. He had been sitting on the couch for 10 minutes, staring out the window in a daze. Was it dusk or dawn? No, Izuku couldn't tell. His neurons were frozen. The apartment was practically dark, illuminated faintly by the outside light. Izuku was alone. Dabi seemed to have left a while ago. For some strange reason, he had a blanket over him, as if he needed it. How silly. Izuku didn't usually feel cold or hot. Oh well, maybe he did. Izuku felt warm under all that fabric. His soft avocado-shaped hoodie and a large blanket. Oh well, Izuku wanted to be a burrito. It was quite nice. He didn't feel like moving. It wasn't until another half hour had passed, after the sun had set, that Izuku finally started to activate his neurons. It wasn't common for him. But Izuku didn't dwell on it. No, he kept thinking about Dabi's gift. Because the logic he had always been taught since Aizu was a child was that gratitude should always be repaid. And Izuku was dying to surprise Dabi with a gift. Something that would leave him speechless. Something special that matched Dabi's feeling that told him Izuku did care. Something that would show Dabi that Izuku held him in high regard. It wasn't about who could get the best gift. In Japanese culture, giving a gift to someone else was loaded with meaning. It was a declaration of intentions. In Dabi's case, he was telling Izuku that he accepted him as an important part of his life. Now it was Izuku's turn to respond. In reality, Izuku didn't have to. Dabi wasn't the kind of person who expected anything in return. Quite the opposite. But Izuku was dying of eager, not literally because he was already dead, to find the perfect detail. To be part of that tradition. No, Izuku didn't usually receive gifts. Not unless they were from his mother. Maybe the last time he had received a well-intentioned gift was when Izuku hadn't been diagnosed as quirkless yet. No, red spider lilies didn't count as a gift. So, Izuku was going to find the best gift in the whole wide world. With that determination, Izuku became intangible to free himself from all the blankets. At this time, Dabi would already be at work in one of his regulars' pubs. It was time to hit the streets in search of the perfect detail. And maybe, stopping a person or two with bad intentions as always. The question was what to give to Dabi. He wasn't an easy person to gift. Material things usually got left behind quickly if the fire user had to run away, as had happened in Musutafu. Now that Izuku thought about it while walking through the streets of Tokyo, the teenager realized how well prepared Dabi was for such things. Or how accustomed the fire user was to starting from scratch. No material things were somewhat ruled out. Dabi wouldn't exactly be thrilled with a PlayStation 5. Nor clothes. No, the fire user had a very characteristic style of dressing. And judging by Izuku's t-shirts, he didn't have the best sense of fashion either. No clothes ruled out. Soaps and creams too. Dabi would take it as an offense. And rightfully so, but it was also true that he should bathe more often despite his injuries. Injuries? No, Izuku didn't have the power to find someone to heal him. Ruled out. It was already midnight when he found himself in an alley trying to feed a stray kitten when a light bulb went off in his little head. Dabi needs something to bring him back to life, and that can be done, he exclaimed excitedly, realizing that this was what Dabi needed. I'm going to resurrect him. The black cat perked up an ear, completely distrustful of the crazy kid. Then the kitty accepted the offering of the can of tuna before the human ran off. Obviously, Izuku was going to run all over the city like a desperate madman. Could Izuku have waited for another moment and another day? Well, yes, he could. But we must remember that Izuku had too much free time. He didn't need to sleep, he could sneak into anywhere, and he was a 14-year-old boy who no longer knew where the line was between what should be done and what shouldn't. A restless soul. A restless soul who, 45 minutes later, was sneaking into a police station in the special identification card area. Oh no, none of that elaborate James Bond plan where Izuku descends a wall with a rope and proceeds to perform various maneuvers. No, reality used to be always simpler. Like sneaking into the apartment, uploading one of Dabi's photos to the email. Going to a public library that, at least this time, isn't burned for now, and downloading the photo. Proceeding to create the new email account endeavorsuckmeballs@yaheroes.com and sending the image to himself. Then proceeding to delete all evidence by clearing the browsing history. A super special hacker tactic for a deaf 14 years old. Walking over 15 minutes to the nearest police station and entering through the main door in front of the on-duty police officers as if nothing happened. It was the advantage of being a ghost. No place became impenetrable for him. Noon could see, hear, or stop him if Izuku didn't want. Now, Izuku could have bought a fake ID from a forger, yes. But he didn't have money. Well, now Izuku did have access to Endeavor's credit card thanks to Shoto. But no, Izuku didn't have any source of income. Although he probably would have found another way to persuade the forger to give it to him for free. But that didn't have the same effort as entering a police station full of cops and opening his new and fabulous email and downloading the photo. Many would believe that the police software might be ultra-complicated to use. But no. It was only necessary to fill in the data as the forms requested. Name, Dabi. Last name, fuck. No, wait, Izuku wasn't going to put that. Fuck. He cursed aloud, looking at the screen with annoyance. No, Izuku hadn't thought about that part. Well, he hadn't really thought about anything in general. Zu was planning it step by step, like when he decided to create an email and then show up there. Or like when Izuku was there, continuing everything on the go. Maybe being dead and being an untouchable ghost was affecting him in the sense that Izuku was becoming more reckless. But couldn't let something like a blank box defeat Izuku's plans. Izuku was going to give Dabi the best gift in the world, and nothing would stop him. Not even that mocking blinking cursor that seemed to taunt Izuku's creative block. No, it can't be Dabi Todoroki. He would kill me. He would find a way to revive me and then kill me again, Izuku said to himself while spinning around in a bureaucrat's chair. 10 minutes later, dizzy from the additional spinning, Izuku stopped turning in the chair and tried to type something. Not just anything, no. Dabi Akatani, he pronounced aloud, testing the sound of the name on his lips. Not bad. Then he pressed enter. Akatani, like Izuku's father's last name if he hadn't abandoned him as soon as he could. Akatani, because Midoriya would be too obvious. Too easy to link Dabi to that crazy, unself-preserving ghost. Dabi Akatani, like the brother he was to Izuku. Akatani, like the father who had gone back to the USA when Izuku was barely born. It was perfect. Well, not that Izuku had any affection for his biological father, because no, his father was a person who wasn't in his life anymore. A person for whom Izuku harbored no feelings. No pain, no sorrow, no love. He had only been a sperm donor in the story of his life. But it was perfect in the sense that if anyone tried to investigate Dabi, it would lead them to America. And surprise, surprise, no one would take that kind of job too seriously. Well, considering that Izuku had long since gone through the phase of searching for his father without success, he doubted that anyone could do it better than him. Izuku's father had gone to buy milk in a very remote area apparently. But it was perfect. Perfect because, in one way or another, it was like linking Dabi to his life as the family that Dabi made him feel. One where it didn't matter if he was dead, alive, a ghost, quirkless, quirked or gay. The rest of the information was super easy and quick to fill. There was no need to take fingerprints when stated that the fire user had burned fingertips due to his quirk. It was simple. And it printed super fast. Almost instantly. What better for a fake ID than to make a real one? Izuku flashed a triumphant smile. It was perfect, shiny and new. It felt like he had won a small battle against the world. Getting out was the most complicated part of the operation. Because getting in with nothing was easy thanks to his gift. But leaving with something physical without being seen could be impossible. Who am I kidding? No, it was easier than anyone would imagine. Izuku just opened the window and threw the ID as far as possible until it fell on the street. Then he made himself invisible and intangible and left the police station to where the ID had fallen. He picked it up and started walking quickly. If Izuku was fast, maybe he could catch Dabi at work. Maybe he could give him the surprise. Oh, Izuku couldn't imagine Dabi's surprised expression. Izuku was running through the streets with his hood on, telling himself that he was going to resurrect a dead man. Come on, what anyone would do on an early Thursday morning. Now, Iza didn't expect to find said dead man alive in the alley outside the pub where he used to work, against the wall with someone on top. No, Izuku didn't expect to find. Izuku didn't thought, he just attacked ready to kick that blonde ass. No one was going to touch his older brother if Izuku was there. Not even if he had large wings. Not even if... Oh fuck. Hawks, Izuku said once he found himself face down by a red feather. Dabi smacked himself in the face upon seeing the scene. Izuku had tried to attack the number 3 hero in all of Japan. And not only had he caught him, but Hawks had left him hanging upside down with remarkable ease with just one feather. Only one was enough. Could Izuku have become intangible at any moment? Not if he wanted Dabi's ID to stay in his pocket and not on the ground. On the other hand, golden, slitted predator eyes looked at him with curiosity and amusement. Yeah, kiddo Hawks. A fan? Isn't it too late to be awake? Izuku struggled in his attempt to free himself without much success. The teenager didn't like being trapped. Because he usually never was. And since Izuku never had to make an effort to free himself now, he looked like a piñata swinging by his limbs without rhyme or reason. No. But I'm more of an Eraserhead fan. Now let me down. As a hero, I should take you to your parents? That made both brothers present tense up. No way. There's no law that says how early someone can wake up, Izuku retorted, ready to counterattack if necessary. Dabi pushed the hero aside and went to grab Izuku as if he were a cat stuck in a tree. He's my little brother. Get lost for a bit, Dabi told the hero, activating his blue flames to burn the feathers holding the kid. Izuku fell abruptly onto Dabi, who caught him like a sack of potatoes. If the hero had suffered pain from the loss of his precious feather, he didn't show it. Hawk stayed watching both figures, analyzing the scene. So, the bad boy has a soft spot? Dabi looked at him coldly. Fuck you. Get lost. Dabi put his middle finger up before heading towards the apartment they both shared. Well, that was the idea. In reality, Dabi was going to wander around the city a lot due to his paranoia that the bird brain would follow him from the heights. It's not like the number 3 hero had reasons to do so. Simply, Dabi was a paranoid and rightly so. Meanwhile, Izuku remained silent as a tomb. But that wasn't what surprised Dabi. No, the strange thing was that the kid was still tangible. Dabi was carrying him like a sack of potatoes without any resistance. You know how when little kids are silent, it means they're up to mischief? Well, Dabi felt like that was exactly what was happening right now. When they had passed the same park a couple of times, the fire user decided to stop abruptly and lower Izuku right in front of him. Then the semi-adult extended his hand, looking at him completely serious. What do you have? Izuku looked away completely guilty. And nothing. Don't lie to me, Dabi interrupted him. Serious? Izuku cursed under his breath and took a small red feather out of his pocket. Okay, maybe Izuku had gone a bit too far with taking a souvenir from the number 3 hero. But he was the number 3 hero. The youngest hero to reach so high. With a quirk, Fatmidi, him ultra fast and adaptable to kind of situations. Besides, Dabi felt dizzy, no longer listening to the kid in front of him. Because yes, Izuku was being a fanboy out loud without realizing it. Dabi sighed and, with some guilt, burned the small feather without hesitation. Dabi made a disgusted face at Izuku's shattered scream. He's an idiot. You'll meet other heroes. In fact, no, better not. Bad heroes. Crappy heroes. I'm not 6 years old. Izuku complained. Dabi smirked mockingly. I'll stop treating you like a child when you stop acting like one. Don't you see that a hero could discover you? Izuku pouted and then jumped, pointing accusingly with his index finger. You were the one who had it on you. Dabi vehemently denied blushing at that accusation. You damn? Like the old times, Dabi raised his hand to try to burn the ghost boy. And like in the old times, Izuku reacted on instinct, making himself intangible. The ID fell to the ground, catching Dabi's attention. He bent down to pick it up much faster than Izuku could. What is this? No. Dabi blinked, puzzled. Well, he had seen an infinity of IDs when he worked as a security. Both real and fake. And there it was, one with his face, and it didn't seem like a fake ID. Dabi Akatani? He read aloud, surprised. Then he looked at his favorite brat and widened his eyes when he realized what it was. Son of, you've resurrected me? Izuku flashed a wide smile. Yes. Now you can have better jobs. Dabi hyperventilated for a moment. Well, he had never thought about coming back to life, being part of society again. Oh fuck, that kid always pulled him toward the good side of life. Izuku, now you'll also have to pay taxes, Izuku added without thinking it through. Dabi struggled between hugging him and strangling him. The latter one, but this time Izuku laughed while Dabi tried to reach him without success. There was nothing holding him back in the earthly world anymore. And so, they both returned home running amid taunts and teasing. Dabi had left home just being Dabi, a ghost of someone who once was. And now Dabi returned at dawn with a new identity and new possibilities that he could never have imagined. No matter what the user fire said, the ID quickly ended up in his wallet well protected. Dabi's day ended after a Kardashian episode with his happy avocado on the couch. Both sleeping leaning against each other like the weird family they were. Let's pause and rewind several hours into the night. Long before a new Kardashian drama, long before the alley between Dabi, the number 4 hero, and Izuku. Long before the fake true ID, before sneaking into, well, let's rewind to where Izuku is peacefully asleep on the sofa in his avocado hoodie. Not very far, basically because it was a small apartment, Dabi was in the bathroom. right in front of the mirror as he styled his hair upwards and checked for imperfections. Dead, yes, but always a diva. Of course, his Todoroki genes made him an irresistible snack, scars and all. But remember that Dabi liked to be the center of attention. There was something in that gave him power. Oh, it sure gave him power. Every time he entered a club, Dabi left behind the guy who was starving in the alleys and became someone desirable. Almost like a fantastic being walking among mortals to make them revel in pandemonium. But no, Dabi was still a flesh and blood person. Sexy, yes, but if he could refine that unique style of being an independent person on the fringes of society that everyone liked, well, he would. Besides, it was his personality and style that attracted people and, with it, the jobs. Dabi put on his black leather jacket, finalizing his usual look. He looked at himself one last time in the mirror before leaving the bathroom. After he went for his wallet and phone left on the living room table. Finally, Dabi grabbed the blanket from his room and placed it over his sleepy avocado. He wrapped him up like a burrito, with his chest rising and falling regularly. The fire user left shortly afterward, checking the schedule they had sent him on the way. There was a clear difference between his stable job in Musutafu and Tokyo. In one, he only had Mr. Matsumoto as a boss and a single workplace. In Tokyo, Dabi roamed through many clubs. Waiter, flyer salesman for the clubs, and more recently, a showman. Not in the R18 sense. Dabi captured everyone's attention by singing and dancing, sometimes on the bar and other times in the middle of the dance floor. Going from one place to another distributing alcohol was just another experience. Dabi arrived as usually just in time to meet his colleagues before heading straight out on the route. For super nice and super young girls who might have looked at him a little suspiciously, Dabi preferred to act like he didn't notice. No, he had only one goal that night, getting people drunk. They paid him to get people drunk and he would do it. A total of 3 clubs they usually visited. It had only been a few months, but the fire user made a strong impression wherever he went. They were supposed to be a team of entertainers offering samples of the product. Supposedly, well, Dabi didn't know how to hold back. That was never his strength. From the first pub, Dabi entered with confidence like he owned the place, making his way through the crowd. Turning among the audience. Lifting chins with his hands and bringing the bottle directly to their lips. Slowly wiping every spilled drop with his thumb before licking it. It should be noted that this prompted a chorus of screams surrounding Dabi. By the second club they had to stop at, they reached maximum capacity after dragging part of the clientele with them. The Pied Piper attracted both mice and children from the whole city. Dabi dragged every young person behind him and every drunkard he found on the street. By the time they entered the third club, people were chanting his name as they made way for him towards the platform where the DJ was. They chanted Dabi's name as if he were a celebrity. No, they chanted his name as if they were praising the god Dionysus himself. Oh, how Dabi loved to feel amidst so much adoration. There was something inside him that thrived on so many looks of desire. As Lil Nas X's song goes, never want the niggas that's in my league, I wanna fuck the ones I envy. Oh, Dabi adored being the idealization of anyone who idolized him. He watched them dance around him with glassy eyes, intoxicated by both alcohol and the feeling of freedom. Dabi loved being the person who entered their lives to make sure they were a little naughty. And perhaps, just perhaps, it got a little out of hand. Especially when he climbed onto the nightclub bar, walking as if the entire place belonged to him. Dabi had that magnetism that captured all eyes. Let's be a little naughty, Dabi warned with a twisted smile that melted hearts. Not to mention anything else. Someone fainted for a moment upon hearing that man. Well, calling Dabi a man would be giving him too much prestige. Project of a man. Without caring much, he turned to instruct his companions who, more than companions, seemed subordinate to the orders of the fire user. The efficient young women worked, obeying each idea without protest. Dabi had given them a single premise. Put the blame on me. With just one sentence, Dabi had gained the loyalty of 4 strangers from the beginning of the night. They lined up a long row of shots along the bar. Dabi, like Cerberus, stood in the middle with the microphone in hand. I can't hear you, he roared to the intoxicated crowd. Let's be a little bad. Someone else seemed to faint in the crowd as everyone shouted in ecstasy. Well, not everyone, almost everyone. Dabi didn't even pay attention until a figure appeared in front of him. There wasn't much to highlight under the cap and sunglasses. He seemed like just another guy in the crowd, a little short and impatient when it came to drinking. Because, of course, with Dabi monopolizing the bar, no drinks were being served. And like hungry dogs in front of a plate of meat, the crowd seemed to be getting impatient with the long line of shots extending on both sides of Dabi. But oh, how Dabi enjoyed confusing and annoying them. There was a hidden pleasure in being that bad boy who had power over the rest. No, Dabi couldn't deny it. He enjoyed teasing them in his own way. So when that poor devil tried to steal a bottle from him with a charming smile, Dabi acted just as he would have. Indifferently kicking the man before fixing his cold blue gaze on everyone present. Dabi didn't need a microphone for everyone to hear what he said next. If you're thirsty and want to drink more, you better bark like you want it. Oh, thank goodness Izuku was at home. The poor kid was still too innocent to witness so many adults barking as if they had no shame at the same time. Lights out, he ordered authoritatively. And so it happened, the entire nightclub plunged into absolute darkness, breaking with all the rhythm. Dabi felt some movement in the air. He didn't give it much importance, no. He was there to put on his show. To be exactly who Dabi was. There, in the midst of the darkness, the blue flames flooded the bar, igniting each shot as if they were domino pieces. One after another. It was magical and marvelous. Dabi there in the middle with his blue flames, like the Lord of Hell, a mix of the Greek Hades and the Disney Hades in a hotter version. And in front of him was Icarus, who, as the legend goes, flew so close to the sun that he burned. Two large red wings spread out before him. That same guy from before who seemed unimportant now appeared to want to steal the spotlight. And no, Dabi wasn't going to let anyone steal his stage from him. Oh, our little hero number 4 is a naughty boy, Dabi said without even pausing to think before speaking. Yes, of course, he recognized that blonde now that the sunglasses didn't cover his face. How could he not, when the city seemed to be plastered with his face? But the poor little bird had forgotten that this was Dabi's territory. The same young man who didn't hesitate to grab the hero's jacket to pull him towards him until they were barely a couple of inches apart. Hey! The hero tried to start saying. These don't talk, ordered Dabi completely cold, unlike his flames. Bark, he repeated in an authoritative tone. It was dark, illuminated by Dabi's blue fire and several mobile phones that couldn't miss a scene like that. But for Dabi and that hero, for a moment, there were only the two of them. Many might not have noticed, but Dabi did see the blush on the hero's cheeks. And then came the bark. Oh shit, Dabi was going to need some time alone before going home to his avocado. Although, to be honest, at that very moment, Dabi wasn't exactly thinking about Izuku. No, he was extending his hand towards one of the girls who served him a shot without hesitation. And after igniting it with his flames, he brought it close to the hero's face, illuminating his face. Good boy. Dabi blew out the fire, extinguishing it before placing the glass against the hero's lips and raising it until all the liquid entered without any resistance. Hawks took it all in one gulp while his gaze was immersed in those blue eyes. And just when Hawks felt the warmth of the alcohol running down his chest warming him, he collided with Dabi's cold disdain. The latter seemed to laugh as if mocking before pushing him into the crowd with complete indifference. The number 2 hero found himself caught in a sea of fans who lifted him, carrying him through the crowd away from that creature of the night. Dabi continued with his job, distributing the flaming shots until not a single one remained. In a matter of minutes, when the last drop of free alcohol had been consumed, Dabi made a smoke bomb. Not literally. He simply left through the back door, the staff door, to the club's alley. It was in those moments when the fresh night air hit him, waking him up, pushing him into reality, bringing him down from the pedestal and reminding him of the things he had to do. Like buying detergent he was running low, paying the electricity bill, slowly returning the money to Mr. Matsumoto. Where do you think you're going, baby bird? That was Dabi's only warning before being pushed against the concrete wall. Dabi was surprised to find himself back against the wall. That little bird had his hands firmly gripping his leather jacket as he held him very close to his face. At any other time, Dabi would have felt fear at having a hero of such a high rank so close to him. Not because he didn't believe he could take him on. After all, Dabi was one of the people with the biggest egos, only surpassed by Bakugo fucking Katsuki, and thankfully, those two didn't know each other. No, in that moment, Dabi couldn't stop remembering the hero's blushing face. "Oh, so you were eager for more barking, huh?" The hero scanned him from head to toe as if he were the bird of prey and Dabi the poor defenseless prey. Except that in front of him, there was no fragile victim. No, in front of Hawks, there was a scar-covered stranger casually leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets, smirking. A few seconds later, Hawks was brushing his lips against Dabi's in a fiery, somewhat rough, hungry, and slightly careless kiss. No, the fire user didn't pull away. The hero felt Dabi's warm hands on his waist, pulling him closer. Dabi quickly sought to gain authority in that kiss, asserting himself against the hero, guiding the kiss deeper and deeper between two strangers who probably wouldn't see each other again, leaving a trail of kisses along the hero's defined jawline towards his neck. The hero himself spread his red wings, covering them both in that dark alley from curious passerby. The hero breaths hitched as Dabi felt his teeth on the hero's skin. What they didn't expect was that the bubble they had created would unexpectedly burst because of a kiddo. Dabi felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, bringing him back to reality. Like Eliza Schuyler, he was the firstborn of the number 2 hero who had abused him for most of his life. Dabi had buried his life under another identity so that his father could never reach him, and he wasn't going to let himself be in danger because of a pretty face like Hawks. And 3, Dabi would do whatever it took for Izuku. He would keep him safe in the few ways a person who was alive but pretending to be dead could do against someone who was pretending to be alive but was dead. No, he wouldn't let Hawks take an interest in his favorite avocado. Dabi had started the night going to work like any other day, as the dead man he was, and ended the day, or started since the sun was beginning to rise, as a living man. A living man who watched the Kardashians with Izuku by his side while his mind was divided in two. On one hand, he couldn't stop thinking about Hawk's wet lips, and on the other hand, his mind was trying to understand why he had to pay taxes. Dabi had a lot on his mind, and yet he fell asleep with Izuku under his arm, unaware of how many cameras had recorded him the night before or how much impact his words could have. Hisashi Yamada was living in an American movie. Well, not really, but at that moment he felt like he was. He was in his kitchen, the one they rarely used except for heating up takeout. Let's not forget it mostly stored non-perishable food, Shota's jelly pouches and Lunch Rush's wonderful containers. Now, these two adults were magnificent gay disasters. They suspected their son might be following in their footsteps, but at least Hitoshi's cooking skills were a bit more advanced. No, they hadn't had that specific conversation yet. There wasn't a parent's guide on when to ask your accidentally adopted son about his preferences. Luckily, Hitoshi was good at cooking at list. Hisashi sighed as he flipped the pancakes. Yes, he felt like an American housewife. How could that be when Hisashi was Japanese? Well, we had to understand that when our dear Zashi was a baby, he wasn't very popular with his biological parents, having shattered their eardrums. Hisashi was lucky to be an adorable but very loud baby who ended up in the care of a well-positioned family between the United States and Japan until his adolescence. But that's a story for another time because if we're not careful, Hisashi will burn every single pancake. Thankfully, Shota appeared in the kitchen doorway looking like he'd spent 200 years in a coffin to oversee any culinary action. He went straight to wrap his husband in his arms, resting his chin on Zahi's shoulder and hugging him from behind. "You need to flip that one," Shota said with a husky just-woke-up voice. "Oh." A sweet smile appeared on Mick's lips as he flipped the pancake with the spatula. "They look delicious," proud Zashi said, admiring his masterpiece. "Only 70% of the pancakes burned." "Great," his husband teased, laughing and avoiding Mick's spatula. "Show. Now you're grounded of eating pancakes," the blonde declared with a pout. Shota affectionately kissed the nape of his husband's neck, delicately pushing aside Mick's long, loose hair that cascaded down his back. Shota enjoyed seeing his husband with his hair down, more natural, easier to entwine fingers through the silky strands. Shota slowly moved Hisashi's blonde mane until his nape was exposed, the perfect spot to place his lips. Don't be mean, Hisashi felt his legs trembling. After all these years, Shota still had that effect on him. Jesus! Shinso might? He's still asleep, his husband quickly retorted, placing another slow, affectionate kiss in the same spot. Slow, laden with tenderness. No, I'm not, complained a voice from the kitchen door. Shota didn't move, just looked with surprise at where his son was. Well, he didn't expect to see him awake, considering how hard it was to peel Hitoshi away from the sheets in the morning due to insomnia. But there he was, their tall teenager, already dressed in the school tracksuit. Toshi! Breakfast is ready! The teenager entered the kitchen no longer after that, followed by at least one of the 3 family cats. He poured milk into his dark cat-shaped cup. Technically, it was Shota's cup, but Hitoshi had claimed it since he entered in their lives. So, there was Hitoshi pouring milk, with all the coffee Hisashi allowed him to have in the morning. It's not like Hitoshi was addicted to caffeine, but according to the blonde, Toshi needed to develop better habits to fight insomnia. Poor innocent who didn't know that the teenager bought energy drinks when Hisashi wasn't looking. I'll be quick and leave you to continue your watching, the teenager spoke clearly and loudly, with a certain sarcasm in his voice. What the hell does watching mean? Eraser asked, confused. Shota was older, but not so old as to be unfamiliar with teenage slang, especially considering he worked with teenagers all the time. The teenager in question raised an eyebrow before joining his fingers, creating 2 heads that couldn't stop kissing, accompanied by a wonderful sound explanation. Watching WACMW? Smooching translated Hisashi for the rest of the mortals. The teenager had to run out of the kitchen with his cup in one hand and his pancakes in the other after Eraser's threat, releasing part of his capture scarf that he always wore even inside of the house. Beside him, his blonde husband laughed while forgetting another pancake on the stove. The percentage of burned pancakes was rising exponentially. Just wait until Hitoshi's in the smoochies phase. I'll remind him of this very well, Shota assured, grumbling to himself with his parental power ready to embarrass his son in his love life until Toshi's at least 30. Hisashi kissed his husband on the cheek with infinite affection, drawing his attention back to him. Oh, Shota, do you remember when we were teenagers, and Nemuri couldn't stop laughing at your gay panics? You were so cute. There, staying silent, unable to react. Eraser grunted in total disagreement. Various memories of a shy young man in his final year at UA flashed in his mind. It was when Shota realized the tremendous crush he had on the man he now called his husband. Nemuri was one of the first to notice, even long before Shota himself. If you want to talk about trigger gay panics, I remember quite well how your voice disappeared when my scarf caught you. You were like a broken radio. Hisashi smiled tenderly as he recalled those times from their first year. Oh, Shota had been blind not to notice how Mick's legs trembled every time he fell into his nets. Well, technically, it was the capture scarf. Hisashi had been the first to fall in love and the first to accept his feelings, while Shota spent at least the entire first year pondering whether his friend was a bit of an idiot when he forgot his words. Then it turned out the idiot was Eraser himself, unable to understand his own feelings and taking so long to accept that he couldn't live without Zashi. Oh, you know what I love? Keep the PG-13 until I'm gone, the purple-haired one yelled desperately from the other side of the apartment. They were no longer teenagers. Now they were adults and had a son, actually 2, but one was resisting them a bit. Hisashi chuckled as he embraced his husband with infinite affection, resting his weight on him. Shota always held him firmly against himself. To Ushi, don't you want your parents to washing? Shota loved how effortlessly Hisashi handled any situation. How he still hung from his arms lovingly while normalizing these displays of affection within their family. Something that was complicated for Shota. Well, for Shota, everything about social interactions was complicated, even now as an adult. Toshi reappeared at the door, carrying his sports bag and backpack, ready to leave. I find it terrible that you, being an English teacher, violate the language like this, Hitoshi said, falsely indignant. Shota hid his smile in his husband's shoulder. I respect my son's terrible decisions regarding speech, the blonde responded very loquaciously. Dadzawa. Help me. Shota's heart melted slowly, unable to hide his smile any longer. Everything about that moment was perfect. No, you got into this on your own. Good luck. The betrayal, accused Hitsushi, falsely injured, before picking up the cat who always was near to Hitoshi. You're doing this because I'm adopted, and Sushi is the favorite. Damn cat with soft paws. I love you too. Hitoshi barely had time to escape before Shota's capture scarf caught him, pushing him directly into Mick's embrace. A perfect joint attack with high complicity between them in an impeccable performance that left a certain teenager between a paternal love sandwich and a cat slipping away and meowing as it ran out of the kitchen. Amidst complaints, Hitoshi begged for mercy. I'll be late. Shota grinned a half-sadistic smile. It's still too early, classes won't start for another 2 hours. Aizawa refused to let go of his chick. He'll be late for training, Hisashi defended, betraying all his husband's trust by releasing the teenager. He'll be late for training, Shota repeated in a low voice, dragging out each word without realizing it. Of course, his son would be training for the sports festival. Shota felt a bit guilty for spending too much time focusing on Izuku's case. Do you want to train later tonight before the big day? Hitoshi picked up his backpack from the floor and nodded without overthinking it. Sure, tonight. See you later. Hisashi quickly stopped his son. Don't be late for class today. Is Himiko's first day, and she could use at least? Someone minimally familiar, Hitoshi completed, as it seemed they had already had this talk before. But I'm leaving since I'm already late. See you later. Just like that, Hitoshi disappeared from view, not without first stopping to say goodbye to the cat with an adorable Eskimo kiss. Nose to nose. Oh yes, his son was perfect just the way he was. Train? Shota asked once the teenager had left through the door. Haven't you noticed? Shoo, Hitoshi's been getting up early for a couple of weeks to train with a classmate from UA. Shota looked surprised. Grateful that his son had a friendship that, for once, wasn't an escape artist vigilante. And from Hisashi's proud tone, it seemed like a good thing. And who? Shota. What? He asked confused. Don't be nosy. I'm not nosy. It's just logical that I want to know who our son is training with. Hisashi laughed at that grumpy yet confused cat-like face. Yes, Hisashi didn't have a human family. He had a family of cats. The big grumpy cat, the insecure little one, and the stray cat that only showed up when it wanted to. Oh, Sho, you've become quite the daddy. Oh no, when you say it, it sounds a bit dirty. Shut up. Hisashi burst into laughter as he pressed closer to his husband, seeking his lips. Shota melted into his husband's arms, pulling him close as his calloused hands roamed his beloved's body. Shota was more than willing to clear the countertop of any utensil and scorched pancake to lift his husband and sit him on the marble. Well, they weren't going to waste the free time provided by a morning without patrols, without radio programs, and without kids in the house. It was too early, and they still had plenty of time to go back to bed. Or they didn't even need to make it to the bedroom. Not even. They were both interrupted by the sound of the phone ringing. Both reluctantly separated with a growl of frustration. Hisashi quickly moved to throw the damn device to the side. Poor of him when Shota reached the phone before him. It's Tsukauchi. 1 minute, pleaded the pro hero, picking up despite his husband's protests. I hope it's something good, grumbled Aizawa as soon as he answered. Good morning to you too, Eraserhead. I hope I'm not catching you sleeping. Eraser rolled his eyes before stealing another silent kiss from Hisashi to calm his pouts. Get to the point. On the other end of the line, there was a tense pause. I come from Musutafu Hospital. The forensic insists that when he performed the autopsy on the beach body, it was a suicide. Shota felt dizzy for a moment. The kitchen started spinning around him. The pro hero had to hold onto his husband tightly, looking for a fixed point. Hisashi, beside him, was pale from hearing that over the phone. Eraser? Shota felt a lump in his throat. Where had his voice gone? Eraser, are you there? I know it's tough, but wait until I finish speaking before going after the forensic and tearing him apart, Naomasa requested, not very sure if there was anyone on the other side. Eraser? We hear you, Mike replied seriously, far from his typical character. Hisashi took the phone from his husband to put it on speaker. Good. I've been investigating. That night, there was a coroner on duty, and there was also a student on an internship. Maybe we can get a second opinion from the student? When? Eraserhead reacted quickly. Tomorrow is the sports festival. We can't miss Hitoshi's performance, and we works. Hisashi tried to be logical for once. Then it will be the day after tomorrow, Naomasa concluded, trying to find a solution. Can't it be right now? Eraser grumbled quickly, for once being the illogical one of the two. On the other end of the phone, there was a heavy sigh. I'm still locating him, the detective explained, unwilling to go into details but making it clear that there was more behind that story. I hope to have news by the end of today or early tomorrow at the latest. Eraser closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against his husband's shoulder, needing support. A fixed point. Breathing. His chest was crushing his lungs. As soon as you have it, let us know, Mike requested, taking control when his husband couldn't. We appreciate it, Naomasa. After a few courtesy words and a quick farewell, there were only two adults looking at each other with tears in their eyes. Hisashi placed his hand on Shota's neck, pulling him into a strong hug while his husband's chest broke into silent lamentations. Todoroki Shoto remained close to his brother's grave. It was early, with the sun just rising. He didn't usually visit his brother's grave, and to be honest, he wasn't there for Tuya. Shoto didn't remember much about his brother from childhood. He only came to the grave on very specific days. Usually with Fujumi. But no, this time Shoto wasn't there for his brother. He was there for the little gremlin who had taken over his house. If the boy didn't show up at Shoto's house, Shoto would go in search of him. And since he couldn't do anything else but wait, Shoto patiently waited for the figure to appear. An hour and 17 minutes later. Don't judge him, it's not like Shoto felt cold or hot. He regulated his own temperature unconsciously. Also, it was better to be out there before going to UA than being in the Todoroki's state with his father. For Shoto, the cemetery was becoming a quiet place to be. No one would bother him there. No one from his family, that is. There was no one shouting and no one forcing him to train to exhaustion. Patience had its reward as he saw a hooded figure with a gray hoodie running through the cemetery with an avocado in hand. The boy went straight to his brother's grave, just like the previous times he had been there. Shoto watched as the boy placed the avocado on the grave next to the other pieces and then added a grenade from his pocket. Oh, the boy was happily chattering to the grave, just like before. Except this time, Shoto approached the boy. Hey, good morning. The boy screamed again in the same way he had screamed days ago at Shoto's house. Jesus Christ. Shoto felt confused. No, I'm Shoto Todoroki. You've never told me your name, but everyone calls you feral child. This further confused Izuku, whose expressions were like an open book for a human without a normal level of social interaction. Shouldn't you be in class or something? Shoto didn't flinch. He looked at the clock on his phone. Oh, they don't start for another hour and 15 minutes, he replied succinctly. Izuku looked around as if expecting something to happen, like Eraserhead attacking him with adoption papers. But no, there were only the two teenagers there. And why be here when you could sleep more? Izuku really didn't understand anything. Shoto sat next to him, looking at the cold stone with Tuya Todoroki's engraved name. Shoto tried to analyze the meaning behind the offerings given to his dead brother. He didn't remember much, always watching from a distance. Maybe Dabi liked avocados. He would ask Fuyumi later. Because I wanted to talk to you. And also, they wouldn't let me rest. Silence fell between them. Izuku scratched the back of his neck uncomfortably, waiting for Todoroki to speak, but the boy remained calm. The other participant needed to respond, right? Well, Shoto didn't have much experience in communicating with humans. His father didn't count as one. About what? That's when Shoto took the initiative to keep talking. Because, well, Izuku clearly noticed how the boy wasn't used to interacting with people his own age. Or with anyone who didn't require him to ask for permission to speak. In contrast, for Izuku, The whole situation was completely bizarre. Shoto and Dabi looked alike in some ways, especially physically. Now, he didn't know what the real differences would be. Every time Izuku brought up the Endeavor topic to Dabi, they ended up arguing. It was a very sensitive issue for the user Fire. And there was Izuku, talking to his younger brother at Dabi's grave, with Izuku's own corpse buried there. One of these days, Dabi would dig up Izuku's corpse to revive him and kill him again. Izuku was completely sure of it. About my family. Izuku cursed inwardly. Would talking to Shoto be crossing Dabi's boundaries? Fuck it. Don't blame Izuku, he couldn't resist. Oh really? Shoto nodded, concise and ready to start. Yes. My father is a manipulative and abusive bastard. He killed my brother. He drove my mother insane. My sister has anxiety because of him. The brother I have left alive has anger issues. I'm good though. Izuku stared into infinity and beyond. With Dabi, Izuku seemed to have to extract every word from him, like pulling teeth. With Shoto? Well, Shoto Todoroki didn't beat around the bush. Filters didn't exist for him. Yeah, I've heard. Well, Shoto turned towards him and took his hands, looking directly into his eyes. Thank you, Shoto said loudly and clearly to the confused Izuku, bowing as a sign of respect without letting go. Yes, Izuku was in shock. Now he was internally screaming because he felt like he had just missed an important dialogue in the game that was now necessary. Damn, maybe he should stop sneaking into Shigi's bar to erase his game saves. It was starting to affect him too much, his nocturnal activities. Why? Izuku asked confused. Shoto didn't move, tightening his grip. I know you're a guardian angel who has come to take care of us. Don't worry, I'll keep the secret that you're dead and you're a divine being here to help. Did my brother send you? Is Tuya also a guardian angel? Do they only choose children who die pure? Well, it doesn't make sense because Toya tried to kill me several times when I was a baby, so I think that breaks some mandate or another. I'm not very religious, to be honest. Izuku's head exploded. Not literally, obviously. Everything he had just heard was too much to process all at once. His heart was racing. Izuku felt like his head was spinning uncontrollably. A part of him wanted to slap himself to make sure it wasn't a dream. I think I have to go. Shoto, on the other hand, who had been wanting to talk about the subject for days, didn't let him go. Have you ever heard of Quirk arranged marriages? Oh, shit. Izuku was about to discover the reality behind the Todoroki drama, and he wasn't prepared for it. Any student from UA High School today was on edge. There were only 3 times during high school when students had the chance to showcase their abilities to the world. The sports festival was broadcast not only nationally but also internationally, and that put incredible pressure on any student. The first-year students were newcomers who didn't know what they were getting into. The second-year students were a small group due to Eraser's expulsions. They had to fight for the attention of the first-year novelties and the unstoppable force of the third years. And the third-year students had their last chance to stand out in the world. All the students were nervous. Every single one of them. But one among them, in particular, had nervousness directed at something completely different. Young Achiko, would you mind accompanying me for a moment? Yes, Achiko did mind. She minded a lot. She had been avoiding any kind of interaction with All Might for weeks, making up all sorts of excuses. Class assignments, family commitments. Once she even told him her dog was at the vet. It should be noted that Achiko didn't have a dog. In fact, her mother was allergic. The rest of the class is gathering in. It'll only take a second. Come with me, All Might insisted, dragging the student into one of the empty changing rooms. It was probably a resting area for the staff. How do you say no to the country's #1 hero? No, seriously. Achiko needs to figure out how to say no to All Might. Instead, there they were, completely alone in one of the rooms made for teachers. It must have been the one designated for All Might, considering the man no longer had the same endurance in his hero form as before. There was a screen set up to watch what was happening during the sports festival. Achiko found herself sitting sooner than she expected on a sofa with a table full of food in front of her. I figured you'd be nervous this morning and might have skipped breakfast. Achiko felt a weight on her chest. She'd been avoiding All Might, and All Might was thinking about her well-being. It was moments like these that made Achiko doubt herself. She doubted what she thought, what Achiko believed. Inside her, it was like having two Akikos. On one side, the terrified girl who remembered how the beach boy had warned her to be careful with All Might. And on the other hand, there was the excited Achiko who wanted an international hero like All Might to see her and recognize her. It was a mix of contradictory thoughts that screamed at her to be careful and run away, while another part shouted that if she was at UA, it was thanks to All Might. Which wasn't true, but it was Achiko's beliefs. Young Achiko? The teenager shivered, suddenly returning to the room. All Might was there, offering her the vento and a smoothie. Sorry, I'm nervous, the girl excused herself with a monotone and low voice. All Might tried to maintain his smile, but it didn't convince Achiko, who could see the slight movement of All Might's eyebrows and his piercing blue gaze fixed on her. I'm worried about you, young Achiko, the hero admitted with concern in his voice. Since that day at the beach. I'm fine, Uraraka hurried to cut him off, more by reflex than because she really felt that way. Because no, Achiko, definitely, was not Oki. All Might made a worried face. Was he thinking of making her disappear like the beach boy? What had become of him? How had he and All Might met? How did he know All Might's secret? He must know because the hero had told him just as he had told her. I see you've been quieter since. Achiko slapped her cheeks to snap out of it. No, she couldn't let All Might see that she was weak. Maybe that's why the boy had disappeared. As scrawny and scraggly as he was, All Might had probably discarded him. No, Achiko couldn't disappear like that boy. She had a family to take care of. I'm focusing on my studies. Everyone has incredible talents. Todoroki can freeze a building in seconds. Bakugo can. They're incredible young people, yes. But I've chosen you as my successor for who you are, young Achiko. You have a charitable heart. You have the qualities of a great hero. Every word of All Might was charged with strength and passion. So much so that for a moment, Uraraka was absorbed by the brilliance of the world All Might offered her. She, who had lived in poverty since childhood. Uraraka, who wanted to help her parents and save those who, like her parents, had ended up being marginalized. Uraraka, who couldn't help thinking about the paycheck All Might must receive every month. She would do so many things with that amount of money. I know that what you have seen that day must have affected you a lot. All Might continued without really expecting a response from his pupil. Death is part of a hero's job, young Achiko. Sometimes, accidents happen. Sometimes, we can't save everyone. It's a reality that isn't usually shown on television. In Achiko's head, the words, sometimes, accidents happen, kept echoing over and over in a loop. Because yes, sometimes accidents did happen. Not unless All Might was using the word accident as a synonym for silencing someone. That's why you have to stay strong. What was All Might saying? Achiko had gotten lost in her own thoughts so much that she hadn't even realized. She just nodded to pretend to be minimally present in the conversation. Yes. I'm glad to hear that, young Achiko. Because a day like today seems most appropriate to take a step towards tea. Wait a moment. How many possible successors had gone before her? All Might wasn't exactly young. What if he was looking for the perfect candidate and killing all the defective ones? How many had he killed over the years? Oh, God, someone with All Might's fortune and power could get away with anything. All Might wasn't much different from the big construction companies that, after subcontracting small companies like her family's, ended up keeping a large portion of the money, forcing them to make cuts in materials, personnel, all so that when something went wrong due to a villain's attack, the big company blamed Achiko's parents instead of their machinations. It would be a great opportunity, don't you think? Achiko nodded again despite being unable to hear a single word coming out of the hero's lips. Her head was spinning with all the possibilities. The autopilot in her mind forced her to nod, showing determination despite not really knowing what All Might was saying. She only saw him move his mouth over and over again, but the sound of his voice couldn't reach Achiko. The young girl felt her heart threatening to burst out of her chest. I'm glad we're on the same page, young Achiko. It's time. Take the smoothie. I thought it would be the best way. It took the student a moment to force her body to react, grabbing the little bottle in question. She drank it in one go. Honestly, Uraraka couldn't quite define what it tasted like. Pineapple? Strawberries? No, Achiko just drank it as if it were a college drinking competition. Down the hatch. How delighted I am. I was really worried, considering you're a girl, and those kinds of things usually disgust women. All Might laughed loudly. Achiko felt a chill run through her entire body. What had just happened? Achiko had the feeling that she had just missed an important part of the conversation. In fact, she realized that she had lost about 20 minutes lost in her thoughts when the bell rang, signaling that the competition would start shortly. What? All Might clapped enthusiastically. It's time. Remember, try to tell everyone that you're here. Let the whole world know that there's a rising star. That you're the next symbol of peace, All Might said with emphasis. He was indeed accustomed to giving motivational speeches. But how? All Might interrupted her again. When you want to use one for all, remember to tighten your butt and hit with force. You'll do great, young Achiko. I'm completely sure of it. Achiko was left breathless. What did he mean by using one for all? She had been training for months, yes. All Might had told her that to receive his power, she would first need to train hard. But never had All Might told her how the power was passed from one to another. Never. Uraraka clenched her hands into fists so tight that she felt her nails digging into her palms. But how? Don't think too much about the form. I made sure it tasted more like fruits. I'm counting on you to be the next hero star. Go out there and show them who you are. Achiko blanked out as she was again led by All Might back to the hallway where her teammates were already waiting in line to enter the center of the stadium. Who did she want to lie to? She didn't even remember how she had gotten to the hallway. She had been locked in her mind for too long. She couldn't control it. She couldn't even hear when Ida started reprimanding her for being late. Nor did she realize how Todoroki positioned her where she was supposed to be. Actually, Achiko was so lost in her thoughts that when she realized it, hundreds of people were cheering for them. Right, it was the sports festival. The same sports festival that was broadcast internationally. One of the most important events of the year. And right on stage was Katsuki Bakugo. I'll pledge. I'll be the number one. Izuku could be anywhere in Japan. He could be at the League of Villains bar bothering Shigaraki. He could be at home with Dabi. Well, Dabi would probably be sleeping at this early hour, especially with how grumpy he had been lately. He could be setting fire to Endeavor's office. Izuku could do many things. But what was Izuku doing? Dying of nervousness as he entered UA on his own 2 feet. He had never been in such a large school. How many gyms would it have? Oh, Izuku could thoroughly check what? Izuku focus. There he was, the kid in his ghost mode, closely following Shoto Todoroki. Let's see, Izuku had heard extensively everything related to Todoroki's family, and truth be told, no, Izuku couldn't abandon Shoto. Not since the idiot refused to use his fire. And it's not like Izuku was interested as Endeavor wanting Shoto to use his quirk. No. He was afraid of what Endeavor could do to Shoto when the boy refused to use fire. So, for today, Izuku was going to be his bodyguard. Or guardian angel. No, Izuku couldn't handle Shoto's theories. Everything was going to be a piece of cake. Simple. Fuck. Izuku stood completely still when he saw Katsuki Bakugo next to the rest of the Shoto's classmates waiting in line to enter the center of the stadium. It should be noted that Bakugo's nose was in good shape for having broken it months ago. Well, Kaken would look good even with a broken nose. He was a lucky bastard. Izuku could face the sight of his former childhood best friend and current enemy. Let's see, Izuku had to build up confidence in himself. The feral gremlin had already broken his nose once. He could break it again a second time. No, restrain those thoughts, Izuku. The ghost then remembered why he was there. Yes, Shoto Todoroki. His new addition to the roster of abandoned adoptees. Maybe Izuku should consider finding friends without traumas that helped him with his problems. But that would mean facing his problems, and no, Izuku didn't do that. He ran away from them like a pro. But outrunning them while at UA was impossible. Izuku was a seasoned masochist. He froze upon seeing All Might guiding the beach girl with her classmates. It was only a few seconds. Not even 2 minutes. But they had crossed paths. There was something about that man that made Izuku want to break his nose. Maybe he had too much repressed anger towards the once greatest idol in his life. Or maybe Izuku wasn't addicted to broken noses. Izuku couldn't overlook how the beach girl, Uraraka if he remembered correctly, was scolded by one of her classmates. Didn't the boy realize that Uraraka was dissociating? What had All Might done to her? No, worse, who had let All Might loose among children. Izuku was going to need a lot of therapy after this day. Too bad he fled from therapists as if they were messengers of the Black Death. But his problems weren't going to end there, no. Izuku had no luck in his life. I mean death. Walking alongside the general studies class, Shinso Hitoshi passed. Toshi. If Izuku could breathe, he would be hyperventilating right now. His Toshi, it had been months since he had seen him. His Toshi was taller. Much taller. He looked better. He seemed to have gained some muscle and appeared healthy. Not malnourished. It seemed like he had even slept a little. Were his dark circles a bit smaller, or was it a visual effect now that Toshi was taller? Oh, in short, Toshi staying with Eraser's family had been Izuku's best idea so far. Tears ran down Izuku's cheeks. Tears sad and happy. Happy and sweet to know that his loved one was doing well in life. Sad and bitter to realize how Toshi was changing, and Izuku would remain the same dead person as always. Izuku retreated to the stands. The good thing about being a ghost is that he could sneak into the best VIP areas without paying. Right where Endeavor was, perfect for keeping a close eye on him. Izuku cried when he heard Mick's voice on the speakers. Oh yes, it was going to be a very long day. Izuku had cried. Well, the tears had quickly dried up as soon as the starting gun went off for the first test. An obstacle race. Oh, Izuku was internally and externally screaming with excitement. His fanboy heart was enjoying every second. How did it not occur to him to sneak into these kinds of events before? On the one hand, surrounded by many heroes he recognized from all over Japan. And on the other hand, able to see a new group of teenagers who were going to fight to be the next heroes of the future. You can imagine Izuku crying tears of joy and, oh, is that Ryukio? Oh my god. Look how Todoroki freezes the ground, preventing other students from advancing. Oh, right, the first obstacle is to escape the crowd to move past the bottleneck. It makes sense since in many emergencies exits get clogged and a hero must always be ready to help. It's incredible how students from the hero course stand out for their quick reaction to obstacles. Izuku didn't even realize when he became visible due to the excitement he felt. At some point, he had stuck himself to the railing, leaning out with half of his body outside. Izuku couldn't stop chattering, unable to control it, astonishing everyone nearby who could hear him. A kid with his hood up was being a better commentator than Present Mike himself. Well, not better, different. Present Mike was there to entertain the worldwide show they were hosting. Izuku, on the other hand, was being technical in his explanations about each student who stood out and why. No matter where the action was, Izuku didn't miss any details. His eyes darted from side to side so quickly that the only thing that went unnoticed for him was how everyone around him looked at him in amazement. Can't he just shoo? Who is this kid? I want him in my agency as an analyst. The kid is taken. He comes with me. Shush, don't touch him. No, Izuku was so absorbed that he didn't even realize when Hawks stood behind him, covering him from the view of others with his red wings. No, he didn't even notice when, with the excitement of the final stretch of the race, in that tension between Todoroki and Bakugo to see who would win, Izuku had half his body out of the railing. Only held by his own hands to the railing and the hero's grip on his hood as the most effective method. Hawks was in the front row when the little guy jumped, shouting with euphoria when he saw Shoto Todoroki cross the finish line. Followed closely by Bakugo Katsuki. But that didn't matter to Izuku anymore. Well, that was a big lie that Izuku told himself. The rest of the students began to arrive little by little. But Izuku only followed the gaze until he found a certain purple-haired boy advancing through the crowd. Izuku melted over the railing, embracing the cold metal. His Toshi was moving on to the second phase, yes. Izuku saw the strategy Toshi had chosen, passing unnoticed in front of everyone. Of course, it made sense for Toshi to choose such a plan if he wanted to make it to the third round keeping his quirk hidden. Izuku ended up jumping with excitement about the results of the first test. It was fascinating to see how UA worked from the outside. Izu had never stopped to analyze the whole festival when he watched it from home with his mother. Of course, it was a much different view geared towards entertainment. But there, sitting with the rest of the heroes, he saw a more intricate part. How UA played such an important role in hero society. They were selling new heroes to the world while generating income at the same time. They made it seem as if everything were simple, as if the tests were really chosen at random. But Izuku had a tremendous eye to see how there was a whole team from the tunnels. Just as there would be in a show with many people behind the scenes that no one ever saw. How the track was already set up for the first test or how the terrain and bands for the second round were already prepared for immediate use. Not to mention the camera crew that recorded the festival from the best possible angles and broadcasted it almost in real time. They must have had a team behind them, putting together all the competitions at a breakneck speed given the fervor the festival caused. There was a great selection of important people in the stands. Not just heroes, but also agency recruiters. Something that usually attended the second and third year tournaments. In the first year ones, as they barely had any training, it was simply a demonstration that the chosen students stood out from the rest of mortals. But this year everyone was eager for the first year students. It's because of Shoto, Izuku murmured to himself. Well, Todoroki and a whole class having survived a villain attack in the first weeks of class. Oh, Izuku couldn't stop theorizing about how the cavalry battle would unfold as the teams were forming. Every piece of information escaped Izuku's lips at a speed that was not even understandable by many of those around. Izuku was one step away from taking Present Mix's job, and he wasn't even aware of it. No, he didn't realize how the looks were starting to focus on his back. An analytical and brilliant mind like our favorite little ghosts drew the attention of all those people who were looking for new talents to integrate into their teams. It was strange to find one of those raw diamonds in the stands and not in the arena. "Hey, little bird, calm down a bit," Hawks whispered to him, close enough to him, unable to hide all the intensity that the boy radiated. "You're causing anxiety for many people who think they'll lose their jobs if they get you." Izuku didn't even notice. He was more focused on what strategy Hitoshi was taking. Strangely, Kaken had approached Hitoshi for a moment before each went their separate ways. Maybe it would be a coincidence. And if Kaken said something horrible to his Toshi, the blonde would have to face a lifetime with a crooked nose and snoring problems. "Hey chick, come back to earth." Hawks pinched Izuku's cheek with his finger, bursting the bubble of the teenager's thoughts. The hero could appreciate the exact moment when, after the green eyes fell on him, the green-haired boy realized he wasn't alone there. "Hawks? Can you see me?" Oh, the kid proceeded to light up his eyes like an excited child seeing his favorite hero. Something the number 3 hero was already used to. What turned out to be new for the blonde was the face transition from the admiration of a fan to the "oh my god, I messed up a lot and they caught me." Yes. That pre-adolescent still had a baby face that made him not only adorable but also easy to read like an open book. "Of course I see you. You're a bit prone to getting into trouble, aren't you?" Izuku blinked with an innocent face that seemed to have years of practice before responding. "Oh no, sir, I never break a plate." Hawks raised an eyebrow, staring at the teenager with disbelief. "Right, of course," the hero replied incredulously. Anyway, the number 3 hero's pose was relaxed. At no time did Izuku feel any danger. No malice. Well, Hawks wanted something, but Izuku wasn't sure what. The blonde touched him on his shoulder, turning him toward the new arena of the second test of the sports festival. "You're going to miss it?" Oh, Hawks was being nice. "We'll talk later. I'll need your older brother's number." "Never mind." Izuku rolled his eyes and turned to look at the hero with a stern face. "Why?" The hero didn't flinch at any moment with that confident and amused expression on his face. It's obvious, to assure him that his sweet little brother is safe and sound despite sneaking into the best-guarded enclosures in the country. "You have talent, kid. Have you ever thought about studying heroism in a couple of years? I'm not one to usually offer sponsorship, But I must say that with a mind like yours, you could go as far as you set your mind to. Izuku's eyes lit up. Well, could someone remind him how to breathe? Oh no, right, Izuku didn't need to breathe. But that didn't mean he wasn't about to hyperventilate because a highly recognized hero had just said the words Izuku had always dreamed of hearing. Unfortunately, someone shattered Izuku's dreams some time ago before Hawks came into his life. Izuku composed himself and drew a smile that couldn't reach his eyes. Yeah, that's not for me. Thanks, thought. The hero was surprised. The offer is on the table. Although I still need Dabi's number. Dabi doesn't like heroes. I don't blame him though. Less after that thing of appearing on the covers of gossip magazines. He won't be happy. Wow, yes, that kid was very different from what Hawks was used to dealing with daily. Many people were willing to sell out their close acquaintances easily just to be able to say that Hawks showed interest in a stranger. Yes, Hawks believed he had enough influence to think that he could show up at anyone's house to buy the daughter and take her to his apartment as if this were a One Direction fanfic. But no, Hawks wasn't interested in any girl. He was interested in a burned man who seemed to have more red flags than Edward Cullen. Well, but think about it, right now I'm the only one protecting you from getting caught by a bunch of heroes, spoke the winged hero with a soft voice, as if he genuinely cared about Izuku. Izuku pouted and shrugged. That's coercion. The kid said it calmly, without any fear, as if he were stating a common fact like the sky being blue. Does it work? Izuku shook his head and turned to look at the stage. He didn't want to miss where Hitoshi was. Or Shoto. Or Bakugo. Or Peach Girl. Or, well, Izuku enjoyed thinking about how the results of the next test would turn out. That had half of his attention. The other half followed the conversation with Hawks in the background. Nope. Try harder. Damn. What if I get you an autograph from the number 3 hero and a feather? Were all the high-ranking heroes so vain? No, seriously, Izuku wondered that very seriously. Hero Hawks was losing points on his list of favorite heroes. That's bribery. Does it work? The hero repeated with more confidence. I can get you the autograph from anyone you want. Izuku rested his chin on the cold metal railing. Nope, still doesn't work. I've passed the fanboy phase. Far from an outburst of anger or wounded ego as expected from Izuku, Hawks laughed amused. Almost as if the kid entertained him. Don't you have like 12? Izuku pulled away from the railing, offended. To hell with how the teams were going to be formed. There was something more important on the table. Defending his honor. I'm 14. 15. Well, it's complicated. I'm not 12. Oh, wow, Hawks was enjoying every second of that offended freckled face. Come on, you're like 6 years older than Dabi, right? We're about 8 years apart or so, Izuku replied without thinking as a reflex. Then Izuku cursed himself for realizing that he had just given Hawks more information than necessary. Damn it, the bird was too good. And oh, if Hawks knew it by the way he was enjoying watching the kid. Oh, come on, I was serious when I told you I wanted to call him to assure him that his little beloved brother is safe. This time the blonde seemed genuinely sincere. But no, Izuku wasn't going to give up. He was stubborn. Hawks sighed resignedly and ruffled the boy's hair. Does Dabi know where you are? Oh no, of course not. Dabi would kill Izuku again if he knew where he had gotten himself into and for whom he was doing it. Izuku's easily readable face was enough for the green-haired boy not to have to answer. Don't you think anyone would worry if a minor disappeared? Even if it's just for a prank. Izuku's shoulders sagged. No, there was no guilt in his thoughts as the hero might think. Izuku was actually holding back the urge to bitterly laugh. He had disappeared once, and they had given him up for dead after a week of futile efforts in searching for him. But well, that usually happened when you were quirkless. A bitter taste settled on Izuku's palate. It was a reminder that he only started to matter to others after getting a quirk. Well, not everyone. Dabi wasn't like that. Dabi didn't care about his quirk or his situation. The fire user genuinely cared about him regardless of his background. Despite not being alive anymore. Dabs knows I can handle it on my own. Come on, he doesn't know you're here, and if he finds out, Dabi's going to chew you out, the hero quickly translated. Izuku frowned. Damn it. Was he so easy to read? Yes, he was. Out of sight, out of mind, the younger retorted. The hero tried not to laugh. Tried? No, sorry, Hawks couldn't contain himself. He chuckled and ruffled the kid's hair. The boy's curls felt soft. That's not how things work, little buddy. He's going to find out, and he's going to worry and get angry. Let me do the dirty work. I'll call him, assure him that you're with me. That I won't let anyone catch you despite sneaking into an ultra-exclusive event. And I'll assure him that I'll take you home safe and sound. Don't you think anyone would worry about leaving a minor alone? Izuku pouted. Well, of course, he knew that if Izuku wanted, no one would catch him with his wonderful ghostly skills. Izu had easily slipped in through the main entrance of the venue. He could leave in the same way. However, Izuku didn't want to create a scene. No, he wanted to go unnoticed. Because, no hero would find it strange for a kid to be alone at such an expensive event with cheap clothes. No one would say anything to Shoto Todoroki if he walked alone there. Not to Bakugo either. Well, to be honest, they did seem to be 15 years old. Izuku was 14 and always looked younger. Damn round face with big eyes and a small body. Honestly, who would think that the teenager could be a wanted vigilante? Even when he engaged in his criminal activities wearing only a gray hoodie on sale for less than $7 3 years ago. Oh, had his thoughts wandered where they shouldn't again, and now he had Hawks looking at him with concern? Oh yes, that reminded him of an alarming point. Hawks knew Dabi. Dabi couldn't find out that Izuku was at UA. But Dabi finding out where Izuku had gone was less bad than Dabi being associated with a possible case of juvenile delinquency. Or worse, child abandonment, given that Hawks believed Dabi was his legal guardian and Izuku should be in classes or doing something a normal teenager would. Oh my god, was Izuku thinking of Dabi as his adult figure to trust? The world was messed up. So? Hawks asked after observing the boys' internal debate. Izuku hadn't said anything out loud, but his face had reflected everything. Maybe Hawks didn't know everything, but he had a clear context. Or so he thought. Well, Dabi could tell the hero to go to fuck off himself. Do you have somewhere to write? Speechless as the boy turned again and, after looking around, asked another hero for a pen. Then, to the hero's skeptical gaze, the boy took his arm and drew a series of numbers on his skin. Not 2 minutes later, Izuku was peacefully enjoying the second phase of the sports festival while Hawks retreated to the inner hallway to make the call. 3 tones later, a raspy voice that seemed to have trouble dealing with the morning answered. Who the fuck is this? Oh, everyone was very focused on the performance of some teenagers looking for headbands to notice the silly smile of a bird walking down the hallway. Hey Dabs, missed me? On the other end of the phone, something glassy fell but didn't quite break. How did you get my number? Look, I don't want to know. Delete it. I'm going to block you. Oh, Hawks liked difficult men indeed. There was something about the complicated that made him feel comfortable. Yes, that was called trauma. Wait a second. I have to. I don't care. I don't want to know. Dabi cut him off impassively, and there was more movement of glass. Dabi seemed to be carrying bottles or something. I think. Oh, could you shut up for a moment and listen? Cammy, you and your brother are identical. The phrase came out quickly from his lips, like a crude and desperate attempt to get the fire user's attention. They had barely met. But come on, Hawks was allowed to have his own crushes. Technically not because he was government property, but that shit would be unpacked later. What? Figured. Freckled, scrawny. With a tremendous passion for heroes and a brutal analytical mind. Yes, that was the first impression the blonde had of that kid. What have you done to Izuku? Dabi asked in a threatening tone worthy of a mama bear. The hero rolled his eyes. Nothing. Cammy, I'm a hero. That should qualify for anyone to feel safe, Hawks responded with a false offended tone. Who hurt you? Daddy, Dabi replied as if the answer were obvious. Oh, well, very good, Hawks rolled his eyes again. Well, I found him. I guess maybe he should be somewhere else, like in a school or something. Izuku goes at his own pace. Dabi hurried to speak without waiting for the hero to finish. He's homeschooling. Yeah, right, as if Hawks was going to believe that. Okay, I'll accept that as if it didn't sound like a complete lie. I was calling to tell you that the kid is fine. You better. That sounded in a clear, threatening tone. Which police station is he at? The hero blinked in surprise. Guys, are you okay? He's not detained. What kind of things must these two brothers be accustomed to for that to be the first thing Dabi would think of? Oh well, this is new. What do you want? Demanded the fire user. A coffee and to wish you good night, what do you think? Oh good, you're a jerk. I was trying to tell you that I'm taking care of your little brother and I'll make sure he's okay and has a good time at the UA festival. With those words, Hawks wanted to instill a sense of guilt in him. With anyone else, it would have worked. But not with these two brothers. There was something in the logic of the siblings that seemed to defy any social norm. What? You can't take Izuku to the UA. Are you crazy? To understand this, it's like someone telling him they can't take a child to Disneyland. That is the best thing in the world, and apparently, that was worse than a police station judging by Dabi's tone. Well, technically he came alone, defended Hawks, dodging a bullet. I just found him and took him under my wing. You're welcome, by the way. Now was the time when Dabi should start apologizing. But instead, he heard the sound of it. Metal door opening and something else in the background. Wait a minute. Let go of that. What the hell are you doing? What? Taking care of your brother, the hero responded exasperated. Maybe he had misunderstood, and Dabi was on drugs. It could be a possibility. Something that would make more sense. No, not you. Don't be so self-centered, Birdie. Dabi quickly addressed the phone again. I'm talking to someone else. Put the knife down. What the hell do you think you're doing? And what about me? Look man, I don't care what you tell me. Put the knife down. Okay, this was starting to get worrisome. Or maybe it was an acting strategy from Dabi. After all, the guy was an actor, right? Everything okay there? Things are starting to get weird. Hawks tried not to sound too concerned. Dabi snorted on the phone. 1 minute. Birdie, tell Izuku to get out of there now. And he's grounded. I have to go. Bye. The hero was stunned by this strange turn of events. What the hell had just happened? Hawks didn't know. But at least now he had the user of Fire's number. He just had to keep an eye on a kid, and then he'd force the performer to owe him a thank you. Questionable? Undoubtedly. But the results were what mattered. Hawks returned to the box where they were just in time to announce how they were going to hold a series of contests while preparing for the last part of the competition. Come on, the perfect time for lunch and a break for those students who had made it to the final phase. Izuku? The kid was nowhere to be seen. And that seemed both strange and intriguing to Hawks. Yes, he had been in the hallway the whole time, but at no point had he lost sight of the door to the box they were in. No one had left. And there was only one entrance and exit. So where was the kid? Damn brat. Dabi didn't handle being alive well. Well, maybe what he truly didn't handle well was being famous. No, that's not it either. He was excellent at putting on sunglasses and telling paparazzi not to take pictures. It came naturally to him. Dabi Akatani lived for those moments when he went down to wash his clothes at the local laundromat and while reading gossip magazines where his rear end now appeared, he waved and blew kisses to the paparazzi. No, the fame didn't affect the user of Fire. Now, the part where he was a functional adult with responsibilities was internally strangling him. Like, for example, waking up early to go to the bank. The bank. Dabi had always thought that when he entered a bank, it would be to rob it. Not to open a bank account and get paid legally, not under the table as they usually did. No, he had never thought about walking through the bank's front door with his face uncovered, showing identification, and with no intention of taking the safe. No, trembling internally, he sat and waited for his turn. After what was an awkward moment for requesting an account opening, obvious that Dabi, a person who had never existed fiscally, had never gone through this process. It's not like Endeavor would take his 8-year-old son to the bank to open an account. Or maybe he did, but it was so buried in his subconscious that it was now causing him anxiety. But that was unlikely. Rather, the nervousness came from years of being a criminal and now committing the crime of fraud with his truly fake ID. I'm a Japanese raised abroad, as the main excuse, it was brilliant. Especially because they always responded the same way. Your Japanese is very good. Oh yes. That had been Izuku's idea. If the kid decided to go down the path of delinquency, Dabi already saw him as the head of Japan's most important mafia. The kid was brilliant. Too much for his own good. First mission of the morning completed. Now Dabi Akitani had a bank account, a non-prepaid phone line, and a notification from the agency saying his payment had been deposited. Because yes, Dabi Akitani had signed his first contract. Well, technically he was supposed to have signed it before the wonderful night he encountered a certain birdie. Well, Dabi was trying to be legal, but he was still heading towards legality. Step by step. A little tax fraud was nothing compared to the ID he carried in his wallet. Returning to the tasks that Dabi, as a functional adult, had pending. After receiving a great extra compensation for the excellent promotion of the alcohol brand, especially because now it was super known thanks to the thousands of views of Dabi serving alcohol to the number 3 hero directly from the bottle. Dabi's next step was to settle debts as soon as possible, and his biggest debt was with old Mr. Matsumoto. He didn't have all the money Mr. Matsumoto had lent him, but he had a large part of it. Obviously, Dabi couldn't go back to the same city where he had stolen a corpse months ago. So, he had no choice but to meet in another city halfway. Dabi cursed through the streets of Hosu as he headed towards a pub owned by an acquaintance of old Matsumoto. The man seemed to have 1,000 friends. There he went, calm as could be, half asleep when he accidentally bumped into someone. He went to say sorry when before him stood a tall figure covered in shiny armor. Oh shit, a hero. Wait, Dabi, remember, you're not one of the bad guys anymore, he told himself mentally before starting to panic. I'm sorry. Oh no, my mistake, sorry. Alright, yes, it's done, Dabi continued walking normally. Crisis averted. Now he just had to... Wait. Shit. Dabi turned, ready to receive an attack from the hero. Old habits. Your shoelace is untied. Be careful. Have a nice day. Dabi was left speechless, watching the hero walk away. Like a fool, he looked down at his boot, which, yes, was untied. Never before had Dabi felt so stupid and so free at the same time. Dabi felt like Izuku had cast a spell on him. An incredibly strong protection spell. Not 10 minutes later, Dabi was entering the door of the establishment where only one person was cleaning the floor, and the owner of the place who was talking to Mr. Matsumoto. Time seemed not to have passed for him. But well, it had only been a few months since they had seen each other. Hey old man. You still lack manners, boy? You look good. Is the brat with you? Dabi approached to hug Mr. Matsumoto. Perhaps that strange person with whom he had only coexisted for a few months had become the closest family he had after Izuku, of course. Matsumoto was like a grandfather or an uncle to trust despite not having him close. No. I left Izuku at home. He had plans to steal some fruit or something. I didn't want to tell him I was coming here. He was so excited about avocados and those things. Mr. Matsumoto laughed. I see Izuku is still the same. Well, Izuku is Izuku. He's supposed to go unnoticed for a while. The old man chuckled as if it were a very good joke. How's things going? Well, the other day he sneaked into a police station and made me an ID. He's trying. He promised me he'd be home today. And for some strange reason, Dabi had believed his kid. Mr. Matsumoto didn't say anything. He knew well that, knowing Izuku, he wouldn't stay at home at all. I see that parenthood has treated you well. What? Don't talk nonsense, old man. I see you're getting senile too. Mr. Matsumoto burst into laughter. Beside him, the woman smiled, taking out 3 glass cups and filling them with whiskey. I see you've become a grandfather, the woman teased, turning Matsumoto's joke against him. Far from getting offended like Dabi, Mr. Matsumoto placed his hand on Dabi's shoulder, bringing him closer. You should have seen how one night a shorty about this tall appeared. He marked the height of his navel, exaggerating a bit. A kid in a hoodie, all skin and bones, with huge green eyes. My first question was who had let a kid into my pub. The kid got all nervous when he thought someone would get in trouble and started talking super fast, explaining that he had sneaked in. Turns out the kid was following a suspicious person. I didn't listen and asked them to kick him out of my place. Not even 5 minutes later, that bundle of bones was biting a man while immobilizing him from behind. It was like seeing a tiny chihuahua hanging from a man 3 times his size. Never in all my years of work had I seen something like that. The woman laughed, enjoying the story. Dabi looked both impressed and curious at Mr. Matsumoto. It was the first time he mentioned how he had met Izuku with so many details. "How old is our protagonist?" the woman asked, delighted by the story. 14, Dabi replied almost out of habit. "But he looks like he's 6, Mr. Matsumoto exaggerated. Dabi rolled his eyes. His kid was small, but not that small. "Well, give him 10. He looks 10, Dabi corrected, fighting for Izuku's honor. Then he took a sip of his drink, remembering how the first night he and Izuku met in that alley. Dabi also thought he was a smaller kid than he actually was. "He's small but tough and with a brilliant mind," Dabi added thoughtfully. Mr. Matsumoto smiled tenderly. "And with a gift for people." That night he stopped a rapist who was drugging girls in various clubs in the area. I made the kid a VIP member of the club after that. He always showed up every other night asking if everything was okay. Until one day he showed up with bright green eyes, begging for a job for this one here. Mr. Matsumoto squeezed Dabi's shoulder with pride. "One of my best watchdogs?" The woman looked at the fire user, who suddenly felt uncomfortable with so much praise. Yes, he could spend the whole night talking about how proud he was of Izuku. But he wouldn't be able to endure even 2 minutes of sincere compliments towards himself. Dabi wasn't used to it. "Oh, come on, shut up," the raven-haired man murmured and took the opportunity to pull an envelope with money from his jacket pocket. "I brought you this, old man. Thanks and all that." Mr. Matsumoto took the envelope with some reluctance. Part of him wanted Dabi to keep the money, but the voice of experience told him that if he didn't accept it, Dabi might feel offended. Mr. Matsumoto tucked the money into his pocket without even counting it, although clearly it wasn't as much as he had initially lent. It didn't matter that it wasn't all there. Instead, he turned to his friend and with a wily smile said, "Well, he has returned all the money. I can stop flattering him now." The woman understood the old friend long before Dabi could react to assure him that he would return the rest. "All right, then time to work a bit," she said loudly to silence any protest from the fire user. She bent down behind the bar and pulled out a large box full of glass bottles. "There's more around here. Just, Mr. Matsumoto patted Dabi's back. "Come on, lad. You're still young and we are 2 old folks. Don't keep a lady waiting." Dabi protested more out of reflex than anything else before getting to work, carrying the box of bottles. It reminded him of the days when he worked with Mr. Matsumoto. How every night, after closing, he helped with the cleaning and took the bottles outside like the pack mule he always complained about being. Dabi always complained, but he never let Mr. Matsumoto lift anything heavy by himself. Ring ring ring. Dabi looked surprised at his phone. A known number. Well, it wasn't uncommon for people to call him, especially after his last stellar appearance. But usually it was more towards the night. Who the fuck is this? Dabi just hoped it wasn't another tabloid. Oh no, he didn't have the patience for them before noon. Hey Dabs, missed me? Dabi's heart skipped a couple of beats. Between his fingers, a couple of bottles slipped, falling to the floor without breaking. How did you get my number? Look, I don't want to know. Delete it. I'm going to block you. His heart was racing. No, his logical part assured him that he had to hang up as soon as possible. That bird would only bring him trouble. Wait a second. I have to. I don't care. I don't want to know. Dabi cut him off impassively while finishing putting the bottles in the basket. He placed the phone against his ear and raised the box to the curious looks of Mr. Matsumoto and his friend. Oh, God, he hoped they didn't notice a certain blush on his cheeks. Damn, he had to hang up already. He had to get out of there as soon as possible. I think. But why hadn't he hung up yet? Oh, come on. Dabi had a weakness for sexy blondes with egos the size of a cathedral. But he was going to hang up on him as soon as he was far enough from Mr. Matsumoto. Oh, could you shut up for a moment and listen? Cammy, you and your brother are identical. Dabi stopped abruptly, suddenly feeling the blood in his temples pumping violently. No, it couldn't be true. The hero, with just one night, couldn't recognize the similarities he had with his brother Natsuo. Yes, they looked alike, obviously sharing DNA. But it couldn't be. No. His secret of being a Todoroki? What? Figured. Freckled, scrawny. With a tremendous passion for heroes and a brutal analytical mind. Never before had Dabi taken such a deep breath and felt such relief before feeling like a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Izuku. Hawks was talking about Izuku. What have you done to Izuku? Dabi asked overprotectively. Nothing. Kami, I'm a hero. That should qualify for anyone to feel safe, he heard the hero's indignant voice. Oh, Dabi didn't give a damn. Who hurt you? Daddy, Dabi replied without thinking. No, he didn't regret it. Oh well, very good. Well, I found him. I guess maybe he should be somewhere else, like in a school or something. What the hell was Izuku doing? The last time he had left him at home. With that promise that he would have a relaxing day without getting into trouble. Without getting into trouble his ass. Izuku goes at his own pace. Dabi hurried to lie as fast as he could. He's homeschooling. It's not like a dead kid needed to go to school. Well, Dabi himself hadn't gone to school and hadn't turned out so bad, right? Okay, I'll accept that as if it didn't sound like a complete lie. I was calling to tell you that the kid is fine. You better. That sounded in a clear, threatening tone. Which police station is he at? On the other end of the line, the hero seemed genuinely concerned. Guys, are you okay? He's not detained. Dabi could breathe peacefully again. No, Izuku wasn't detained. Dabi already saw himself having to enter a police station to rescue a certain kid. No, when it came to Izuku, Dabi was very prone to burning public buildings. Oh well, this is new. What do you want? Demanded the fire user. A coffee and to wish you good night, what do you think? Oh good, you're a jerk. I was trying to tell you that I'm taking care of your little brother and I'll make sure he's okay and has a good time at the UA festival. Like fucking hell. UA? Like, the hero school? Oh, Dabi could already buy a Ouija board because he was going to resurrect Izuku and kill him again. What? You can't. Take Izuku to the UA. Are you crazy? Well, technically he came alone, defended Hawks, dodging a bullet. I just found him and took him under my wing. You're welcome, by the way. Well, of course, Izuku had decided to go to the damn hero school on his own. Of course he had. Because Izuku was like one of those kids you told not to stick their fingers in the socket, and then the damn brat ran to stick his tongue in it. Oh, Dabi urgently needed fresh air or at least a place to burst into flames and not burn down Matsumoto's friend's business. He pushed open the back door of the club, stepping into the alley. Let's see, at this hour, there shouldn't be any drunks around. It was too late for that. Usually, only some rats, vomit, and the club's leftovers waiting to be cleaned up remained. But today, logic wasn't exactly on Dabi's side. Wait a minute. Let go of that. What the hell are you doing? What? Taking care of your brother, the hero responded exasperated. No, not you. Don't be so self-centered, Birdie. Dabi quickly addressed the phone again. Just 5 meters away were two figures. One that was impossible not to recognize. Let's see, Dabi wasn't a big fan of heroes like Izuku was. But just this hero, Ingenium, had run into Dabi just an hours before on his way from the station to the pub. The hero Ingenium was on his knees, and in front of him, a tall, muscular figure was holding a sword high. I'm talking to someone else, responded Dabi with total normality. Put the knife down. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stay out of this. I just came to clean the world of impure heroes. And what about me? He pointed to himself. Let's see, Dabi wasn't born yesterday. Usually, witnesses didn't come out alive from all that. You're not my target. I will clean this world of corrupt heroes. Okay, but Dabi could go back inside and prepare another whiskey and let it be. He really could. Let's see, it would be the easiest and the simplest. But Izuku would look at him badly. Oh, Izuku would yell at him for hours if he found out. Look man, I don't care what you tell me. Put the knife down. That response didn't seem to please the stranger much. The motionless hero looked at him with terror out of the corner of his eye. Why wasn't he running? Come on, very fast a few hours ago, and very still now. As if he were waiting to be turned into a kebab. Oh, it was too early in the morning for Dabi. It should be noted that it was 11 in the morning. Go. Run and get to safety. the desperate hero shouted. Everything okay there? Things are starting to get weird, Hawks asked, worried on the other side of the line. Oh yes, right, the bird brain. How had he forgotten about him? Dabi snorted on the phone. Oh, he had a headache right now. Izuku at UA right where he shouldn't be. And him with a killer in an alley. Fuck, not to mention that Hawks had his number now. Oh, today Dabi would end up killing someone. 1 minute, he asked both the criminal and the hero while leaving the box with the bottles on the ground. Dabi could handle this. He could. Birdie, tell Izuku to get out of there now. And he's grounded. I have to go. But, fuck, he did sound like a mother. Oh, he was going to kill Izuku this time. Well, as long as he came out alive from that alley. The fire user put the phone in the pocket of his jacket. Hopefully, this time, he wouldn't burn the phone. With a lot of luck. Dabi stretched, trying to think. In front of him, the stranger looked at him as if he were weighing whether the fire user was a threat or not. Look, man, killing is wrong. It's very permanent, you know? Both the villain and the hero looked at each other for a moment as if wondering if they had really encountered a lunatic. Which was plausible. Dabi, for his part, massaged his temples. Oh, decisions. How the hell had he gotten into a situation like this? Yes, I am completely aware, admitted the villain. I am Stain, the hero killer who comes to clean this society of false heroes. Dabi rolled his eyes and stared at the killer as if he were processing whether that was serious or not. For fuck's sake. What has that guy done to you? He pointed to Ingenium sitting there on the ground. Do you want to kill someone? Go after Endeavor. I plan to end all unworthy heroes. The hero cleared his throat uncomfortably. Could you go and get help? Well, at least get to safety. You're a civilian. Both Dabi and Stain looked at the hero who remained in the same position. Something was pissing Dabi off a lot. Could you get up and do your thing and run? The face under that iron mask screamed a bitch please. I can't move. My bad, murmured the fire user. The hero killer then turned to the fire user, raising one of his katanas. I don't aim to harm civilians, but I won't hesitate if you don't get out of my way. Dabi stared at the assassin. Okay, Stain, right? The thing is, I have a little brother. And if I get home and tell him that one of his favorite heroes died while I made popcorn, well, he wouldn't find it amusing, which was true. Dabi could survive a couple of stabs, but he couldn't survive Izuku's disapproving look. Again, logic wasn't on Dabi's side. Go if you want to see your brother again, threatened the assassin. Dabi sighed resignedly before raising his hands. Go. Some hero will come to help. Civilians are the priority, the hero shouted in frustration at not being able to move no matter how much he wanted to. He couldn't let a civilian die because of him. The thing is, Dabi wasn't just any civilian. Look, I've never liked heroes, Dabi confessed, adjusting his jacket better. They've never helped me, he admitted. But not all heroes wear capes and licenses. And my personal hero wouldn't like to know that I left a man to his fate. Besides, I'm more of a do-it-yourself, don't wait for others to do it for you kind of guy. So let's dance a bit, hero killer. Dabi's blue flames illuminated the alley. Suddenly, Stain ran towards him. Dabi had to admit the man was fast. Of course he was. But even when his katana grazed Dabi's cheek, he didn't complain. Only the flames covered him reflexively, burning all the blood and closing the wound. Once could surprise Dabi. Twice, not anymore. Maybe Dabi wasn't as involved in the underworld as before, but he knew how to defend himself. He had to learn it the hard way. And oh, Stain wasn't worse than Endeavor. Nothing was worse than Endeavor, or so Dabi said to himself as he charged at the hero killer. Both dancing with each other. Fire against metal. Stain closed the distance, and Dabi created space between them with his blue flames. It was clear that the hero killer was a short-range fighter. How wrong Dabi could be when the hero killer threw a knife at Dabi's shoulder. Your fucking mother. That hurts. That's what you get for playing hero. That happens because you stabbed me, you bastard. Fuck, cursed the fire user. I'm not a hero. I never will be. But I'm not going to let someone die in front of me without doing anything. Brave words. Go please. Don't die because of me, pleaded Ingenium. Oh, come on. I'm not doing this for you, Dabi complained, annoyed. Having a knife in his shoulder didn't help his mood. I have a little brother who won't talk to me if he knows I left you stranded. It's a shame you won't be able to see your baby brother again. The hero killer charged at him again. This time, Dabi was more focused. Well, having a knife in his shoulder made adrenaline run through his body. The fire user pulled out the knife stuck in himself and charged at the hero killer. It was such a quick move that Stain couldn't dodge it. Dabi plunged the blade into Stain's thigh. That would slow him down. Would it be too strange to admit that Dabi missed stabbing someone? Well, he couldn't get distracted. Dabi used his fire to push the hero killer away before running towards the hero. It was fast. Dabi reached him, grabbed the hero's arm, passed it over his shoulders, wrapped him around the waist, and pulled him quickly towards the back door of the pub where he had come out, creating a tunnel of blue flames so that the hero killer couldn't get closer. Run. Run? Go without me, pleaded the hero. Could you stop whining? It annoys me, complained Dabi, his voice strained from the effort of carrying a heavy guy and his cumbersome armor. Who designed those horrible suits? Dabi could have a lengthy conversation on that topic with the designer. Both entered through the pub's door. Without any delicacy, Dabi threw the hero to the ground before going towards the door to prevent the hero from entering the pub. With the power of his flames, he heated the metal until it melted, blocking the door. Until that moment, neither Mr. Matsumoto nor his friend had noticed anything that had happened. They were having their drinks, talking about battles, blushing, and suddenly, two bloodied men entered through the pub's door. They hadn't even realized that Dabi had been throwing bottles for too long. Both rushed towards the two men. Mr. Matsumoto threw himself at Dabi as if he were his own son. What happened? Are you okay? Yes. Call the police. The woman ran to grab the phone. Dabi dropped to the floor, suddenly exhausted, right next to the hero. The hero who, damn it, had a knife stuck in his back. Stain must have thrown it just before they entered through the door. Oh fuck. Sorry, was all Dabi could say to the hero. The hero who remained conscious as Mr. Matsumoto ran for the first aid kit. I have to thank you, admitted the hero with a smile despite the pain reflected on his face. Thanks to you, I'll be able to see my little brother again. Dabi snorted. Lucky bastard. The hero laughed. Yeah. I sure am. I haven't seen your damn ass at any point. Huh. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, twisting his expression. Could it be that your neurons are too inflated with your own ego to see me? What did you say, iBugs? Hitoshi flashed an even wider smile. Heard. Do I have to repeat it? Bakugo Katsuki grabbed Shinso's shirt. You better stay in the final round so I can finish you off with my own hands, barked Bakugo. Shinso moved closer, causing their chests to collide, and stared down at him. Believe me, you'll be the loser. You may be all explosion, but I've got the brains. Mina screamed both externally and internally while clinging to Kirishima's arm. OMG, is this how they communicate with each other? Shiro nodded, admiring the scene. Yeah, they're a different species. Kirishima wiped away a tear of pride. How manly. Bakubro has friends a part of us. That was the closest the spiky blonde had to giving a motivational speech. And Shinso wasn't the best when it came to social skills either. You should get a room, Denki Kaminari quipped before starting to eat popcorn. There were no words. It was like a super potent spell capable of breaking the bubble in which both Hitoshi and Katsuki were immersed. They both separated quickly, as if they had never met. Pikachu, shut the fuck up. Shouldn't you be focusing on the finals? Or have you already decided to lose? Denki shrugged very casually. Perfect moment to disappear for Shinso. People. Chill man, it's all under control. The loser. Kirishima hung onto Bakugo's shoulder, dragging Mina along. Come on, Bakubro. The whole group is in the final. One of us will definitely win. Kirishima's logic was overwhelming. Well, in terms of probabilities, yes, they were a complete group, so the probabilities of one of them whining is high. Bakugo pushed the redhead away like an annoyed cat receiving affection. Yes, Bakugo was a mix between a Pomeranian and a ginger cat. Obviously I'll win, shitty hair. That should have been the end of the conversation. But what would the world be without a little extra drama? Let's add spicy to the mix. Shoto Todoroki walked through the hallway, purposely bumping into Bakugo's shoulder. Half and half. Don't you have eyes? Shoto didn't turn around. He just stopped and looked down at the blonde over his shoulder. HM? Yes, I have too. Although maybe the one with vision problems is you. You are a second walking medal. Act like it? Kirishima and Shiro barely had the speed to grab Bakugo before he lunged onto Todoroki. Even Mina had to pry him away, and still, Bakugo kept advancing step by step while Shoto Todoroki continued on his way to Momo. Denki? Denki kept eating popcorn, cursing not having his phone to share these gems on social media. Damn half and half bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'll explode your head. The string of threats continued despite Shoto remaining impassive, as if the ball of rage behind him were the size of a mite, insignificant. No, instead, Shoto stopped in front of Momo. Would you mind making me some chalk? Momo blinked in surprise. Oh sure, Todoroki. She quickly agreed, raising her hand and creating a white, elongated chalk. Thank you very much. Why do you need it, Todoroki-kun? Momo asked curiously. Todoroki looked at the chalk before pocketing it. I don't know. But I need it. And with that vague response, he walked down the hallway. It didn't take a second before Denki approached Momo to ask for chalk too. The blonde didn't know why Todoroki wanted it, but maybe it was necessary. Or maybe it was like a lucky charm. And if it was a lucky charm, then obviously Denki would have it too. Denki clutched the chalk as if it were the most valuable thing on this planet. As if that were the secret to success. And Denki would have his own super good luck spell. There was no spell because if there were, Shoto Todoroki wouldn't have had the misfortune of encountering his father as he headed towards the stairs. It was lunch break where students could go out to eat after the first 2 tests. The perfect moment for the finalists to prepare while the rest could participate in extra activities. A horrible moment to run into a flaming piece of trash with legs. Many might think that a shiver ran down Shoto's spine. Or maybe he didn't care. Felt annoyed. Irritated. But in reality, what happened to Shoto Todoroki was a more common response to PTSD. He froze. Not literally. He stood still in the middle of the hallway, completely paralyzed. Unable to move his legs to get out of there as quickly as possible while his father approached at high speed. There was something different from when they were at home. Because in the Todoroki household, as the name implied, it was Endeavor's domain. It was obvious that Endeavor would be there. But it wasn't the same at UA. UA represented a haven of peace for Shoto. A place where none of his family members were. Neither Natsuo's repressed anger nor Fujumi's anxiety and manipulation from years of trauma. Not to mention Endeavor. Hours and hours of hard training. The insulation from the world. The feeling of being inside an expensive prison. In contrast, UA was something where Endeavor was not supposed to have power. Endeavor grabbed Shoto's arm with more force than necessary, pulling him aside. How far do you think your act of arrogant little kid will go? You've gone 2 rounds without using fire. Do you think that will get you to first place? You've been a pathetic child having a tantrum for too long. What do you think will happen if you don't end up in first place? What will the others think of you? That Endeavor's son is weak. By that point, Shoto was already trembling uncontrollably. He began to feel the excessive heat from his father's palm. What no one expected was what happened next. It was quick, and there were barely any witnesses. In one moment, Endeavor was shouting at his son, and the next moment, a fire extinguisher was headed straight for Endeavor's head. The number 2 hero dodged the attack on pure reflex, leaning back and separating from his son. The hero barely had time to turn his head and catch a glimpse of a hooded figure in a gray hoodie before the fire extinguisher hit the wall and opened, creating a small white explosion. The next instant, his son was running after that person without looking back, even when Endeavor shouted his name over and over again. I knew you were a guardian angel. Izuku ran as fast as he could down the stairs, pulling Shoto along without looking back. No, I'm not. Far from all that tension, Shoto laughed freely from the bottom of his heart. You are amazing. Both arrived at the exit of one of the north tunnels, away from the spectator entrance and food stalls. There wasn't anything particularly interesting there for that exit to be useful. It was the perfect place for a secret meeting between a living person with traumas and a dead person who also had traumas. I'm not. Well, yes, I'm incredible. But not because of that. Well, if I had better aim, maybe I would have hit him in the face. No. You have excellent aim, Izuku, the bicolor assured. That bastard moved quickly. It may or may not have put the little ghost in a good mood. There was something incredibly liberating about attacking Endeavor. Cathartic. It must be the same for Shoto since he seemed to have regained the spirit that Endeavor had stolen from him. Oh wow, I'm glad to know I haven't lost my skills. Changing the subject. Do you have it? Shoto nodded decisively, pulling out the elongated white chalk from his pocket. Just a few minutes earlier, Izuku had appeared to ask him for the favor. He needed that tool for his master plan. Yes. Although I still don't understand why you needed chalk. Izuku stepped forward to take the chalk and went straight to the exterior wall of the stadium. Because you didn't give me time to process everything you told me this morning and I couldn't make a PowerPoint, Izuku summarized, standing in front of the wall and looking at the cement like a wonderful blank canvas at his service. But you have to promise me that no matter what happens, 1, you won't get angry, and 2, you won't burn down the stadium. Shoto tilted his head, not understanding what the ghost meant. On one hand, Shoto was surprised by the request not to burn down the stadium. It's not like Shoto ever thought of using his flames. No, he would refuse completely. Maybe he could freeze the stadium if he wanted to. Why would I want to burn down the stadium? Izuku stared at Shoto, weighing carefully how to respond, as if they didn't know each other much. Well, they knew each other more than many others around them. Basically because Shoto had told Izuku the whole Todoroki family drama in the graveyard and on the train on the way to UA. And Shoto, in turn, knew Izuku's secret about being very, very dead. I don't know. When I make PowerPoints, people with fire quirks tend to end up burning public buildings. Well, because confessing to Dabi that he was gay and dead had absolutely nothing to do with it. Rest in peace, Musutafu Public Library. Technically, UA is private. Izuku blinked. Shoto always threw him off with his answers. They were so direct and he always responded so literally. Anyway, Izuku had a plan ahead, and this time, it would work. Of course it would. This morning, I heard your story. And I've been watching you goof around the whole festival. Izuku lectured as if he had experience dealing with Todorokis. Shoto furrowed his brow, not liking where the conversation was going. I've ranked first in both rounds. Izuku nodded. He had been there with Hawks witnessing it. Congratulations. You've made it to the final round. Very well. But you're frozen. You're refusing to use fire. Never before had Shoto felt so betrayed. His face twisted in a grimace of pain and disappointment. Betrayed by his own guardian angel. Are you now on that bastard's side? No. Never. Could you listen to me for just 5 minutes before getting mad? Izuku pleaded, approaching the student and grabbing his arm, preventing him from leaving. Izuku already knew that Shoto would get angry, and they hadn't even started. Great. I plan to win the festival with only my mother's power, the bicolor declared with determination. I thought you would understand. I thought you would understand. Izuku put his hands on his head in despair. Well, he really hadn't had that many encounters with Shoto Todoroki. Yes, they had shared Endeavor's card and some tough confessions in a cemetery. Still, he found that Dabi's little biological brother was a storm inside despite the calm outside. I'm on your side, but I won't stay silent if you're being foolish. It's not your mother's quirk. Are you telling me I'm adopted? Todoroki inquired incredulously. Izuku froze completely. How had Shoto just arrived at that conclusion? What? Shoto looked at him as if he had shattered his entire world at once. One could almost see how inside that bicolor head, he was making calculations and connections of completely wrong ideas. That's why my mother hates me and burned my face because she's not my mother? She wouldn't want someone close who is the son of her abuser, reasoned Shoto with a speed that frightened Izuku. Shoto had too much faith in him. But am I Endeavor's son? No. Shoto's face lit up upon hearing Izuku's response. The ghost cursed. Yes. You are Endeavor's son. Shit. From the enlightenment of being adopted to complete disillusionment. But what else could Shoto believe? Izuku was a guardian angel sent to take care of him, right? You are the son of your mother and your father, clarified Izuku quickly, fearing to make things worse. Shoto's faith in him was too strong. What I mean is, yes, they are your biological parents. But that doesn't mean you have their quirks. Look, Izuku took the chalk to start writing the words ice and fire on the wall. Your mother has an ice quirk and your father has a fire quirk. Both quirks are completely different. They are emitter-type quirks that control natural elements, but that's where all similarity between them ends, explained the ghost calmly. Fire and ice are completely opposite. They are still elements present in nature, but that's where their similarities end. Each one has different characteristics, such as temperature changes, adaptation needs. Ice quirks are always stronger in a more humid environment, while in the middle of the Sahara, they would be inherently weak. But your mother's quirk is just ice. And your father's is fire. But you, Shoto, don't have two quirks. You have only one. Izuku turned to look at the teenager, fearing his silence meant he had already left without paying attention. But no, there was Shoto, observing the scribbles on the wall, discovering before him a possibility that had never crossed his mind. My quirk is half fire, half ice. Izuku shook his head. No, your quirk is fire and ice. Or rather, your quirk is the complete regulation of temperature from one extreme to another. That is, your quirk is like a balance. If you only use ice, it goes out of control because you don't let your body self-regulate. I don't want to use the flames that have destroyed my family and caused us so much harm. Izuku sighed resignedly. Fire not only destroys, Todoroki-kun assured Izuku, remembering Dabi's blue flames that were always ready to protect him. But you are hurting yourself and self-punishing. You are hurting yourself with something you can correct. It's called self-sabotage. The response didn't seem to please Todoroki at all. I won't use the flames. I will win by showing that I can use only ice, Shoto determined with certainty. He had to prove to Endeavor and the world that this part of him wasn't weak. Do you want to use only ice as an attack? Fine. Do it. But use the heat from your body to prevent freezing. Your quirk allows you to do more than just ice cubes and flames, scolded Izuku without having so much patience. Take advantage of it. Self-regulate your body and stop the side effects of your quirk. Todoroki blinked in surprise. Until that moment, Izuku hadn't used such an annoying tone of voice. Now you're angry with me. Izuku jumped. What? No. Yes, you are. Izuku cursed under his breath. Shoto was right. He was upset. Yes. I'm a little angry. You have incredible potential to become the next #1 in a few years, and not just because of your father's wealth and contacts. Shoto's quirk gave him the power to keep fighting without side effects if he wanted to. But you don't want to give your all. This is a festival. Who cares? But out there, it's no longer a televised game. Having an ace up your sleeve can be the difference between someone living or dying. And believe me, being dead sucks. Shoto remained silent for a few minutes while Izuku tried to control his accelerating breathing and relax. Izuku didn't even realize when he had deviated so much from the central topic. How Izuku had been overwhelmed by a whirlwind of his own feelings. Did you die because no one saved you? Izuku suddenly fell silent. He didn't expect that question. Izuku didn't want to face that question. He couldn't. I should go, said before dropping the chalk to the ground. That's when Shoto realized he had gone too far. Wait, Izuku. The ghost pulled up his hood, and before Shoto could reach him, he vanished. Although, as always, even if Shoto had reached him, he wouldn't have been able to catch him. No one could if Izuku didn't want to. No, the ghost just disappeared in front of his eyes, leaving the student alone at the exit of the venue. Both unaware that Red Eyes had watched the scene from a distance. Kaminari Denki smiled with confidence. I'm going to sweep through the first round. Shiro glanced sideways at his friend. Man, I don't know where you get that confidence. I have to go against Todoroki. I'm dead. Denki nudged his friend with his elbow. Don't be like that. Look, the secret came closer. Closer? And once Shiro was just a few inches away from Denki, the blonde pulled out a white chalk from the hallway. This is a lucky charm. It will take me to the #1 spot, you'll see. Shiro face-bombed. How had Hanta, even for a moment, believed that Denki would have anything coherent to say? I'm not so sure. Denki grabbed his friend and spun him towards the exit where Cementos was finishing preparing the arena. What we need to do is try it on someone we know would never win in a million years. Think about it. It would be the ultimate test. The blonde continued moving Shiro until, in their view, Bakugo's mysterious friend appeared. The one they had discovered existed on the same day and whose social skills were terrible. But hey, they had to be terrible to get along with Bakugo naturally. Another little ball of hatred they had decided to adopt into the group. What are you guys talking about? Mina asked, approaching her friends with curiosity. Denki says chalks are a good luck charm. I don't believe it. Tell him he's idiot. Hey, protested Denki, pouting. Mina laughed at the blonde's silly suggestion. We love you just the way you are, Denki, don't change. You'll see, he said before approaching the guy to wish him good luck and slipped the chalk into his pocket. Denki began to protest, looking annoyed. Well, he wasn't really. He was just defending his truth while the purple-haired guy entered the sand arena. They would see who would be laughing now. Denki's friends tried to contain their laughter at the absurdity of the situation. How could a piece of chalk guarantee someone's victory? Oh, poor guy whose friends had no faith in him whatsoever. 3 minutes later, the fight had ended as quickly as it had started. Minoma Nito had lost. The student from the Class B had resigned, walking straight to the edge of the ring. Shinso Hitoshi advanced to the next round. The laughter and mockery from the Baku squad silenced before they ran off in search for Momo. Each of them needed chalks urgently. Meanwhile, Hitoshi Shinso left the arena amidst a chorus of boos from spectators who couldn't understand what had happened. Hitoshi trembled with nervousness as he told himself that he wasn't a monster. He overanalyzed to calm the impending anxiety attack. He was alone, his head was spinning, and he had a strong urge to vomit. Oh, maybe Toshi wasn't cut out for this. Perhaps he had imagined UA very differently with Izuku by his side. Eating on the stairs at noon. Talking about heroes that Izuku admired or the streamers that Hitoshi had found. Sharing anecdotes, being together. Toshi suddenly felt so alone. A hand rested on his own, giving him a warm squeeze. Hitoshi opened his eyes wide. The purple hair held his breath as he felt a small body lean against his back, burying the face between his shoulder blades. Tears instantly welled up in Hitoshi's eyes. He cherished that hand, bringing it to his lips and planting a kiss on the soft skin. He continued softly kissing the back of the hand. Toshi tried to turn around, but all he managed to see was the intense mass of green curls before the small figure hugged him tightly from behind, preventing him from moving. Izuku, congratulations. You won the first round. You'll win the next one and be on the podium. Hitoshi had imagined so many times hearing the sound of Izuku's voice again. It hurt immensely to notice how Izuku tried to appear normal when, in reality, Hitoshi could hear the pain and poorly hidden anxiety in his voice. Toshi was angry. Very angry. He closed his eyes tightly as tears streamed down his face. Have you been watching me all this time? Oh, how it hurt to hear the silence from his friend while he felt Izuku's tears soaking his jacket from behind. It was a bitter taste because both loved each other madly, and at the same time, Izuku didn't answer him for fear that Shinso would command him to stay with him. Unfortunately, Toshi couldn't help activating his quirk. He couldn't bear to lose him again. They both stood silently in that dark hallway without moving. It's not fair, Shinso finally broke the silence. Izuku nodded without lifting his face from Shinso's back. I know. I'm sorry, whispered the little boy, let his lips against Hitoshi's. Back in a soft kiss. Shinso pressed Izuku's hand against his cheek. Let me see you. Izuku quickly shook his head. No, Izuku couldn't let Toshi realize that he was still the same boy he met more than a year ago without changing a bit. You're cruel to me. Because I can't even hate you. Izuku shivered. It would be better if you did. Everything is going to change. You'll enter the hero class. Make friends. Be a hero. Never had words that lovingly predicted a better change seemed so hurtful. Izuku, you're my friend. I'm not going to say goodbye. I refuse to lose you, Shinso asserted harshly, squeezing Izuku's hand harder against himself. Izuku gave a sad smile. He had heard words like these many times, and had always responded the same way. So the words came easily from his lips like an automaton. It's not like you can do Oh, believe me. I will. I'll move heaven and earth. I'll find you. That sounded like a full-fledged threat. A threat that warmed the heart of the little ghost. Oh, Toshi. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's better that you turn the page. That everyone does. Izuku didn't know what to expect, really. He didn't even know what he was really doing. He didn't know what. Ouch! Izuku shouted in surprise. Hitoshi Shinso had bitten his hand. He had taken a bite. He had chomped. No. That's to make you stop saying stupid things. I'll find you, Izuku, and bring you home. Understand? Hitoshi turned determinedly to look into those green eyes. But as soon as he moved the hand over his disappeared, Izuku vanished, finding the hallway completely empty. Feeling his heart shatter like Orpheus after losing his beloved, Hitoshi hit the wall before breaking into tears. Then he wiped his tears with resentment. Because Izuku wasn't going to get his way. Because if that's how Izuku wanted to play, Hitoshi could play with the same cards. It took him no more than 10 minutes to traverse a large part of the stadium and climb at least 5 floors before insistently knocking on a door. After a grunt and some complaints, the door swung open, revealing Aizawa with a face that hated every second he was there as a commentator. Obviously his most hated job so far. Toshi? Are you okay? His father asked with concern. Mike turned in his chair with his newly acquired paternal instinct, looking at his son, trying to analyze the source of the pain. Hitoshi looked at them with overwhelming determination. Oh, two could play at that game, Izuku, Toshi told himself. Izuku is here. What? Shota stammered, unable to process what he had just heard. Izuku is here. I saw him. A piece of iceberg took Shiro Hanta out of action. From outside the stadium, the immense power of the boy could be appreciated. This is the new generation that's going to steal our jobs in less than 3 years, thought Kamui Woods. Then he began to plan how to save for early retirement. Denki entered the arena with the demeanor of someone who had already won first place. He lost as quickly as Minoma. The chalk cult did not bless him. Bakugo called him an idiot. Have you gotten my brother out of there yet? Hawks swallowed hard. What? No, he wasn't nervous. Not at all. He had just been distracted for a second. Well, that's what he told himself, but he was absolutely sure that a kid who was 1.5 meters tall couldn't have escaped like that out of nowhere. It was like the typical locked room murder case. Except that there was no dead body that he knew of. Oh, if he only knew, and that the kid had been surrounded by pro heroes the whole time. It's not like a pro hero would let the kid throw himself off the balcony, right? Just in case, Hawks looked down in case the kid had slipped and fallen into the void. No, there was no dead child below. That reassured Hawks. The hero couldn't imagine how he would have to explain to Dabi how he lost a kid of 14 years. The mystery continued. Not to mention that the door had been closed the whole time Hawks was on the phone with Dabi and under the watchful eye of the winged hero. Never mind. Well, no, it did matter because now Hawks was looking for a teenager among thousands of spectators. A needle in a haystack. How difficult could it be to find a 14-year-old kid? If someone asked Eraserhead, he would laugh like a maniac and leave without saying anything. Too bad Hawks didn't even know about the existence of the underground pro hero. Hawks had to follow his years of training. The first 15 minutes were spent visualizing his surroundings for clues. Because, of course, he was a hero who could complete the most complicated missions. But Hawks couldn't find a kid with a gray hoodie. Oh, several heroes knew very well how the bird brain felt. Too bad they never got to know about each other. Most likely, they would end up having beer while letting go of their frustrations. The next half hour was a process of going through all the corridors in search of that kid. He couldn't have gone very far. Nor could he stop and ask the organizers, about a missing kid he really didn't know, who had snuck into the venue, and apparently that was the only place the kid shouldn't go to. The rest of the spectators seemed to only have eyes for what was happening in the arena. And those who had noticed Izuku's analytical skills also didn't realize when the kid disappeared. Japan had wonderful heroes, Hawks bitterly thought to himself. Heroes among whom he had to include himself. Why did a number 3 hero in the country let a 10-year-old kid escape? 14 years old. Gosh, Hawks always boasted about his good memory and attention to detail. But he swore that this kid was too scrawny for his age. Or gaunt. Or both. Not to mention that Dabi wasn't responding to his messages. The jerk had hung up on him. Who did he think he was to hang up on the number 3 hero? Oh damn it. Hawks was a masochist because that only made him want to reach for Dabi even more. The blondie wanted to scream in his face. Oh, he wanted much more, but Hawks remembered to leave his thoughts at her 13 when he was taking care of Dabi's lil brother. No, the winged hero didn't start sending message after message to his favorite burnt one. Of course, he didn't. Shit. With each new message he sent to Dabi, Hawks seemed a little more desperate for his attention. Which fuck he was. Don't blame him, but being ignored is just how he likes it. In addition to being sexy, dangerous, and Hawks would swear even a little older than him. Oh yes, he loved that they were always older. So, Hawks, you're looking for a child. And without the child, you'll have an angry brother. And if the brother is angry, you won't have the chance for a date him. Well, and even having the chick with him doesn't guarantee him a date with Dabi. Well, Hawks always liked challenges. So he had to find a child, and as a bird of prey, Hawks could be ruthless. 5 minutes later, Hawks was already thinking about asking the commission to hack UA's cameras to find out where the hell the kid had gone. Unethical, yes, but functional. That damn brat? The blonde's skin prickled. Oh yes, the blonde would recognize that voice anywhere. Like the dog he was, Hawks turned with a dazzling smile. Endeavor. Hawks, act natural, he told himself. The number 3 hero casually leaned against the wall. It's worth noting that this posture isn't very effective if the interlocutor is almost 2 meters tall. Especially when that person is angry while removing fire extinguisher foam from his hero costume. Hawks, don't laugh, his inner voice shouted. No, Hawks was laughing, and the damn bird didn't hesitate to pull out his phone and start taking pictures of it. This had to go into his folder called Daddy Issues. This is so good. Hawks. Endeavor barked. Yes, Daddy, the hero responded instantly. Endeavor tried to ignite his flames as a threat. Keyword tried. It was a pity that the fire-retardant liquid coating prevented it. Hawks sighed again. With that tight costume, Hawks volunteered for adoption. The blonde had little information and many traumas to resolve. Have you seen a kid in a gray hoodie? Yes, the same one Hawks was looking for. But that wasn't something he would tell an angry hero for what seemed like a kid's joke. No, not the slightest idea. He lied in a perfect tone and a charming smile. Endeavor clenched his jaw and turned to continue his search as if he had no more business with the blonde after that information. Great. Hawks instinctively grabbed his phone and started texting Dabi almost reflexively. Your brother is a public menace. Is that in your DNA? Half a minute later, Dabi responded for the first time in what seemed like an eternity. Have you gotten my brother out of there yet? Damn it, he muttered to himself, returning to the search. Only himself could dig his own grave. But if Dabi was the grave digger, 3/4 of an hour later and 3 gray hairs in his blonde hair, Hawks found himself flying over the stadium from outside, trying to find the little guy. Only to quickly find him sitting on the roof of the UA stadium, admiring the one-on-one fights. How had he gotten up there? Look, it didn't matter. Hawks had found his lost chick, and that was all he needed. Hawks dropped down to sit next to his troublemaker. You're hard to catch. The boy gave a little jump before looking at him with those green eyes completely red. Oh shit, the kid had been crying. They tell me that constantly. Hawks panicked, getting closer to the kid. Are you hurt? Oh shit, Dabi is going to kill me. That elicited a laugh from the kid, who suddenly found himself overwhelmed by the hero searching for any injuries. There was nothing. Oh, a bite on the kid's hand. Are you a 12-year-old or a preschooler? Hawks asked, rolling up the haughty sleeve. Izuku pulled his hand away and brought it to his lips, as if that mark were precious to him. Kids these days were so weird. Hawks came to the conclusion as if the winged man were so much more adult in comparison. I'm 14. 14 years old. Hawks rolled his eyes. Whatever. Smile, I have to send proof of life to your brother before he roasts me. The hero took a picture before the kid could do anything. Hey, nothing. I've been looking for you for ages. How the hell did you escape from a balcony full of pro heroes? That was already pure curiosity. The kid was a mystery. And the brother was a whole wedge of cheese. The boy shrugged as if that weren't important. Getting out. How? Getting. Izuku repeated as if it were obvious. No. I was at the door the whole time, Hawks asserted, intrigued. A kid who could surpass the number 3 hero and also had a surprising analytical mind. That broccoli was perfect material for the commission. Which was not good. Hawks knew that well. That brat started to smile slyly. He was gloating about having kicked the number 3 hero out. And from what Hawks knew, the number 2 as well. Cunning little bastard knew what he was doing. Hawks was starting to like him. Well, not that he had never disliked him. The kid was like a diamond in the rough, and Hawks was a magpie who loves everything that shines. When life closes a door, there are other ways out. Now let me see the next battle. It's Peach Girl and Kakin. It's going to be a tough but interesting battle depending on how they play their cards, the kid predicted. What Izuku couldn't predict was all the chaos that ensued. Everything descended into chaos. Hawks wasn't paid enough for his babysitting duties. Uraraka Achiko's hands were trembling with nervousness. In front of her, the intense light of the arena contrasted with the darkness of the tunnels. From there, she could see thousands of people in the stands watching them, not to mention the millions through live television. She had to focus. She had to win. She had to clear her head if she wanted to achieve her goal. Right now, the girl was a bundle of nerves. But she told herself very seriously that as soon as she stepped into that light, her doubts would dissipate. And so they did. She walked down the arena, thinking about all the time she had trained with all might. Every hour of carrying garbage, containers, and other stuff on the beach. The hours of running. The hours of studying to pass the entrance exam. Achiko thought about how hard she had worked to reach the final stage of the sports festival. She wanted her parents to be proud of her. She wanted the world to see her shine. To recognize her effort. To see her. For that, Uraraka had to leave behind the idea that she had only gotten there thanks to All Might. That all that effort had been partly hers. All hers. She had to forget the boy from the beach. She had to forget when that boy from the garbage pile had told her to be careful. Uraraka had to turn the page. If she wanted to be a good heroine, she had to step forward and show her worth. As soon as the sun bathed her skin and the audience cheered her entrance, Uraraka felt as if the weight in her chest lifted. In front of her, on the other side of the arena, was Bakugo Katsuki. Blasty. The second strongest guy in her class. The second strongest in their entire first-year class. A perfect Quirk for battle. Aggressive, calculating, unstoppable. A guy whose red eyes always pierced her, demanding answers. No, Achiko wasn't going to let the blonde intimidate her. Of course, she knew that her anti-gravity quirk wasn't suitable to go against the spiky-haired guy. Of course, Uraraka was aware that her quirk was perfect for rescues. But she wouldn't always find herself in an ideal situation for her quirk. It angered her to think that despite having strength, she felt defenseless at the thought of facing someone head-on. No, Uraraka had never trained that aspect with all might. Strength and endurance were what mostly marked the morning workouts with the pro hero. She felt pathetic as she saw Bakugo, who was in front of her, moving his leg backward, adopting a direct attack position. I'm not going for the easy way, round face. Achiko took a deep breath and clenched her fists with determination. Me neither, she declared with strength. Because no, Achiko wasn't going to give up. She would win the festival and go home with the best internship offers. She would make the best contacts, and in less than 3 years, she would have a signed contract to bring money home and take care of her parents. Achiko would be the perfect daughter. Begin! Bakugo quickly lunged towards her with his hands raised. Achiko ran directly towards him. There was no point in fleeing. She just had to touch him and make him float into the sky, right? Achiko cursed as Bakugo spun around, maintaining distance and exploding the ground in front of him, sending her backward with the expansive force. The girl's back hit the ground hard, at the same time as debris fell on her. It hurt. It stung. But not as much as the audience yelling at Bakugo to be kinder because she was a girl. Bullshit. Achiko could endure much more. Achiko could see how hundreds of eyes looked at her with pity, as if she couldn't win. She was going to show them how wrong they could be. The brunette would save her tears of anger and use them as fuel against Bakugo. The brown-haired girl stood up with overwhelming determination in her eyes. Bakugo was in an attacking position, waiting for Uraraka's response. The girl analyzed everything around her. There was nothing. There was only Bakugo and her. It was a clear disadvantage. Attack Quirk against rescue Quirk. That wouldn't stop her. Uraraka attacked again. Her only chance would be if she touched Bakugo and sent him floating into the stratosphere. But Bakugo exploded his hands again, preventing the girl from getting close enough to touch him. Achiko found herself once again falling face-first onto the already destroyed pavement. Debris left behind by Bakugo's explosions embedded itself in the palms of her hands. Wait, if she didn't have anything to touch, she just had to create it. With a little help. Achiko Uraraka stood up again, her gaze fixed on Katsuki Bakugo. No, there was no fear in those brown eyes. No, she wouldn't give up, despite the thousands of people shouting at her. No, she would break through everyone. She attacked Bakugo again, this time dodging in time to avoid the direct explosion against her skin. She approached, Bakugo reacted, Uraraka stepped back. And she attacked again, relentlessly. Over and over while trying to hide in the smoke created by the explosions. It was strange how the sweet smell mixed with the burnt. It was a captivating scent. Uraraka Achiko attacked again and again, ignoring the pain caused by Bakugo's explosions on her skin. The burning, the pain, it seemed dimmed by the adrenaline rushing through her veins. Because Achiko didn't give up. Every time Bakugo threw her backward and she felt her skin tearing against the stones, Uraraka only thought of one thing. Winning. Because every time Bakugo exploded something, there she was, touching each of those pieces. One after another. Feeling the weight taken away from the objects accumulating in her chest. And another. And a little more. And another explosion, over and over. More she had to touch more. Feeling the weight as it grew in her chest, threatening to make her vomit as hundreds of stones began to float. But she could endure, she told herself. A little more. Plus ultra. Another explosion she needed to encompass more. A larger piece. Come on, stronger, more weight. She felt as if all the weight of the stones was on her shoulders. No, that was nothing compared to lifting refrigerators and trucks. No, Achiko needed more. She would bury Bakugo with her in stones if necessary. Stop the battle. It's an abuse. It's pathetic, someone shouted from the stands. Uraraka bit her lip and launched herself at Bakugo again, who generated a bigger explosion. The pain ran through her body like a tingling sensation that started from her chest to the tips of her fingers. It became addictive. Maybe we should stop the fight? Present Mike began to say through the speaker with concern. Achiko wouldn't stop. More strength. She wasn't weak. She wouldn't leave without putting up a good fight. Uraraka Achiko wasn't giving up, and she wouldn't. In front of her, all the stone fragments began to float higher than the smoke generated by the explosions. Uraraka's brown eyes met Bakugo's red ones. Earth against fire. He looked up, realizing late the game Uraraka was playing. The blonde raised his hands to create an explosion big enough to dissipate all the debris. Achiko wouldn't let him. More, she shouted from the depths of her lungs. The entire stadium shook at her command. Literally. The building trembled as if it were an earthquake, alarming the stands while at the epicenter, the brown-haired girl floated involuntarily surrounded by an iridescent pink halo. It's not that all the debris from Bakugo's explosions started to float. The ground under her feet began to crack as if gravity had ceased to exist at that exact point. Bakugo stumbled backward, trying to escape the center of the arena as he felt his body becoming too light. If he wasn't careful, Bakugo would be caught by that uncontrolled anti-gravity. Hundreds of rocks of all sizes rose, continuing their descent until the cracks advanced to the stands where thousands of people were seated. Achiko looked in terror at what she had just done. No, that wasn't what she wanted. That wasn't the... Did she do it herself? Uraraka panicked. She began to feel as if the air wasn't entering her body. Oh, it was she who was causing all that. With her power. Not with her zero-gravity power. No, that was something else. That was one for all. Uraraka screamed as she realized with terror her own power and how destructive it could be. How hundreds of people looked at her with terror, wondering whether to evacuate or if it was part of the show. They didn't move. They didn't evacuate. They just looked at her with applause. Achiko wanted to scream at them to leave, to go away. That she was unable to control it. But her voice didn't respond. It was impossible. They died in her throat as Achiko needed more air in her lungs. Was this what All Might felt? Was he aware of the power in just one of his punches? Uraraka suddenly realized the true caliber of that power and how dangerous it could be as the cracks advanced, generating the shattering sound in the process. But no one moved from the stands. Not even Bakugo, who refused to move beyond the white line. Still, Bakugo wouldn't give up. Didn't they see that she couldn't control it? Where was Aizawa? Why wasn't he in the booth with Present Mike? Why wasn't anyone helping her? Uraraka wanted to scream for help with all the strength in the world. She didn't want to be responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people by destroying a stadium. Achiko Uraraka wanted to be a hero, not a villain. And at that moment, when she thought she couldn't bear it anymore, meters above thousands of stones, someone jumped from the stadium roof. Uraraka stopped breathing as she saw a boy running towards her, jumping from stone to stone. Not just any boy. Beach Boy. The boy with his jeans and gray hoodie ran towards her without fear. No. Get away, she shouted, terrified. Around her, the stones began to crack on themselves. If that happened to a stone, what could it do to a human being? I won't leave you alone. Izuku shouted with all his strength as he made a leap of faith, crossing all the stones towards her. He raised his hands. Uraraka couldn't help it. She cried while reaching her hands towards Izuku. She wanted to be saved. She didn't want to hurt anyone. Izuku intertwined his fingers with hers while floating like a parachutist. He grabbed her tightly. Help, the girl pleaded through tears. Izuku drew his best smile. I'm here, he assured her with confidence and warmth. You can control it? Achiko shook her head, panicking. No, of course she couldn't, otherwise, it wouldn't have reached that extreme. I can't. Izuku squeezed Uraraka's cracked and injured hands. Yes, you can. Listen to my voice, the boy requested as if he really knew what he was doing. Tell me 5 things you see. Uraraka instinctively closed her eyes. 5 things, anything, the green-haired boy asked gently. Uraraka opened her eye again. Freckles. Many freckles, Izuku nodded, encouraging her to continue. Stones. A seagull. Bakugo. He's giving me a nasty look. Oh. Don't think about that. He does that to everyone, Izuku redirected her. You're missing one thing you see. Hawks, she replied, seeing the hero in the distance unable to enter the chaos that was that anti-gravity. Good for things you hear. People shouting. The music from the hot dog stand. Present Mike? The green-haired boy nodded satisfied. 3 things you can feel. For this, Uraraka closed her eyes. Because what she felt was everything. Every stone affected by her gravity, the boy's body, his torn uniform. When did she lose a shoe? 2 things you can smell. This time it was faster. Uraraka was focusing much faster. Caramel and sulfur. The last one. Tell me a taste you feel. The answer came naturally from Uraraka's lips. Blood. Okay, the pressure in Uraraka's chest had calmed down. Not completely, but at least to a level she could work with. That didn't mean she magically knew how to stop all that. All right, you activated One for All, didn't you? Do you know how to stop it? Uraraka closed her eyes again to avoid the overwhelming dizziness and feeling that invaded her. Of course, the missing and dead kid knew about One for All. Uraraka had been right all that time. Izuku had always referred to being careful with what All Might could offer her, and now she was seeing it. I don't know. I don't know how, no. Izuku didn't let go. He couldn't squeeze her hands tighter than he already was. Calm down. Everything will be fine, he tried to reassure her. Uraraka shook her head. No. Everything is in ruins. Izuku released one of her hands to exert effort to reach Uraraka's face and place it on her cheek. That doesn't matter. Material things can be fixed. Forget about that. I want you to focus on your power. On how you release it. I've seen you at the beach hundreds of times, the boy admitted casually. Then he grabbed Uraraka's wrists again and, with a lot of effort due to the anti-gravity pressure around them, brought them together until their fingers touched each other. You just have to let it go. Release it. You've done it thousands of times. Uraraka felt in control for the first time in that whole moment. Release it. She just had to let go of all that destructive energy. I can't. If I do, everything will fall. You will fall. Izuku made a playful pout. Don't worry about me. But you? Izuku shook his head, drawing a sad smile. Don't worry about me, he repeated with more assurance. You have to trust others. Aizawa can help you. Talk to him. Trust Eraser. Now, let it go. And trust in me. Uraraka focused on her inner self, on all that energy that was like a devastating whirlwind. She focused on it, and even though she felt the ghost's hands on hers, she undid all the power, releasing every stone under her control. The brunette felt the power from her chest fade away to the tips of her limbs. Suddenly, everything turned black. Both the stones and the girl and the ghost began to fall as fast as gravity took control of them. A burst of feathers tried to sneak in among the thousands of stones to reach the two teenagers. They fell faster than the feathers could move between so many obstacles. Izuku grabbed Achiko's wrists tightly and in a final attempt pushed her towards Hawk's feathers, which, like the leaves of a tree, tried to slow down the fall. But no matter how hard they tried, Uraraka's clothes kept cracking. An explosion flooded the entire stadium. Bakugo jumped forward and caught his unconscious companion in his arms as if it had been planned. Which it wasn't. Izuku disappeared just a few meters above the ground. Bakugo Katsuki advances to the next round. Uraraka Achiko is KO. No one applauded. No one booed. The entire stadium fell into complete silence, still processing what they had just witnessed. Bakugo wasn't having his best life, according to him. Well, not his best year. Not his best month. Hell, not even his best week. Damn, this wasn't even his best day. And it had to be his best day. They all had to start being his best days. Because Katsuki was the best. Because Katsuki was a winner. He always had been. Until now. Until Shoto Todoroki had completely paralyzed him within seconds during the first practice of the year. Until, despite how hard he had tried to win the obstacle race, Bakugo ended up with just a measly second place. Oh, it stung, especially after assuring the world that Katsuki would be the winner. Bakugo Katsuki had lost a battle but not the war. Technically, he had lost 2 battles if we count how Katsuki once again finished second in the cavalry battle. But that half-and-half bastard's luck was about to run out. Katsuki was going after him and would crush him with his own hands to show him who was in charge here. Oh, Katsuki would blow that bastard's face to smithereens. He would have done it in the hallway when that damn cheeky guy had the balls to call him a second medal walking. Oh, Todoroki would eat the silver medal that Katsuki was going to give him. He could already see himself on the podium, proudly displaying his gold medal while stepping on that burnt face. Anger. Anger was running through Bakugo Katsuki's veins. Blood was just another supplement. Nothing upset him more than things getting out of control. From a very young age, Katsuki had realized how the world revolved around him. And how everyone always wanted something from him. Katsuki was the center of the universe. Or so he believed he was the center of the universe until the world decided to break all his schemes. And his nose. Well, that had been Izuku, but you could say that the broken nose was just the beginning of the decline in how Katsuki perceived the world around him. The world had turned upside down. Deku, the guy who was a constant in Katsuki's life, whether he liked it or not, had vanished, leaving a mess in his wake that Katsuki had to deal with. only to realize that horrible day, with his crooked nose, that Katsuki was not the victim of it all. The disappearance of Izuku and his antics as a vigilante were not just a game of a sulky child. The blonde had to deal with that every time he was alone with himself. He had always looked in the mirror as an unstoppable being. And now, Katsuki did not recognize himself. Was he the same person who always finished first in class and was blindly followed by all those extras? Bakugo doubted it. He hated it. But he doubted it. Not after being freeze in that building because of that damn half-and-half bastard. Bakugo had failed. It didn't matter if they could tell him that it was just a first exercise. Or that Todoroki had caught him off guard the first time. Or any of the motivational nonsense. First, Katsuki didn't have anyone to tell him those kinds of words. Not anymore. And second, a failure was a failure and nothing more. But a second failure, coming second to the finish line in the obstacle race? Not being able to reach that damn 10,000-point bandana of Todoroki's? Being a second best again and again? Oh, and on top of that, the bastard had the nerve to remind him. Bakugo Katsuki would never admit that he followed Todoroki Shoto through the hallways to take advantage of beating him during the break. No, he would never admit it. But he couldn't say anything about when, next to that half-and-half bastard, a familiar small figure appeared out of nowhere. Messy green hair, freckles, red shoes. Deku. From the distance they were, Bakugo was lucky that neither of them heard him whisper. There was the most wanted teenager in Musutafu, in the midst of UA, at the most important event of the year, with hundreds of pro heroes all over the place. And Izuku fucking Midoriya was drawing with chalk on the cement wall as if it were Aldera's schoolyard. Or closer, a kindergarten. Far from feeling another wave of intense anger, Bakugo felt a sense of vertigo as he recalled Izuku's lifeless body on the morgue table in the hospital. Oh yes, he felt the urge to vomit, but Katsuki didn't move. He didn't move as those two argued about whether or not to use the full stanchion of Todoroki's power. Power that Katsuki was only aware of for the first time after the first few weeks of classes. That bastard was not even playing with all that he had. Life now one was worth of his everything. Katsuki was in the midst of this discovery about what seemed like signals from the Todoroki family being in chaos when the bomb exploded. Did you die because no one saved you? Todoroki's words echoed in Bakugo's head. Then the memory of that small, decomposing body on the morgue table. That Izuku on the verge of tears as he yelled at him in the middle of the street that the nerd had bigger problems to deal with. Like discovering that Deku was dead. But it couldn't be. Because Deku was there. But he had also been on that cold morgue table. What the hell had happened to Deku? Who hadn't saved him? And from whom? Bakugo cursed as he walked down the hallway to prepare for his own battle. He still had time to prepare against Round Face. Katsuki could have tried to put Todoroki in his place. Bakugo just didn't feel like continuing with his plans anymore. He could only think over and over again about that sentence. Did you die because no one saved you? And Izuku's shattered face. It didn't make sense to think about a Deku, he told himself. Katsuki tried to convince himself. It also didn't make sense to think about how half-and-half bastard knew his Deku. Or how it was that Deku seemed to be everywhere to annoy him with his horrible way of being that he definitely didn't miss. No, he couldn't think about Deku. Bakugo had to think about himself. He had to focus on winning the competitions and make it very clear to half-and-half who was in charge. He would make it very clear to the world who Bakugo Katsuki was. The next number one hero. Katsuki had worked hard to get there. Everyone around him was just an extra. They wouldn't stand a chance against him. The only one posing a threat was that damn bicolor bastard. But let's remember that the universe has a nice way of shattering Bakugo's schemes and pushing him down to earth. Keeping him tied to reality and not to the sandcastles he built himself. Because Bakugo Katsuki had confidently entered the arena to fight Round Face. Serious and determined not to let his guard down, not to make any mistakes. He would reach the final on his own merits. Katsuki didn't care if thousands of people insulted him because he, Bakugo, didn't see any helpless girl in front of him. Nor did he see an opponent he couldn't defeat. Until he had to eat his own words. First, Bakugo felt the invisible blow as if an unseen force pulled him towards Round Face. as if it were an invisible river, and the girl, floating in her pink halo, was a waterfall. Bakugo had never had to step back before. But he did. Obviously, Bakugo had to step back if he didn't want to end up floating like a piece of concrete. Didn't the girl have the limitation of touching the object in question with her 5 fingers? What had changed? Well, since Todoroki, Bakugo could expect a yet-to-be-discovered superior attack force. Just like Bakugo really was. They just hadn't given him the opportunity to shine as the star he was. But round face? That Kirby-like ball? The one that had something to do with Deku? Was that damn Deku looking for the strongest ones? Had round face been hiding such destructive force all that time? Nothing made sense. Bakugo remained frozen at the edge of the white line that separated him from unintentionally stepping into what looked like a black hole. Or pink in this case. But even there, while trying to come up with a plan to move through the air with the force of his explosions, Deku had to step in. That damn Deku jumping from the roof. Piercing through every obstacle to round face as if he were a damn hero. Fearless. Reminding Katsuki how alive he was. Reminding him of that day with the sludge villain when Izuku jumped without thinking in the same way to try to save him. But this time, Deku wasn't running towards him. He was running towards round face. Deku looked very different. He wasn't crying or panicking like when Deku threw his backpack at the sludge villain. Deku moved with a confidence that Katsuki hadn't seen in years. Without thinking. That idiot moved forward without thinking and without fear. Maybe, just maybe, for a second, Bakugo had seen that 3-year-old boy sure he was the next All Might. Unstoppable. Did you die because no one saved you? Half and half bastard's words repeated in Bakugo's head. For a moment he was breathless. Katsuki didn't know if it was because of the quirk of the giant pink puffball or if it was due to something else Bakugo couldn't decipher. Izuku's teary eyes that morning when they had met. Those big green orbs that seemed to scream for help so desperately and pathetically. The desolate look when Katsuki had told him to pray for a new quirk in his next life and take a swan dive of the roof. Katsuki was completely unable to move a single muscle until gravity returned like a whip to the ground. Then his body moved before his head could think. All the sweat accumulated in his hands exploded instantly, propelling him forward among all the pieces of pavement. He just had to be faster than gravity, just. Izuku disappeared in front of his eyes once again. Katsuki Bakugo caught round face in his arms. It had been a strange battle where the one with the destructive quirk played the role of a rescuer, and the one with the perfect quirk for rescuing became the most destructive. Bakugo stood there panting amid all the wreckage, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Katsuki didn't even realize how they announced him as the winner. It wouldn't make sense. He had done absolutely nothing to win. In his head, there was only a ringing, and over again, the words repeated, "Pray to have a quirk in your next life, nothing can be done for me." Did you die because no one saved you? Bakugo felt so useless as he carried round face to the infirmary area. Who would have thought that this pink puffball hid such powerful power? And why did it know Izuku? And why was Izuku going after everyone with quirks as powerful as Uraraka or Todoroki? What was Deku thinking? Oh, Bakugo didn't understand anything. And that pissed him off a lot. Everything in itself pissed him off a lot. Doesn't that kid look familiar to you? Mount Lady asked, raising her arm towards the screen. That brat again? Death Arms complained, crossing his arms. Is he trying to get himself killed, Woods? Kamui Woods didn't respond. He was more immersed than ever in making plans for early retirement as he saw those students with such monstrous quirks. Yes, in 3 years the hero market would become very small. Excuse me, did you just refer to that kiddo as the one putting himself in danger? A down voice which seems in a need of a deep breath interrupted the heroes. 2 of them, the ones capable of reaction and not thinking in early retirements, turned just to discover the underground pro-hero Eraserhead. Yeah. That kid once tried to stop a sludge villain with only a stupid school bag. At least he has improved. Because I sure if wasn't for that All Might that kid would be dead. The heroes couldn't understand that hateful look from the underground hero. Instead, the hero raised his gaze back to the screen, cursing loudly. I must catch him right now. Then I want to have a serious talk about that kiddo, he told them before handing over his card and rushing towards the stadium like a bat out of hell. Hitoshi Shinso was in the tunnel at the entrance to the sports festival arena. He was breathless after running through all the tunnels in search of Izuku, only to see him on the television in the waiting room. Because, obviously, Izuku, his not-quite boyfriend or maybe boyfriend, hadn't had that talk yet. Well, they hadn't had many talks lately. Something Hitoshi was very willing to correct. But no, the Mr. I don't want to be helped and I want to go unnoticed would, of course, jump to the rescue of a girl in distress. Oh, for these things, Hitoshi's heartbeat was so fast. Because, yes, Hitoshi had seen that idiot throw himself into danger just like that for saving him. But that was the idiot he was in love with. And for those kinds of things, Hitoshi melted. He also got angry because, of course, he wanted to catch that damn adorable green-haired guy and drag him into a happy life between two gay dads and cats. As much cats as Zashi let them adopt, of course. But Hitoshi couldn't do anything when, once again, amidst all that rubble, Izuku disappeared as if he had never been there. Oh, Hitoshi wasn't going to stand still. Somehow, Izuku had to get out of there. And Hitoshi was going to find him. Would he put aside his competition within the festival? Of course not. Well, technically, Shoto Todoroki completely knocked him out in the next round when he threw an iceberg at him even before Toshi could say a word. But intentions are what count, right? Hawks was panicking. For the second time that day, he had lost the same 14-year-old kid. And he was supposed to be the star of the commission? Hawks wanted to flip a table. He didn't because that would affect his image, which lately was already too damaged due to a certain beacon with legs. A delicious beacon who wasn't answering messages or calls. Hawks took a deep breath. He meditated to himself. What was the worst that could happen? Die from blue flames. Yes, die chart. He didn't know if Dabi would be capable of such a crime, but Hawks understood that artists were very passionate. He wasn't going to test it. On the other hand, his mind reacted logically. He patted himself on the back because that freckled kid had a 0 level of self-preservation. Hawks seriously wondered what kind of issues the mysterious brothers had. Well, the blonde knew very well that he loved red flags with legs more than a child loves candy. Now he had to find the same lost kid again and pray he was in one piece before rushing him to his brother. Because Hawks swore that as soon as he found that kid, he would throw him at Dabi as fast as he could. Not because Hawks desperately wanted a date with the big brother, which he did, but to breathe a sigh of relief from not having to take care of such a troublesome kiddo. The good thing about Dabi not returning his messages and not answering the phone was that the blonde didn't have to explain how the little brother had jumped from the roof of a stadium into danger. The bad thing was that knowing it had been an internationally televised event, Dabi would find out anyway. The worst part? Well, if Dabi wasn't calling to assure him of all the ways he was going to burn him slowly, something must have happened to Dabi. Or maybe it was just the anxiety that the little beacon had generated in the hero. Anyway, Hawks had the same mission again. Find Izuku. The good news is that at least now he knew the kid had a power of invisibility or teleportation or impermeability. Whatever it was, now the hero understood how the rascal had escaped from the hero's balcony. Shortly after, a notification popped up on his phone about the hero killer. Hawks would read it later. First, a 14-year-old kid who doesn't even look like he's 10. He couldn't have gone far, right? Are you mad at me? Izuku didn't respond. He remained seated on the infirmary bed, gently caressing Hitoshi's hand, who remained unconscious. Technically, he should be on his way to Tokyo with Dabi. Well, technically, he should have never been there in the first place. But there Izuku was, once again with Todoroki by his side while his dear Hitoshi lay unconscious on the bed after the impact of a giant iceberg. Izuku affectionately stroked Hitoshi's hand. He'll be okay, Shoto assured him, showing zero remorse in his voice for the outcome of their second battle. Izuku glanced at him disappointedly. You didn't give him time to do anything. You didn't even let him take a single step, Izuku said. Shoto didn't understand where he had gone wrong. It's a competition. Someone wins and someone loses. Anyway, he'll still end up with a third place, Todoroki replied as if the whole situation were obvious, failing to see why his guardian angel was upset. Izuku frowned in displeasure. Yes, in competitions, someone loses and someone wins, Todoroki. Of course, you have to give your best to try to win. But what you're doing with your ice is an excessive use of force. Congratulations, Izuku said with a bitter tone in his voice. I hope you savor your victory. It's not so different from what your father does. Todoroki's face cringed completely. I'm not like my father. Take that back. You're just angry because I found out that you died. Izuku quickly lunged at Shoto, putting his hand over his mouth to silence him before he could say anything else. No, Shoto Todoroki. I'm angry because someone I care about got hurt, Izuku corrected him very firmly. I'm also angry because, once again, you're being as stupid. Is bothering your father so important that you freeze 2 of your classmates? Does your father control you so much that your actions always have to be about him? Kami, the Todorokis are all the same. Todoroki staggered backward, bewildered by the words of the green-haired boy. It was the first time he had seen his guardian angel so upset. No, not upset, worse, disappointed. Why was that worse? Shoto didn't understand. You don't know my fam? Izuku interrupted Todoroki once more, ready to respond. Because the ghost knew the Todorokis very well. He lived with one. I know enough to recognize the same anger and devastating force that apparently you always think is the solution, the ghost replied, not letting Todoroki finish his sentence. You're more concerned about the external audience, like they are some kind the judges, deciding who's right or wrong. When none of those out there knows anything about what really happens. And they just see 2 big idiots with a lot of power. I'm not an idiot, mumbled Shoto bitterly. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Of course, and you're not suffering mild hypothermia caused by yourself, Izuku said acerbically. Maybe with Shoto he had taken more liberties as if he were really talking to Dabi. Just maybe. I'm on your side. But don't expect me to support you if you're being a fool who hurts himself. Shoto looked at his trembling hands due to the freezing strain with his quirk. He had gone through much worse with his father's training. Todoroki could continue without any problem if he wanted. He knew it. There was just something in those words that held him back, making him think. Are you on my side? Those big green eyes blinked with strangeness, as if Izuku didn't understand why Todoroki asked that question. Yes, although being on your side doesn't mean you are going to like my answers. Because if you're doing something foolish, I'm going to tell you, Izuku replied sternly. Because that's what? Izuku silenced himself before saying the words, friends. Because, well, technically, Shoto and Izuku hadn't spent much time together. Yes, they had shared traumas and Endeavor's credit card, though. But it wasn't like, friends? Wouldn't it be too soon? Shoto, however, completed the sentence on his own. Because that's what guardian angels do for the people they must protect. Izuku was left breathless for a moment. No. I mean yes, I guess. Todoroki, I'm not a guardian angel, Izuku repeated desperately for the 5th time that day. Shoto thought for a moment. Every time he looked at that freckled face, he didn't see malice in it. You don't have to deny it. I understand now, the user of ice and fire assured him. For a moment, Izuku's eyes lit up with hope. You're not only my guardian angel but also this guy's and Uraraka Ochiko. Izuku's hope disappeared as quickly as it came. Todor. The infirmary door swung open, creating a draft that seemed to make Izuku disappear from fright, as if the green-haired boy had been nothing more than a whisper. Eraserhead entered the room, staring directly at Shoto Todoroki before passing by him and stopping at Hitoshi Shinso's bed. It seemed like the 1A's homeroom teacher was out of breath, maybe from running around the facility looking for his 2 kids. Shouldn't you be preparing for your final match? Was the only thing the sensei said in a low, controlled voice. Todoroki nodded. Yes. I have things to think about, he said as a farewell. Eraser watched as the boy picked up his jacket from the chair and left quietly, just the way the sensei had come. Eraser looked around, analyzing the scene. In the small room, there were 4 empty beds. Chio had had the favoritism to set Shinso aside so he could rest among all the kids with scratches and injuries. There, under the warm afternoon light filtering through the window, rested Shinso. His son. His boy, who still seemed somewhat blue from the ice attack. Shota closed his eyes. Itohai was fine. Toshi was alive. He muttered to himself something about parenthood not preparing him for this and then focused on his surroundings. There was no one. That didn't deceive Eraser. Not after so much time. Problem child. I know you're here. You wouldn't leave Toshi alone. Behind one of the curtains of the beds, a shadow suddenly appeared. It didn't go unnoticed by the pro-hero. It couldn't. His heart was racing. Hey Eraser. Izuku. He quickly rushed to where his troublesome kid was. Izuku moved away from the white curtain that separated them. No. Please, no, Izuku pleaded, unable to see his father's face filled with tears. Always so close and yet so far. Eraser restrained himself, looking at the small figure behind the curtain. It seemed like he hadn't grown at all. Shota would curse whoever wasn't feeding him well. Izuku, come back home. We're waiting for you, Shota pleaded, wanting to reach with all his heart that child. Shota noticed the imperceptible shoulder movement of Izuku. He was crying. His boy was crying, and Izuku wouldn't let him hug him. Shota Aizawa had just discovered a new kind of pain despite all his years as a pro-hero. A heartbreaking and helpless pain. I can't, Izuku replied as he always did, with a broken voice. Bullshit, the hero retorted without hesitation. Shota felt the pain through his kid's voice. Izuku was hurt, and he wouldn't let his father heal him. Izuku wiped away the tears he thought were silent. You have to help Todoroki and Uraraka, that little problem child tried to change the subject. Shota took a deep breath to let out a long sigh. Don't you see that I want to help you? Right now, the world could burn, and Shota wouldn't care. His 2 kids were in that room. I know. But you don't understand that I'm a lost cause. No, you're not, Izuku. I don't know who fed you those absurdities. You're valuable. Izuku broke into a lament that Shota could no longer ignore, crossing the room in a couple of steps and pushing aside that hateful curtain to wrap his kid in his arms. Eraser's injured hand mingled with Izuku's curls, pressing him against his chest. Izuku, we love you. Come back home, Eraser pleaded, burying his face in that unruly mass of hair. The boy, between painful sobs, shook his head. I can't. Yes, you can, Zuku. Stay, Eraser pleaded, truly terrified that the boy would disappear from his arms again. Izuku pressed himself closer to his father. That problem child was screaming for so much love, and Shota and Hisashi were so desperate to provide it that it hurt them, tore them apart to see how Izuku himself refused to be helped. You have to take care of Toshi, Izuku mumbled between sobs. And Todoroki. And Uraraka? No, don't say it like a farewell, Izuku. Izuku held him tighter just as Eraser tried to secure that hug. You know we'll look for you, right? Eraser changed tactics in desperation. We'll search for you, find you. And we'll give you so much love and affection that even the cats will be jealous? That made Izuku laugh. A laugh that hinted at how desperately the boy craved that affection but at the same time shunned it as if it burned him. Be safe, okay? Izuku, please, Izuku no. Problem child, stay. Problem is Vivi. In his arms, only emptiness remained and a wounded heart. Not far from there, just a couple of rooms away, a few minutes earlier, Uraraka opened her eyes. She went from floating meters above the ground and feeling that her body was weightless, yet everything she floated also had weight, to suddenly being on a white bed. She felt the weight of the sheet, the firm mattress against her back. She felt much heavier, more solid than the usual feeling the brunette was accustomed to. While her body felt heavy, her mind was light. Her mind was blank. Blank like the ceiling of the infirmary. Achiko didn't really know how much time she spent staring at the white squares on the ceiling before Recovery Girl entered through the door to change the drip in her arm. Oh yes, she also felt the cold liquid of the serum slowly falling and mixing through her body. It was cold. It didn't hurt. It was just cold and left a strange aftertaste on her tongue. Oh, you're awake, dear. You gave us quite a scare for a moment. It took Uraraka a while to realize they were talking to her. She blinked in confusion. The cracks almost reached the infirmary, dearie. I mean, every year you guys put so much effort as if your lives depended on it. But using one for all like that? Dearie, that was very dangerous. Tashinori should have taught you better. Reality suddenly hit Achiko like a truck. Sadly, she wasn't sent to any different world, but she wished it was the case. In a matter of seconds, Uraraka relived everything that had happened from morning to the fight with Bakugo. Until the moment when the beach ghost had smiled at her and told her to let it go. To let go of her power. Oh, everything felt very real suddenly. Each scratch and blow dealt by Bakugo during the pink pre-explosion. Vertigo quickly seized her, along with a strong headache, and before Achiko could realize it, she was bent over, vomiting. Into a bucket. Chio was trying to massage her back to soothe her as a rainbow cascade seemed to pour out of her mouth. How lovely censorship was, and how bad it really smelled. Oh, dearie, in this state, you won't be able to go home alone. What you have is exhaustion from overusing your quirk. I'll let Tashinori know that you're awake. All the heat generated from the effort of vomiting her guts out turned to ice again. Tashinori. Not her parents. Tashinori. Because it was clear that Uraraka didn't have her parents nearby. Tashinori, the one who had left that child on the beach. Achiko didn't remember very well what happened next, to be honest. Suddenly, someone was shouting. Not someone, Achiko herself was shouting as everything around her began to float uncontrollably again. At some point, the door opened, although Uraraka doesn't remember it very well. She just remembers feeling the void and the absence of her quirk at the same time gravity pulled her, and everything, towards the ground. Arms protected her from the fall, lifting her and holding her firmly. Achiko gasped uncontrollably. Tell me 5 things you see. Uraraka closed her eyes. Suddenly, Achiko felt like she was flying again in the stadium with Izuku right in front of her. The brunette took a deep breath and opened them again to once more answer that question. When she reached the 3 things she could feel, she realized that this wasn't the beach kid. No, her teacher, Eraserhead, was holding her in his arms while sitting on the bed that somehow was standing, or maybe Recovery Girl had helped put it on its feet. Sensei? Eraser nodded, somewhat relieved. Uraraka held back her tears. I need help. Please help me, pleaded his student with a broken voice. Chio continued picking up things from the floor. I'll call Tashin. No! Achiko yelled from the depths of her lungs, alarmed like a scream. That answer alarmed both adults present. Eraser had to use his quirk again to control everything from flying off again. We won't, Aizawa promised quickly. This situation was catching him by surprise, but as a teacher, there were many things that caught him by surprise. Aizawa Shota just didn't know he had just hit the tip of the iceberg. You have to help me, sensei, the brunette pleaded again. It was surprising how the person who had just endangered an entire stadium barely an hour ago was now curled up like the most fragile creature in the universe. Aizawa Shota couldn't see anything but a scared, no, terrified and desperate girl looking at him as if he were her only hope. Because in Achiko's eyes, Eraser was the person that the beach kid had recommended her to trust. And this time, Achiko would make sure to trust. Of course. I'll help you. But you have to tell me what's going on, Uraraka? The girl gasped, trying to get the words out of her throat. Breathe deeply. I'll help you, Eraser promised again with firmness. Achiko decided to close her eyes and let go of the weight she had been carrying for so many months. All Might killed the beach kid because he wanted him to be the successor of his One for All. Now I am the successor. I'm afraid he'll kill me too. No, Aizawa Shota would not have expected that answer in a million years. Todoroki and Bakugo stared at each other intently. It was the final battle to conclude the competition. They were going to face off for the top spot, and everyone in the stands was dying to see the outcome of the festival's last battle. But there, on the arena, the atmosphere was somewhat different. Bakugo Katsuki was eager to explode that half-and-half guy into thousands of pieces. He had a terrible streak considering that against Uraraka, the star, despite Bakugo winning, it had been that pink ball of destruction. Damn Kirby. In his second fight, it had been Kirishima. Bakugo Katsuki might have used him as a punching bag. He wasn't sure if that shitty hair would want to keep trying to be his friend after that battle. Little did Bakugo know that the more he hit Kirishima, the more he stuck around. On the other side of the arena was Shoto Todoroki. He seemed not to be looking at anyone, truly absorbed in his thoughts. Or maybe in the conversation he had previously with his guardian angel. Shoto was completely calm, as if that battle didn't require any effort at all. "Hey, half-half bastard, get back to earth." Bakugo growled from his position. "I'm going to make you eat dirt?" Todoroki Shoto didn't flinch. Technically and objectively, I'm stronger than you. So no." The vein on Bakugo's forehead threatened to explode. "The fuck you mean no? You think I couldn't beat you? Oh, I'm going to enjoy dragging your ass on the ground." That seemed to not bother the bicolor, irritating Bakugo even more. "It means I could beat you if I wanted to. But I've decided that I'm going to trust my guardian angel." "What the hell does that mean, eh?" Shoto Todoroki shrugged. "I'm going to choose the option I didn't know I had." Bakugo started roaring threats again until Midnight raised her voice, capturing the audience's attention. "We are here with the final battle of the first-year festival. Shoto Todoroki, the crowd's favorite, against Bakugo Katsuki, our Boom Boom Boy. Are you ready to start?" Shoto suddenly raised his hand calmly. Midnight was puzzled, pointing her whip at the young Todoroki. "Anything you want to say?" The youngest Todoroki saw his opportunity. "I surrender. I'm out." And after saying that, he left the arena while both Midnight and Cementos tried to contain the anger generated by Bakugo Katsuki. Aizawa Shota had been an underground pro hero from the moment he graduated. He had accepted it with its pros and cons from the very first moment he knew Shota wanted to be a hero. And over the years, his experience in the field had obviously been different from that of daylight heroes. As soon as those words came out of his student Uraraka's mouth, his mind quickly started thinking about the next steps. "Dearie, I think you're getting confused." "Toshinori didn't?" Aizawa raised his hand, refusing to let Chio continue that word. "I believe you, Uraraka," said the pro-hero, fully aware that this was what Uraraka needed to hear. Later on, he would make sure to ask for every detail. "Let's follow protocol," he ordered Chio, who seemed to be heading straight for her mobile phone. "Don't contact All Might. Uraraka, put on a new uniform. We're leaving." Eraser picked up the phone to contact Present Mike, despite the elderly woman's pleas. "Eraserhead, this is out of con. Chio, I don't want to hear another word. When a victim asks for help, we give them help." It was more of a bark than a response. The pro-hero didn't know what surprised him more, Uraraka's confession or the response to a clear case of abuse by one of his colleagues from years ago. For God's sake, if Chio had been the nurse at UA even when Shoto was studying, what didn't make sense was where the hell All Might fit into all of this. But Shoto wasn't going to stay there waiting for that giant idiot to show up and worsen the situation. "You don't understand, Eraserhead. This..." Chio tried to intervene, looking at the teenager as if demanding her to say something. Uraraka shuddered and averted her gaze, moving slowly behind her teacher, seeking comfort in the only person who had told her, "I believe you." The beach kid was right in telling her to trust Eraserhead, and that's what she was doing. Surprisingly, Aizawa-sensei wasn't letting her down. "What don't I understand? That I have a minor in a state of shock and anxiety because of All Might? It's a private matter between Tosh." The old woman insisted. "Look at her. She seems to need help, and I'm going to give her help. The first step in the protocol, recovery girl, protect the victim from the alleged aggressor. Toshinori is not an aggressor." Both had been raising their voices little by little, but that was the last straw. Eraserhead took a deep breath and exhaled before switching to a lower, more profound tone. Something that, instead of being reassuring, was much more threatening as he spoke slowly to the old woman. "If you prevent me from initiating a case, even against the #1 hero, I'll make sure you retire as soon as possible. Uraraka, are you ready? And I'll take Hitoshi." The UA nurse blinked in surprise and offense. "Oh, for God's sake. Like I'm going to harm him?" Eraserhead just glared at her while wrapping an arm around the teenager to guide her down the hallway. Hopefully his son would be awake by now. And if not, Aizawa wouldn't mind carrying him down the hall to the outside of the facility. Fortunately, he didn't have to. Shinso followed his father and Uraraka through the hallways, still numb and drowsy but without asking questions. Did he understand what was going on? Absolutely not. But judging by the seriousness on his father's face, something strong must have happened. And considering that before his battle, both of them were looking for Izuku? Well, yes, Izuku was all he could think about. No medals. No final battles. Izuku really wanted to go to Tokyo to meet Dabi. He swore. Izuku Midoriya swore that he was on his way to the train station when something caught his attention. There, on the other side of the glass, was a bar full of excited spectators raising their beers to the screen and then emitting a myriad of complaints and roars. Well, something really disappointing must have happened on the screen to put them all like that. Then his eyes fell on the large screen in the venue. The UA Festival. Of course. Oh shit. Shut up. No. Izuku Midoriya slapped himself in the face as he watched the replay of how Todoroki gave up on fighting in the last battle. Then, for just a moment, they showed Endeavor's angry reaction. Crap. Izuku was sure that if Shoto went home that day, Tuya Todoroki's grave would have a neighbor very soon. The green-haired cursed again before starting to run again towards UA. The Todorokis were going to end him. Shinso had too many questions in his head. Like why his father wasn't looking for Izuku. Or why his classmate Uraraka was sitting in the back seat. Or why they had decided to leave UA as if they were escaping. And if they were escaping, from whom? Not to mention that his father, Aizawa Shota, had a serious and focused look, as he used to when working as a hero. No, that wasn't his father. At that moment, Eraserhead was the one driving. Shinso could see how his father glanced out of the corner of his eye, analyzing every detail, trying to identify the threat. What was it? More questions. Sensei? Shinso was a bit lost, not sure how to address his father when they were heading home with someone unfamiliar to the family. The hero looked at his son out of the corner of his eye. I need you to do something for me, Hitoshi, his father requested in a low tone with a false calm. Sure, whatever. Once we get to the garage, I need you to take Uraraka home. Lend her some clothes. She might have to sleep with us tonight. Shinso didn't need to know more. Well, actually he did. But he knew that now wasn't the time to ask. I wouldn't mind sleeping on the couch with the cats tonight, was Hitoshi's only response as if the teenager wasn't a sleep-deprived expert. Oh, his father looked at him with pride. So much so that Aizawa couldn't help but affectionately pat his son's head, despite how Hitoshi tried to pull away like a wary cat. But no, Hitoshi wasn't a wary cat. He was red with embarrassment as the teenager made sure to look in the rearview mirror to see Uraraka's reaction. The girl remained downcast, hugging herself. Shinso quickly recognized those glassy eyes. His classmate was dissociating. Was that what Izuku saw that night when he found him muzzled in his room? No, Toshi would never know. Izuku was, on the one hand, like an open book, but on the other hand, the most complicated mathematical problem that could be solved. Shinso sighed and behaved as he thought Izuku would. As Hitoshi promised to his father, he helped Uraraka out of the car while guiding her through the building's garage to the elevator. Shinso didn't say anything when he saw how his father deliberately stayed behind with the phone in hand. Tsukauchi? It's a racer? That's what Toshi glimpsed hearing before the elevator doors closed. Shinso pressed the 9th floor, the highest one, always close to the rooftop where Eraser usually used as his personal entrance. The Violet teen watched as his classmate, still with a lost look in front of the mirror as if she didn't recognize herself until she gave a sudden little jump as if she had suddenly come back to herself. Shinso? What are you doing? The boy didn't react strangely. He didn't make any face beyond his usual chronic fatigue. Helping. We're almost there. Where? The green-haired nodded, opening the double elevator doors as soon as it stopped on the 9th floor. Home. I hope you're not allergic to cats. Uraraka Ochiko was the first person from the class to discover her tutor and teacher's biggest secret. She was fascinated as soon as she entered the apartment, greeted by 3 eager cats meowing loudly, as if they had been abandoned and starved for months. Which, judging by how chubby they were, was obviously not the case. Don't be bastards. Hitoshi murmured, taking off his shoes to put on his purple kitty slippers. The teenager took out other guest slippers while showing her around the house. Kitchen, living room, dining room used for everything except what it was originally for. Eraser's room and Shinso's room. You live with Sensei? Shinso promised himself, for Izuku, that he wouldn't let out any of his sarcastic comments. Yes. He's my father. Uraraka clasped her hands as if she had just connected the dots. Something Hitoshi already imagined wouldn't be the case. Todoroki was right. I owe him 1,000 yen. Hitoshi furrowed his brow, biting his tongue to avoid answering. No, it wasn't the time. Instead, what the purple-haired boy did was open the closet to take out some clothes to share and a towel. He handed it to Uraraka. Do you remember where the bathroom is? Uraraka nodded, and Hitoshi sighed. Good, then use it. Go. At least Toshi tried to don't be so rude. The first-year awards ceremony at UA was undoubtedly something worth seeing. There was All Might descending from the sky. Through the cameras, it looked majestic, imposing. An international hero, the #1, presenting the awards. What the cameras didn't capture was the lead-up, how All Might had been puzzled by the absence of his protégé. It was strange to see both Tenya Ida, Hitoshi Shinso, and Uraraka Achiko leaving early due to family issues. It was odd because All Might knew very well that Uraraka's family lived far away. The giant blonde was concerned that the girl had gone so far after what had happened in the arena. The cameras also missed the ordeal of dealing with Katsuki Bakugo. The teenager was worse than a rabid Pomeranian when someone tried to trim its nails. And the worst part was that the most suitable person to deal with that bundle of anger, destruction, and nitroglycerin had also left. Eraser had a family emergency too. The show must go on, Midnight said as she added more and more chains to the #1 winner. What the cameras did capture was how that ball of hatred named Katsuki Bakugo squirmed, exploding in his restrained hands as he tried to attack his fellow podium companion. It's worth mentioning that Shoto Todoroki remained unfazed. It was like having a Tyrannosaurus Rex threatening to kill inches away, and there was Shoto Todoroki standing as if he were sunbathing on vacation. The third podium was completely empty. Without a doubt, that year had been completely chaotic in comparison. The cameras also didn't catch Endeavor's fire that seemed uncontrollable around him due to the contained rage. Well, if that could be called that way. They didn't have to be very smart to know that Shoto Todoroki was in big trouble as soon as the medal ceremony ended. Shoto, on the other hand, had great faith in his guardian angel. Everything would be fine. And as the last medal was awarded, the crowd swarmed the arena. Many of the classmates jumped to congratulate each other. Ready to gossip. Endeavor started walking towards his son as if he were deaf in person, cold and unforgiving. Shoto had faith. Shoto. A hand grabbed his with firmness, and before Shoto could realize it, he was running through the crowd towards the exit, being dragged by a skinny figure with his gray hood raised. Shoto had faith in his guardian angel, and this one had not let him down. No, there they were, both running as if the world was about to explode. Which, in fact, technically almost happened as soon as Bakugo Katsuki recognized that form, breaking free from all chains on his own. But when Bakugo tried to follow them, all he could do was meet many of his classmates congratulating him and preventing him from catching those two bastards. Bakugo Katsuki had seen Izuku Midoriya again after so many months. And as always, the green-haired one was running away from him, unable to catch him. Uraraka Achiko had never been in a boy's room. Not that she had precisely imagined that finding a corpse on the beach would lead her to be there. But there she was, sitting on Hitoshi Shinso's bed. Or Hitoshi Aizawa. She would have to ask her classmate about that later. Right now, Achiko found herself sitting on Hitoshi's bed while a cat judged her with every move the teenager made. The door was completely closed to give her privacy, which Achiko infinitely appreciated. But once showered, wearing an oversized cat pajama, and in the solitude of someone else's room, doubts assailed her. What if she had exaggerated? What if it was all in her head? Well, no, Achiko, she told herself, almost destroying an entire stadium was not part of her imagination. No, it wasn't. The sound of knuckles brought her back from her whirlwind of doubts. Yes? Uraraka, it's me, Sensei. Eraser spoke without opening the door to his son's room. The cat quickly jumped toward the door, purring, recognizing his subject. Oh yes, sure. Achiko tried to control her breathing. She couldn't panic again. No, she wanted not to. But it wasn't really something she could control, unfortunately. I was wondering if you could come out for a moment. A friend of mine is here. We would like to ask you some questions. Oh shit. Achiko had asked for help, and obviously, now she would have to answer a bunch of uncomfortable questions. Uraraka counted to 3 and grabbed a plush of a purple kitten that Shinso had on the bed. The girl never thought about how sweet could be Shinso having a plushie like that. Sure, I'm coming. Her voice didn't sound as firm as Achiko would have liked. Uraraka ended up opening the door to find her teacher. It was strange. Well, he was her sensei. It was strange to think that this man had a life outside the class. And well, that he might be married. That Aizawa sensei possibly had cats. Although having cats, yes, that she had expected. Take the time you need, okay? If you want to stop, just tell me, her teacher assured her as he led her to the dining table, which now seemed somewhat more orderly. And Shinso? I sent him to buy dinner. With the anxiety it gives him to order, it will take a while to be back. Don't worry, Eraser reassured her as they reached the living room. There was a tall man waiting there with his trench coat under his arm and his gray hat in his hand. Uraraka didn't remember his name, but she did remember his presence after the USJ attack. I'm Inspector Tsukauchi, he introduced himself, extending his hand firmly. We've met before? Uraraka nodded. He had asked questions to all the students that day. A truth quirk. Of course they would call someone to certificate she wasn't lying. I know. Uraraka. Achiko. Eraser made her sit at the table, taking a seat beside her. We're here to help you, Uraraka. Trust us. Can you tell the inspector what you told me? Uraraka fidgeted uncomfortably in her chair. No, there was no turning back. Sure, but I'm not sure where to start, she confessed honestly and trembling at the same time. Why could talking be so difficult? The inspector tried to smile to reassure her. How about I guide you a bit? Tell me your name and your connection with All Might, please. The detective said, putting a recorder over the table. Uraraka Achiko took a deep breath before revealing the nation's biggest secret. Something that would only surprise her teacher, present there. My name is Uraraka Achiko. I'm a hero student at UA. I've been training with All Might as my private tutor for almost 9 months before UA. Did you know All Might before entering UA? Aizawa asked with surprise, unintentionally interrupting his student. Achiko nodded, looking away as if she knew she had made bad decisions in her life. Yes. He told me he would make me the next #1 hero when he gave me his power. Tsukauchi was unable to say anything, knowing very well what the teenager must be referring to. Aizawa, on the other hand, stood up from the table, trying not to be too abrupt and failing in the attempt to make himself a chamomile tea. Or rather, a whole teapot of chamomile tea. Because that was too much crap to deal with all at once. Especially when the detective showed no signs of lying. No, that was real. All Might powers being passed on? Well, there were transplants and organ donations, but a quirk that could be transferred. Aizawa had never heard of something like that. How? Eraser asked, returning to his chair after putting the teapot on the stove. I don't know. Well, he didn't tell me. I just wanted to be a good hero. I didn't want to destroy the stadium, I swear, Uraraka pleaded, on the verge of tears. Eraser's hand reached across the table to touch his student's forearm gently. Her teacher moved it to prevent her from hiding her face in her hands. Uraraka Achiko was getting to know a kind side that she would never have imagined in her sadistic teacher. Or maybe she was realizing that right now, in the eyes of Aizawa-sensei, Uraraka was more than his student. She was a victim. But Achiko told herself in her head that she was not the victim. The victim was the beach boy. Uraraka, you haven't done anything wrong. No one is angry with you. We all know that what happened in the stadium was beyond your control. Take a deep breath. We need you to tell us a little more. The teenager nodded, nervously intertwining her fingers. She didn't really believe that anyone blamed her. She just hoped she hadn't hurt anyone. All Might chose me to be his successor, she repeated as if she were trying to focus her story. He said his power was very strong, so I would need to train my body first. He physically trained me for months without anyone knowing. Because it was a secret. It is. I'm afraid All Might will find out I'm talking. Aizawa tried to draw a reassuring smile. He was proud of the steps his student was taking. He got up to remove the teacup that was starting to make a sound, signaling that the water was ready. On the other hand, the inspector, more than surprised, looked puzzled. "Why are you afraid All Might will find out?" Naomasa asked, completely lost. In the detective's eyes, All Might was like a big golden retriever. Because All Might killed the previous child who was going to be his successor, Aizawa continued pouring the chamomile tea without taking his eyes off his student. It took a lot of courage to be talking right now. What he couldn't help but do was glance sideways at Naomasa, who seemed to be growing paler by the moment. Yes, for Naomasa Tsukauchi, that was the truth. His quirk clearly told him that it was true. "Did All Might tell you that?" the detective asked, failing to hide his mix of surprise and disbelief. "No. Of course not." Achiko trembled as another question was on the table. "Did you see it?" She closed her eyes. Of course they wouldn't believe her. She was just a teenager with nothing more than a few words against to the number one hero. "No. Not technically." The detective couldn't stop. For a moment he forgot that the one who was on the other side of the table was a scared minor. "Tsukauchi," Eraser tried to stop him. "Can you explain?" "The boy, the feral child as the rest of my classmates call him. Do you know him?" the detective asked instantly. Uraraka nodded. "He used to come to the beach where I trained with All Might. He never approached when he was there. Only when he left. Sometimes, he watched us like a wary cat from the piles of garbage." Eraser felt a slight dizziness of recognition. "Dagobah Beach." Uraraka nodded in acknowledgement. "All Might said it would be good training if I cleared part or all of the beach of garbage, among other exercises. Then, the beach boy would come from behind and complain about how important gloves and tetanus shots were, and things like that. Or how dangerous and unstable the place could be. No. He didn't support anything All Might said much." With each word Uraraka said, both adults began to grow paler. The detective had to take control of the interrogation as he noticed that his pro-hero partner seemed to stop breathing every second. Slower and deeper. Naomasa could see that the man was recalling every suspicion they had had. Every variant. Always refusing to think that Izuku could be the beach corpse. But according to Uraraka Achiko and the way the story was going, the detective could already imagine the worst-case scenario. The detective was sure that this time Aizawa couldn't refuse to put Izuku's death card on the table. "Can you describe the beach boy for me?" Uraraka nodded again. "He's the same boy who was in the USJ attack and today at the festival. Younger than me. Scrawny, with a tangle of green hair. Freckles. And incredibly green eyes. Yes, that sounded like his Izuku. Clothing?" Aizawa couldn't resist asking. "He always wore the same clothes," the teenager admitted. "Gray hoodie and jeans. I came to think that he wasn't in a good home, or maybe he was poor like me, but that stayed on the tip of Achiko's lips." "Did he approach All Might and you?" the sensei asked in a low, hoarse whisper. For a moment, there was silence in the room. Both the teenager and the detective needed a few seconds to understand it. No, obviously, that wasn't the direction Tsukauchi wanted to go. It's not that he was compromised in the investigation by being a friend of All Might. No, not at all. Naomasa told himself that it was for the sake of the state secret of One for All. Oh, only me. He always hid from All Might. A fan? Or a hater? The detective tried to redirect. Uraraka shook her head. "No, that wasn't the image she had of the boy. I don't think so. Beach Boy must have known All Might more than just all of us. He knew about his other form. The weakened one. Because not even when All Might is in his small might form did he approach. He always waited for him to go away before appearing from anywhere. That set off alarms for both adults. Although for two very different reasons. "Where are we going?" Shoto asked, trying to conceal the breathlessness in his voice. He was used to high physical activity, yes, but let's not forget he had just participated in the UA Sports Festival. And running alongside someone who didn't need lungs to oxygenate their body was quite a challenge. "I don't know" was the only answer Izuku had for him. Clear and truthful. But that didn't matter. Well, it didn't matter to Todoroki Shoto. The simple fact of that hand on his wrist pulling him aimlessly toward nowhere in particular was liberating. Shoto didn't have to think about how angry his father would be when they returned. He didn't have to think about how destructive Endeavor's anger could be. Or the consequences. The faith that the future hero in trainee placed in his guardian angel was off any normal scale. If Izuku told him to jump, Shoto would do it blindly. Even he would do a flip. And Izuku was fully aware of that. Something that, obviously, scared the little ghost. Because if Shoto Todoroki followed him so blindly, Izuku could already imagine him climbing into whatever stranger's van how promised him candy. To the rest of the world, Shoto was that dangerous teenager capable of creating icebergs in seconds. To Izuku, Shoto Todoroki was a harmless and mistreated kitten in need for care. But like most children who find a kitten in a box with a sign that says, "Abandoned, please adopt me," Izuku had to deal with keeping the kitten safe. Or rather, how to hide Shoto from Dabi before they could calm things between them. Something, to be honest, Izuku wasn't sure it could happen. Oh, maybe Izuku should stop seeing people as little animals. But right now, the green ghost only saw Dabi as a standoffish cat who wouldn't want the company of another kitten. Imagining Dabi hissing drew a smile on Izuku's lips. A smile that disappeared as soon as his mind returned to reality. Where was Izuku going to put Shoto Todoroki? Don't blame Izuku when he came up with the stupidest idea in the world. That was his specialty. 25 minutes later and 3 metro stops, Izuku found himself standing at a place he never expected to set foot in again. Not after the past few months. Not after having died. Midoriya family? Shoto read on the mailbox sign. His voice still breathless from running through Musutafu. Izuku's trembling hand hesitated for a moment on the door handle. Yes. Similar acquaintance. Izuku's words trailed off as his hand touched the handle, noticing the fine dust covering it. Shoto didn't miss the small pile of letters peeking out of the mailbox. Are you sure they still live here? Izuku shuddered again. I hope so, he whispered more to himself rather for the hero student. The image of his mother hanging from the ceiling invaded him promptly. Her legs dangling, bruised, decomposing, just like when Izuku's corpse began to decay on those long days under the raw sun. He had killed his own mother? Guardian angel? Huh? There's a spare key by. Izuku prayed to himself that the spare key was still under the mailbox slot. Not because he couldn't enter, obviously Izuku could enter the heart of the government and walk out unscathed while waving to the cameras. Something maybe he was thinking to do it in his next free day. But if the spare key wasn't there, it would mean Izuku was no longer welcome in his mother's house. No, Izuku couldn't go back to his mother and break her heart again. But he wasn't ready to accept that his mother had moved on. As much as that was what Izuku wished would happen. Love tended to hurt in his case. The key fell into his hand. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. The poor kid wouldn't know that in reality, that key was actually intended for Mitsuki Bakugo. But that was something Izuku's heart didn't need to know. Not yet. Everything okay? Izuku blinked, breaking out of his bubble of thoughts as he found Shoto Todoroki so close to him. Right, Todoroki. Bringing Shoto Todoroki into his house. Talking to his mother. Because of a Todoroki. Sure, Izuku said, trying not to sound too unsure. He failed. Izuku opened the door to a completely dark entrance. There were no shoes indicating that anyone would be at home. Maybe his mother had gone shopping or was working right now. Maybe she just left to do some errands. Although, considering the amount of dust everywhere, his inner Dabi responded for him. To buy milk. Izuku shook his head, trying to dissipate the sarcastic image of Dabi from his mind. Almighty and sarcastic. Do you know all the abandoned places, or is that part of your divinity? Izuku choked on himself. Who needed an imaginary Dabi when there was another Todoroki right there? Jesus, it felt like he had just poured 99% alcohol on an open wound. That has nothing to do with it. I'm not. Kami, I'm not a divinity. Or a guardian angel. Shouldn't you take off your shoes then? Izuku blinked at his red shoes. Todoroki had the gift of distracting him from any topic it seemed. No. It's not needed. I don't left any print if I don't want to. Izuku answered with simplicity. Like a ghost. Or a guardian angel, Shoto reasoned. Internally, Izuku screamed. Impossible. The Todorokis were impossible. A lost battle. I'm not a guardian angel. Anyways, I'll show you where everything is and then I'll leave. Figure something out? Is there any food left? A couple of knuckles on the door interrupted his thoughts. Izuku froze at the idea of seeing his mother at the door after so long. No. He wasn't ready. If our little ghost was doing this, if Izuku was there right now, it was only for Todoroki's well-being. Izuku refused to see the obvious scene. How the mailbox was filled with letters. How dust covered all the furniture. How the windows remained covered. How the stale air was evidence that the place had been closed for a while. Coming, Izuku squealed as he saw a winged figure silhouetted against the natural light entering from the door of his house. Well, his mother's house. Beside him, Shoto Todoroki gasped, product of his surprise. An angel? Am I dead too? What? Both divinities exclaimed simultaneously. Hawks moved to turn on the entrance light. The illusion in Shoto's eyes faded as quickly as it had come. Both of the figures said at the same time, looking at the little Todoroki. One of them prayed for more patience about the little of the Todorokis. The other one also prayed for more patience and probably a vacation too. Because pray for a better taste in man or a little more of preservation. Yes, being Izuku's nanny was one of the worst jobs Hawks had ever had. No, unfortunately, it's just Hawks. Ouch, that didn't hurt Hawks at all. What the hell are you guys doing? Do you know how difficult you are to follow for a couple of teenagers? Oh, a playful smile appeared on Izuku's face. Maybe the number 3 hero needs a bit more training, Izuku told him in a soft, low and melodical voice like a sweet poison. Maybe the brat needs a punishment for not listening to his elders, Hawks retorted quickly like this was, again, a tennis tournament. Then I'm not dead? Shoto broke all the tense ambient between the hero and his personal guardian angel. As always, the bicolor student was on another level of thoughts. Shoto's mind certainly worked differently. No, both the ghost and the hero replied at once. Oh. The silence that followed was marked by a few looks exchanged between the winged hero and the green-haired one about what the hell was going on there. For Todoroki, all it was left was deception and empty's dreams. But you will be when endeavor finds you, Hawks assured, trying to be lighthearted without knowing how far he was actually pushing it. No shit, Izuku responded, far too angry, stepping between Todoroki and the hero as if protecting his wounded kitten from a scavenging predator. Todoroki isn't going anywhere. Izuku wasn't aware of the adoring look Todoroki was giving him at his back. Hawks sighed, cursing his penchant for troubles and his daddy issues that always pushed him toward adults in charge of minors. Like a daddy. Or like Dabi. Oh, big bro, damn. I'm not here for Todoroki, precisely. I won't get involved in the teenage rebellion or whatever you're going through, the pro-hero promised to Todoroki, looking at the teenager without any interference. Maybe because said interference was too short for cover the tall teenager at his back. For Hawks, dealing with one semi-uncontrolled teenager was enough. Thanks. Izuku tilted his head, not understanding. Are you here for me? You can't take Izuku? Gosh, both teenagers were incredibly emotional. Well, as teenagers were supposed to be. Something Hawks wasn't familiar with after being a child soldier for so long. I remind you, little troublemaker, that I was asked to look after you, Hawks reminded as if it were a titanic task. Which, by the way the green-haired boy was slipping away, it was. You have to come with me. It's urgent. Izuku raised both eyebrows in complete disbelief. What could be so urgent? Still, it was Shoto who responded for him. Izuku won't go anywhere. Todoroki. Izuku admonished, reining in his wild beast. Hawks couldn't endure any more teenage drama than necessary. You know, just enough for Dabi to grant him a date. Well, assuming that damn pyromaniac was still alive. I'm going to take you to Dabi. It's urgent, Hawks emphasized in a very serious tone. He's not responding to my messages, and there's a red alert in Hosu because of the hero killer. Izuku's face quickly changed from defensive mode to the horror that only his mind could conjure at the thought of Dabi being attacked by the hero killer. But wait, his older brother wasn't exactly heroic? Or had he set another public building on fire? If so, Izuku would have to be very serious conversation with Dabi. Shoto seemed to be the most logical one present. Do you intend to take Izuku to a place where there's a potential killer? If you put it that way? Izuku let out a grunt as he slapped Todoroki's forehead with the palm of his hand. Todoroki, go to the kitchen for a moment. The teenager frowned in confusion. The kitchen is right there. The apartment isn't very big. My room is larger than. Todoroki. Okay. The young man responded, noticing the irritated tone of his guardian angel. Shoto moved back just a couple of steps until his heels hit the kitchen island. Without any expression as serene as Todoroki usually appeared, he continued to observe the winged hero and the ghost. The latter sighed with exasperation but said nothing more. Because unfortunately for him, Todoroki had been completely right, and he was fulfilling what Izuku had asked of him. Izuku redirected his attention to the hero. Where were we? Shoto interjected again without anyone directly asking him. But don't blame him, the question didn't exactly specify at who was direct. Hawks wants to take you to a city with a serial hero killer. This time, Izuku didn't roll his eyes. Something in him already expected Shoto to jump back in. Instead, Izuku reached his hand upward toward the winged hero. 10,000 yen and I'm all yours. The hero glared at the little green troublemaker. Then the blonde pulled out his red wallet and handed over the money. Don't judge him. Izuku was truly difficult to pin down. And what were 10,000 yen to a pro hero like him? Loose change. The same as for Shoto. But for Izuku, that amount could mean infinite possibilities. Instead, Izuku left the money on the kitchen table. Because our Izuku loves to have savior's ideas. Like sponsoring Todoroki's. Use it to buy food, Izuku ordered as if he were dealing with his own child. Shoto frowned this time. Don't use your father's card. He'll track you. And if someone comes, tell them I let you stay. I don't have a phone, but I'll come back to check. If you're still alive, but Izuku preferred not to say that last part. Meanwhile, Hawks, who was witnessing this sponsorship of Todoroki, said nothing. Maybe it was a new teenage custom. Although, on the other hand, Hawks would be terrified if he had to face the commission after the spectacle Shoto had given. Thankfully, Todoroki wasn't under the commission's control but Endeavor's. The hero knew little of the truth. And meanwhile, Izuku was worried. About Dabi? Dabi was resilient. Now, Shoto was a domestic cat. Izuku didn't know if Shoto would survive well alone. Trauma made Izuku overlook the wonderful part about his mother not being there. No, Izuku didn't want to think about that part. If you don't think about it, doesn't exist, right? No, Izuku love, is not how it works, baby. And meanwhile, Shoto Todoroki was thinking about buying whiskas. Well, not literally whiskas. Shoto wasn't a real cat. But he was the human equivalent of one. Because instead of buying canned and durable food, what could be better than buying fresh sushi? Hey, do you see that guy on TV? That's my brother. The one getting teased by a pinkhead? Both pseudo-adults, so to speak, stared at each other intensely. Then they both burst into laughter without saying a word. The worst part was that, no, the local anesthesia didn't affect patients that way. Luckily, no one was in danger. A few stitches and a few hours under observation, and they would be free. But a few hours were too long for two restless individuals. And at some point when the nurses weren't looking, both patients ended up on the fire escape smoking something a bit spicier while watching the UA broadcast on a phone. Dabi's high came crashing down when he saw Kirby's act. Damn, that's my brother. I'm gonna kill him. Did you know about that cursed power? Eraserhead's voice was steady and raspy. The pro-hero was slouched against the kitchen counter as if on his second chamomile tea of the night. Tsukauchi, on the other hand, appeared nervously composed, pretending to have things under control. But it was obvious in his slight hand tremors and how he quickly sought anything to keep his fingers occupied. Well, that was clear to someone with normal social skills like Mike, who upon entering his apartment immediately sensed the tense atmosphere breaking his own mood. Of course, when you're an adult with ADHD happily heading home in a state of hyperfocus, wanting to share 1,000 things with your husband, wanting to share suspicions about Hawks, wanting to talk about their little green bean, wanting to discuss what happened in the arena with Bakugo, and Shoto, of course. Present Mike had a whirlwind of things to tell his husband, and as someone with ADHD like him, it all disappeared the moment he walked through the door and encountered such a commotion. There was a twinge of guilt in the blonde when he found his student Uraraka in the dining room, absent-mindedly stirring a cold tea in a dissociative state while the adults whispered in the kitchen. They were about as discreet as an elephant in a tea shop. Oh, right, the issue with Uraraka that Mike still had no clue about. Once the blonde had completely forgotten amidst his myriad other thoughts. Nonetheless, for whatever reason, motives, or backstory, Mike would always support his husband. Raider or die, bitches. But this situation was serious, judging by the anger brewing in Shota's eyes. Because let's remember, of the two, Mike was the one with the social skills, not Shota. Aizawa couldn't see the anxiety, doubt, worry, and disbelief in the detective. But Mike could, despite not knowing what he was getting into. Honey, I'm home. Of course, Eraser would notice when his husband arrived home with all the noise he typically made upon entering. But there was something healing in how Hizashi approached to kiss his cheek and placed his hand on his back, right between his shoulder blades, as if he could regulate Shota's heart in that way. And somehow he did. Fuck, this isn't the best time. Eraser admitted in a low tone, containing his anger. Not towards his husband, clearly. Hizashi pressed his forehead against his husband's. I figured. But remember, there's a kid here who needs you both without arguments. So how about you two step out for a moment to get some air? The detective seemed to calm down with the mere presence of the second pro-hero in the house. Maybe that's a good idea. I could come back tomorrow and continue the interrogation. The detective quickly relented. Aizawa was the first to frown. For you to have more time to manipulate information or to alert your beloved All Might? Eraser didn't hesitate to throw his words like sharpened knives. Cutting words for Naomasa, who quickly felt offended. I don't manipulate information. That goes against everything my moral code stands for, the detective reproached, swelling with pride in himself. And as a detective, it's unthinkable for me to alert the potential suspect before formalizing the case. Aizawa quickly tensed up, ready to engage in an argument with the detective without a second thought. But luckily for the detective, Hizashi was there, swiftly placing his other hand on his husband's agitated chest and pushing him firmly backward, preventing him from moving. That's enough. You both need a break, the blonde ordered with a firm and authoritative voice. You may not share the same ideals, but I know both of you want to help any minor or vulnerable person. The detective looked at Hizashi as if he were an angel. Perhaps at that moment, Naomasa internally wondered what a man like him saw in someone as dark, closed off, and grumpy as Eraser. Obviously, if Naomasa said that out loud, the only way he'd leave that apartment would be rolled up in a carpet with his feet sticking out. Obviously, his lips remained sealed. Aizawa seemed to calm down with his husband's magical touch. Of course, Shota was supposed to be the calm one, not the other way around. Maybe we do need a little break. Shoo. His husband reprimanded disapprovingly. The detective sighed with exhaustion. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea. We have a lot of interrogation material. Tomorrow, I'll type up the notes, and we can outline new steps in the investigation. Eraser narrowed his eyes like a wary cat. I'll fill out all the paperwork to have Uraraka under my protection until everything is cleared up. Whether or not All Might is a manipulator of children. Eraser's words once again dripped with venom. Unfortunately, that amount of venom was now harmless with all the dirt uncovered that night. The one who gasped in surprise was the golden retriever in the room. Of course, for Mike, this was the first he had heard of it. Now the blonde's jaw hung open in astonishment as he looked at both of them. Shota inwardly inhaled without saying anything, using his gaze to convey to his husband that he would explain everything later. In contrast, the detective averted his gaze to a corner, consumed by guilt. In the background, Uraraka was lost in her exhausted thoughts while a cat had jumped onto the table, ready to enjoy the tea the teenager didn't seem to appreciate. Yes, Achiko needed a break after freeing herself. The girl felt as if she had just jumped out of a burning plane without a parachute. But at least Achiko was no longer on the burning plane. One moment, What about Hitoshi? The blonde suddenly asked, realizing the presence of all his kittens except the violet one. Not far away, Hitoshi was struggling. Struggling with the wait to pick up dinner and leave. But it had been a nightmare to place the order. Mainly because he struggled with deciding what kind of food to order. Then, once the violet cat settled on the simplicity of pizzas and the guaranteed triumph they represented, came the heavy burden of knowing the appropriate quantity and normal preferences. On the outside, Hitoshi might seem serious and determined. Inside, Shinzo was agonizing because it was his first time going to buy takeout food for everyone. Something as common as that was completely new to Shinzo. There wasn't an app to make the job easier. No, he had to go to the front and place his order with a stranger. Well, there was an app, but his father wanted him far away of the conflict. And he had done it. Hitoshi had rehearsed over and over how his order would go before stepping into line and placing his order. Clear and concise. Hitoshi, don't mess up. Wait, yes, he's asking if you want to pay by card or cash. Fuck. Idiot, I'm an idiot. Card, thank you. Then there was a moment of mental collapse where Hitoshi thought he had forgotten the PIN of the card given to him by his parents. 3 seconds later, the confirmation beep for payment sounded without even needing the PIN. Okay, Hitoshi might be a little nervous, but how could he not be? The teengar felt everyone's eyes on him. The purple-haired teen tried to tell himself it was just his anxiety playing tricks on him, but the guy behind the counter preparing his orders seemed to keep an eye on him. Nor did a grandmother with her grandchildren at one of the tables. No. Hitoshi turned up the volume of the music. Because at 16, Hitoshi couldn't drown his anxiety in alcohol, so he drowned it in late 90s and early 2000s rock metal. To the rhythm of In the End by Linkin Park, he peeked to see if his order was ready. Every word of the song struck his heart. Because in the end, after trying so hard, training until exhausted, searching for Izuku, trying to pass to the hero course, it doesn't matter how hard I try. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it doesn't even matter. Oh yes, Hitoshi was wallowing in all his sorrow. In all that was lost. In all that Toshi could never have. And the teen did it in the most teenage way he knew how, turning up the music until it drowned out his thoughts. So loud that the waiter ended up tapping him on the arm to get his attention. With some embarrassment, Hitoshi removed one earbud to accept the pizza boxes. It was all ready. Hitoshi, the worst was over. Now he would return home to the new drama, in which Izuku would probably be involved too. Right? Oh shit, the waiter had said something else. Sorry? Oh shit, now the waiter seemed to be at a loss for words. What if he was one of Hitoshi's old classmates? What if he knew about his quirk? Oh shit, everyone knew about his quirk now. Toshi had been on international television. Shit. I was saying you did great on the festival. You're quite a crush. Hope you'll save me someday. Hitoshi froze when he saw the waiter wink at him. What the hell happened? Hero's response. Hitoshi made his way home with 4 large pizzas and the astonishment of, were they flirting with him? No, it couldn't be. Could it? Izuku had never flown. Sure, he had dropped from high surfaces before. But the little ghost had never flown. Izuku couldn't even remember if he had ever been on a plane in his life. Maybe Greenie could remedy that now in his death. Well, fly in the traditional sense. Because what he was doing now couldn't exactly be called normal. Higher. Kid, if we fly any higher, you'll freeze? Oh, of course, that wasn't something that concerned Izuku because, well, he's dead and all that. But for a dead guy, Izuku seemed very much alive. Or very much like a kid. He had his arms stretched out as if he were Rose on the Titanic. Except there was just a lot of air and a winged hero behind him wondering if having a crush was worth all this trouble. The more difficult it got, the worse it became. Damn life. Because no, Hawks didn't expect that his Saturday night would be spent carrying a kid, 14 years old, to Hosu. Not to mention that for a pro hero like him, carrying the kid in his arms was, well, was it normal for a child to weigh so little? Hawks had never spent so much time with a minor under his care. It wasn't like anyone wanted to leave a minor with Hawks. And the only one who had done so had done it against his will. Dabi wouldn't leave Hawks a stone to care for. But nobody could stop Izuku. Just Izuku. It also didn't help that halfway through, they passed Hawks the information he feared. Yes, the hero killer had struck again. No, there were no deaths this time. Yes, a civilian got caught in the conflict. That civilian turned out to be someone famous, apparently. Or someone with a certain presence. Something that pointed in Dabi's direction. Foreigner. A bit burned. At this point, Hawks was flying towards the hospital, preparing for the worst. But he did not count on Izuku. Well, Hawks didn't count on Izuku, the nightmare kid who was the brother of his dreams man, disappearing. In midair. When he was practically about to land. That damn kid just went poof and disappeared. Just like that. It didn't matter how hard he had held on to him. The kid was gone. Dabi, he complained into the air with frustration. Dabi, 3 floors below the roof, kept talking. He had been talking for hours. Non-stop. He wasn't that kind of person, the not-now-dead guy swore. But there was Dabi, complaining to an unknown hero who was years older than him and with whom he now shared many things. Like scars. Younger brothers. And that's it. That was enough. Being stabbed and having younger brothers. He never does what I tell him. Do you know what that's like? He told me he'd stay home and ended up on international television. At you? Tensei couldn't stop laughing even though it was pulling at his wound and hurting him. No, unfortunately not. My brother follows everything to the letter. Sometimes I wish he'd live a little more. Dabi looked at him as if he had just sucked a lemon. Have you hit your head or just been stabbed? I'm asking. Or do you usually spout so much nonsense? Although it seemed like Dabi was poking fun at him, that wasn't the case. He was being honest. And Tensei couldn't stop laughing for that same reason. PFFFFA. No, it's just that you haven't seen my brother. Sometimes I swear he's autistic, but that's a taboo subject with my parents. You know, they want everything to be perfect and they don't bother to look beyond. They prefer to see Tenya as a perfect being. Oh, yeah, I have a lot of experience with asshole parents who prefer the little one. It was a shame that Izuku hadn't found Dabi's room yet to appreciate this wonderful moment. Dabi opening up even a little bit to someone else. Tensei complained about the pain while laughing. Because before him, he saw, well, a frustrated young man with roles that weren't his to bear. No, my parents don't have a favorite. They just want everything to be perfect. Like a factory. It's great for the Ida agency's image. But it's just that, an image. They haven't taught Tenya to distinguish between the personal self and the hero self. A bit like the madman this afternoon. But my brother wouldn't harm a fly. He has a very strict ethical code. Believe me when I say that many heroes don't differentiate between the hero and the person. They're just the psychologist Dabi didn't have would be incredibly proud of him. The door to the room where they were both situated swung open abruptly. They both turned their heads to find the small figure at the door. A kid who couldn't have been more than 12. Covered in freckles. And with a mass of green curls. You got stabbed? Dabi. Tensei was perplexed by the scene before his eyes. Dabi momentarily ignited his hands with blue flames. International television? Izuku! The boy paled and clung to the door frame, trying to hide behind it like an innocent bunny. Not as if he were scared. It was clearly the eyes of a puppy that knew he had done something wrong. I swear it wasn't my intent. What? Going to UA? Or jumping on that pink suction thing? Uraraka needed help. Help my ass. Izuku. You went to a hero nest, Dabi reproached as if the festival were a nest of vipers. Man, I'm a hero. Are you? Both brothers asked, but with 2 very different tones. Izuku astonished. Dabi doubtful. A hand, like a claw, landed on Izuku's head catching him in the act. How could you? Hey, hot staff. You look intact. Dabi rolled his eyes as Hawks appeared behind Izuku. Where's the nurse's button? Some idiot snuck in. The only one who snuck in is this little one, interjected the blonde with a saccharine smile. I have credentials. Hey, hello Hawks. Ingenium raised his good arm that didn't pull as much at the wound on his back. Yes, hello. Who are you? The indifference with which Hawks treated Ingenium seemed like a stronger blow than any Detroit smash. Ingenium, it's Ingenium, explained Dabi, coming to the defense of his newfound friend. Izuku's eyes widened and he quickly freed himself from the hero number 3's grip. Just as he had been doing all day. Suddenly, he just couldn't touch him anymore. Izuku had started hopping incessantly. Uncontrollable with a wide grin on his face. As if it were Christmas morning. Ingenium? I'm a fan. Is it true you work with vigilantes? Can I have an autograph? Please? Hey, I'm the hero number 3. Don't you want my autograph? No one wants you here, Birdie, replied the fire user bluntly. Damn, just the way Hawks liked it. Difficult. No. I brought this thing here. This damn kid. So I deserve more than thanks. Who's going to thank you? Mocked Dabi. Izuku flinched and hit the winged hero's shoulder. Oh yes, thanks. Hawks snorted while both convalescents laughed and complained alike. No, it wasn't what Hawks expected. Izuku smiled and went to approach the injured hero when Dabi caught him in his arms, pulling the younger one towards him. No. You're grounded. No autographs. No autographs? Nope. That's not fair. I'm not the one who got stabbed by the hero killer. Is that weed I smell? No, really? Definitely not, seconded Tensei, holding back laughter. I would say yes. Hawks chimed in, ready to jump into the conversation. It must be because of the hero killer. Yeah, that, the hero echoed, biting the back of his hand to stifle a laugh. Oh my god, you are wasted. I'm taking the kid. No. Ingenium is here. And I'm Hawks. And who cares about you, a piece of nugget? Tensei burst into laughter again. Not every day could he see how easily they roasted the number 3 hero. Dabi seemed to relish it, seeming to be in a peak of happiness as he half-smiled and held Izuku closer despite the discomfort from his wound. To anyone's eyes, both brothers looked like two happy puppies enjoying each other's company. Oh, and in Hawk's mind he couldn't help but feel adoration. The blonde told himself that despite how dark Dabi appeared to be at night, he was very sweet with his little brother. As if Dabi were the coffee and Izuku the condensed milk. Staying there, amidst laughter and teasing, seemed like a delight after a day of chaos. Something that obviously wouldn't last long. Tsukauchi, Sansa here. We've got a kind of situation at the station. Naomasa wanted to growl, curse, roll his eyes. But no, he told himself, someone like him had to keep his composure even as he walked alone to his car. What the hell could be happening at this hour of the night that the night shift can't handle? One damn name. Endeavor. Tsukauchi kicked his car's wheel. Something that no one witnessed. The detective was alone in the parking lot in front of Eraser and Present Mix apartment, feeling pain because somehow he had hit the tire in his outburst of anger. What does the number 2 hero want from us? He tried to appear as relaxed as possible, something the inspector clearly achieved after years of practice. He wants all patrols out looking for his son. Endeavors say he's been kidnapped. Tsukauchi closed his eyes tightly and leaned against his car. At any other moment, he would have chosen a different path, but the detective was under too much pressure. His son? Someone has kidnapped Endeavor's son? Is the whole damn world going crazy? Those words did surprise the feline officer. There was hesitation on the other end of the line before the cat officer decided how to respond to his superior. Not really. It's about his younger son, Shoto Todoroki. He ran away after the sports festival when he withdrew from the final round. Why couldn't this damn day just end already? That's a case of a minor running away after a parental dispute. Not a kidnapping. Don't they teach that at the academy? Yes. Those last words the detective regretted as soon as they left his mouth. He cursed to himself. I'm sorry, Sansa. That was uncalled for. Sansa didn't take it personally. They was one of the detective's closest assistants. They knew what that man had been going through in recent months. The hours he worked without sleep. I understand, detective. I was calling about something else. It's important. Tsukauchi took a deep breath. What is it? Shoto Todoroki left with Izuku Midoriya. The inspector cursed again as he locked his car and headed to press the buzzer at Eraser Mike's family apartment. Shinso raised an eyebrow as he saw Mike answering the intercom late at night. He could have sworn the detective, a friend of his parents, Hitoshi wasn't sure at this point, had just left. In fact, the teen had celebrated it internally. Shinso couldn't help but remember when the detective had pointed a gun at him months ago. Yes, the dinner had been very uncomfortable with Uraraka not saying anything, Hitoshi making sarcastic remarks, Aizawa's murderous glare, the detective's tired eyes and Hisashi's incessant chatter trying to cover up the awkwardness. Yes, I know. Don't worry. Go rest, Naomasa. Oh, the detective must have forgotten something. Behind Hitoshi, Shota's head appeared, looking at his husband with an exhausted expression. Nothing unusual for him. But under those dark circles, besides fatigue, there was curiosity. Now what? Shota growled. Hisashi hung up the intercom and gave his husband a half-guilty smile. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow at the same time Shota did. Seriously, Hisashi wondered if they might share the same genes. Todoroki ran away from home. Aizawa stared at the wall. Not my circus, not my monkeys. That was the first-year UA tutor's momentary conclusion. The underground pro-hero already had too much on his plate to take on another problem like the ego of the number 2 hero's family. It wasn't as if Aizawa had had time to really get to know his students in just a couple of weeks. Shota. Shinso tilted his head and then stepped aside to wash the dishes in the kitchen. On the way, he saw Uraraka in his bed talking on the phone with her parents. Right, yes, she was only a temporary guest, Hitoshi told himself. Uraraka still had parents. And now, Hitoshi had them too. A cool ones. After a brief reprimand from Mike, Shota appeared next to Hitoshi to dry the dishes. Both worked in silence, functioning like a well-oiled machine. Next to Shota, Shinso didn't feel the need to fill the silence or the discomfort of the other's company. No, it wasn't necessary. Thanks for telling us today, Shota suddenly said. Shinso was a bit lost, or rather more focused on how Mike had gone into Uraraka's room to console her. To Hitoshi discomfort he couldn't hear anything from there. Not that he felt entitled to know about her troubles. It wasn't as if Hitoshi wanted to share his own. That didn't mean he wouldn't interrogate her about Izuku later. Toshi was just giving her time to recover. Izuku. Thanks for coming to tell us, his father calmly explained. Hitoshi paused for a moment, cleaning the same glass longer than necessary. Izuku. Always Izuku. So close and yet so far. It's nothing, the teenager murmured in response. The silence that followed became awkward. Neither of them raised their eyes from the dishes in their hands. Hitoshi was forced to speak after a couple of minutes. We never talk about Izuku, stated in a soft whisper. If that surprised Shota, he didn't show it. His father stayed silent for a moment, processing how to respond without hurting his son. As always, Izuku was a delicate topic. Or so he thought. We don't want to force you to talk about him, his father admitted naturally. Shinso nodded more to himself than to his father. He turned off the tap after finishing the last glass. I thought you didn't want to talk about him, the teenager reproached. Shota rolled his eyes and turned to look at his son. How could he forget how perceptive Hitoshi was? We want to talk about him, Shota admitted carefully. But it's true that there are things we can't share with you. That stung Hitoshi's chest. There was too much turmoil inside his heart. The purple-haired boy couldn't help but question his place between Izuku and his parents, and vice versa. It's not fair, Hitoshi complained. Shota sighed tired. Shota had expected that response. It's not easy, Shota interjected carefully before saying the next words. Izuku is part of one of my most intricate cases. As a pro-hero, I can't reveal certain information. That bothered Hitoshi even more. Izuku had been the one to go behind his back to save him from his former foster home. Izuku had saved him even though Hitoshi didn't believe if he deserved to be saved. And now, Toshi couldn't do the same for the person he loved. The teen was also upset because he didn't see his father standing beside him right now. He saw Eraserhead, the hero. Shinso couldn't help but wonder which came first in that moment, the father or the hero. I'm part of the case. Why haven't you asked me about him? Shinso muttered. Shota didn't flinch at the pain in the teenager's words. Because you're my son and your well-being comes first? They returned to silence once more, but unlike before, it was comfortable again. A small smile formed on Hitoshi's lips, one he tried to hide. Like father, like son. There was something in those words that made him happy because, as selfish as it sounded, his heart warmed knowing he was someone's first choice. "Can I help you?" Hisashi interrupted, entering the kitchen. "Oh wow, you're already done." Both father and son, insomniacs, exchanged glances. There was a silent conversation between them that Hisashi couldn't understand. Shota moved aside to give his son space. He leaned against the kitchen counter and let Hitoshi take his first steps alone. "I want to talk about Izuku." Hisashi gasped in surprise. Unlike Shota, their golden retriever couldn't contain his joy. He quickly approached his son, impulsively hugging him before jumping up and down and clapping. "Yes, of course you. Tell me. Tell us." Shota caught his favorite blonde in his arms, pulling him into a loving hug from behind. It was his way of protecting Hitoshi from Hisashi's exuberance. On the other hand, Hitoshi was having trouble hiding the strange happiness growing inside him. "Oh, I met Izuku by chance. It was after school when a group of kids were attacking me because of my quirk. And he appeared out of nowhere to help me. It was incredible." Both parents couldn't help but smile as they saw their son getting more excited with each word. The difference was that Shota hid his smiles in his husband's neck, planting affectionate kisses here and there. The previous night had been strange. Full of laughter, jokes between two pro-heroes, and an ex-dealer with a hyperactive green squirrel. Dabi wasn't sure if it was the effect of the weed or maybe the painkillers, though it was probably the company that was with him, making a cold hospital room feel like a warm home. At some point, Hawks insisted on taking the little broccoli to have a proper dinner. Something Izuku insisted he didn't need because, well, Izuku didn't need it. He was dead. And although Dabi knew it, he couldn't care less, enjoying the frustration of the Birdman. And the weakness Izuku showed when Tensei gave him a 100% effective Big Brother disapproving look, finishing with a critical hit. Besides, Burger King just released a new line of hero collectibles. The two other rookies present watched as Izuku's big eyes lit up like the morning sun. 3 minutes later, Hawks was chasing after the restless Izuku while the two convalescents stayed in the room, laughing at the scene. Not 5 minutes later, a couple of police officers entered the room requesting to speak with Ingenium. Dabi thought he might set the hospital on fire as a distraction. But in reality, he was surprised at how relaxed he felt answering the police's questions. The weed for sure. Definitely. Its effect made Dabi more relaxed, and before he knew it, the police were gone. Ingenium had given them information about the hero killer and nothing more. Just the directions to find him. As for Dabi, the hero covered for him as he was used to it. With the hero's testimony, there was no need for a full civilian statement. Just a couple of questions here and there. Half an hour after the pair of police officers left, Tensei received a visit from his younger brother. Dabi moved just enough to pull the curtain before lying down and dozing off. Between drifting in and out of the dreamland, Dabi decided he needed to sleep when he swore he saw Tensei talking to a dog. At some point, our beacon woke up again when he noticed movement nearby. It was strange to see Hawks carrying Izuku like a koala completely asleep against him. Izuku looked like a toddler who had run out of batteries. The winged hero placed the kid next to Dabi. It was strange, but a good kind of strange. Strange in the way that they had just shared an intimate, family-like moment with, well, people who didn't really have any familial ties. But Dabi would kill for that kid. He had come back to life for him. And now Hawks seemed determined to enter his life. Good night, hot stuff. After that, the fire user fell asleep with his little problematic child in his arms. When Dabi woke up, a fantasy was sketched out with the smell of freshly brewed coffee. Well, a Starbucks cup with the name, Beacon written inside a heart. Dabi could almost imagine being in his apartment with Hawks between his sheets. Oh, that muscular, well-toned back he had seen in some magazine. Would Hawks meet his expectations, or was there some Photoshop involved? But no, Dabi was in a hospital, and in his bed was a little gremlin who hadn't moved all night. Still asleep, breathing as his chest rose and fell. Izuku had even drooled a little. But apparently, the Burger King cardboard crown hadn't fallen off his head at any point during the night. Next to his coffee rested a Mirko figure, not very flattering for the cheap piece of plastic it was. The nurses arrived quickly in the early morning to take their blood pressure. Tensei, in the next bed, complained about the pain. Stab wounds tended to be more bothersome after the second day. They stung and pulled once the adrenaline had worn off. How can you stand it like it's nothing? Dabi let out a laugh and flashed one of his sardonic half-smiles. Like hope. Except instead of always being angry, I'm always in pain. Shitty Quirk? The idea was to come off as cool. To have those vibes of a tough, dark, and mysterious man. But Dabi had made a grave miscalculation. Tensei Ito was an older brother. A few years older than Dabi. Within seconds, the hero got out of bed despite the pain to personally speak with the doctor to thoroughly check Dabi's condition. I don't have insurance. I can't pay for that, Dabi hissed, completely scared of the debts it might bring. Tensei didn't flinch. Did I ask you to pay for it? No, we're buddy stubbies. You saved my life. This is the least I can do. Someone should hit Dabi hard in the face and show him this wasn't a dream. But it wasn't. It was real. His green good luck charm seemed to have no limits. Dabi was starting to think Izuku had a more powerful quirk that brought people together. Maybe the kiddo was an Irish leprechaun. Well, his Japanese features didn't help that theory, but in the rest of the description he fit: green, small, and troublesome. Though without gold. When the little troublemaker woke up and saw Ingenium's entire plan laid out, he smiled from ear to ear as if this was something that should have happened a long time ago. So, I'll leave you to your tests and all that. Dabi tried to stop him and as always, fail. Shitty quirks. Where are you going? Demanded the big bro. Izuku put that horrible face like he was some kind of angel. All eyes. Doing things and that? Dabi swore he was staring to breath internal fire each time Izuku put that face. Izuku Midoriya, tell me you're not going to do the V word. Izuku feigned being offended by that accusation. No, I swear. I'm going to have a calm day. Don't say it. Because I don't know if you're getting better at lying or if you're just jinxed. Izuku blinked at that possibility. Maybe he did have a lot of bad luck swirling around him. No, really. I'm just going to leave so I don't bother you, and in the meantime, I'll go look for a cat. Dabi deadpanned. Have you adopted another stray cat? Again? Oh, of course not. This is a domestic cat. And if I leave it alone for too long, it might die, Izuku said as he truly believed that. Izuku, tell me you haven't brought a stranger into our apartment? How could I do that? The little gremlin asked, trying to make Dabi feel bad. Which of course, didn't work. Seriously, Debs, you think so little of me. That little shit. You picked me up off the street. Your ideas are highly questionable. Yes, Dabi was judging not only Izuku but also himself. And look how you turned out. I'm a genius. What followed was a pillow thrown by Dabi that did manage to land on the little avocado. Suddenly there was an explosion of shouts, a nurse scolding them, and Izuku running off down the hallway. By then, Tensei reappeared in the civilian clothes his family had brought him the day before. They're letting me go now, Tensei informed him as he approached Dabi's bed. The fire user didn't seem pleased about that. Being left alone in the hero ward was not a pleasant prospect. We have the same injury. I'm leaving too. Tensei laughed as if he had expected that response. Big brothers. No, not yet. Let the doctors finish the checkup. The police will probably try to contact you later today to ask you some questions. Those words made Dabi tense up. Be honest. Well, mostly. I told them I gave you permission to use your quirk. Dabi stared blankly at the hero. Inside, he was still processing that Ingenium was saving him from being accused of illegal quirk use. There wasn't weak excuse anymore. And from the way Tensei said it, he didn't seem to be any ulterior motive behind the act. It was genuine. How the hell had Tensei ended up being the target of the hero killer? Well, you couldn't expect logic from that lunatic. Naomasa woke up to the horrid sound of his alarm. How long had he slept? For 5 hours? Maybe with some luck, a bit more. But even with an afternoon nap in his office, he couldn't recover all the accumulated sleep hours. Dark circles under his eyes were almost ready to come to life on their own. Naomasa dragged himself out of bed and, on the way to the bathroom, popped a coffee capsule into the machine. Not even after a shower could the detective recognize himself in the mirror. It seemed that with each more problematic day, the light in his eyes dimmed more. As he did every morning, or almost every morning, Naomasa sat in his kitchen, ready to drink his only source of energy in the morning. A long, thick coffee while he pulled out his notebook from his trench coat pocket. It was time to review the priority cases. Izuku Midoriya, League of Villains, All Might and Uraraka Achiko, Shoto Todoroki. The detective sighed long and heavily. There was nothing he could do about the second point for now. They needed to gather more information. Without any movement from the League, they couldn't do anything for the time being. Shoto Todoroki was not his problem yet. Legally, the teen was just being a teenager who had run away from home. The Todorokis were someone else's problem for now. Naomasa had too much information to process about the alleged abuse case involving Uraraka Achiko. First, he needed to develop the case and then start asking questions and taking action. That would be his first task when he got to the office. The detective had enough information and recordings to start without needing to call the student again for now. And finally, always Izuku fucking Midoriya. The detective emitted a sound very similar to a desperate injured T-Rex. Because yes, Naomasa was incredibly frustrated with the teenager. It made him want to cry, and it wasn't even 8 in the morning. By inertia, Naomasa reviewed his notes. With all his cases, something felt like it was slipping his mind. By the time he finished his coffee, Naomasa found his own reminder note. He needed to speak with a forensic student who had been interning the night they found the body on the beach. A new probably information from a second forensic. The detective dialed the student's phone number to confirm where he could meet them. Hello, this is Detective Tsukauchi. I'm calling about? Oh yes, I remember. Good, Naomasa just wanted some clarity on the beach case. The same case he believed was related to Izuku and now also to All Might. Yes, I was calling to arrange a meeting today. The person on the other end of the line sounded sure. As expected from their profession, they seemed genuinely eager to help the detective. Yes, about that. I have no problem meeting. But I should tell you I've checked my emails and must have deleted everything related to that kid's case. Okay, that was not what Tsukauchi wanted to hear. The detective cursed not as quietly as he thought. The person on the other end of the line quickly added. But I'm sure a classmate of mine has a copy. He's a second-year medical student who's very interested in quirkless cases. For fuck's sake, thank goodness. There was hope after all. Could you give me his name and a phone number to contact him? The detective wasn't prepared for the answer he was about to receive. Naomasa would have needed more coffee to digest the news. But the blow came without any warning. Oh sure. Todoroki Natsuo? Why did everything have to be so interconnected? At this rate, Tsukauchi was going to go bald. Where is everyone in this house? Aizawa grumbled as he entered the kitchen. By everyone he really meant one person, Hitoshi Shinso. It was 8 in the morning, and his son wasn't on the couch where he had left him sleeping the previous night. Well, not sleeping, scrolling on his phone. Teenagers. Mike greeted his husband with a smile, setting aside his tea to kiss Shota on the lips lovingly. It was his way of saying good morning and easing Shota's morning grumpiness. Good morning, my grumpy morning cat, Hisashi almost sang. Shota grunted but accepted his husband's affection, burying his face in Hisashi's neck and inhaling the scent of roses from his shampoo. The blonde had changed his shampoo again. I'm grumpy all day, not just in the morning, Shota retorted in a rough voice that made Hisashi's legs tremble, just like the first time he heard it. Yes, but it's morning now, Hisashi pointed out, pouring a cup of freshly brewed coffee without letting go of the hug, adding sugar cubes with his other hand. Toshi left half an hour ago to see a friend. Uraraka is still asleep. Yesterday was a lot for her. She must be physically and emotionally exhausted. Internally, Aizawa responded that himself was internally drained too. Well, there was a long list of people who were internally drained. They should almost form an anonymous victims of Izuku Midoriya association. Shota grunted and shifted in Hisashi's arms until he got his cup of coffee. The black-haired turned, pressing his chest against the blonde's and, as if he were a couch, stretched out on him. His husband hugged him from behind, resting his head in the crook of Shota's neck. Hisashi patiently waited for his husband to finish his first cup of coffee as if it were a glass of water and not a strong double coffee. Even so, it wasn't enough to bring the light back to his eyes. That would take a couple of more hours. Hisashi was already waiting to cuddle his husband and pamper him like a good weekend morning. Hitoshi always made faces at how lovey-dovey they could be. But now it wasn't just Hitoshi at home. His bastard husband decided to move away to sit on the couch, attracting the cats to him like a cat magnet. The betrayal. Hisashi sighed heavily. Who would understand it? Why did golden retrievers fall so easily for black cats? Hisashi had no answer. He didn't care much either because soon enough, said Golden was sitting next to his husband trying to tie his hair into a ponytail. I don't know why you never use the hair treatments I buy you, Hisashi remarked. Aizawa grunted in response. You have such soft hair. Another grunt from his black cat. We could do a moisturizing treatment for your cut. I have a lot to do, Shota hurried to say, sitting up on the couch and pushing the cats off him. Shoo, Mike complained, pouting. I have a lot to do. The pile never stops growing. And I feel like with every passing minute, Izuku is causing more trouble. That wasn't a guess, it was a fact. Just like the sun rises in the east. His husband got up to join him and eventually tied his hair into a loose bun. Hisashi always liked playing with hair. It was no wonder both had grown their hair long over the years. Maybe you need a change of perspective. Relax a bit, Hisashi encouraged him. Shota deadpanned. Shota couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're joking, right? Mike gave him one of those disapproving looks. Sho, it's Saturday. We have a girl at home who needs your support. Stay home. Aizawa looked uneasy at those words. Mike, Zashi, love of my life, my loud blonde for all eternity. I'm Eraserhead, good at fighting crime. Not at cheering up a teenager. Or a child. Or a person in general. I communicate better with cats than with people, the underground pro-hero insisted, lifting one of the fat cats as if it were Mufasa. Mike raised an eyebrow. Well, not just his right eyebrow, but also the right side of his mustache in the process. Shota, my black coffee of my heart, my black cat, my grumpy homeless who should practice more self-care. You're her guardian. She needs you. Her hero, he tried to remind him. You always underestimate yourself when it comes to relating to others. But I remind you that Izuku came to you for help. Shinso ran to us during the sports festival. And Uraraka trusted you enough to open up. Shota frowned in complete disagreement. All that is Izuku's merit. Not all, babe, said the blonde, crossing his arms. Damn it, when he crossed his arms, it meant the self-care talk was coming again. Focus on Uraraka today while I go run some errands. Wait for Tsukauchi to call you with any news. Shinso will probably be back home by lunchtime. Aizawa could feel how he had fallen into his husband's trap like a spider's web. What errands do you have to run? No, you can't leave me here, Eraser pleaded, letting go of the cat to try to grab his husband's hands. You can't leave me in charge of a teenager. Mike rubbed his temples, unable to believe it. Sure, Shota could handle the most complicated being in existence, Izuku, but not Uraraka, who was an adorable pink Kirby. Shota, honey, you're a teacher, Zashi reminded him. Monday to Friday. Today is Saturday. Sho, you're her guardian. He tried to use the logic card that his husband loved. So much against him. And you're my husband. Till death do us part, bitch. You can't leave me alone. Hisashi rolled his eyes, picking up his leather jacket. You'll survive. Oh my god. Shoto Todoroki has been kidnapped. Izuku wanted to die. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. He was at Hosu Central Station, waiting for the next train that would take him to Musutafu. For a place he wanted to avoid at all costs, it now seemed to be a place that was drawing him back. But Izuku had to see his new cat. The very same cat that was appearing on the station's news screen. With the headline kidnapped. Any information, please contact Endeavor's agency. Izuku felt all the blood in his body rush to his feet, leaving him cold. How the hell had he managed to lose Shoto in less than 12 hours? Who could have been the heartless person to kidnap him while Izuku was with Dabi? Oh, whoever dared to do that was going to pay dearly. Izuku ran to the nearest public phone he could find. At that moment, the avocado cursed being a ghost with no ability to use pockets or carry things. It was frustrating not to have even a few yen to make a call. Does anyone have a couple of yen? Izuku put on his puppy face that he had been practicing for months. Are you lost, dear? Oh, poor thing. Do you want to use my phone to call your mom? Of course, Izuku Midoriya had very chubby cheeks that were perfectly attractive to any old lady. With freckles, soft and very pinchable. Would you be so kind? Thank you very much. Faith in humanity was restored. It had nothing to do with the fact that Izuku looked much younger than he really was. His baby face was his other hidden ability. Izuku's fingers moved quickly over the keypad, remembering the number his mother had made him learn so many years ago. Along with her mobile number, the emergency number and the fire departments. 3 rings were all it took. Hello. Izuku felt he could breathe again with relief. Todoroki? Are you okay? Oh my god, I thought something had happened to you. I saw the news. I was worried. And he continued for a long while in his rapid murmurs that no one could really follow. Izuku already felt calm knowing that Shoto had answered the Midoriya house landline. Yeah. I saw the news too. I think they mean you. Oh, yeah. Izuku was confused. I didn't expect this. I'm on my way. See you soon. No, Izuku wasn't aware that his actions had consequences. Hitoshi swallowed slowly. His brain had stopped functioning. The image before him was like a virus spreading through his brain, shutting down all its functionalities. The voice inside his head? Gagged. Speechless. Breathless. He could only maintain his poker face. Or rather, his resting bitch face that he always wore. All while Toshi watched a bead of sweat slowly run down the muscular neck of Bakugo fucking Katsuki. It slowly traced the line of his neck, continuing to his muscular chest and disappearing into the black fabric of his tank top. What the hell are you doing here? Oh yes, Hitoshi, 1, 2, 3, back to earth. I saw the shitty medal ceremony last night. Oh yes, that's why he was there. Because the night before, while Hitoshi had taken over the couch and the cats, he had ended up watching videos about the cultural festival. Looking for any clues about Izuku? Of course. Had he ended up watching videos of Bakugo chained up? The indignation he felt had kept him up all night. Seeing Bakugo chained had triggered a series of flashbacks about himself with the muzzle his former foster parents made him wear. How could Hitoshi not go see a friend knowing he must be having a hard time? Well, now Hitoshi could understand a little more what Izuku must have felt the night he came to find him at his house. Because the teenager had felt anger and a tremendous desire to have been there at the stadium, fighting and breaking the chains that held Bakugo. But no, Hitoshi didn't have a time machine. Because if he had, Toshi would have already caught Izuku. He would have done many more things. Reality was much different. That's why Hitoshi had taken advantage of his parents being teachers to find out Bakugo's address. Very simple after confronting Zashi first thing in the morning. Yeah, I don't know who thought of it. I'll talk very seriously with Midnight this Monday, Hizashi promised, feeling incredibly guilty. And after that, Hitoshi left with a new address and a train to catch. All to find Bakugo fucking Katsuki opening the door all sweaty. No, that wasn't something he had planned at all. Then fucking go. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Oh. It was shit. You look like shit. No shit. They confronted each other in a duel of stares. Because between these two there was a special communication that required its own translator. You left yesterday, barked Bakugo, wanting an answer more than to accuse him. Hitoshi understood perfectly what Bakugo meant. A family emergency. And I had already lost. Bakugo frowned and stepped back to let Shinso into his house. It seemed as if the purple-haired boy had just passed the test the blonde had set for him. Hitoshi found himself entering the luxurious and modern Bakugo house. Just like its exterior, the interior was perfectly furnished. As if it were a magazine house. Well, considering they lived in an area close to UA, it was no wonder it was a good neighborhood. Especially if they had his father patrolling the area. Yes, Hitoshi was proud of his father. Go erase her head. Not that Hitoshi could talk much. Now he was a rich kid too. The significant difference was that both of Katsuki's parents had good taste, whereas in Hitoshi's case, one of his parents was a mess who would be happy with a box, and the other had extravagant tastes. Aren't your parents home? Bakugo put his hands in his pockets and, as he walked, led him to the kitchen, spacious and stylish. Very Western for what Shinso was used to seeing. They're usually not here on weekends, the blonde replied without much importance. That was the extent of Bakugo's explanation, and it was enough to show that he held the purple-haired boy in high esteem, considering that Bakugo had invited him into his house and was answering his questions. Even more so when he opened the fridge and started taking out orange juice, milk, eggs. You didn't have breakfast, huh? Too many mornings running together for Bakugo not to know Hitoshi's tendencies. The latter made a face of disgust. I bought a coffee on the way here. That shit can't be called breakfast, idiot. You need nutrients to feed your muscles. Shinso sat on one of the stools at the kitchen island as if it were his own home. Yeah, I know. It was too early to have breakfast when I left. Bakugo made a sour face and placed the ingredients on the counter. Shinso reached for an apple from the fruit bowl, and Bakugo reflexively gave him a hard slap. Wait until breakfast is ready, idiot, the blonde growled. His words made him sound angry, but his actions were the complete opposite. Not many people could say that Bakugo had cooked for them. Yet there he was, Bakugo, putting on music with Alexa while he cooked. Some good rock to start the morning. Considering Hisashi had a similar taste in music, it almost felt like a weekend with the Eraser Mike family. Except for the fact that Bakugo could actually cook well. Very well. There was a comfortable silence between them as Bakugo cooked and Hitoshi watched videos from the previous day, replaying the UA trials on a loop. A part of Hitoshi knew he would find some answer in a video or photo. Although, in reality, Hitoshi only found all the moments where he had messed up or told himself he could have done better. Toshi was the kind of perfectionist who was never satisfied with his work. Even though, not long ago, Hitoshi didn't have as much muscle, speed or know how to land a good punch. But everything had changed thanks to Izuku, Shota and Bakugo. Put down that fucking phone. The crepes are going to get cold, Bakugo growled, placing a plate right in front of him. Shinso's jaw dropped at the sight before him, what seemed like a feast but was actually an improvised breakfast. Improvised in Bakugo's eyes, obviously. Because on the table were crepes, cut fruit, cheese, honey, toast, ham, scrambled eggs. Hitoshi feared for his stomach. If you had told me you cook well, I would have snuck into your house earlier, Shinso admitted, putting his phone aside to start eating. Bakugo growled in response. Go to your own house. There's no food like this at my house. On weekends, we always end up ordering takeout. Because either Hitoshi cooked, and his level was low, or Mike made a mess. And Aizawa was always too tired to step into the kitchen for anything other than feeding the cats, grabbing his jellies, or making coffee. What a difference it was to be putting a bunch of fruit on a spread-out crepe. What crap. That kind of food usually has crappy ingredients. How have you survived until now? Hitoshi shrugged as if it were a simple answer and continued rolling a pancake. No, it wasn't. I got adopted recently. Before, there were days when I only ate the school cafeteria food. And because those meals were offered by the government. Bakugo choked on the scrambled eggs. He started pounding his chest until each cough set him free. What the hell is this dramatic backstory? Just out of nowhere. I didn't fucking ask. Hitoshi shrugged, pouring himself some freshly made coffee. Friendship and all that shit? Friendship my ass. This isn't My Little Pony. Shinso gave a twisted smile. It is. I don't even know how. But we're friends. So get your shit together, Applejack. I'm going to kill you and I'll enjoy doing it. The power of friendship protects me, Hitoshi added before throwing a grape at Bakugo. I'm going to kill you, and nothing will stop me. Hitoshi felt a bit awkward about that conversation. Was there ever anything that would? Bakugo stopped for just a couple of seconds. Enough for Hitoshi noticing. What? Was there ever anything that would stop you? Hitoshi insisted. The fuck? Do you want me to kill you? You're the one who keeps making threats, Hitoshi countered without any fear of the person in front of him. Bakugo clenched his fists. It seemed like a part of him was struggling to avoid explode, and indeed, it was. But this walking grenade seemed to have learned to lengthen his fuse. Even if only a little. I'm in my house. I could blow you to pieces. Hitoshi shrugged, not scared at all. He just kept eating as if nothing had happened. You couldn't beat me. Ah? But Icy Idiot could. Shinso frowned. That bastard threw a fucking iceberg at me. He didn't even let me talk. Bakugo slammed the table in anger. He was trembling in his seat like an angry chihuahua. It contrasted sharply with Hitoshi's cold and latent anger. Obviously, it bothered him to have lost the competition like that. I wanted to fight you. I wanted to fight. Damn it. That damn bastard. Shinso watched closely as Bakugo erupted emotionally. It was like that moment of vulnerability that he knew his emotionally constipate friend needed. It seemed like something deep inside Bakugo was starting to move. Hitoshi didn't know what it was. And he couldn't really ask. They had a strange level of friendship where he knew the limit to not get punched. Which, compared to others, made Hitoshi seem to be on Bakugo Katsuki's list of tolerable people. Not that Hitoshi feared a punch from Bakugo. Not after having improved with his father's teachings. And on the other hand, Bakugo was like a barking dog with little bite. At least with him. Which was weird. Bakugo slammed the table again in anger. Shinso sighed. Come on. Get up. Let's fight. What? Bakugo asked confused. Hitoshi looked outside of the windows. Doesn't this big house have a yard? Come on, let's go. Bakugo looked at him seriously, as if he were processing whether Shinso was serious or not. Shinso's face looked the same as always, dead inside. Follow me. Shinso took one last sip of his coffee before hurrying to follow Bakugo through the large house. To Hitoshi's eyes, it looked like a mansion. 2 living rooms, studies, a large gym, a private cinema, for God's sake, and that was just part of what Toshi saw as they passed by. Yes, Bakugo Katsuki was a rich kid. They soon reached the backyard. And of course, Bakugo had a damn heated pool apart from a large backyard. We'll use those bushes as a limit, Bakugo marked as he moved to the middle of the yard. Shinso stopped at the edge of the porch, took off his jacket and fanny pack, and then continued to the center of the yard. Shinso positioned himself in front of the blonde and, after looking at each other, slid his left foot back. The first step was always maintaining good balance and defense. Hitoshi raised his arms, ready to protect his face and chest. Give it your all. It sounded more like a warning from Hitoshi. Bakugo widened his sadistic grin. There was no midnight to give the go-ahead, nor an audience to cheer. It didn't matter to the boys. They both took it very seriously before launching themselves at each other. Naomasa looked wearily at the gate of the Todoroki estate. It was the last place he wanted to be. Not with the whole matter of Shoto Todoroki being not kidnapped. Because legally, no, Shoto Todoroki wasn't kidnapped. He had run away due to the anger of an enraged father. It wasn't the first time that after the UA Sports Festival, a pro-hero parent got angry because their child didn't meet their expectations. Kaminari's mother was an exception. She never expected much from her son. Don't blame her. She loves her son but is realistic. The detective rang the doorbell. He only prayed that Endeavor wasn't home. Clearly, God had abandoned him the day his path crossed with Izuku Midoriya. Shudoudo. Is that you? Was it too late to throw himself in front of a truck Kuin that would send him to an ice sky? Tsukauchi would prefer 1,000 times to face someone with a sword than to untangle the chaos that was all his cases. Okay, maybe the detective was nearing burnout. No, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm Detective Tsukauchi. Have you found my son? The detective looked at the horizon, wanting to get lost among the trees. No, he was an adult and had to fight to take control of his life again. Oh. I came to talk to your other son. Who? Naomasa stifled a frustrated T-Rex noise. He was an adult, he couldn't do that. Natsuo. Natsuo Todoroki. How was his youngest son not going to run away if that disaster of a father forgot his other son existed? Naomasa urgently needed a vacation. Do you know who was bored? Dabi Akatani, or at least that's what his file and ID said. Because Izuku had revived him as his brother. Half-brother for being exactly. And now he had to pay fees and it was strange walking among the living like one of them. like someone who didn't have a long history of minor crimes. But Dabi was not like an ordinary person. No, he was a drama queen. He could never be mistaken for someone ordinary. His spirit screamed that Dabi wanted to be the center of attention no matter how much he tried to hide it. And it's not like he had been very discreet lately. The big bro complained a lot about Izuku, but he was also on TV after it had been leaked that he was involved in the hero killer incident. And you know how the press is. Vultures eaters who, once they associated Dabi with a certain video of a bird learning to bark. Well, nothing more needs to be said, Your Honor. Seeing his own body there on television, captivating the audience being just the way he was, Dabi felt a new power growing inside him. The power to control the masses? No, the power of feeling sexy and thus controlling the masses. So, between tests, Dabi grabbed his phone, which had fared better than Dabi himself during the hero killer attack. He needed to feed his hungry followers. Dabs could post 1,000 things. Use his posts to make it clear that going around killing people was not okay. But that would be very hypocritical of him, considering he wanted to take down Endeavor. Instead, Dabi's reasoning went in a very different direction. He leaned against the hallway wall while waiting for the next test, where the morning sun bathed him completely. He loosened his hospital pajamas a bit and ran his fingers through his hair, pushing it back, while sticking out his tongue. Click and upload. No filters. Still alive, bitches? Izuku found himself once again at the door of the house where he had grown up. It was still horrible not knowing if he would find his mother behind that door. Because no, Izuku didn't want to face the person he had been intensely avoiding for over a year or more. Well, let's be honest, Izuku didn't want to face any of his problems. It was easier to run and deal with other people's problems. That was his motto, and it would continue to be until the day he couldn't escape the consequences. Until those problems became his adopted cats. Izuku took a step forward, crossing the door he feared so much. There weren't many differences wherever it looked. Not only from the day before but also from before he had left. His mother had never been one for many changes. If something worked, it wasn't changed. Whether it was the position of a piece of furniture, a brand of detergent, or her lifestyle. Izuku sighed. There were too many things that reminded him of that last day. He had always lived in that same apartment. There were 1,000 memories buried there. All the birthdays spent alone with his mother because no one wanted to attend, and Deku had no friends. All those times he had watched the All Might video on the same old computer. The times he had played heroes and villains with his mother. There were so many memories there, yet Izuku could only see before him that last day when they had yelled at each other. No, they hadn't said nice things to each other. Izuku's heart clenched. The apartment was almost the same except for, well, Shoto Todoroki. The teenager was standing in the kitchen wearing one of Izuku's large All Might sweatshirts. He was deeply engrossed in figuring out the instructions for Izuku's mother's instant coffee. To Izuku's relief, she was nowhere to be seen. The teenager still didn't feel ready to face her. Good morning, Izuku greeted, making himself visible and clearing all the ghosts from his mind. Many people tended to be surprised or scared when the ghost appeared out of nowhere. Shoto, on the other hand, remained in the same position, turning his face to look at him as if he had never left the night before. Does this need water or milk? Should it be heated? In the oven or the microwave? Is my quirk enough? It was Izuku who ended up with his mouth open. What was he now? Jiminy Cricket? Oven? Have you never made breakfast for yourself? This was another level of cat-like behavior that Izuku wasn't used to. With so many stray cats he kept adopting, having a house cat was very, very different. Especially if said cat had spent almost all the money on fresh sushi the night before. Izuku looked at the empty plastic containers. It was a premium brand. The kind you only buy for special occasions at the supermarket. I have a specialized dietitian hired by my father. And a chef. And a housekeeper. Yes, I get it. I get it. Rich boy, he muttered to himself. Is that one of my sweatshirts? Shoto handed him the jar of instant coffee, expecting him to show how to make it. Shoto had a kind of eager-to-learn gleam in his eyes. I took a shower. My clothes reeked of sweat. Izuku tried not to think about the embarrassment of Shoto going through his entire wardrobe looking for something that would fit him. And not just because Izuku had little clothing that would fit loosely, but also because all his clothes, except for what he was wearing when he died in his school uniform, were All Might themed. If Endeavor saw his son right now, wearing even All Might socks, he would have a fit. Izuku prayed for him to have a stroke. Maybe it wasn't a bad plan. Izuku, you're not Dabi. We'll do a load of laundry. This is expired. You can't drink this. How strange. Just as Eraser wanted to avoid the fact that his not-son was dead, Izuku was doing the same with the fact that his mother had abandoned the house. Aizawa sighed, lost in thought. He was in the kitchen making his third coffee of the morning while watching the living room from there. Uraraka was sitting on the couch between her parents. Her father was hugging her while apologizing for failing as a father. Many things were being said that had been hidden under the rug for a long time. How her parents felt guilty because their daughter felt it was her job to provide for the family. How Achiko had hidden All Might's training, believing it was the opportunity to lift them out of poverty. It was never too late for such a heartbreaking yet healthy conversation. Aizawa wished he could have those kinds of talks with Izuku. But no, the kid insisted on continuing to run beyond Shota's reach. Dadzawa hid behind his cup, diverting his gaze to the window. In his opinion, Uraraka's parents couldn't be a better example of trying to be there for their daughter, even if they didn't fully understand what was going on. Not even Aizawa could fully grasp the situation with One for All in existence. Even though Uraraka's parents didn't know the magnitude of the problem or how to help, they were making it very clear to their daughter that they were there for her. One less child not to adopt. Aizawa might have thought that to himself. One of his cats jumped onto the kitchen counter looking for attention. Or food. With those bastards, you never knew. It approached Shota, purring and rubbing against him. Eraser pulled it close to pet it. He picked it up to spoil it. It had been a long time since Aizawa had such a relaxed morning compared to, well, almost any morning. Shota put on his Professor Aizawa persona. He didn't know what it was like to stay still for long, despite his reputation for falling asleep anywhere. He simply took advantage of those moments to rest due to his lack of sleep at night. That's why Aizawa prioritized tasks. It was the best time to review the festival recordings to improve his students' profiles and know how to help them. Just like on Monday, Eraser would have to review all the offers received from hero agencies. Oh, right, and he had to talk to Nizu. Damn it. The last thing he wanted to do. But it had to be done sooner or later. The rat picked up the call as soon as Shota pressed the call button. Am I a dog? Am I a mouse? The bear? I am the principal of UA. Nizu. Oh my. Eraser, how unusual for you to contact me and not the other way around. It was always the rodent who had to chase after his employees. No need to explain why. Eraser, I'm calling to notify you of an open case against Tashinori Yagi, All Might. He tried to be as cold and concise as possible, maintaining professionalism as a teacher. For what reason? Asked the principal, amused by what he was hearing. Eraser shuddered internally at how repulsive that rodent was to him. There was something about that creature that made him feel alien to society. More like a being in the shadows used to pulling the strings and enjoying always being ahead of human minds. Child abuse and manipulation, Eraser replied in his driest, deadest tone. Devoid of all emotion. Even though it wasn't true, but with Nizu, it was always better to appear expressionless. If he expected a change in the rodent, something to tell him if Nizu already knew beforehand, Eraser didn't get that satisfaction. The rodent continued in the same tone. As if humans were his favorite reality show. Well, how interesting. I expect to receive an email as soon as possible with all the details to make a plan accordingly and reorganize the staff and take the necessary measures. No, there was nothing more to get out of the rat. They seemed like copies of each other. Maybe that's why Nizu had Eraser as his favorite human. We need to have an in-depth meeting about this, Eraser emphasized, wanting to highlight the importance of the matter. It will be Monday first thing in the morning, Eraser. Focus on your family and Uraraka? Shota growled. He didn't know how Nizu did it, but the rat always knew everything in advance. And that infuriated him. It annoyed him. He could never be sure if Nizu was on the side of humanity or against it. Did you know about Uraraka? About One for All? We'll talk about that on Monday. Have a good weekend, Eraser. And that damn rat had the nerve to hang up on him, leaving him with more doubts. You have 37% of your body burned. Dabi looked at the doctor incredulously. Only. The doctor sighed with the frustration of someone used to dealing with patients who didn't usually pay much attention to him. Heroes. For now, warned the doctor, trying to make Dabi take him seriously. Your body can't? My body can't handle the flames of my quirk, Dabi completed, rolling his eyes as if he hadn't heard that phrase hundreds of times. The doctor didn't seem to take it to heart. It was his daily bread, and unlike Tsukauchi, the doctor didn't have to deal with people like Midoriya Izuku. Just heroes and their egos. Genetics can't be changed, Mr. Midoriya. That name sounded so wrong for Dabi. It grated in his brain. But studies can be done to control and mitigate the side effects. Dabi froze at those words. That was something he wasn't used to hearing. Then again, Dabs wasn't used to being treated by legal doctors and clinics that were actual hospitals and not the back of a vet's office either. What? I don't understand. The doctor turned on the screen of his iPad and opened Dabi Midoriya's file, which he had already searched and reviewed. A bunch of statistics and reports that Dabi couldn't understand. Not at first glance. Dabs would need time to read everything calmly. But luckily for him, the name Ida provided Dabi with golden patient treatment. We can treat your condition like we do with chronic diseases, explained the doctor, searching the system for charts to support his point. We can't change genetics, but we can manage its effects and establish a regimen to treat and mitigate the burns. Dabi squinted, scrutinizing the doctor, trying to see if he was telling the truth or just selling him hot air. I'm not going to stop using my quirk, Dabi stated firmly. The doctor wasn't intimidated by the blue flame wielder. It would be unreasonable for me to ask that. Another doctor might. But I'm used to working with stubborn patients, aka heroes. It's like asking you not to breathe or not to use your right hand. It's part of who you are. What I'm asking is for responsible use of your quirk and daily care of the resulting wounds. Dabi scoffed, feeling cheated for having felt a glimmer of hope for a moment. Wow. Limited quirk use and burn cream. Why didn't I think of that? The doctor wasn't offended by the sarcastic tone. That's not what I meant, explained the doctor, maintaining his cordial facade. If you look here, this is the study we've been conducting. The doctor turned the tablet to show what appeared to be his own DNA chain. Genetically, I think it would be beneficial to apply suppressors to the cooling genes. Contrary to what you might believe, you do have genes that resist fire, but the cold genes are dominant. We can try to neutralize those genes so the fire genes can develop. Wow, this reminds me of something, but I can't pinpoint what. Dabi tensed for a moment. He didn't want a doctor associating him with endeavor. But at the same time, all those words, plus the nice video on the tablet with his spinning DNA chain, made him want to believe in that hope. Dabi couldn't let endeavor screw him over again. My father, Hisashi Midoriya, has a pretty weak fire quirk. Maybe my DNA came from an earlier relative or something? A lie, obviously. But anyone looking him up now would find him listed as the son of that man he never knew. Not that Izuku knew him either. So yeah, it's an interesting evolution, admitted the doctor without going into more detail. We'll perfect a treatment as soon as possible and closely monitor the progress. It could take a couple of months. I'll take it. Dabi didn't give him time to retract. Or hear any buts. Perfect. Now, I'd like to discuss the wounds you already have. The doctor switched the screen to show an image of Dabi's burns. As if it were something the fire user didn't see often in the mirror. I'm used to the pain, reassured the patient. Pain wasn't what concerned Dabi. Well, that's a problem. Because the norm is not to feel pain, the doctor looked at him with a worried expression. That wasn't something Dabi was used to hearing. I can't promise that, but we can try. Mr. Ida has been very clear that we should give you the best treatments, explained the doctor as he continued flipping through slides. I'd like to address the damaged nerves from the burns as soon as possible. We have a very good specialist at this hospital, along with fish skin treatment for the burns to help regenerate the skin. This would aid skin regeneration and prevent infections, which is something I'm very concerned about. My flames burn even the germs, Dabi said nonchalantly. The doctor acted as if he hadn't heard anything. There's a very good burn unit in Tokyo that could even treat severe burns and make them disappear with luck. Mostly sponsored by Endeavor's agency, who kindly sent at least 60% of their patients there. But that wasn't something Dabi needed to know. No. The scars are part of who I am, Dabi refused. For a moment, Dabi thought it was someone else speaking. But no, it was himself starting to accept who he was. Then I see no problem starting treatments at this hospital immediately, concluded the doctor, closing the iPad cover. Your skin will improve, but the burn marks will always remain. Something that sounded very good to Dabi. Too good, actually. Doctor, let's be honest, he tried to be as frank as the doctor had. Bin, you just told me I can use my quirk again. I could kiss you right now. I wouldn't mind, the doctor murmured. Dabi's eyes widened in surprise. What? What? Bakugo catapulted himself towards Shinso with his explosions, who chose to stand his ground and not flee, something not just anyone would have done. No, Hitoshi planted his heels, and as the explosive blonde approached him, he moved with agility and speed, just as his father had taught him. Toshi was still a bit green but trained enough to face Bakugo Katsuki. Hitoshi moved under Bakugo's arm, grabbed his muscular bicep, placed his other hand between Bakugo's shoulder blades to create a lever, and pushed Bakugo away from him. The blonde, after a grunt, used his hands to explode and propel himself backward. No, Bakugo wasn't going to give up after one move. He was like a dog that wouldn't let go of a bone once he bit into it. Shinso was like a slippery cat, avoiding Bakugo's attacks and grabs. Toshi ducked to avoid Bakugo and used the motion to pivot his leg and deliver a kick to Bakugo's stomach, sending him flying back again. Bakugo cursed loudly and clearly. Hitoshi smirked with satisfaction. The dog versus the cat. Growls versus hisses. But this time, the cat had a secret attack. Come on, Ibex. I'm gonna take you down. Shinso smiled confidently. Is that what you think? Of course. Go out of bounds? Just as he had done in his battles during the sports festival. Only this time, there was no one to stop Bakugo if he got mad. And there was no audience booing or cheering. There were no medals at stake. But there was something much more important at stake for Hitoshi. And strange friendship that had developed on its own. Using his quirk had always been a problem with everyone around him. Except for Izuku and his parents, admittedly, none of those three were very normal. Hitoshi had often been accused of being a villain, a manipulator. They had put muzzles on him so he couldn't speak until he bled. Hitoshi was trembling like a leaf when he felt the mental connection with Bakugo dissipate. It was the moment to end a friendship. WTF? Shinso flinched for a second at that outburst. Bakugo crossed the entire yard in just a few strides and grabbed Shinso's shirt to lift him up and pull him close. If he was going to hit him, Hitoshi wouldn't resist. The cat would just wait. What the hell did you do? Was that your quirk? Do you have a quirk? Is that how you made it to the final test? Hitoshi had trouble identifying if this was normal anger, double ration anger, or surprise anger. The truth was that with Katsuki, you had to open a whole range of emotions within rage. Yes. You thought I didn't have a quirk? Bakugo frowned and looked away, suddenly letting go of him and shoving his hands in his pockets. Yeah, I thought you were quirkless. Hitoshi couldn't help but frown in confusion. That wasn't what he was expecting, honestly. You thought I could be a hero even without a quirk? Instead of turning to confront him, Bakugo gave him his back. Yes, a wonderfully muscular back, but not what Hitoshi wanted to see at that moment. You worked hard. Well, you work hard. I think so. Even if you were a lousy one. But yeah. And that was enough for Hitoshi. He stayed silent, processing that response. Hitoshi didn't take it badly. No. Well, Toshi didn't know how to take it, to be honest. Thanks. I guess. Katsuki kicked a rock. Tisk, forget it. And don't use that again. Hitoshi's chest tightened. He knew what would come next. The distance, Bakugo ignoring him. Not saying hi in the hallways, the cold shoulder, and then the insults would start. Not unless we're in class. Are you scared of me? What? Of you? No brain for. I'm not scared of anything or anyone, you hear me? Then, Bakugo bit his lip and lowered his head as if thinking carefully whether to speak or not. Was Bakugo afraid of Hitoshi's quirk? Was that it? Fuck, Hitoshi knew he shouldn't have used it. A little over a year ago, some asshole attacked me. Reminded me of that. If you tell anyone, I'll fucking kill you. You hear me? Hitoshi's eyes widened in surprise. No, he could never imagine Katsuki being a victim of anything. Do I remind you of a villain? Hitoshi asked fearfully. You remind me of a fucking raccoon with those eye bags, Katsuki blurted out unfiltered. Hitoshi huffed, unable to believe it. What did you just call me? Katsuki squinted and repeated the same words slowly, provocatively. Fucking raccoon with eye bags. Get over it. Hitoshi glared at him. I'm going to kick your ass? Ah, as if you could. And that's how they went at it again, but this time without any quirks involved. Definitely a strange friendship. In the end, Dabi was going to stay a few more days in the Hoso hospital instead of returning to Tokyo. For once, he was having faith in humanity. Or more accurately, faith in Tensei Ida's bank account, which was financing Dabi's stay. Dabi seriously wondered if this was a patron's gratitude for saving his life or if he had become a sugar baby. Whatever it was, it worked for Dabi. The boredom, though, that was another matter entirely. Dabs was so desperate that he was about to message Hawks. And that was a new level because Dabi never messaged him first. Never messaged him first. Hey, got a light? Dabi noticed the tall blonde leaning against an open window, cigarette in hand. Always, affirmed Dabi, approaching the blonde and lighting his cigarette with a snap. It was like a good deed of the day. One day you save a hero from a psychopathic killer, and the next, you get all high and mighty for doing someone a favor. Baby steps. Thanks, man. Nah, no need. You got one? The blonde smiled and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his black leather jacket. The pack looked practically new. Dabi took a cigarette and stood next to the stranger to admire the view. Not that it was very pretty, being in a high-security city because of the hero killer. Still got much time left here? Dabi nodded absent-mindedly. A few more days, yeah. The blonde handed him the entire pack. Then keep it? Was it just Dabi, or was he getting hit on a lot lately? You sure? The stranger shrugged. Yeah, no problem. My kid's getting discharged today, so I'll be free. Oh. Dabi stepped back to get a good look at the guy. He couldn't be more than 30. Sure, normal people tended to reproduce. Silly of Dabi to forget. Not everyone reproduced because of ghosts. Well, involuntary ghost adoption, to be exact. How do you do that whole being a dad thing? The blonde gave a proud smile. I have no fucking idea, the blonde admitted openly. It's not something I planned, to be honest. Dabi caught on quickly. Oh, an accident baby. The blonde raised an amused eyebrow. Baby? Oh, no worse, the blonde assured with a laugh. Teenager. Going through the dark hoodie phase, tearful metal rock, caffeine addiction, but hey, still sleeps with a kitty plushie. But at least he is starting to let go and come around. We adopted him not too long ago. So it's a big step. Dabi couldn't help but feel in sync with this stranger who spoke so openly about his child. I found out I had a little brother I didn't know existed, and now I'm looking after him. He's a gremlin who's always getting into trouble. The blonde took a deep drag from his cigarette. Do you also have it where no matter how much you want to help, he just won't let you? The stranger couldn't help but ask, eager to know the. Oh fuck, capital yes. Rarely had Dabi felt so understood. The blonde's smile widened. Hisashi. Nice to meet you. Tell me more. And no, Dabi couldn't help but vent. Forget about fixing his scars. His stay in Hosu was turning out to be very therapeutic for the new big brother of the Midoriya family.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.